now we're quibbling about, is it, you're claiming that it's going in one direction down, you know, that the actual position is that lower, and I think it's higher. I think it's higher. So now what?
How do you have a higher drop from where? That means the horizon would be higher up the higher up you go. That's silly. No one sees that.
No, I'm talking about the position you see something. He looked at the horizon and saw a drop. How does he know it wasn't actually high? The actual position wasn't really higher than where he saw it. Exactly.
How does he know the horizon isn't higher than he saw it? Because when you go up, the horizon goes down. The amount it goes down is measured in degrees using the Al-Biruni method.
Optically. And now we're quibbling about refraction, where the actual position is.
Optics. Jeremy, there's nothing wrong with optics. We use
but
optics.
it's not an S-curve.
Go ahead.
And if you measure a 3-degree drop, what does it matter if you're off 0.1 degrees, plus or minus?
You're saying that we're off 0.1 degrees. You don't know if that's the truth or not, and you can't prove it.
If I give you a documentation that shows exactly what the tolerance level is, plus or minus with altitude, will you drop this silly point?
I would love to know how they got that tolerance level.
Yeah.
Well, why are you arguing against it if you don't know then?
Tell me how they got the tolerance level. Go ahead. Let's go through it real quick.
Yeah, you take the refractive index, and that's how much plus or minus you should expect to see the horizon. But the whole crux of it, Jeremy, the whole crux of it is that you see drop. If you see drop, then you're done.
So if we see something,
but you might not have an accurate measure, and it's like, well, any measure that isn't zero drop means that you're on a curved surface, buddy.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well,
I'm waiting for the global answer. The most you'll do is dispel the radius. Just disprove the radius. Is that what you're saying?
No, listen. You can't prove that the things are actually lower, or what their actual position is. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I know.
With the
no, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Prove it.
Optics are fine to use, Jeremy.
Listen, Al-Biruni looked at the horizon, saw a drop optically, and said, "Oh, Earth must be curving." However, he didn't know if the actual position of the horizon. Hold on. He didn't know if the actual position of the horizon, how much higher or how much lower it actually was.
All right, so Jeremy, here's it very simply. If you notice 5 degrees of drop, but you're not sure if the actual horizon or the apparent horizon accounts for 1 degree of that drop, you have at minimum 4 degrees drop, maximum 6 degrees drop. But at the end of the day, you still have drop from horizontal.
Optically, but you don't know if the actual position is.
Optically.
Yes, but
we're optics, Jeremy.
Because optical. Okay, so if we see something, that's where it is? Is that its actual position or no?
We can calculate a very good approximation, which is why I said you can have a tolerance level of a degree up or a degree down, but you still have drop.
No, we're not going with your crazy calculations. We're going with actual real-world measurements to make sure that it actually is what you're saying. We're not going to just take your word for it and just say that the gradients. Hold on, we're not going to just take your word for it that Earth is curving and there's this curved gradient that's making everything drop down. We want an actual measurement.
Yeah, that's literally what Al-Biruni method does. You can do it yourself. I don't understand why you're arguing.
That's literally not what he did.
Next time you're on a plane, Jeremy, look up the Al-Biruni method, look at the calculation, and take the observation yourself and do the calculation yourself.
I told you we don't want it. Dude, I just told you. Okay, that's not what Al-Biruni did. We don't want a calculation. We want an actual measurement to know what we're actually dealing with. Not your bullshit calculation. Not your bullshit. Hold on. Not your bullshit calculation of, oh, well, we know the Earth's curving and it's a curved gradient and all this other bullshit that you presuppose. We're done.
It's not presupposed. With all your don't take a flight then. Go up a mountain with a known elevation and then take the measurement from there. I mean, you're quibbling over the tiniest stuff to try and wiggle out of the fact that this is an approved and working method.
No, we're not. I'm not trying to wiggle out of anything. I'm trying to show you that there's an apparent position of the horizon and an actual position of the horizon, right? Where that
Jeremy,
ground actually is.
that, Jeremy.
Where that ground actually is. Hold on. Am I breaking up?
Yes, you are. You are breaking up, but I covered that, Jeremy.
Jeremy, the most you can do.
We agree. Things have an apparent position and an actual position. Now you're going to tell me that the apparent position is only a degree off or so this close, but you don't have an actual measurement of that. You just have a calculation and a presupposition.
You can only ever calculate it, Jeremy, and that's fine. We can calculate distances, we can calculate angles and degrees of change. There's nothing wrong with that, Jeremy.
There is if your presupposition is wrong.
You're not presupposing
if your presupposition
anything, and you're measuring the difference.
You're presupposing that there's this curved. You're
Jeremy,
presupposing that there's this curved gradient.
Jeremy, I can presuppose I'm on a pyramid, but if I take the measurement and I notice a drop from horizontal, then I can discard the fact that I presupposed I was on a pyramid, and I can go, oh, well, this matches being on a non-Euclidean surface.
Yeah, you see the drop from horizontal optically, but you don't, dude, like I said, this is, everyone here can see there's an apparent position and an actual position. And when we look at it optically, you're just getting an apparent position. Now you can come in and say, oh, refractive index, calculate it, blah, blah, blah. We're in a curved earth gradient with a presupposition attached to it. But we're not buying it. Sorry.
Well, that's
Jeremy,
you can buy it if you want.
Radius. That's
okay, that's fine, Jeremy, but stop saying that you can't do the measurement then, because you can. You just reject it.
You can't do the measurement of how much you're off by. You have no base. You have no baseline for how much you have no baseline for how much your observation is off by.
Yes, you do, Jeremy. We know
because
how much
you've never measured it.
We know how much refraction to expect. Typical refraction, 7/6 hour. We know how much we can expect at the horizon. And when you go up in altitude, that amount gets less and less with altitude. We know this.
You can keep saying we know
Jeremy,
this, but
stop. I'm not done yet. You can assume standard refraction no matter how high up you go, and you will just have a larger bar of error. But you will still notice that you have dropped from horizontal.
You can keep saying we know this, but you still don't have the measurement for it. You just have a presupposition and a calculation. I'm not done talking, Nidhogg. I let you finish. All you have is a presupposition. You have no baseline and no actual measurement in the atmosphere over long distance to show that is, look, the thing is actually higher. We're seeing it higher than it actually is.
Yes, I do, Jeremy. I told you, 7/6 hours, standard refraction. You can take that.
That's not a measurement. That's not a measurement. You guys made that up, and that has the radius already in it. You're supposed to
Jeremy,
you're supposed to be proving the radius.
Disingenuous, Jeremy. When you say we made up 7/6 hour, you're being disingenuous.
Where'd you get the R from?
We know the radius value of the Earth, Jeremy.
I know, we know. You keep saying we know.
Because it's been measured, Jeremy.
No, you don't know. You think you know. You don't know, though.
Yes, we do. I don't know why you.
I know. We know. Keep saying it more. It'll make it seem more convincing to people.
If you don't know, now you know.
More convincing to people, but you're saying nuh-uh, and I'm saying yeah, and I can show you links that see and show how we took the measurement, and you just say nuh-uh some more. That's not an argument for me.
There's never been a measurement. You don't have a baseline for how much things are actually, or any actual position in the distance in the atmosphere. Okay, you can just keep saying we know, but no one in here is buying that shit, bro. We already bought it before, and that's how they got us.
Then live in ignorance, Jeremy. Live in ignorance.
It's not ignorance. I'm living in reality where I'm willing to say we don't know where that. Hold on.
Jeremy. So if you say you live in reality, you live in a world where 7/6 hour is an accepted measure for standard refraction. So if you live in reality, we use that number. If you say we don't use that number, then you're living in ignorance.
So what is the limit to
let me finish this time. Hold on. Let me finish this time, Nidhogg, please. So you can keep saying you know. I'm willing to say we don't know because we don't have any baseline for being able to prove the radius. You've only done it optically with this presupposition attached. But keep telling me we know.
I can give you many methods that you can use to tell what the radius value of Earth is. We've known this for almost 3,000 years now, Jeremy.
We've known.
Almost
It's known. I know.
3,000 years, Jeremy. We have 3,000 years of knowing this.
How do you know? How do you know?
He knows, bro. He knows.
You talking about Al-Biruni?
We can use Al-Biruni. We can use Aristophanes.
Okay, Al-Biruni used a refracted horizon, didn't he?
What?
Al-Biruni used a refracted horizon to make his measurements, didn't he?
Yeah, were you absent for the entire discussion I just had with Jeremy?
Right. And then the parallel light rays, they weren't parallel if you look at the solar eclipse, so we can't use Aristophanes either.
Yes, we can. Yeah, we most certainly can. Because
is light parallel?
Sunlight from zenith at the tropics is, for all intents, like more so than normal, is completely parallel.
Show him the umbra and penumbra. Show him the umbra and penumbra diagram, Hank.
Right. So if the light is parallel, then you don't have an umbra and penumbra.
The light is, for all intents and purposes, parallel. That is why we can refract light, and that's why we can show a rainbow, because we can take the properties of light and we can bend and break the light based off of the fact that the light is parallel.
Okay.
For all intents of proving the globe and all purposes of proving the globe, right? For all intents and purposes, we can use it. As long as the intent is to prove the presupposed globe and the purpose is to prove the presupposed globe, right?
No. Well, for all intents and purposes, you can say they're parallel until it's time to show a diagram of a solar eclipse. Then, for all intents and purposes, they're not parallel.
All intents and purposes, because the amount of degrees off that light is from antipodal points on the Earth during daylight is a fraction of a degree. So for all intents and purposes, it's
based
parallel.
on your presupposition.
But do you see what I just posted?
But if you want to be pedantic about it, then yes, there is a slight amount of arc change between two antipodal points here.
Do you see what I just posted?
No, I'm driving. I'm not looking at anything you're posting. I'm sure it's not relevant to the fact that light is seen parallel on Earth, because that is a known fact.
You haven't seen it, but you're sure it has nothing to do with it. Do you know how bad that makes you look?
Again, I'm driving. So if you think you're making a point,
seen
you
it.
can tell it.
You haven't seen it, but you have knowledge on it.
Then you can make the point.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
posting
a picture. Yeah,
be quiet.
He's trying to make the point. Why don't you relax and let him?
Yeah, relax. Shut your mouth. So this is how this man thinks. He has no knowledge of what I just posted, but then right after that, he claims to have knowledge about what I just posted. So if that tells you anything, sorry, sir, can you please be quiet? Can you please be quiet? I'm just going over what just objectively happened, right? So the audience knows how dishonest you are, because a man who speaks on something that he has no knowledge of, it is a folly unto him.
Right. So does it disprove parallel rays? Yes or no?
Yes.
Can't have it both ways. They're either parallel or they're not.
It disproves parallel ray. The diagram Hank has disproves parallel rays. We've all seen it. It's a diagram of the umbra and penumbra during an eclipse.
Forward to seeing your paper in the scientific journal and your Nobel Prize, because parallel rays are 100% what we experience on Earth.
False.
Except for during a solar eclipse. Thanks.
Except for during a solar eclipse. Well, it's not a solar eclipse right now, so we're going to assume that light is parallel. How's that?
That's dishonest as hell, man.
It's not dishonest.
Oh my God.
Are your parents proud of you when you're dishonest?
Look, man,
you think you're doing a good thing right now for humanity?
Whimsy that it requires specific circumstances.
The science is settled.
To be true, which
We've
I doubt.
known. We all know.
But regardless,
light does not come in parallel.
Here on Earth,
the science has been settled.
And I'm sorry for that.
One ray of light to hit the Earth, not any kind of rays at all. It should just be one continuous like portion of light, like a flashlight shining on a piece of sand. I don't know where you get your rays from. Anyway, and you keep saying 1 degree of drop. 1 degree on your model is 69 miles. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth, because we don't see any building dropping 69 miles or tilting 69 miles. So thank you, Gangster Bunny.
Yeah, I don't actually know what you're talking about. 69 nautical miles is 1 degree of latitude or longitude.
It's did you
Whatever
say
you do.
That's the same amount of drop. That's the same 1 degree you're seeing of drop, right? 1
hold
degree
on,
is
it's
69
60
miles.
it's 60 nautical miles. I don't know, he said 69 nautical miles, maybe it was just a
He
misspeak.
doesn't know longitude or latitude. He doesn't know
69.1.
anything. Is this one of the guys that says he's here for entertainment?
Oh, I'm
Yes,
So
sorry.
he's willing to
here.
say anything to get his entertainment, right?
Are you still butthurt about
Just
that?
say
I'm
anything.
sorry that your ignorance is amusing to me.
Right, and just call people names and get his entertainment from saying anything.
He's a
Trying to get
Google
a
Earther.
rise.
He's a Google
Again,
Earther. Meaning all of his arguments are just
sorry your ignorance is amusing.
top
But
Google search. That's
Do you think
all he knows.
Do you think we went
Top
to the moon?
result on the Google search.
Did we land
Sounds
on the
just like
moon?
the other script readers calling us ignorant, saying that we should go do this and do that.
yeah, you should
Script.
definitely go. You should definitely try doing actual science experiments, since you don't believe literally any other evidence given to you. Yes, I firmly believe you should do stuff.
Do we
Is
have rovers
measuring
on
the Earth
Mars?
science? Is measuring the Earth science? Is that a question of science? What's the observed
That's just
natural
ignorance, I
phenomenon?
think.
What's your independent
I think
variable and
projecting.
dependent variable
You don't
when
need
it comes
independent
to
dependent
the shape of
variables.
the Earth?
Sorry, you dropped out of 5th grade, but they don't teach that.
And
Going forward,
you
it's just
earlier.
it's a baseline that you teach kids the basics of science on.
The basics
Jeremy,
of
just
science would be
What's the science
Jeremy.
of the Earth? What is the scientific method we use to measure the Earth? What is it again?
There is no set scientific method that we use to make observations and perform experiments.
So
I'm sorry,
it's not
teacher.
science. Is
Should
that what
have
you're
got
saying?
it
What is
in-
the experiment? What is the experiment we need to do to measure the Earth?
You could just take a measurement. You don't have to do an experiment.
Then why were you saying experiments? Do your own experiments. If we're
he
measuring the
doesn't
Earth,
know
what
what
is
he's
the
saying.
experiment?
So that you stop having misconceptions like light isn't parallel.
Well,
So
I
Jeremy,
mean,
why
have
do
you
we
ever
Light's
continue to
always
allow this
seen
to
divergent.
happen?
a diagram?
Light is always divergent
Why do we have
from the source.
Hold on, Rakia. Why do we have a diagram of a number? Hold on, guys. Why do we have a diagram of an umbra and penumbra from these science people, and they show that the light rays are not parallel? Diagram.
I have no clue what you're talking about, Jeremy. Again,
can you-
I'm driving. You're saying
Can you
penumbra
provide
and
can
penumbra
you provide us
through
a
parallel
source?
rays.
Can you provide us a source of light that does not diverge, where there's not divergent?
Do you know what
rays
the umbra and
coming from the source?
penumbra? Hold on a second, man. Hold on. Do you know what the umbra and penumbra is, Nidhogg?
Yes, it's the very darky part of the shadow and the less darky part of the shadow.
Okay, and do you know how that happens?
Yes, because light, when you have 2 points, antipodal points from an object with a light source behind it, so you will have 2 points where they converge on wherever it's being projected onto, and the less darky points are the points on the opposite end of it.
Did you say they converge? Parallel, right?
Huh?
Bro, you just destroyed your own argument.
So when you have an observer, Jeremy, on two sides, this is what parallax is. When you have an observer on two ends of an object, you still have parallel
Tell me how
rays.
they're parallel. Tell me how they're parallel and they converge at the same time again. That was fun. I like that part.
You have an observer,
Maybe that was
Jeremy.
from senior science class because you dropped out in 10th grade and you didn't comprehend that. Maybe that's why you can't explain it.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely.
No, he just explained it. He just explained it. They're converging, but they're parallel at the same time. That's amazing.
They're diverging.
For different observers, Jeremy.
It does whatever they need it
You're
to
just
make the
saying
model
like
work.
you're just saying keywords. Saying keywords, bro.
So, all right, well then let's approach it from a different point of view then, Jeremy. What is your issue with umbras and penumbras, and why do you think that they disprove light is parallel on Earth?
Okay, because you just explained how they have to converge to have that happen.
Don't say because
and we have that happen.
Your understanding of it.
Understanding is the light rays have to converge.
Light rays have to converge in order to
mine and your understanding is the same. The light rays have to converge. Yes, we know that. Now tell me how they're parallel.
Light rays have to converge where, Jeremy?
You get an umbra and penumbra. Now tell me how the light rays are parallel.
Why do they have to converge to make an umbra and penumbra?
You disagree with that?
You said you knew what I posted.
You just
This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
You just told us it. This is hilarious, right, Rakia? You just
Yeah, it's
told us you
hilarious.
have to converge.
Jeremy,
Who's being entertained? Who's being entertained is what I gotta ask.
So I said, don't base your understanding off of what I said. I want to know what your understanding is. You came into this argument saying umbras disprove parallel rays, so you obviously had a basis for that. What was the basis?
I did. The light rays converge, just like me and you both
Where
know.
do they converge, Jeremy?
From the source to they converge from the source.
Gotcha. Well, from the source, Jeremy, we are within one arc.
I didn't get to finish, bro. Yo, I didn't get to finish my sentence. That wasn't the end of it. That wasn't the end of it.
Go ahead, Jeremy. So sorry.
Okay. So they have to converge from the source, which would be the sun, to us. That means not parallel. Okay.
Sure. So
cool.
All right.
Okay,
so
we cool with that?
Are you ready?
Correct?
Are you ready for me to?
I want to know if that.
That's fine, Jeremy.
You blow my mind. I want to know if that's correct. What I said just for is.
Yes, I said yes.
Okay,
good Lord,
cool.
Jeremy.
So not parallel. Cool.
So remember earlier in the conversation,
bro?
I said
Are you
for
not
all
entertained?
intents and purposes, it's parallel. Congratulations, you found the reason why it's for all intents and purposes.
Cool.
Except for eclipse. For those intents and purposes, actually cross each other, right?
For all intents and purposes, light is parallel here on Earth. Yes.
Except for during the solar eclipse, right?
From one pole to another, there's a slight difference, and that's because we are within 1 degree of light from the sun, which comes from a singular point, and the Earth in its entirety only takes up 1 degree of light. But from the top to bottom of the Earth, there is a slight degree difference. But
cool. So not parallel. Cool.
Oh,
yeah, it's near parallel.
It's not parallel.
Christ, Jeremy,
that's not a real thing. Near parallel. Something either is or isn't parallel. It doesn't even make sense.
It's not parallel. Which glober is telling you that it's parallel? None.
Known science says that light is, for all intents and purposes, parallel. You can assume light is parallel when you're measuring it locally anywhere on the planet.
But we know it's not.
By how much? How much do we know it isn't? What is the degree difference?
Well, it's enough to make starlight.
I didn't ask for a maybe. How much is it exactly?
You can get an umbra and penumbra in a small bathroom by lifting up your finger in front of a light. So not
asking about umbras.
Not parallel rays.
Not asking about that. What is the degree difference of light rays on Earth from one end to the other?
How do you measure it?
So you don't know the answer.
How's it measured?
You're spitballing it, basically.
For all intents and purposes, it is parallel. However, we know it's not.
How'd they measure it, Nidhogg? How'd they measure it? You're saying it's off by this 1 degree or half a degree?
Because the amount of difference
I'm asking how they measured it.
Earth to the Earth is so small that for all intents and purposes, it's parallel. I don't know why are you guys arguing with me? That's literally
how they measure it.
Go look it up, Jeremy. I'm not your teacher, buddy.
I'm not arguing.
Well, you ever heard that? Hey, is Peyton Shill here? Have you ever heard those exact words in your life?
Yeah, well, remember, you're here for my entertainment, and
this is Peyton Shill on a voice changer for sure. Jeremy just wrecked you, bro.
Oh man, Jeremy. Oh man, you know what? Shit, that's not going to have any impact on my life whatsoever. So I'm not worried.
And we're using your dumb can't Google while you're driving. I told Jeremy to give you a break. Get it? Break because you're driving and you can't Google.
Oh man,
like the rapper.
Who's entertained?
Yeah, your wit is as sharp as a balloon, buddy.
Yeah, oh, good one, buddy.
I'm retiring myself.
I'm entertained. I don't know about you guys.
Those
I
foil,
bet you're smarter than you look,
balloons
Peyton
are sharp as hell.
I bet you're smarter than you look, buddy.
Breaking up.
How you like that for wit?
I didn't Google it, but I believe the difference between umbra and penumbra difference is 66 degrees, 2/3.
66.6666 degrees.
So not parallel. Continue.
Well, we know that the light from a star diminishes over a certain distance. And it does phase out, therefore not parallel.
Therefore not light years, dummy.
Yeah, it scatters, right?
I'm just wondering
they diverge.
I'm just wondering, he has this number that it's. I'm just wondering, he has this number of, we know it's only 1 degree off of parallel or something. I'm just wondering, like, where's the measurement for that? Anyone know?
Yeah, you can go look it up, Jeremy. You get one a month from me for doing calculations for you, and you used that up last night.
Like,
if you don't know, it's fine. If you don't know how they measured it, it's fine. I don't know how they measured it.
You go look it up, Jeremy. It takes the diameter of the Earth. It's like doing parallax, buddy. You take the diameter of the Earth, and you take how much of the Earth is encompassed within the size of the sun, and how much light rays we expect to see from that.
Cool. How they get? Let me just start from your first.
Look it up.
Thing. I honestly wasn't even listening to the last
part
of what you said. How they measure that? Because this was supposed to be your proof of the diameter. Remember?
Proof of the diameter. I never spoke the words proof of the diameter, so I don't know what you're talking about.
To be your proof of the radius of the R value. Remember, we were in the refraction thing, and then you said we know Earth's a globe. Hank said, "How do you know Earth's a globe?" Hold on, bro. Doing a quick recap for the past half hour. We had a refraction debate. You said we know it's a globe. Hank said, "How do you know it's a globe?" Or how'd you prove the R value or something? You said there's tons of ways. Remember, you said 7/6R. Where'd you get the R from? You said there's tons of ways. Then we were on Eratosthenes with this parallel light thing. And now I'm asking, how do you prove light's parallel? And you're telling me to take the R value or the diameter circular. See it.
No,
everyone but you maybe can see.
That's how you show what the difference in parallel is.
He clipped you the whole time, Jeremy, if you didn't hear. No one else could hear you.
Everyone can see this in circle.
Like I hate to tell you,
everyone can see this.
The reason that value, the reason that values seem to carry over different equations that we use is because all the different equations that we use work synonymously and in sync with each other. Because the Earth's in fact a globe, so it kind of makes sense. That's
all
why
the equations. How does the gravity equation work out at the galactic level? Is it off a little bit?
Hold on, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Did everyone hear how his Did everyone hear how his argument was circular? What I said.
Oh, was it? What's a circular argument, Jeremy?
Argument would be where you tell me we're having an argument about something, and you're telling me it's a globe. You want to use 7/6R. You're implementing an R value. So we're like, how'd you get R? And then you bring us to this other thing, this parallel light ray thing. Tell us, how did you measure light rays were parallel? And you say you take the diameter, in other words, the R value, calculate it.
Nope, try again. Here we go,
The
Jeremy.
circularness.
We're gonna break down how wrong you are very quickly. Number one, you can use Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni doesn't take any R value into account unless you want to account for refraction. But again, as we mentioned, you could have no refraction or you could have a lot of refraction. You're still going to measure drop regardless. So there's one point where Al-Biruni definitely shows that you're on a globe. Number two, Eratosthenes. You don't need to know the R value at all. All you need to do is take measurements at a tropic at noon when the sun is directly at zenith above you. And you can make these exact measurements anytime, well, obviously on a tropic line at noon, anytime during the year. And you can see for a fact that light rays will not, or you'll have a change in angle, and you can measure the distance from those 2 points that you measure the angle change, and you will know for a fact that you're not on a flat surface anymore because the angle diameter to the sun changes with the location you are on. And if you were on a flat surface, that would not be the case.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Am I roboting?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know. That had nothing to do with the circular argument I pointed out that you just made.
I know,
you didn't address that, or you didn't address that, or make a rebuttal.
That's because I didn't.
Hold
make
on,
a
man.
Argument,
And you
idiot.
said you could hear me. Hello, yo.
Hello. Hi. Yes.
How it was? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Jeremy.
Yes,
we hear you.
he's interrupting on
there,
purpose,
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Relax.
You're
I just pointed
entertainment.
out. I just pointed out how your argument was circular. We're having an argument about refraction. You implemented 7/6R. So how'd you get the R value? You bring us to Eratosthenes. You bring us to Eratosthenes. Hold on, bro. Yo. Stop with the interruptions, dude. I know this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. You need to take it like a man.
Jeremy, it's like you didn't hear a single thing I said. I'm just going to repeat.
Dude, you got to stop interrupting. I'm going to repeat nothing, bro. I'm trying to get my statement out.
Could you shut up, Jeremy?
Can you guys hear me still? Because I'm in a very...
Yes.
I'm in a very laggy
Interrupting you on purpose, Jeremy.
spot right now. So, you're having an argument, right? And
you're breaking up.
Because
now they're sending signals to your thing to make you break up.
About to show everyone.
I
mean, I already pointed it out. Just to reiterate, you're having an argument. Hit hug on mute.
No, Jeremy, you're not.
Control yourself and let me get this out. Can you hear me good now? So you're having a refraction argument with someone. R value from. We're on to Eratosthenes trying to prove the R value. Into the light rays being parallel. How do you know the light rays are parallel? You take the diameter. You get the diameter from. That's the thing. It's the radius, too.
He's gone. Or is this me?
Is it over?
Yeah.
I think the debate's over.
Yeah, I think he gave up.
Oh, he didn't want to hear it. That was crushing to what everything he just
Jeremy,
said.
No one could hear you, buddy. You
totally
cut off.
Circular.
Jeremy, you cut off, buddy. Absolutely no one heard anything you said.
Are you serious? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, but it's not going to change the fact, Jeremy. I didn't make a circular argument.
I'm not going to move. Hold on. I'm not going to move. I'm going to reiterate it one last time. I'm not going to move at all. Can you hear me?
Okay, Jeremy.
Okay, you can hear me. Good. The whole audience can hear me. You're having a refraction. Yeah, just shut up for 30 seconds and I'll be done. You're having a refraction argument with someone. They implement 7/6R. Okay, cool. Where'd you get the R value from? Parallel light rays with Eratosthenes. All right, how'd you measure if light rays were parallel? You said you take the diameter. You realize that that's the radius times 2, right? So it's circular. even prove. You were on one thing proving the radius, and now here we are on the other thing that's supposed to prove the radius, but you're still using it. Circular.
I'm misrepresenting what I said, Jeremy. Is that it? Can I talk now? I didn't have to refute circular reasoning because I didn't use circular reasoning. You don't have to use R value, period. Al-Biruni, you don't have to have a refractive index. You can assume zero refraction and you'll still have drop. You're like, no, it's optical. Wah, 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 wah. So I'm like, all right, well, you can use other methods too. You can use Aristosthenes if you'd like. You don't have to assume an R value. In fact, you are calculating the R value when you do Aristosthenes. So how can you assume it? You're just dumb, Jeremy.
All right, let's assume zero refraction with a black swan. Yeah.
Listen, that's not at all.
It's flat.
What happened was we were in a refraction argument. You kept talking over 6R. We said, where'd you get the R? We went to Eratosthenes. You implemented the diameter. Don't try to back out of this now, dude. Everyone can run the tape.
Jeremy,
everyone heard what you said.
You don't need to definitely just restate the thing I just refuted.
You didn't refute it. I just laid out what actually happened in our
conversation. If you think
we
so,
had just
it's fine.
Now
it's okay.
Everyone heard it.
How's that, buddy? You win.
What
I'll
happened?
I'll give you a W, Jimmy, since you have a laggy connection.
Brought up 7 over 6R. We said, where'd you get the R? Up 7 over 6R. You brought it,
buddy. It's fine. Jeremy,
you brought it up to 7 over 6R. Where'd you get the R from? We're on the Eratosthenes.
It's very tiring.
You bring up a diameter.
It's very tiring to try to have an argument with you because you're in such a shitty spot, and it's hard to have a conversation with you because you blip out constantly. So just stop. It's fine. Whatever. You win, dude. It doesn't matter. Like, the amount of cares that I give that you don't understand the argument is almost zero.
Coming from the guy who makes a knowledge claim on a photo he never seen.
Coming from I'm sorry, what was that?
Coming from a guy who makes a knowledge claim on a photo he's never seen.
Knowledge claim on a photo I've never seen. All right, sure.
Yeah, aren't you the one that's driving?
Yeah, I literally don't know what you're talking about, but it's fine.
Are you driving? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, are you operating a vehicle right now? Are you operating a vehicle like right now? Do you know what I'm talking about? Is there a steering wheel in your hands? You have a gas pedal in your foot?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you do know what I'm talking about. Are you done playing stupid now? So you're the guy who's driving, right? And then I posted a photograph, and you said, I know it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
That's right. Yeah, dude, I don't care about your photo.
Yeah, how are you going to make a knowledge claim on a photo you've never seen, bro?
It's easy because you said the photo disproves that parallel rays are parallel, and I said they don't because it doesn't.
And then we went over the photo, and you admitted and then we went over the photo, and you admitted yourself that the rays have to converge through parallel light rays.
Jeremy, you do realize my argument is that for all intents and purposes, light is parallel on Earth, right? Like, can you say those exact words back to me so that I know you understand them?
Except for when it's a solar eclipse.
Yes. All intents and purposes.
Being a solar eclipse.
For all intents and, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You said for all intents and purposes, they're parallel.
Perfect. There you go.
And then I said, how'd you measure that? And then I said, how'd you measure that? And then I said, how'd you measure that?
At what
for that part? And you brought up the diameter. Prove.
I have a question.
That's you were trying to prove from something from before the circular argument.
I have a question. Can anybody hear me?
That's where you go do your own research, Jeremy, because I'm not your teacher.
Yeah, we hear.
You get a diameter.
No questions allowed.
You get a diameter.
At what
he
point?
told me how to do it. He said you get a diameter. Hold on, yo. You get a diameter.
Stop screaming, Jeremy.
It's not my job. Me how to do it. You take.
Not my job to teach you, Jeremy. Go look it up if you're confused. Yeah, if you're confused, go look it up.
Get the diameter. I'm not confused. You get the diameter, and that concluded your circular argument. I'm not confused.
No, the
Everyone
diameter
heard it.
tells you what the degree of difference between the top and bottom of the Earth is. That's absolutely fuck all to do with the R value, man.
The diameter has fuck all to do with the R value. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you realize that the reason I told you that was that so when you say light isn't parallel like a Neanderthal, dude, and I say okay, fine, if you want to know the exact amount that light quote unquote isn't parallel, you can do that. It's the difference between the two poles of the Earth, the size, the diameter of the Earth. The light ray parallel divergence is that amount. It's very, 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 very tiny. You can go calculate it. It has fuck all to do with what we were talking about earlier. I was just giving you some info so you could look it up and you get all pissy about it.
No, it's cool. We're literally done talking because you just told me that the radius has fuck all to do with the diameter. I don't know. Did you misspeak or were you serious? Did you misspeak or were you serious?
I'm done driving. I'm home. It was fun, Jeremy. Have a good weekend, buddy.
All right.
Hey, at what point?
You just told me. Did anyone else hear? Did anyone else hear him say that the radius value has nothing to do with the diameter, or was it me?
Yeah, I heard him say it. I mean, what's the point?
Yeah.
Anyway, at what point did
roasted just now? What up, B-ball? Yo, your boy Nidhug just got roasted right now. You sure you want some of this?
To the whole thing,
We're playing NBA jams and I'm on fire. So
no, you can keep thinking that, Jeremy. It's funny.
Did you not hear what just happened? Your boy Kosho got it 2 days ago. I mean, you guys are getting beat up bad.
What are you doing though? Like, what are you doing with all this? What accomplishments have you made with all your knowledge?
I've exposed the Globers. With all my knowledge, I have accomplished exposing the Globers for their tomfoolery and foolishness.
To what extent though? Like, what are you doing with it? Where are you going with this?
What do I do with exposing the Globers nonsense? I put it out on. We put it out on YouTube for the world to hear.
It only lives here on Discord. It's not going
anywhere. That's not true. I've met flat earthers in real life, like in the wild.
Okay, so
in the wild.
Yeah.
Like, what are you guys doing? What new things are coming up?
Wait a minute. Hold on. I just said something that proved. Hold on. Relax, fella.
You're not old enough
Chill
because
out.
strange people start talking
So
to you. I'm afraid
I just said something that proved you wrong. Are you going to admit that you were wrong?
Adults can manipulate children.
Like, are you man enough?
Oh my God, Rick!
It doesn't just stay here on Discord. It doesn't just stay here on Discord, right? It's
I tell you to wash
out
your hands.
the wild.
God, Rick. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on.
You're
Is anybody
doing? Imagine what I say. So just do that. When a stranger asks you something.
I think someone.
All right, I got it. Go ahead, guys. Yeah, I fixed it.
You said that this stays on Discord. Actually, there's flat earthers I've met in real life, and it gets broadcast on YouTube, and it doesn't stay on Discord. So, are you going to admit that you were wrong just now? Or are you man enough to do that?
It's on Discord. Okay, then where does it go after that?
YouTube.
In the wild. In the wild, into real people.
Where does it go? Is there any kind of scientific communities like looking into?
Oh, now you want to change the goalpost. Okay, I see. So you're not a man, right? You're just a little boy, right? Right? Just a little boy. Can't admit when you're wrong, huh, Sonny? Come on, Sonny, admit when you're wrong. Show the world that you can be a man.
Let me know
Are
when
you a
you're
man?
finished.
Come on, he can't.
Let me know when you're finished talking, okay? Okay. Are there any scientific communities that are looking into the claims that you guys make?
Yeah, you're talking to one of them right now. This is a scientific community. We love science.
Is this really a scientific community, or is this just a bunch of people making claims about things and claiming they don't know everything?
Well, that's what you guys do. You guys claim that you don't know anything because science doesn't prove anything. And we got observational science, but you can't trust your eyes, right? That's you. You're
I'm
projecting.
sorry. What can't I trust? I'm sorry.
Can't trust your eyes, but all you got is observational science, right?
Sometimes you can't trust your eyes. You're right.
Oh yeah, and all you got is observational science. That's why you don't know anything, dummy.
There is a thing called observational science, though.
Yeah, and if you can't trust your eyes, that makes you very dumb.
Well, do optical illusions a thing?
Do
Can you always
optical illusions a thing? Do
you-
optical illusions a thing? Let me see. How do I answer that question? You might need to reformulate your sentence so I can answer that question.
Do you have a claim to make?
I said, are optical illusions a thing?
Yeah. Do you have a claim to make? B-ball?
I don't hear anybody. Question.
B-ball. Do you have a claim to make?
I wasn't asking you, Travis. I was asking the other gentleman.
It's a rhetorical question. Of course, there are optical illusions. Would you like to present one for us to consider?
I wasn't asking you, Travis. I was asking the other gentleman.
I'm pretty sure this is an open forum.
Okay, well, I wasn't addressing you. If you have a question after he answers, then you can ask me. Or
Yes,
optical
optical illusions exist, but you said that light travels in parallel, so that means that the black swan destroys your radius. If light travels in parallel here on Earth, then there's no refraction, dummy.
Okay, so what
No
you
one,
said,
no one says that.
let's assume the
He
black
just
swan,
said
right?
that. He just said that light travels in parallel rays
All right.
here on Earth. That's what he said.
Oh God.
No, nobody said that.
He said in all practical sources, what did he say? All practical reasons.
All intents
light
and
travels
all
in,
intents and purposes.
all intents and purposes. So would the black swan be one of those intents and purposes?
Okay,
No,
hold on.
no.
Okay, hold on,
Okay,
please.
so now it doesn't travel in 90-degree parallel rate. Can somebody tell me, does light travel parallel?
Well, once it's within the atmosphere, diffracting everywhere, it's not.
Can anybody hear me? Can
Yeah,
anybody hear
but
me?
you're not making any sense, bro. You're double speaking on both sides of your mouth. So on the diagram, when we see the solar eclipse, the sunlight goes past. Sunlight goes past. Sorry, bro. Can you not talk over me? I'm in the middle of speaking. So when the sun, dude, I've been quiet for hours.
B-ball, hold on a second. Hold on, B-ball. Your microphone is like.
Your
microphone's like in and out. Microphone's like in and out and shit. He might have not known that you both started talking at the same time. Maybe, I don't know. You can go next. You're next, B-ball. Go ahead, Hank.
So when I post the diagram, right, and this is stuff that I got off of Metabug, it looks like, and this is me describing it in the best words I can describe it because it's a really weird phenomenon that I've never seen in real life before. It looks like the moon is magnifying the shadow because the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, but yet the diameter of the moon's shadow on the surface is only about 70 miles. So that's quite a discrepancy, right? So if the light is traveling 90 degrees like you need it to with Aristophanes, right, then the shadow should be 1/4 the size of the Earth. But if it's not traveling at 90 degrees, right, and it's actually going around the moon, then you don't have Aristophanes. But if it is going at 90 degrees, then you got Aristophanes, but you no longer have a big moon. You have a 70-mile diameter moon. So I'm going to ask you one last time, is light traveling parallel to each other so you keep your spherical Earth, or is it not? And then you get to keep the size of your moon, but you can't have it both. It's a true
Hold on a
dichotomy.
second. We got it, Hank. B-ball, you're next. But when you're not talking, can you go on mute? You got a lot of background noise, please. B-ball, you're up. By the way, B-ball.
Okay, do we not know what light scattering is? Does light not scatter around objects?
Well, hold on. Before we start with more questions, he asked a question. Maybe answer that and then ask yours.
Well, it's kind of long and drawn out. So could you ask it again more concisely?
Be concise, Hank. Hit him with it.
Does
I
light
can answer it.
travel parallel? Yes or no?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If it does, then
No, it
you
doesn't.
don't get to keep the moon.
Wait
Your
a second.
moon is 70 miles in diameter.
Hold a second, please. If I have two lines lined up together, and I tilt one line a half of a degree, are they almost parallel? Or could you assume that they're basically parallel?
Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So
Can
the
I
answer
ask how
is
you?
no.
Agreed.
Let me have a second. Can I ask how you measured the light rays being off this small amount?
Measure them. Someone else did.
Can I ask how they measured them? I know you didn't do it. I'm asking how they measured it.
I don't know. I'm sure I could find it.
Well, I mean, you might want to come back with that because Nidhug 5 minutes ago told us how they measured it, and you needed a diameter for it. Dun dun dun.
Okay. Which has been measured.
Where'd you get the diameter?
Because
Where'd you get the diameter from? The radius. Where'd you get the R value?
Because people have measured it, Jeremy.
How? Break us off. I guarantee this will be the same thing Nidhug did, and he'll bring me in this circular argument where he's trying to prove the R value. He'll take me on to 3 other different things and end up implementing an R value somewhere. Go ahead, let's hear it.
Yeah, we're not going down this because we can go down the list of ways people have measured the R value. So
and they're all a huge presupposition.
You don't. If I measure a line, I'm not gonna assume I can assume its measurement, but then I have to actually measure it, right, to see exactly how long it is, right?
Do you want to go through it or not?
Doesn't
you want to
need
go through
to.
it or not, B-Ball? This should be easy, right? You got the whole body of science on your side. Scientist, let's go.
I don't have time for that.
Well, it's as easy as a quick Google search.
Yeah, you can Google search that if you really want to, man.
But sticking to the actual questions that were asked, go ahead and keep answering those. First of all, the light isn't parallel. It never is. Go ahead.
How much? By how much? How much?
Sure, I get you. I get you that it's insignificant. However, at say 2 light years, it's significant, right?
Okay, insignificant. All right.
Sure, but at 2 light years, it's very significant, right? Because light diminishes and changes color.
But when we're talking about the size of the Earth and the size of the sun and the coming from the sun.
Sure. And to be honest, you got to say it's very close to parallel. It's not parallel. It's very close. And as soon as it hits the atmosphere, it's not even close.
How did you measure that it was stop? Anyone making a claim that it's very close to parallel, I want to know how you actually measured that.
Jeremy, I didn't.
I know you didn't do it. How did they? Okay,
I don't know.
Jeremy, it's a good question.
You keep claiming that light. You keep claiming that light is only a degree or a small fraction of a degree off parallel. Anyone making that claim, I want to know how they, not you, or maybe you if you did it, but I want to know how it's measured.
Okay, let me ask you a question real quick. How would I find out that information, Jeremy?
I don't know. You're the one claiming it's off by this tiny little amount. I thought you would know this.
If I can't give you that answer, how would you find out, Jeremy?
So why are you making the argument then?
Right. Why would you even make an argument that you can't substantiate?
Argument from ignorance.
How would
you want me to find the evidence? You're asking me where you would find the evidence for your claim?
This is what we have, everybody. Everybody out in the audience, this is the best they have.
Jeremy keeps moving the goalpost, dude. Now he wants to know how it's measured. He doesn't just want to know are they parallel like the other guy was asking.
Yes, I'm not going to believe your baseless assertion about they're only a little bit off parallel. B-Ball, you're hot micing
I
through
hear
everyone. Hold on a second. Hold on, man. B-Ball, you're hot micing through everyone, bro. Do you want to go? You can go now. Go ahead, B-Ball.
Okay.
And then I want you to go on mute because you're making a lot of background noise, bro. A lot of noise coming.
You're asking me how I measured or how they measured it. I can't give you an answer because, for one, you have to research how they did it. Okay. Now, I can't give you that answer. Now I'm asking you, if you really wanted to know, how would you find out? Would you research? You go and research
Shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
Hold on, percent. Hold on. I know what I'm doing here, bro. Guys, I know what I'm doing. Percent. You know what I'm doing. You know I know what I'm doing.
It's not on you. It's on him. But yeah, continue.
I know. But you know that's what's coming next, bro. Go ahead, B-Ball. Finish up. Because you're hot micing through everything everyone's saying.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Are you done?
All you're going to say is
you got a lot of background noise.
You're saying because I can't tell you, that means it must be false, right? Because I can't tell you. But you can go and find this information out if you really wanted to, right?
military
Well,
way.
let's
I
do
want to
this.
answer
Let Jeremy
B-ball, guys.
respond. He's been trying to go.
Guys, answer B-ball, but I need B-ball to go on mute because he has a hellacious amount of background noise that is chopping everything up. So is he on mute?
Yeah,
No,
please
he's
mute
not.
B-ball.
B-ball,
Your mic
go
keeps on
on
lighting up
mute.
even when you're not talking.
Hold on one second.
B-ball, I need you to go on mute. You've got a ton of background noise.
All right,
please.
he's on mute. He's on mute.
So claiming that it's off a small degree, a fraction of a degree, or whatever you're claiming it's off of. So I want to know, oh, cool, that sounds like a measurement. How'd they measure it? Not an unreasonable question. You're asking me where I would find that information out about how they measured it. I don't know because I didn't claim it. You did, B-ball. Go around making baseless assertions. You do.
Check it out, Jeremy. If you really want to know that information, you can find out.
I
do want to know. You might be just sending him on a wild goose chase.
Why do we allow these idiots to talk?
Would you like me to search for it and then DM it to you, Jeremy?
Yes, we would like you to substantiate your
How
claim.
about this? We don't want you making claims you can't substantiate. Stop opening up your mouth when you don't know what's going to come out.
Did I make a claim saying I know how it was measured? Did I say that?
You made a claim saying you made a claim. Hold on, you made a claim. You made a claim saying it was a small. Hold on, guys. You made a claim saying that it was a. I'll be quiet after this, and you guys can go. You made a claim saying it was a small amount, a fraction of a degree off, or whatever. Okay, you made that claim. Now, my next question is, how do you know that claim's true? Is that a baseless assertion? It sounds like it, because you don't even know how they did it.
Okay, so
if I go through me with his background noise.
No, he heard that.
If I go and find this information for you, what are you gonna do then?
Then we can finally continue the conversation.
You guys just go from worse to worse. You are asking a question about something that hasn't happened, B-Brick.
You didn't like the answer.
No, you do this every single time. If I go get the answer for you, are you going to accept it? We don't know. We have to.
What's the point?
Yo, B-Ball, you literally moved from a classic argument from ignorance to shifting the burden proof fallacy.
This is insane.
Now you're speculating as to where the conversation will go if you actually substantiated your claim. The burden of proof is on you. Go do that before you make the dumb fucking claim.
So Eratosthenes, he had a stick in the ground, and he noticed that the light rays were perpendicular. And in another location, miles away, he noticed that the light rays weren't perpendicular. So he concluded that the Earth's surface was a sphere.
Yeah. Assuming the light
we know,
was
and we're down to knowing how the light rays were parallel.
Well, we're down to figuring out how they measured it, or how the original measurements were taken.
Well, Eratosthenes assumed the lights were parallel, that the rays were parallel.
No, he assumed the Earth was curved.
He
you're
assumed
right.
the light was parallel, and that's how he figured out the Earth was curved.
Yes, yeah.
So people have done that.
Somebody's
over.
What's up, B-Ball?
Well, that's how.
Why? How come you guys can't get together and do this? And put
Do
this
what?
Jeez Louise, is this amateur hour or what?
What do you want me to do?
You are such a child, B-Brick.
All right, let's not
he's
this is pretty silly, but
he left.
Deep breath.
Yo, Kosho got it this week. This was a bad week for these guys. Kosho got it real bad 2 days ago. Nidhug got it 5 minutes ago. B-Ball, who's next?
Listen,
me.
I'm editing this morning, Jeremy. Both Rakia and I and Bandsaw were talking to Kosho again. He got kicked to the ground again, and I'm just right now editing this stuff.
Yeah, Kosho's having a rough week. I'm gonna take it easy the weekend on him, I think. I feel bad because Kosho's kind of cool and shit, so.
Hula hoops out. Every hula hoop could drop down further than the next hula hoop.
Demox, you're hot micing.
No, I'm not. I'm talking to you.
Oh, I thought you were hot micing. What'd you say?
If you put a whole bunch of hula hoops out, bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, every hula hoop should drop down from the next hula hoop. like we were saying, you know, the great circle versus like the little area that you see in your circumference. So if you just make like a 10-mile hula hoop, 50-mile hula hoop, 70-mile, 100, 200, 3, you know, just keep making the hula hoops bigger. Every hula hoop should be dropping down from the next hula hoop on a globe. I mean,
yeah, but how do you measure the drop then? Right back to square one with knowing the R value, that the circular argument Nidhug. Did everyone hear how I exposed Nidhug's circular argument?
no, I wasn't talking about that
Catch
part.
that?
I'm just saying visually
I know,
you'd
but
be able
I
to
want to
see.
know if you guys
I wasn't
caught
here
that.
for that, so I would appreciate the play-by-play.
I'm in a less laggy area now, and Nidhug's not over talking me, so maybe I could get it out if everyone didn't hear me. We were having a refraction argument. Nidhug brought up 7/6R. Cool. Where'd you get the R from? He brought us to Eratosthenes, right? And he's like, well, light rays are parallel. Okay, how do you know the light rays are parallel? He told me you take the diameter of Earth. Okay, now we're right back to where'd you get the R value from? He later on went to say that the diameter has nothing to do with the R value, which is very weird to say that. I don't even know. I thought he misspoke or something. I don't know.
When was this, Jeremy?
This was about 20, right before B-ball. 5 minutes before
Really?
B-ball.
Oh man,
he's gonna clip that too.
I gotta go back and clip. Yeah. I got time to kill tonight.
Oh, bro, that was beautiful what happened just now. He's bringing me around in a fucking circle right back to the R value. Well, the diameter, which apparently has nothing to do with R value. I don't know. Does that make any sense to anyone?
I'm out. I'll be right back.
At the time, Jeremy, you were lagging pretty bad at the time.
I was lagging bad at the
Jeremy
time,
was
yes.
lagging. Yeah.
I was lagging, but yet, nonetheless, that is what happened.
Yeah.
We were in so.
It was just hard to understand at certain points.
I know.
He was like, I'll give you this one since you're lagging. Yeah.
No, he gave me that one because he got fucking flame broiled.
He did definitely give you it, he said.
He's burnt to a crisp right now after what just happened.
Did you just say flame broiled?
Yo, I fucking Burger King cheeseburgered his ass.
Who got whoppered?
I like that. Ooh, I like that one. He got fucking whoppered just now. For real, man, that shit was a huge, giant circle nonsense that he put me through just now. And then in the end, he said the diameter, the radius has nothing to do with the diameter. It's like, what? Yeah, you should run that back and cut that out or something. That was fucking crazy. He got it worse than Kosho did the other day, I think. I don't know. And these guys are getting worse.
What happened with Kosho the other day?
Going over some thermodynamic stuff and some Snell's law stuff, and he got. He holds these two different positions. I think it's cognitive dissonance when you hold two opposing.
Yeah.
What's the one where you hold two opposing?
That's it.
Predicting viewpoint. Yeah.
I want to go over the angle of light. So they say that, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, it's a really big number. I think the 109 Earths could fit inside the sun in their model, right? So on the diagram, they show like the light coming from the top of the sun, and it goes around behind the moon, and then from the bottom of the sun, and it goes to the top, right? Like an X. So what angle would that have to be from, we're talking 109.
It's very small. It's a very small angle. Nidhug was probably very close to the angle that they claim it is. The diagram you're looking at is probably not to scale. I didn't look at it myself, but it's probably not to scale, so it looks like a massive, massive angle, but it's really not just because it's not to scale. But still, how...
Yeah.
You
You
got
but if
some
it's
angle,
going from 109 of the Earth to 70 miles.
Dang.
You lagged through most of that, I think.
Is
that me lagging?
No, it's him. It's him.
Yeah.
Wait till you get back to the pizza shop, Hank.
If a glober ever says that the light rays are parallel, you gotta ask.
We just gotta show him a diagram of the umbra and penumbra and be like, "Look, not parallel."
Yeah,
if the sun if the sun was really, really
star.
close to Earth, wouldn't we be able to measure that? It would be a pretty easy to measure divergent light rays. If the sun
How
was
do you measure it?
Well, you would have several people on different places of the Earth and get the angle at which they're viewing the sun.
Wow.
And how do you get those people's angles? How do you get those people's angles in relation to each other?
You get on the phone and say, "Hey, what angle is the sun above the horizon at your location?" And you all do it on the same day.
Yeah, no, they're on the globe Earth or a flat Earth.
Well, they're on the flat Earth, right? Since their flat Earth is flat, right? They're on the flat Earth, and then you say you compile all that data, and you put it on a flat surface, and you put the angles on there, and see if all those angles converge to the same point.
So you think doing Eratosthenes? You think doing Eratosthenes shows you if the light rays are parallel or not?
If the sun was closer to the Earth, it'd be pretty evident that the light rays would be divergent, or actually they'd be convergent to a single point.
How do we measure the light? How do we measure the light rays to see if they're parallel or not?
I just told you.
It's a bad way Earth is light.
Sticks.
It's been done, and it's a bad way.
We get some stick. It sounded like you described Eratosthenes.
You could do that. You could do it that way.
I hear you because I don't know if you're over talking me or you're just you have this crazy amount of background noise going, bro. Are you over talking me or is it your background noise? I don't know.
Background. Maybe a bit of both.
Relax, B-ball. We got all night, bro. Are you in a rush?
No, he good.
I'm here for a few minutes.
Quick for years, there's no rush.
But yeah, you have to assume that the medium from the sun to the Earth is the same. It's isotropic or whatever have you. You don't know the medium, right? Dr. Z did this with a bunch of other people. They had like 20-something data points, and if there's atmospheric magnification, then it works out perfectly fine. Normally, if you just plot them and assume that the medium is completely the same, which we know it's not, then they won't all meet to the same place if you have like a lot of different data points.
So you mean they'll be viewing the sun at different
Basically,
locations?
you're talking about Eratosthenes on steroids, like not just 2 data points, but like a bunch of them.
You mean like how what's his name?
Well, I'll be back in a bit.
What's his name did it with like 23 people?
Yeah, you described Eratosthenes. When I asked how do we measure if the light rays are parallel, you started to describe. I feel like you're over talking me right now, or is this your background noise?
Dude, just say what you got to say, man.
I'm trying, but how can I do it when we're both talking and no one can hear either one of us? Can you control yourself or what?
I'm on mute, Jimmy. Go ahead.
I'm going to just back out and mod this. No, I'm going to back out and mod this because you need to be modded, and I'm going to let someone else take over. Go ahead, guys.
Well, I'm here. I can mod if needed, but no, B-ball, just let him talk, man. Just wait till he's finished and then jump in.
Oh my God, Jared, I'm on mute.
Shit, I don't even know what I was going to say now. I can't focus with all this ruckus.
Well, what happens is that if someone's saying something and then someone like B-ball disagrees, instead of waiting, he just interrupts, just like, no, like Zanuck does that too. You'll be in the middle of saying something and you'll just hear Zanuck go, no. So just let him finish. If you disagree, that's cool. Just let him finish and then you can respond.
Oh yeah, we were talking about
like in any.
My bad. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, we were talking about how do you know the light rays in Eratosthenes are parallel, and you explained and I said, how do we measure it? And then you go to explain on doing an Eratosthenes experiment to see if they're parallel. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
It's wrong. The Eratosthenes thing is wrong. You can prove it in 50 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. You can prove it.
Well, the same effect would occur if the light source was in our atmosphere or like right above it. So what you're saying is it doesn't prove like the distance and location of the sun.
Okay, so let's say the sun is really, really close to the Earth, and somebody in California and somebody in LA are viewing the sun, and they both take an angle to the sun. It's going to make a triangle, right?
Agreed. Yep.
Okay.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree. Who cares what this guy? Who's that? Pizzizzle?
I'm saying, Jeremy, it works on a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Works on
You're
both.
wrong, Pizzizzle.
Okay.
You can't assume the sun
go
is
ahead.
in the same position
All right,
for both people.
I'm taking back over. Percentage, you got this?
Sure. I'm here for like
Go ahead,
7
bro.
minutes.
Go ahead.
You can't assume that the sun is in the same position for both people. It's possible that they both view it from like different areas, so it wouldn't necessarily be a triangle. It would be like if you were to view it from like, you know, this omniscient kind of reference frame, it would be as if there was two suns.
I think you're wrong about that, but go ahead.
I'm asking how you measure the light rays. You're sitting here giving us all kinds of presuppositions and shit and some wonky ways on how to possibly do it, but it's not even close.
I'm not wrong about it because there's refraction. We know that there's refraction. And you'd have to assume that the refraction, that the medium is the same from, like, you know, let's say one person's, the sun is shining to the left and the other person's shining to the right. You have to assume that the sun is shining in the exact same atmosphere for both people for it to be a triangle.
Okay, let's say the sun is directly above me in one place, and then someone else is viewing the sun from their location. We would be able to predict what angles that is, right?
Say again?
If it's 90 degrees above me, and it's 45 degrees above somebody else, that's going to make a triangle, right?
Nope. Absolutely not.
The other person
Definitely
is still
not.
refracting, so you're not going to have a straight.
Definitely not going to be a.
You're not going to have a straight side.
Definitely not going to be a triangle. Yeah, definitely not going to be a triangle.
So how much refraction is there looking directly up?
I don't know. That's another good question. How would you measure that?
I don't think there is any, is there?
How do you measure it? How do you measure it, B-ball?
I mean, what do you mean? How do you measure it? How do you mean?
You said you don't think there's a lot of refraction.
Everyone knows when you look straight up, there's the most minimal refraction, if any. It's like
45 degrees. I thought you were done. My bad.
That's like if you shine a laser straight down into water, it's going to be right in the right position. But if you shine at an angle, then it's going to be bent, right?
Okay, and we were looking at 45 degrees. We were looking 45 degrees at this last observation, right? So not straight up and down.
Okay, so that 45 degrees, that's gonna make a triangle.
What?
There's going to be refraction, not a triangle.
It's going to be bent. How do you have a triangle with a bent side? A side that's curving.
But like with your own admission that the guy with the sun at his 90 is going to have the only sort of accurate observation.
Actually, by his admission, he said it would be minimal, so he doesn't even know what's going to be. He said minimal, if any. That just shows that he doesn't know.
All right. So me and Jose actually did this live. So I'm going to go ahead and post a video for you guys. You can check it out if you want, but I got to go.
Swear to God, man, this shit's getting nuttier and nuttier. I feel like this is like I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I'm in a Truman Show or something.
Rookies, man.
There's literally no point in the shadow thing. It's like having the shadow in your room, not moving, and you just get the reading no matter where you're at. It doesn't. It's not pretty much it. Not unless they have a close sun and a real far sun. So like use your room, then go outside and use the real sun. See the difference, close and local.
I feel like this shit can't be. This shit can't be real. Like somebody literally just told me that the diameter has nothing to do with the R value. Like I don't know. Are they really here just to like fuck with us?
And if the sun doesn't really move its position and the Earth's spinning, and you got one building 800 miles from the X, that's a pretty significant tilt from vertical to on its side, horizontal. And you would get a horizontal shadow from that building, not a straight up and down one. Sorry, Globe.
This shit just keeps getting crazier and crazier, man. Yo, somebody's got to go clip that shit where he said the diameter has nothing to do with the R value. That's fucking gold right there.
Simply because they're using it's just math that doesn't have anything to do with it. Doesn't really, it's nothing to do with shit, but an outside 360-degree circle, really. They don't have to point out anything but that. They don't have to know anything.
The diameter is the R value times 2. It definitely, the diameter always has something to do with the radius.
No, in real life, yeah, but not on a piece of paper. They just got a circle they keep telling you about the math of. That's all they're doing.
Bro, if you have a circle and a diameter and an R, they're directly related, intimately. On paper, in reality, anything. Diameter, R value. R times 2.
That's something they don't, I mean, it's just a paper circle of 360, but that's all they're doing. I mean,
Like that would, throw that shit on TikTok, bro. We gotta start making TikToks, Gio. Because this one chick's having debates on there, and I see she's got a nice panel sometimes with a lot of people. Like we could throw this shit up on TikTok or something. Bandsaw was saying $90 will get you all the viewers, all the followers you need. I got 5 on it. Remember this shit?
Yeah. $90. What is like a bot account or what?
Yeah, probably some kind of bot. I think they do phone farms where they'll just have like 1,000, thousands of fucking TikToks or Twitter accounts or Facebook accounts, and you can just buy like followers or YouTube views or whatever you want, right?
I guess that refracted philosophy server got shut down today. Anybody else notice that?
So did Betty's over at Oakley's QE's.
Yeah,
I heard that shit got shut down.
I didn't know about Oakley's until Zanuck came in and said about it, because I first jumped on Discord and it told me about refracted philosophies. That's all the warning gave me. It was like, this channel's being taken down basically because the anti-vax ideas basically. But I didn't know about Nathan's.
Oakley's is gone too?
Yeah.
Misinformation.
Is that what the Globers do when they get mad? They report everything?
That's what I thought, but I would have thought they would have done that ages ago. Maybe they just finally got round to the complaint. Who knows?
Either way, guys, be careful.
Is it like YouTube where if enough Globers all complain, then they'll just shut it down without checking?
I think Gio's got to be aware of that now, because we've got to kind of keep away from.
We've been aware. That's why we've been shutting down the C talk, the Mexican beer shit talk.
Fair enough. But yeah, I didn't expect that. I almost want to boycott Discord now and find a better platform.
They control what you can say, what you can think. What's next?
Yo, Gio, them pic. I tried to send you two things earlier. It didn't send them. I just resent them. It failed for some reason. I don't know why, but it looks like it went through now.
When they draw a circle on paper, the only reason they don't need to, every circle has a center point. That's not what I'm saying. Like every dartboard has like a center. I'm not arguing that or a ball or a sphere. What I'm saying is once they draw that circle and tell you that's their value of the outside, now they don't need the inside anymore because they already have the outside value, which is the surface that they're going by. So in his mind, he doesn't have to explain or go over shit because they've already clarified the outside to themselves, and that's what they're going by, the outside surface of it, not necessarily the inside anymore. You see what I'm saying? The first dude had to use the
I
R
don't
because
see it.
that's where they got it from. But once you draw that circle, you're done. Like now they're going by the outside. I understand what you're saying, but they don't care.
No,
They always have
they're
to cut
not
their
going by the
globe a lot.
outside. They're not going
They
by the
always have to
outside.
cut
He
their-
was using a diameter. He was using a diameter. That's the inside.
Every
Just
shape
don't,
has a
Denmark.
center point, but
Denmark.
that's not the point here at all. Every shape
Yeah,
has
the
a center
point was
point.
he
That's
was.
not the argument. If they want to tell you about the outside of the cube, they're not going to tell you about the center anymore. Do you understand that? There's that. I mean, you get why they say that?
That's where they take their measurements
You're
from.
wrong though. The argument had to do with the diameter not having anything to do with the radius, which we know is nonsense, and it's all the inside of the circle.
Because he told you
Denmark,
he
I'm
doesn't
not
need it.
arguing with you with this. I don't even know what. You got me,
Because
Denmark.
they
You
made
won.
their mind up that it's a parabola
Yeah.
or a circle, so they don't have to prove it to you. Is what I'm telling you. It's
You
not that
got
they
me.
don't
Yeah.
really need to prove it. I think they need to
Yeah.
prove it too, but they're not gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should always dig down to the center and prove what it is. I mean, that's a definite.
Mic check, mic check.
What up, Matrix?
Yeah,
What up?
and not just dig down to the center, but dig all the way down so that they can know that the center is in the middle. You know, you have to dig all the way.
If you get to the center, yeah, if you dig down and you're like, okay, we're at the center, how the fuck do you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Because there's gonna be a neon sign that says,
You
"Hey,
have to
what?"
come out the other side and then measure the center of that pole.
There's gonna be a giant neon sign that says, "Hey, you're in the center of the earth."
No, you know how they would
No,
know
you're
you'd
gonna
be
find the
floating.
Tootsie Roll there.
You'd be floating at the center, and if you dug down to the center of the globe, right, you'd be floating.
They say you'll get thrown.
Oh
back
no,
up.
you wouldn't. You really wouldn't be
Nah,
able
man,
to tell because
you'd be floating.
no, depending on where you're at. Like if you're on a really big thing and you're just a little dot on like a huge thing you can't see the edge of ever, you're never the center. Really, that's true. That's actually true.
Listen to me. If you go to the center of the globe, you're not going to fall or get thrown out. You're going to go up. You're going to fall upwards. You see, think? Who said you're going to go up or get thrown out?
No, I'm saying that's what they all say. Like once you go past the center, that you'll be flipped the other way around, isn't it? That's their spiel, isn't it? And apparently, there's no gravity at the center as well. So, yeah.
I don't think you'll be able to get to the center. Like hypothetically, it'll be so dense that think of when you're in the water and you're deep enough. It's so hard to swim down more because you're so buoyant, right? So imagine that like times a billion. You're not gonna, if you somehow magically warp into the center, you're instantly gonna float up. You're gonna be so buoyant, you're out of there.
Even if it's just air,
you're gonna float up.
Float in air.
Hell yeah.
Hold on. Anyone thinking you're gonna go up? Hold on.
If it's like molten, if it's solid, you're just gonna be stuck there.
And that's assuming you don't find some crazy civilization down there digging all the way down.
Let's pretend you got a clear-cut hole through the globe, right? And you jump down, right? You might get thrown up the other way a little bit, then you're going to go back down. Eventually, you'd find yourself just floating in the middle.
No, you're gonna fall all the way down compared to where you've dug, and you're gonna fucking hurt yourself.
Yeah, if you
Like,
dug,
what
it's
are
gonna
you
be
guys
air.
talking about?
The medium's gonna be air, so you're just gonna fall all the way through.
You're gonna hurt
Okay, you
yourself.
dig a hole. You dig a hole. Listen, you get a 10-foot wide hole going the whole way through the center of the globe, and then you jump in it.
Splat.
Flat to what? There's a clear-cut hole the whole way through the whole globe. There's
all
nothing
the
to
way
hit.
through. All the way through.
Yeah,
right?
the whole way. The whole way. You'd be floating in the middle.
Bungee jump. You kind of bungee through the middle, yeah.
Yeah, I think you might be floating in there in the middle.
I think you'll just probably fall forever.
No, you'd fall past it, past the center, and then you'd rebound back towards the center, then past it and back towards it like a bungee cord.
How do we know we can get to the bottom of the earth? How do we know that there's a bottom? How do we know there's a bottom?
That's assuming there's a bottom at all.
According to percentage, we would float into the air at some point going down. We just start floating because of the density.
And in Jeremy's
The
hypothetical,
floating was because of like I was imagining it being molten, being buoyant. But if it's air, yeah, you're gonna fall. You're gonna pass the center point. You're gonna rebound back, and it's gonna keep on like getting small and small. And at some point, you're just gonna be floating right in the center.
You'd orbit
the
it.
center of gravity.
What's going on, man?
Who thinks all the gravity would be so strong it would pull your arm and leg apart this way, pull your
It would rip you
leg
apart
this
like a
way, your
starfish.
head that way.
For the people that think it's crazy, you guys aren't
Stretch
like,
Armstrong.
you're not considering that it's a globe in this hypothetical. If it's a globe, that means there's something keeping this globe together. That means gravity's real. That means that you're gonna fall towards the center.
So why are we playing? Why are we playing make believe? I didn't want to play make believe.
Well, it's a hypothetical.
Travis.
I have a different.
Can you go back and clip that?
If you go in the center of Earth, you'll become the R value.
I have a question, a different
It
topic.
did not make any sense, Democ. That made zero sense. Go ahead, Matrix.
That was funnier than every joke I've ever heard.
Any of you guys know what's going on with the Nathan Oakley server? No more Nathan Oakley?
I don't know. That server got shut down.
No, I think you just got banned.
Oh, we should have used that. We'll get the next person like that. Remind me.
Yeah, you guys asked out. I already heard people talking about it. I'm just asking because you guys are usually in the know.
Yeah, I just found out about it a couple of hours ago from Bread. Thanks, Bread. And yeah, I don't think it'll put an end to the show. Just have another server up by tomorrow, probably.
Like I haven't checked, but I don't think there's anything wrong with his YouTube, and that's his bread and butter. So.
But can anybody just make a server, or aren't there like accounts on YouTube that anybody could just make one?
Yeah, anyone can make a Discord server. You can do it, and like he could get almost everything back except for all the uploaded files. Like the history log is lost. But as far as setting up a new one, you could do it in 2 hours if you're pretty good. You know, get all.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Oakley just sets up his own server after this because, you know, he makes a living off of this. I don't know why he'd want this in anyone else's hands. That way you can be sure that.
To be honest, I don't think he has the time. I think he'll probably just get another server and he'll just not allow the Globers in there because they've obviously reported it. Like someone else said, that was my first thought.
That's what I would do. I would just make my own Discord server if I was Oakley or QE or something. Because them guys, you know, they do their shows through there, so you gotta have one.
Just a
I don't know, maybe you could do it on Telegram.
They'll report vaccine information shit.
By the way, I was told that his wasn't the only Flat Earth server that got taken down today. So it was sort of a reporting of a few different places all at once.
It was 3 other places, which kind of makes me think that there was like a connecting factor to all 3 of those servers getting shut down, meaning like one specific person. Either that or somebody snitched on somebody and that somebody got looked into on all the servers they're interacting with and maybe what's gone on throughout, you know, a course of time. and maybe the fact that the servers were allowing this person to interact on a certain level. That's my assumption.
So,
Yeah, I can tell you what was
hold
in
on.
common.
Sorry, Crypto, you've been trying to get in.
Yeah, I can tell you what's in common with those three servers is butthurt Globers, and unfortunately, that's not something you're going to be able to get rid of unless you ban virtually all of them, which they will complain about, right? So unfortunately, they have made it so that we are in a catch-22 where we either have to ban them so that they don't get our servers banned, or they need to just start behaving. Now, I don't know which one they're going to choose, but I doubt it's the second one.
It might not be that. It might not be because of butthurt Glover. It's possible, but who knows?
It usually is, though. Like Queen of Trolls, like what else does she do other than report people and shit on people? Like I've never heard her partake in conversation.
There's a Queen of Trolls?
No, I'm just saying. Look at how they are in this server. Even like Gems people, they come in here like they're the most disgusting and vile kind of globe earthers. They're the kind who report you.
You just reminded me, though.
Yeah.
I meant it in a sense because there's a guy called Shield versus Shield. So I thought when you said the Queen of Trolls, I thought that was like an actual channel.
It's a woman. It's a Kiwi woman who comes in here and just shits on everything and then reports you if you talk back to her.
Oh, kind of like that crazy chick that used to hang around on fucking what's her name? Q something. That used to hang around Jose JG's.
I never heard Queen of the Trolls in here.
Yeah, she did come in here, Jeremy, a couple days ago. Yeah. I want to say, I don't know if it was Monday or Tuesday or something, but somebody messaged me and said, hey, could you unban Queen of Trolls? And I said, no, she's never even been banned. I don't think she's ever even been on this server. So anyway, she joined and then she came in the VC and it was sort of a thing with Rakia. It was a bit of a shit show, but yeah. Oh, but the main thing she came in, there was some shit showery with some past history that she's had, doxing Rakia and some other stuff. But she basically came in to ask if Witsit and I would go over to Gems and debate the ether, and that she would give us mod rolls. So it was like and basically Witsit and I were both like, no, dude, we left that server. We're not going back there. And a bunch of other people said the same.
Same here. So she asked Nate to ask us to go in there and do the same thing for like 9/11 stuff. And also, she pretends to have mod roles, but she's never a mod. She doesn't have mod roles. She just uses her influence to get people banned or muted.
Yeah, I think she does now, is what I've heard. But she has a mod role.
Oh,
I couldn't care less. So what were the other servers that went down? I heard Hammer's server, which you guys said there were. Which were the other?
Fracted Philosophy. And then it was Matthias's server and Oakley's server.
Okay. And then they don't give any reason for it? They just...
You violated community guidelines.
They sent an email out.
If you get the center of gravity, it'll shrink you. That'd be the incredible gravity shrinking ray.
It says examples of the content included but are not limited to anti-vaccination content, medically unsupported and dangerous cures for disease, content that distorts information about disease, and any other content that could hinder the resolution of public health emergency.
Basically, anything that goes against the mainstream media is, and you guys know this, anything that goes against the mainstream.
I just chucked it in the chat, innit? I screenshotted it earlier because when I jumped on Discord today, it told me about it, warning about Refracted Philosophy channel. But it didn't give me any warning about the others, so they were obviously already deleted before I jumped on.
That happened to my Great Reset server. It was banned for misinformation, same way.
What's up with the
if you post anything about the World Economic Forum? Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
What's up with the Great Reset? Flat Earth Data was in here talking about it last night. I had to go, but he was saying it was just technological advancements. Is there more to it, or you think they're gonna like some cataclysmic event is gonna happen, or like what?
No, it's more about going onto a digital currency and a one world system. The Great Reset is like a book Klaus Schwab wrote that the World Economic Forum is trying to implement.
Are they going to reset the whole financial monetary system? Like, are my dollars going to be worthless?
Did you hear about what the Vatican?
I'm not exactly sure how.
Vatican's asking for all their
What'd they
money
say?
back, dude, and their banks and shit, supposedly.
Yo, Vatican's got $60 billion in investments across various. I think that might be just one thing.
Yeah, they're trying to get all their money back for some weird reason. I don't know.
Yeah, let's not forget the whole bunch of gold they have. Also, the statues, fucking gold, all the gold accessories they have every fucking where.
Oh, they probably got gold bullion fucking buried in their Vatican City, right in their library next to all the secret shit they don't let anyone know. I'd love to get in the Vatican. If I was king of the world, the first thing I would do would be to raid the Vatican vaults, the libraries, and all the museum vaults too, the Smithsonian and shit, all the vaults.
Dude, I'll tell you this much. In DR, in the Dominican Republic, there's this famous church that people just go and leave like their jewelry and around like the statues. They go and they put the jewelries on the statues. So this is a church in the Dominican Republic, right? It's a big church. There's gold everywhere. People just go and leave their shit. I could imagine the type of shit that they do in the Vatican. All the shit that they just leave around because it's the Vatican, all the gold and all that shit. Because I don't know what is with churches and gold, but they definitely love that shit.
The Vatican's the richest organization in the world, I think.
Yeah, I told you they got 60 billion in fucking assets. That's not counting the land. If you counted the land and the buildings they own, they're probably in the trillions, dude. There's a Catholic church everywhere. I got like 5 or 10 Catholic churches just in a small radius around me.
If you also consider the priceless artifacts they have that are quite literally priceless, like you can't put a price to them.
Like all of the world's history that they have locked in a vault somewhere.
Well,
yeah.
The Vatican owns a lot of land, real estate, so that a lot of the assets that they have is actually, like properties that they
The
own.
land's got to be. That's what I just said. The land and the buildings got to be worth fucking trillions.
Yeah.
Just like the Queen's land and buildings, for sure. That's where they put their or money. Yeah.
They don't have
like
any fucking
companies like BlackRock, they have under management supposedly like $10 trillion. So when you talk about like stocks and pieces of companies or owning complete companies, BlackRock, it's in a sense bigger on paper. But when you look at the land and the actual real property, I think the Vatican is definitely way bigger.
Yeah, I don't know how you would add up all the.
So if you go to like Google and type in Vatican money, you'll see the memo. Basically, the Pope is asking for everyone to put their money back into the bank, like immediately.
It's BlackRock and Vanguard.
What's that?
BlackRock and Vanguard literally own every corporation on Earth.
Yeah, BlackRock's pretty powerful.
Yep.
I got a bunch of Vanguard stocks.
But that's
if you
just
look at
kind
the
of
Pfizer shit.
That's like telling something's
own it?
happening. Like the fact that the Vatican is openly coming out and asking for all investors abroad to like pull your money back to the Vatican should tell you something.
Aren't they like investment firms and like hedge funds that are basically managing like the pensions and everyone else's money? They don't actually own it, right?
No, nobody. Those people, they don't own things, because when you own things, you become liable for those things. That means that you have to pay taxes for those things. They deal with controlling things, not owning.
Yeah, management.
How much does a gravity chamber need to pull to make a sphere out of something? That's a good question, right?
Mm.
What did you just say? I don't know. Don't you know what? I don't know.
The Globers have it figured out. There's a mathematical equation that tells you how big you have to have a mass to make a ball. It's a little bit bigger than the moon with the consistency of the Earth. It'll start forming into a ball. The math is all worked out.
Heck yeah.
That's why
Good math, bro.
if you drop Skittles into this to ISS, it won't just form a ball. It needs to have a certain amount of mass to form that ball. Like a lot of mass, like the size of a moon.
I posted it in Livestream 1 if anybody wants to see it.
What's mass?
Of course, we have an asteroid belt that has sufficient mass to build a planet, but for whatever reason, that one's not
Mass?
pulling
What's
back
that?
together.
Yeah,
so maybe it doesn't work in space because of dark matter.
I was about to mention the asteroid belt.
Yeah, because dark matter, that would never come back into a planet. But for every other purpose, the Cavendish does work, except for the asteroid belt.
In a galaxy that's this young or old, you'd think that the asteroid belt would have either formed a planet already, or all the pieces would have settled and it would have reached a point of equilibrium. But that's the main theory. Like, there was a massive collision between two planets, like the Sumerian mythology.
Nibiru? Talking about Nibiru
Yeah.
and shit?
Yeah, they say that whizzed by our solar system and created the asteroid belt and perhaps the moon and things like that.
No, I don't believe that one bit. I do entertain the idea that the masses somehow split, like the land, like if it was one giant giant cloud of land, and for some reason it just divided itself. I'm more inclined to believe that than fucking planets smashing into each other and shit.
If you think about it, smaller planets would be sucked into Uranus.
You need smashing for life to happen, you know?
That's what she said.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
But that's kind of gay. They say the balls, smashing balls, make things happen. Like, that's kind of gay to me.
2022, everything is gay.
We need to make the Kerr Observatory. 200 mile through the water observatory. Watch the sun go, make it a 33 degree. And watch the sun and moon when they hit it. Past that, when they go down past the horizon, just wait a little bit. And then lo and behold, look in your tube. There they are.
Who do you guys think that the people from the Vatican are subservient to?
Satan.
Who knows, bro? Who knows?
I know.
They could be the one.
Satan.
I think there's the concept of old world money, right? I mean, there were people, sure, they weren't trillionaires, but with the value that money held back then, they were a millionaire, which meant more then than being a trillionaire now. And this rich person dies or whatever, and then you get some phony baloney story about, I don't know, their sons and daughters argued over it and lost it on lawyer fees or whatever. But I think when Forbes gives you the top 5 richest men in the world, I think they aren't shit compared to some real motherfuckers out there. With the ones with the real money, they don't get put on that list.
That's actually right.
The really rich people definitely would not want to be on that list for obvious reasons. They would have their money broken up into different trusts and various investments all over the place, and you'd never be able to even calculate it all.
A pinpoint where they have their money. Of course, listen, that whole
do you think they'd be
Google
immune
finance.
from ego?
Hold on, percentage. Hold on. That whole Google being able to track people's money, looking into the law stuff and how it works and how accounting works, I realized that is a completely made up thing. They could never tell how much money Rihanna has, how much money they could never. It is impossible because the amount of private equity that these people have, they can't. And it isn't like famous people are just inviting Google to the house to run their receipts and shit to check what they have and they don't have. You know what I'm saying? So that shift that you hear on Google to Google is absolutely garbage. There is no accuracy.
How do you
there.
know?
Oh, for sure. But I'm sure you could
How do you know if somebody has?
Sorry, go on.
How do you know if somebody has? How do you know if somebody has $1 trillion worth of gold buried in their basement? I mean, the people that think they know how much money someone else has are the people that, some of these Globers who knows what happens behind every door on Earth.
Right, they might know what they declare. They might know what they declare.
Exactly. It's a facade. It's a facade.
But
Because the more that they can declare, the more that they declare,
all the bank records in North America are not private.
You got to understand.
The government has
most
funds
people
with FinTrack. They could trace any transaction through multiple banks. So if it's
but that's the public side. Most artists they are aware that there's a private side and that there's a public side. So I wouldn't run my business through the public side because the IRS is gonna go through every one of my fucking inquiries with a fine toothbrush, right? I would run it through the private side and simply report what I want them to think I have.
What do you mean run it?
And like I said, you would never know if they had $1 trillion worth of gold bullion buried in their basement. No bank knows what you got in your house.
You would if they could track your cell phone. How'd you pay for that? Most people use their cell phone to send text messages and shit like that. So if they can track your cell phone, they can probably find out all your personal information.
I'll tell you how they would have got that gold. They could have got it handed down to them through generations, built up over centuries or decades or whatever. They could
just doing business outside of government's eyes. That's it. You don't have to. I mean, right now, if I wanted to, I could start fixing motorcycles for silver. I'm not yelling, bro. That's just the tone of my voice. If I wanted to right now,
Jay, you'd have to do
only cash. He's got a good point though.
Hold on. Let me finish. If I wanted to right now, I could start fixing motorcycles and just start taking silver, and the government would never know how much silver I will have. You understand? Artists and these famous people, they could do shows, they could do music, all of that. They could do it privately, and the government would never know. So how would they even know how much money they have?
So check this out real quick. You can buy a mine. And, someone knows that I bought a gold mine. Yeah, but you don't have to tell them how much gold you got out of it. All they know on the record is that you spent $10,000 buying a property. They don't know about you extracting resources out of that property.
There's so many ways to keep your money. There's so many ways to keep your money on the low.
I'm sure there's all licenses with that though, and then you'd have to declare what you actually mined out of the ground and all that bullshit. So you probably have to
declare shit.
Well,
there's so many ways you could keep money off the books. There's so many ways you could keep money off the books. I mean, it's not even funny, especially nowadays. But even before, it's not tough. Like I said, no one knows what happens behind.
Rich people have books talking about these kind of things. Right? They find it kind of interesting how they get to like hide money from the IRS, because there's a thing called tax avoidance and tax evading, right? There's like two different things. You could align your paperwork in a way that you don't inquire a tax, which is completely legal, right? But if you're avoiding taxes, those are two different things. So what the elites do supposedly is that they find a way to evade paying taxes, so the IRS could not come after them.
Yeah, that's like Netflix had like $0 in taxes like last year, where.
And that's why Donald Trump supposedly paid the shit that he paid for taxes. It's because, to tell you the truth, every time them politicians come to you guys and tell you guys, oh, tax the rich, it is absolutely a joke on you. There is no such thing as taxes the rich. The elite do not pay taxes. The poor people, you and me, the peasants, we pay taxes.
You can also set up a charity in someone else's name, but you and them both understand it's coming back to you at the end of the day. Oh, I donated $1 million to this charity. No, I mean, just publicly, like, oh, I donated $1 million to this charity. My name, I'm not associated with this charity, but, I just go up to the owner of that charity and say, hey, you're going to give me all my money back. Here's a little tip for you. And now on the record,
Charities for
it
them.
looks.
Usually the charity belongs to them as well. So while the media tells you, oh, this guy's so nice, he donated everything to charity. What they don't tell you is it's his fucking charity. It's his fucking family running the charity.
Do you guys know
how thick is that? And then the media report it. But I thought you guys were out trust for a minute though, because that's a way to get money, isn't it?
One six at a time.
Also, art. I also found out that the entire business of art, it is almost completely a racketeering business. Almost all of it is laundry. It's laundry.
They use that to evade taxes big time. They'll cousin paint a picture, right? They'll have one of their art friends. They'll buy it for $1 million. They'll have one of their art friends appraise it at $20 million, and now they get a however much it was worth, $20 million tax write off, even though it's fucking nothing. They buy it for $1 million or $100,000 or something.
Yep.
Art is a huge tax evasion racketeering
Matrix
scheme. Yeah.
That's the second time I heard racketeering today, which is funny. But I understood it better when I heard it earlier today. And when you said it, there wasn't any context to it. Could you explain to me, just so I know better, what racketeering is?
Hold on, let me get you the definition so I could do a better job with that.
Sure. Well, thanks, Ben.
It's just
without the definition, I would take a swing at it and say it's something like a criminal enterprise making money with the facade of it being a legal business. That is what I would say racketeer. That is what I would say racketeering is.
Whatever. The art thing is a huge friggin' tax evasion scam thing, whatever you want to call it. That's how the rich get out of paying taxes sometimes with art. Matrix was right. And they do it just how I described it. They buy a bullshit painting for $100,000, have it appraised for $20 million by their art dealer friend. They slip him a few bucks. Now they donate it to charity, and now they got a $20 million tax write-off.
How about they're making us pay for cow's farts?
What do you got going on over there?
The methane fine.
And yet science tells us at the same time, in the great oceans, there's so much methane coming out of the ocean, it could never compare to the minute amount coming off the Earth itself.
Yeah, say we all switch to electric cars.
The most gases come out of the ocean. That's where most of our gas comes from, is the ocean. Yeah.
Saying, and
I believe that's why.
And then a volcano
I believe
erupts.
that's why the ocean. I believe that's why the ocean level dictates the pressure. Right, it's always 14.7 at sea level. That's where all the gases come from, pretty much. Not all of them, but that's where most of the gases come from, is the ocean.
What they're saying, though, Jeremy, is those gases are trapped in the oceans and that they're coming out at a very minute rate. And the way that we're heating up the atmosphere is going to make the oceans warm up, and all that gas is going to come out. And it's just going to be the end of the world.
It's already coming out, and it's not minute. It's already coming out. It's not minute. It makes up most of where our gas comes from.
You're right.
Isn't like the carbon emission of a volcano eruption like thousands of years worth of traffic, like
Yep,
cars,
you're right.
cars. I mean,
100%.
Wait, what is it? What's going on?
Like one super volcano or a caldera going off is the equivalent of thousands of years of human pollution, unhampered too. Like the Earth is always trying to seek equilibrium and is always cleaning up and scrubbing the atmosphere. So one volcano is the equivalent to just years and decades of our pollution.
Yeah, we ain't doing shit. The Earth used to be in an ice age. And that shit melted. We weren't around heating the planet up. The planet's going to do what it's going to do. You feel me? Like we're not running the show here.
Yeah, this is why I always laugh, because it's always since records begin. Well, when the fuck was that, and how is that long enough to determine what the cycles of Earth are? You know, it's a fucking joke.
100%.
Earth gets cooler and Earth gets hotter naturally without human influence because the ice. I mean, they believe in the ice age, so we weren't driving around cars and mass farming and all this stuff. So how'd that heat up? Because the Earth does what it does.
We're still coming out of the Younger Dryas. Like we're still in a warming period. Like the ice caps.
Don't start talking that Younger Dryas shit. You're gonna get me on my Graham Hancock shit.
Oh yeah, I love Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson.
Them guys are good. Yeah.
We're just lucky that we put an end to all those roaming bison and buffalo that used to roam America. If we didn't get rid of those, man, the world's probably over already. We saved it just by the skin of our teeth right there. Oh boy.
We have to put a disclaimer. We have to put a disclaimer on all of the global warming talk, just to make sure that it's only imagination. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We're all just discussing a story I'm writing about a parallel universe right now.
I don't know if it's only imagination. I wouldn't put it past the government entities like HARP and whatever. I wouldn't put it past them to create storms or whatever and be like, "Oh, look at the frequency of tornadoes we have. Look, it's global warming." So it's not all in our imagination. They purposefully exaggerate how warm it is. That like any other year, 25 degrees would have been normal, but for some reason this year they're like, "Oh my god, it's 25 degrees. Look at how red the map looks." It's the map is so red, you know. They make it look like it's an extreme temperature, but you look at the 10-year average and it's been 25 for 10 years.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, like, for me though, first time I've ever experienced 40 degrees in England. Yeah, so we are getting warmer temperatures, but it's not a surprise when you've got more population and more buildings that hold the heat. You know, it's not rocket science.
It's also not a surprise.
Every time they make a road. My bad. Go ahead.
No, every time they make a road, go ahead.
Yeah, every time you build a new road, that's more black shit. That's going to absorb and hold more heat. So, and where do you think they put all these thermometers? They put them in the cities and shit right next to all this black shit, all these streets we got laid out, and all the thermal mass that's now holding all this extra heat.
Hey Jeremy, that's racist. Are you blaming black people for global warming?
Yeah, we know what we've got to do.
No, it's not. But the Earth might be getting warmer, but it's not due to us because the Earth just gets warmer and colder on its own.
Yeah, I'd say that there might be more extreme weather. There might be more extreme weather, but whether or not that's man-made or not is my question.
It's not true. They did well, as far as you can trust these studies, they did a study about 3 years ago on extreme weather, and they found that there was less extreme weather now than there was 30 years ago. What's interesting is, I don't know if any of you guys actually ever listened to my podcast, but I did an episode with Zanuck on global warming, quote unquote, and we talked about a lot of these issues around simply recording the temperature Now, there's the main issue is just that you don't have enough places to record temperature. There's like a thermometer. I can't remember what the exact figure was that we came up with, but it was something like one in every 50,000 square miles or something. Which is nowhere near enough thermometers. It would be like having a mansion and putting a thermometer in the corner of one of the rooms and saying the mansion is this temperature, right? We just don't have enough thermometers to even know what the actual temperature is. So how are you going to make any statements past that if you can't even record it properly?
That's another good point. That's another good point. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're trying to talk about it in the whole. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
You know that they make it rain twice a week in Saudi Arabia, and that they like a conspiracy theory out there is that they can control weather systems, like push a hurricane in a direction that they want, or create, like, say, a high pressure zone so that it pulls in a cloud system. Like we kind of know what cloud seeding is, and how they say clear the rain for the Olympics, like in China. Like, these are known technologies that 100% exist.
I wouldn't put it past them, and I wouldn't put it past some disasters that have happened be due to them getting it wrong, you know.
Sure. I'm talking about just known science. Like, according to mainstream science, it's cloud seeding. We know and understand that they can make it rain in Saudi Arabia twice a week.
They claim they can make it rain or not make it rain, because, I mean, we were talking about this earlier. You can buy, if you're having a wedding or some kind of special event outside or something, there's companies you can go buy a day, say, hey, I don't want it to rain this day. They say, okay, it's like $100,000, and it's guaranteed your money back not to make it rain that day.
Yeah, they did it during the Olympics. Like, this is a known technology. Anyway, to further the point along, if they made it not rain in California like several weeks in a row, they could trick all of California into thinking that there's a drought season.
They create a drought. Yeah,
exactly. So they could make it a drought. So technically, they are getting extreme weather for their location. They're getting a drought. However, the rest of the world is like, all the temperatures are the same, right?
Not only that, they can charge them then more for the water, put the water bills up, you know,
and shut off their energy if they're using too much. Yeah.
Oh, the Hoover Dam. They had to shut the Hoover Dam down, didn't they, recently? All the generators at the Hoover Dam, you know how much electricity that's supplied for that whole region?
I didn't know that they did that.
Yeah, I kept hearing things about this, but what was it? Was there apparently an explosion or something there?
No, the water level was so low they had to shut the generators. There's no water flow. The water level was below the generators. That's what I heard, anyways. I don't know how 100% that is, but
remember that
conversation. Fact check me.
Jeremy, remember the conversation way back on Brandon's channel where they were talking about the Japanese have the technology to make like a fake sun and fake stars, just in case you had enough money for it on the night or the day.
100%. I heard that as well.
Oh, I forgot that one. I thought it was Germany.
They said they could make a second sun.
I thought it was China.
Was it Japan or Germany?
It was either Japan or China.
It was Japan.
No, I don't know. I think it was either Germany or something over there. You sure? You guys sure?
I heard that for sure.
I remember seeing a story.
Can Germany make a fake sun?
I remember a story about the Chinese moving like 500 villagers out of this village because they wanted the grounds to test their artificial sun or whatever.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely that was in the news like last year.
China has this thing where it has a bunch of mirrors all around this tower, and it reflects the sun to this tower, making it basically like an artificial sun.
Oh, that's how they get solar. They do that in tons of places to get solar power. They'll have a whole bunch of mirrors in a field all focused at one point on a tower in the middle, and then they'll use it to like boil liquid and get the heat energy off it for electricity. Yeah.
Yeah. China has apparently like a really big one, maybe the biggest one. I don't know.
Bro, China got the biggest dam. China has a dam so big. They said when they made it, I think it slowed down the rotation of Earth by a fraction of a second or something. I'm not even joking. Look into China's dam and how it's slowed.
I felt it. Didn't you guys feel that a couple years ago?
You felt it? No doubt.
I had to take a step forward and catch myself.
Oh, true.
Funny.
Yeah, but
It's
no,
really
that
fun,
was the claim that they. Go ahead.
What the guy was saying about California and having this like artificial drought season. It's really funny that that's actually the plot of a cartoon that was made about 20 years ago, where this villain, he has superpowers, and he's a sandman, and he can absorb moisture or redirect it. And so he goes to a town and creates an artificial drought there, and kind of puts himself in a position where he's like the supplier of water, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you want to look into conspiracy theories that the Illuminati like kind of put into the ether, like the ones that they make obvious, like classic cartoons are a great way to see that. You'll see like exact control mechanisms that they plan on implementing.
I've seen some crazy shit in those.
Yeah.
I've seen some crazy shit in those old black and white cartoons. Yeah.
100%. The MK Ultra.
I think we did one on Brandon's show one night. Yeah, I think we did one of those on Brandon's show one night.
Yeah, I've seen a documentary on all the crazy Disney stuff back in the day, and it's like an easy way to put it out there so that the parents can see it. I don't know, while they're watching with the kids. I don't know what they were targeting. But yeah.
Have you ever seen Bimbo's Initiation? Old black and white cartoon?
No.
Man, it's a good one. It's hella trippy, and
maybe if I saw it, I don't know the names.
There's a Tom and Jerry one where it's like mind control, and I swear it's so like esoteric and scary. But
yeah, you guys got to watch Bimbo's Initiation when you find time, dude. I mean, they used to just put it in your face back then. Really obvious.
DM it to me, Gandhi.
I will. Yeah, you got to.
You've heard of the Pinocchio, like the island of kids there, or is it Pinocchio?
Yep.
Yeah,
it's Pinocchio.
That's a fucked up scene. Like, it's quite literally saying that they take them, they're never seen again, and when they come back, they're not the same, And it's like for naughty little boys and shit.
And how old is that film?
I don't know.
Pretty old.
Like 70 years old. Like it's like exactly what Epstein did, but it's in a cartoon that's super old.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, scarring me for a bit. Watching that as a kid, man, that was just like, what the fuck? How is this for kids, man?
Yeah, that was scary when you were a kid. Like, oh no, they're turning
why are they
into
turning
donkeys.
into donkeys? What's happened? What's in that cigar that they're smoking, man?
Yeah, and what goes on that island? Yeah. It's called Pleasure Island in Pinocchio, 1940. Pleasure Island, the sinister purpose of Pleasure Island. As for the artificial droughts and things, like, it's a very scary situation. Like, they can trick people into thinking global warming or global cooling is happening.
Not only that, you can control like the food supply, wildfires, all types of shit. Right?
Yeah,
you create a crazy drought in Cali.
Yeah, with that point,
agriculture.
they can pick on certain companies, couldn't they? They could literally target certain companies.
They burnt like half of Australia a few years ago, and then a little bit after that, they did it to California, and there was like many conspiracy theories about directed energy weapons. Right? You'd see the lawn, the house is completely burnt out, but the tree next to the house is green. You know.
So
And I've
about
seen
Pinocchio.
shit where
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Shit where people they'll have a wildfire rip through their whole area, and every house will be burnt down, but theirs, because they claim to have turned their sprinkler system on, so their shit didn't even get touched by the fire.
Yep.
So I mean, maybe if somebody had a sprinkler system on one side and it protected the tree, I'm just saying, like, it could happen. No,
I was looking into it prior to the Australian wildfires, and during and after, and there was just little things here and there about like railway systems that they wanted to implement, and
Yeah, I saw that.
future projects that they kind of wanted to implement. So I just took it all as a grain of salt and moved on.
Yeah, like for me, I'm still unsure about directed energy weapons, but then with the how melted the cars were was a bit of a like, that's a bit weird, you know. Like, it's not really a normal fire, but still.
Yeah, and then when you get into that conspiracy, they throw in 9/11 and directed energy weapons there, and I'm still under the impression it was thermite and things like that, but you know.
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it tried
like
to be linked to 9/11, but with the whole 9/11 thing, I've heard stories beforehand where the security was changed or like lowered beforehand, and they actually planted the just like normal controlled demolition.
well, I heard Bush's brother or cousin or something was the head or controller, worked in the company
Right,
that provided security to that
happened.
building.
Sorry.
Well, let's not forget, that's not even the first time they tried to take that shit down, right? Would they try to drive a car with some kind of explosive in it into the garage decades previous?
91. Yeah, 91.
91, yeah.
93. Yeah.
93, yeah.
And it fractured and caused a lot of damage to. You know how big that explosion was, by the way? We kind of take it for granted that some conspiracy theories say it was like a mini nuke. What happened after 93 was that the structural damage was so severe that they basically knew that they had to ultimately take it down. Like whoever the owner was and the insurance companies and stuff, they knew that it was going to require demolishing ultimately after that explosion. So they took out.
But they didn't.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is it takes with things like that. They have to realize how do we make profit out of this? How do we make money off of it? And so he takes out insurance, for plain terrorist acts. He takes out insurance claims on that.
Yeah, but they let it stand for decades. 93?
Yeah. Well, they let
it stand for 8 years.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Could you guys give me a bit of a history story about 93 though? Because I don't really have any idea about what really happened. I know that there was an attack, but was it just some random mad guy or?
That's what the crazy thing is it wasn't just a random mad guy and a crazy thing, but like none of us know about it. The thing that's crazy about it is how huge, basically a van packed full of explosives, drove into like the ground bottom level of the underground parking garage, and it was a huge explosion. It's not just a little like, oh, it took out one floor of the parking garage. No, it took out several floors. I think I'd prefer to Google it before just regurgitating it on you, though.
Yeah, because I've never really looked into it or heard much about it. I just know that it was another terrorist attack.
Definitely, and you got to know that it caused severe structural damage to the building, and they had to come up with a demolition plan.
I mean, I've seen things after 9/11 happened. I saw things with the steel that made it look like it was controlled demolition. Like that's how you would take out a steel beam in controlled demolition with the angles and shit, the way the beams were cut. First of all, it was the world's biggest fucking crime scene, and they fucking Giuliani hauled it off dumb fast. Like they couldn't wait to get that shit out of there.
Yeah, 100%. I want to know what kind of structural damage was there prior to 9/11 because the 93 bombings were huge, devastating. They've never had to take down a skyscraper like that in the middle of New York. So, I mean,
like, I think maybe it's a good excuse to then insure it for against a terrorist attack. It's just very suspicious how we done it a month before the attack.
Yeah, and then you tell that to people, and they'll be like,
"Why
no, it wasn't."
did you say decades?"
What, Elijah?
You got a really bad case of robot.
All I heard was decades.
He said, "Why did you say decades?" But it was like a slow-mo robot.
Are you talking about when I said decades earlier from 93 to 01? Yeah, I just missed. I just got the time. I was just wrong.
Almost 1 decade, yeah.
Almost one. Yeah. I mean, it's a long time to let a not structurally safe building just stand around. 8 years, 7, 8 years.
Yeah, so they thought it would like either. Well, that's the thing is there was a lot of structural damage, and they've never had a building like that demolished in the center of a city like that. Go, Elijah, go.
Your robot and Elijah, but
No,
try it again.
no, sorry. Now I'm just hot micing. No, I'm just hot micing now. Sorry.
Earlier, we couldn't hear you.
I was going to say about Pinocchio earlier that, that story has all sorts of encoded, red pills in it. Mm-hmm. There's like a whole list of like very special quotes that I won't try to repeat because it's been a while, but if you watch it, you'll at least see like 5 times where they say something you could barely imagine would even be said in a movie like that. But the overall sort of thing, I think like the two, like the good and bad that's represented in that movie is that, Pinocchio's a metaphor for like ascension or enlightenment, right? You and I, everyone, trying to, become enlightened. And then the opposite evil force that works against that is like temptation and like pedophilia. And even his dad's name, not that his dad is necessarily a bad guy or his maker or whatever, but even his dad's name is Geppetto.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 100% about child trafficking. Like he gets taken by the guy into the entertainment business, then he escapes. He gets lured by like foxes back into another guy's hands who takes him to Pleasure Island. Then all the bad kids are lured there. Yeah, go ahead.
And if you stay too long on Pleasure Island, your body transforms into a donkey if you stay there too long.
After that occurs, you get sold to a salt mine. In the movie, the example that they show is a salt mine. However, the other donkeys and mules get sold all over around the world for forced labor, basically. Like they imply forced labor.
Yeah, well, they're not going to necessarily say sex trafficking of minors, straight up. But yeah, if you watch it as an adult with the eyes you've developed, everyone in this room, we have the eyes to see now these sorts of things that are encoded in these stories.
It's quite literally explaining how child traffickers supply Hollywood with child actors. That's literally what Pinocchio is explaining.
Yeah,
and then like I said, how old is this film, man?
The 40s, 1940. Yeah.
Yeah, it's early Disney. It's definitely before the 2000s by a good while.
If you rewatch Pinocchio as an adult, you just can't not see that. It's just impossible not to see that.
And
Now I
his
won't.
name,
Yeah.
right? And his name, you know, I haven't spoken to the creator, but when you think about his name, I've heard people suggest that it means your third eye, because like your pineal gland is your third eye, you know, commonly believed, and his name is Pine Occhio, and it's like oculus or ocular, you know, so it's like pine eye.
That makes sense, yeah.
It's more similar to, you know, the word for eye in other languages, you know, like Italian or something, where they would call your eye
pineal gland, yeah.
Yeah, but his name is Pine Eye, Pinocchio. That could be wrong, but I wouldn't put it past them, you know, because of all the other symbolism in that movie.
Yeah. It's an extra little thing, but
Yeah, Bazizzle, you just said that you watched this film and you can't not see the obvious like conclusions.
Yeah.
But, I mean, have you ever spoken to half the people in this group who can't see anything at all, even when thrust in front of their face?
100%. Yeah, I hate that. I was
There are
also
some people who,
yeah.
like, even it's like with some people. Well, there's this quote, and I can't remember who it was. It's like some people will see when shown, and other people will never see, right? And so this group is probably a mixture of all three. But I would imagine that there are some in the group who see on their own, and others will see when shown. And probably you would be surprised at the people when you're going, oh, but look at this Pinocchio film, and they're like, I don't see any issue, and you're like, what?
Oh yeah.
That's how we feel about the kind of the flat Earth, I guess. But it's like, it is interesting when you have people like saying things. It's like, and then you're saying, oh, they said this thing, right? So it's like you got person one saying the thing, person two pointing out that they said the thing, then person three is like, nah, I don't believe you. What? Anyway,
I just want to say, you know, there's nothing wrong with the movie. It's a great movie, and there's some like very negative things like discussed in a sense, or represented or whatever. But I mean, it's a good thing that this movie exists. You know, it's telling the truth just indirectly. You know, it's trying to wake you up a little bit, give you a tool to use.
Kind of. I think it's waking us up. It's kind of like when we go back and watch an old movie that has CGI in it. We can tell it's CGI, and we can tell how shitty the CGI was. And we can appreciate that they, you know, like if we watch Dune, for example, like the original Dune, you're like, okay, that's a real shitty shield. Like the CGI is really bad, and it's all square and stuff. I can obviously tell that that's a fake shield, right?
Yeah, but the message in Pinocchio is purely good.
Sure, but I gotta say, I'm saying that it's obvious to us. Like we can see it because we're so used to the propaganda of today. We're so used to the technology of today and how and the CGI of today that if we go back and watch a classic, we're like, look how obvious the propaganda, look how obvious this is, look how obviously shitty this is. You know, we can tell the techniques they used were shitty. So
yeah, and
when they're trying to trick my grandparents, when they were trying to trick my grandparents, like they did a good job tricking my grandparents and my parents, you know.
But there's no trick in Pinocchio, though.
I know this is a very like probably not important point, but there becomes like a point in the middle where it becomes that's actually still okay, you know, because they actually use props, real life things, so you can see it's not CGI, so it's actually more scary because it's not fake, but it's still a prop. It's still made, but it's not. You can appreciate the film I'm talking about is Jacob's Ladder. Yeah, that was in the 80s. Yeah, now that film was actually kind of, it had some bits in it that were kind of, and it was scary not because of CGI. Do you see what I mean? Because as soon as you see that, you're like, oh, boring. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It has no effect.
I think you're right that it's a good thing that they made the movie, kind of as in like maybe it was like a Kubrick situation where they were trying to tell us like the truth. But I don't think that's what was happening back then. I think they were flaunting it in front of our grandparents, like flaunting the fact that they kidnap hundreds of thousands of kids a year, and they put it into the shows. Because it's like a degradation. It's if you're a it's kind of like they want you to fall for their trick, and if you're dumb enough to fall for their trick, then you're no longer considered like a victim. You deserve it in their eyes.
Okay, I understand that mockery and technique, right? But the story of Pinocchio is that he wants to become legit and real, and then he falls for people's tricks. And of course, we're rooting for Pinocchio. We want him to succeed. He's tricked. He's trafficked. He's kidnapped. Whatever, right? And then we want him to escape, and he does. He realizes, oh, I better not give in to temptation, and they finally just become real by resisting evil and overcoming it. So, I mean, it's only about a story of someone, making a mistake and righting his wrongs and becoming a better person. So they are. I just don't see how there's any mockery really in that movie of anyone.
But isn't that always what they do with every film? They have that baseline good message, but everywhere else in it is fucking not good.
Well, only in the good ones, like the whole what's the one with Scrooge? That Christmas story thing? I forgot what it's called.
I've never seen it. The Muppets, isn't it?
No. The original. I forget what it's called, but basically there's Scrooge, and it's Christmas, and he doesn't want to partake in any of the festivities, and he's like selfish and uncaring and ungiving, and then he goes home, and then he's visited by 3 spirits while he's in his bed trying to sleep, and they each teach him a crucial lesson, like spiritual advancement. And it's traumatizing for him, but he wakes up the next morning after he's gone through this ordeal, and he's become a full-fledged human. He's ready to live a better life. Like there are certain stories that are just good, like Dances with Wolves, Pinocchio, that Christmas story with Scrooge. There's nothing going on there besides just.
Would you say though, the older, the more likely you could have that? Like, do you think now that there's sort of like a short list where they won't allow that good sort of?
No, it still happens every once in a while. Like almost everything is corrupted and is trying to brainwash you and indoctrinate you. Almost everything, sure, 99%. But for some reason, every once in a while, something slips through the cracks. It must be allowed, right? Because they could make sure it never gets published if they didn't want it to, right? And I don't know how this happens, but every once in a while, a completely wholesome, artwork is created where there is no trick to it. It seems like it just maybe there's that karmic contract that we've all heard people talk about, right? Where if they're gonna rip you off, every once in a while they have to give you a warning of how to avoid the next one, and it's up to you to fall for it or not. Sometimes they show their hand. It's part of the way they play. But every once in a while they will show their hand and be honest and give you something good to work with.
Well, not even them showing their hand and being honest, but allowing someone else that isn't them to express. Right.
Yeah, another one. Like I've heard someone say movies suck nowadays. Every movie sucks. It seems like good movies just aren't made anymore. And I'd say, you know what? For the most part, you're right. But I feel like it's probably always been that way. But that doesn't mean that there won't be an incredible movie. Like, I'd say the show Avatar: The Last Airbender, that's pretty much just a perfectly good, wholesome story that teaches kids and adults, whoever, just lots of good lessons with no mockery, no insults, no trickery. It's just a good thing to have in your life. Like, thank you. You know, I don't know how it slipped through the cracks, but I'm glad it did.
Well, I mean, The Last Airbender was a adaptation from a book, I think, and maybe the book was popular. But I think nowadays the reason movies suck is because they're always pushing propaganda and they're always pushing whatever, like, the current thing is. Like, nowadays, if A Christmas Carol was released as like a film, then, you know, Scrooge would be a black transgender dwarf, you know, with a gammy hat.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
Look, the point I'm trying to make is that that's why films suck, because they're not realistic anymore, right? Because they're always trying to shoehorn these, like, unrealistic, stupid, leftist propaganda, quote unquote, lessons. They don't speak to most people anymore because those people are weird. And so what they consider like to be a good, wholesome story isn't what 90% of people considers good or wholesome. So, like, that's what I feel like they're in their own little world now, because they're kind of, because they own the media and they own Hollywood and everything else. They think that because they don't get any pushback, that what they say is some kind of objective truth, when it really just isn't. And people don't like that stuff, but they don't have the power to change it.
Oh, I completely agree with you. That's what's going on. I was just responding to the person I was quoting to you guys about, like, it's impossible for something great and wholesome to be made nowadays. But that's really not the case. Even though, you know, 99% is trash, and you explained very well on why, what's going on nowadays. Something will slip through the cracks. Like, there will be just an amazing piece of art that's nothing but pure gold coming out probably in the near future.
So what? Yeah, that's not to say, like, okay, that's still fucking.
I'm just saying it's possible. That's it.
But
just
you're
like,
saying, but what you're saying is, like, even if Google owns everything, and Facebook and Steam no longer makes games, you know, like, it's like all these companies are conglomerating into, like, Activision or whatever. They won't be making good games.
But I don't think I see
betas. Alpha.
I think they're going to be trying to use us. Like, YouTubers are becoming more popular than films, right?
Oh yeah, way more.
So, in a sense, that's going to sort of kill the film industry, I think, in quite a while. It will be a while, but
I mean, look, dude, look at the shows and movies and games that have come out in the past, 10 years. They're nothing like the progress we were making in the early 2000s. Like, the shit's going.
Well, here's the thing: they don't need to make the propaganda films anymore. They got the YouTubers doing it for them.
Like, everything is a remake of a remake. There's no creativity anymore. The bigger these corporations get, there's no creativity.
I saw a video. They keep using the same. I saw a video once. They keep using the same storylines over and over again. Like, there's only so many, like, storylines.
Too cliche.
That are even available to do. And you just keep doing them over and over again, just in different. They have a slight variation on it. What's up? Am I roboting again?
Yeah, you are roboting pretty hard.
We can hear you, everything. But there's like a 2-second delay with your internet or something as well.
So yeah, the first few words were a bit robot-y, but we heard the end, most of it.
And, like, it makes people cut you off a lot more frequently, because you'll start talking and no one hears anything, and then someone will start talking and then you think they're interrupting.
My bad.
That happens sometimes, Jeremy.
Guys, can I just ask, are you guys not looking forward to Lord of the Rings?
I've been watching it. There's 2 episodes out already.
Wait, what the hell is that?
Who?
Lord of the
Lord of the
Rings.
Rings.
The show, right? You're talking about the new show?
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
What's it about?
It's called, what's it called? Rings of
Is
Power.
it like really Lord of the Rings shit?
It's called Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. There's 2
Bro, I
episodes
fucking
now.
love Lord of the Rings. Yo, I don't want to hear no one dissing Lord of the Rings.
It's the Rings of Power.
Yo,
The Rings of Power.
You won't hear me dissing them. I haven't seen any of them. Don't worry.
Okay, well, the
bro,
show,
they were dope, bro. You need to get up on that.
the show's very much like on par with Game of Thrones. I don't know. I'm just watching it like it's Game of Thrones. Also, the Game of Thrones is out, like the first 3 episodes.
So what do you guys
I haven't seen any of the Game of Thrones as well, and there's that new series out. What's it, Dragon House or some breeze? Yeah, I haven't even seen any of Game of Thrones.
Do you guys agree with Jeremy? Do you guys agree with Jeremy that it's just a great thing that isn't harming you in any way? It's a popular thing. Lord of the Rings. He said he doesn't want to hear anyone say anything bad because it's great.
Yeah, he might say someone.
Oh yeah, bro. Lord of the Rings are.
Well, I know there's some esoteric meaning behind it.
Yeah, but is it
it's
trying to brainwash us into thinking some horrible, propagandized, thought process or something? Is it,
I don't want anyone to be the Lord of my ring. Thank you very much.
I'd say.
Is it tricking you in some way?
Unconsciously, the perhaps, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to give an example if you have a criticism.
Well, like keeping you stuck in the material world and keeping you excited for something like this and not for God, or anything.
Not about entertainment in general.
Hey, that's what I said unconsciously.
No, cut it out. You could say that about food, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, we don't need to have a discussion about how much you should enjoy your life. Okay, I want people to have a good time. Honestly, listen to some good music.
Down to perspective, innit? Is how you view something, is how it affects you, right?
Yeah, have wonderful sex, eat delicious meals, listen to some great music, look at some beautiful art, play some fun games, but do all that stuff. Don't be a materialist. But you don't need to be cut off from enjoying a good movie.
Agreed.
Oh, it would be nice.
Also, if you find enjoyment from deciphering these things and say digging into like how Christianity is in Middle Earth,
reading in between the lines,
I love that shit.
Nah, you good?
I also love like the esoteric.
Are you good? All right, I'm just checking.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, thank you. There's lots of movies like Eyes Wide Shut or whatever, all these Stanley Kubrick stuff, and way more than just that, right? That like really explain or kind of
Shawshank Redemption, bro.
Yeah, they put meaning to the world and like what's going on.
Instinct. That's one of my favorite films. I don't know if you guys seen that.
Basic Instinct?
I've never seen that.
No, Instinct, not Basic Instinct.
Is it a Hollywood production or Bollywood?
I think so.
Perhaps?
I think so. It probably is. But
I'll check it out.
It's one of my favorite films.
What do you like so much about it?
I don't think I've seen
I don't know. It's just that the idea of how messed up the world is now compared to how it used to be.
It's one of those. Okay.
Watching, yeah.
I'll tell you. I'll put a little clip.
Some of these classic movies and classic songs really do put you in that time period. And that is what's enjoyable about them. You're like, man, 84 was a good year, Fuck.
I was having a conversation earlier with my brother, and I never got to say this to him, but I wanted to share it with someone today. First of all, I'll ask you the question, and you can give me your answers before I tell you my attempt at answering the question. So I wanted to ask him, why does certain music pair up with different like activities better than others? Like when you listen to a song, it's like dun 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 dun. It's like, okay, it's time for battle. I guess, right? It's time to fucking march to war, right? And then you hear some, pretty song, you're like, oh, it's time to relax or kiss or hug or be in love or something, right? And it's not complete brainwashing, It isn't as if we've just seen enough movies where there's like light harp playing where there's a love scene and like drums and whatever when it's worse. It's not as if we're just trained by Hollywood to associate certain sounds with certain activities.
Yeah.
They didn't invent that. They're just using something that was already there.
Hell yeah.
And so why do certain? And I have my attempt to answer this, but I want to hear you guys first. And I guess I don't need to repeat the question. I think you probably get what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I get it.
Sound.
I was waiting for anybody else to answer first.
Emphasis on sound, right?
I do think it. There's many musicians who talk about this and also talk about how they've quote unquote sold their souls, or they met someone on the crossroads where they were given like a tune, and like I've heard how musicians claim to have sold their souls, and then they hear it.
and then if we bring up another Disney film, Ariel and the Mermaid, keep on singing. It's quite crazy, and they've got a contract and everything. That is so weird, man.
Oh, isn't that the one where they had to set the SEX in the clouds or the stars or something, or was that Lion King?
Sure, yeah, that was Aladdin, maybe.
I'm pretty sure we got
Lion King.
Quite a lot
Lion
of them.
King, yeah. And then Aladdin had like dicks for like the towers.
No, that was Aladdin. Aladdin had the tower, Dick Tower.
No, that was the cover artwork on the Little Mermaid VHS tape cover.
There was a lot of gross shit. Okay.
Disney. Oh, and there was one Disney movie where they were racing down a building and they were like flying down the side of a building.
The Rescuers.
And you could see, what was it?
The Rescuers.
Where you could see the titties. It was like not animated titties either. It was like a real picture of some titties.
I didn't know about that one. That's hilarious. And also fucked up.
Fundamental. I think there's some really knowledgeable spirits that are like ancient, and they know these tunes. They have like these humming. They can hum these tunes.
I got a word for that. Sacred hymn.
No, it's
sacred hymns. You ever heard of that word? Hymns.
Yeah, I've heard of ancient
sacred
melodies.
Hymns.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all about vibration, isn't it?
But when you think
go ahead.
about
no, I was just going to say that's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
No. That's all I was going to say. So it's literally all about vibration. Like once you know how to get where you need to vibrate, you use that frequency sort of thing,
Yeah. I think, and Satan, it says in the Bible, like he's like the king of rock, he's the best with the fiddle. The whole thing.
Right on.
He can whisper a beat into your fucking ear if you like. I don't know. In many, many different songs, like in Africa by Toto, they talk about ancient melodies and stopping someone in like some ancient place and then hearing an ancient melody and then using that to get popular in today's world. Also, hieroglyphic
it's a spell, huh?
Sumerian, yeah, exactly. So they'll like go to these ancient sites or whatever and get a tune, like Johnny Cash. a lot of Johnny Cash and Bob Dylan's music is literally, it's called black folk music, something like that. I forget what it is, but it's like black folk music from Africa. Yeah.
So my answer to my own question is like, if it isn't just indoctrination to associate certain like sounds with certain activities, then what is the natural explanation if it's not something we've just been trained like what is Maslow's dog? That Maslow's dog or whatever, right? Where he rings a bell every time he's about to feed them, and then he doesn't have food, but he rings the bell and they start salivating because they've learned to associate that sound with that activity of eating.
I would
Bro,
say,
Jim
I
did
would say
that to
kind of
Dwight.
weaken it and make us scared of.
But
of
hold on.
Hold on, yeah. Let me say something to that. So Jim did that to Dwight in the office with a mitt. You guys ever seen that one? That's all.
Right
Go
on.
ahead.
Yeah, Office is clever sometimes. So anyways, so I was trying to say that I don't think the reason we associate certain songs with certain activities is I don't think that Maslow's dog whatever thing, I think that's plays a small part, but I think the real essence of the connection of emotion to sound, it has to do with bodily functions, right? So if something is really serious, your heart is pounding, right? And so it's deep and it's powerful and you're full of adrenaline, right? If you're in battle, your heart is beating like those war drums, pum, 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 right? And if you're relaxing, right, there might not even be a beat in love songs or strong drums, right? It's just not a part of it. What they do have is some very soft melodies. And I think where that comes into play is the other side, right? So there's like the beat, and there's like the percussion, and then there's like the strings or the horns or whatever. And so I think that there's two sort of natural sound, like natural music going on that is inherently associated with the human experience. And that would be the power and pace of your heartbeat, and which is inherently associated with the person doing that activity. And then there's also the tone of the voice. If you're having a conversation in different settings, think about the sound of your voice compared to the music that would be played over that scene, right? If it's really romantic, you're in love and you're close and intimate, right? You might be like speaking softly and quietly and flowy and poetically, right? And so you're going to do a la da 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 da, right? As compared to war, where there's going to be the sound of like clank, clank, smash, smash, like marching footsteps, like big, powerful, like armies of footsteps and the heartbeats. And so I think that music is like some sort of simplified version, of like on demand for us. If we have like a MP3 players, whatever, where we can sort of play a simplified version of the sounds that would already be there during that activity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think sound is the key to everything, honestly. Like,
I think it's kind of the like we reflect our emotions into the music. So like we use soft melodies and stuff when we're in love, kind of thing.
We're talking softly.
Yeah, or talking softly, like that's a reflection of how we feel like when we're angry. We go all bass and metal and clangety clang.
And when you scream,
I think
right?
certain sounds. Have you ever seen the Dr. Emoto thing with the sound and the snowflakes and the ice flash ice?
Yeah. Oh, that's more intent though, isn't it? That's not so much sound. That's more intent, isn't it?
Well, I mean, they played rock music. They played rock music to one.
Oh, right,
and Beethoven.
They've done yeah.
That's a different one than the intent one, right?
Yeah,
no, that was
yeah. Sorry, I thought you were on about no. Fair enough.
That's the Emoto one. He did this. I think he did a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Right, and that's exactly why I'm saying it isn't all about just like us being trained to associate through like movie soundtracks and whatever's being shown on screen.
Yeah.
There's
Sorry, but
something.
you guys got
Go
me
ahead.
worried now because I love. Sorry, it's just that I love drum and bass so much, right? And I would hate to see that drum and bass would have, like what Jeremy brought up was that. Like, I would love to see what sort of structure that would create, and whether I'm listening to bad music or not. Because
Think about
for
it, man.
me,
Don't worry.
with drum
Don't
and bass,
worry. They say that.
there's quite often not any lyrics. For me, I find that quite important because lyrics mean something. Sound
You
can
know.
mean whatever you want to perceive it to mean, right? In that moment, whereas a word will completely send you somewhere where specific, whereas the sounds itself, you have your imagination to take you wherever you want with the sound.
Don't worry. Don't worry. According to all the Globers, that shit was pseudoscience anyways. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
No, bro.
Well, I still would like to see. I would still like to see though, like you said, that they tested out rock music. I don't know what the peaceful one was,
I think it was
but I'd love to see them
Beethoven.
test out drum and bass because you guys have seen in this channel, in the party chat. Yeah, they're sort of the music. That's the music I listen to, right? But you can feel different on the same song on a different day. It's that. For me, it's that sort of. I don't know. It takes me somewhere else. It does. It's the closest I ever get to meditation.
You know what drum and bass makes me feel? It makes me feel like confident and cool and chill and groovy and successful. It's like, oh yeah, we're doing this. All right, here we go.
Can I ask you, like, when you were a kid, you used to listen to a certain kind of music more often on average, like
Michael Jackson.
Sure, and then growing up, maybe you went into a little bit of rap like me or whatnot, and then as a young adult, you started to get into classic whatever. Like I think you as a human, like, if you want to be in that constant like upbeat, like crazy fast paced world, then you're also listening to like techno and things. It's a reflection of like your lifestyle and
Well,
your
I find myself quite picky. Even with drum and bass, I don't listen to the hour-long sets. So I have to know the artist, or I have to, sort of kind of like research them. Listen to some of their songs and go, yeah, this is my style. I wouldn't listen to an hour-long set.
Mm-hmm. So would you say you're more refined, like the more music you acquired and throughout the
definitely. Like at the early stages when I liked drum and bass, I liked the really dark stuff. I liked any drum and bass, whereas now I'm not really a fan of that dark stuff. I would consider it Neanderthal, even though I don't believe, you know what I mean. Yeah. So I like liquid drum and bass now, which is a bit more. It varies. It's a bit soft. I wouldn't say it's softer, but it just changes more often. It's got a bit more complexity to it. Yeah, I don't know. It just takes me away.
Jim Jam, I'm gonna DM you something. Jim Jam, I'm gonna DM you something. This shit's it's some Michael Jackson shit remix.
Oh, I've heard. If it's Camo and Crooked, mate, beat it.
Nah, this is like a rap.
My favorite drum and bass tune, right? And then
like a
one
rap.
of my favorite drum and bass artists done a remix of it. Man, I was over the moon. I'll send that.
This is like a rap. This is like a rap remix. I don't know if you like. Just go ahead, take a look. It's just a quick TikTok.
Go ahead.
Who is asking?
Yeah, I'll check it out, man.
Who if you could say your name, please. Who is mentioning the thing about you're listening to this as a child, then this when you're older, and then classical when you're now?
That's Piz, me.
Cool, Piz. Yeah. So I understand exactly what you're saying, and it does that does describe me pretty accurately. A little bit different, but pretty accurately. But there is like this idea I'm very fond of, where the day and the year and the lifetime are all like fractally related. And so the the music I listen to in the morning is not the same kind of music I want to listen to at night.
Hell yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I can't say there's like just a very simple transition throughout my life of like, oh, I was into this more, and then I was into that more, and then I was older and I was into this more. It's like I've pretty much listened to a wide range of genres my whole life, and you're right. There's a sort of like a majority to it, and that majority has changed through my life. But that doesn't mean that like there isn't like the same sort of thing that I listen to in the morning. You know,
I have to ask a question now. Have any of you guys played Fallout and then not heard any of the songs until you've played Fallout and then been like, wow, I love this song? You know, and these songs are from like the 1950s and stuff, man.
Discover
them. Yeah. I don't want to set the world on
Man,
fire.
like, oh my god, man! I'd never heard any of these songs, but you just end up yes, Marty Robbins, that big iron man. Oh,
I've got bells that jingle, 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 jingle,
oh man!
jingle.
But yeah,
like,
so
all
that's
these songs I would have never been exposed to if I didn't play that game, man. I'm so happy that I did.
Me either. That Fallout was what introduced me to oldies, and I've been a big fan ever since.
Metal Gear also introduced me to some music. There was an iPod in Metal Gear.
Yeah, see, for me that was more atmospheric. It wouldn't be something that I would search for. Like Final Fantasy. Oh my god, the soundtrack on those games, wow, just wow.
No, and like in Metal Gear 5, you could find audio tapes, and you could actually find like the man who sold the world. You know, like you could find like songs and play them, and it was actual songs. You know, and it was just
Especially on Metal Gear 4. Are you talking about Metal Gear 4? Isn't it? Yeah.
It's so
the
funny.
Metal Gear Solid games were probably the best video games ever made.
100%, yeah.
Oh, Metal Gear 1.
Gear 2,
3. I mean, of course, Metal Gear 1.
I mean, stick to a genre when you want to make a claim like that. At least stick to a genre, you know.
Oh no, the genre is video game.
Okay, here, let me rephrase that. The Metal Gear Solid series are the best video games that I would say accurately represent the consolidation of power, the compartmentalization of like, you know, conspiracy and big government projects. What the fuck is that?
I definitely say so. Yeah, more on the money, literally. Yeah. Whereas Final Fantasy did that with analogy.
Right on.
Okay.
It's the best tactical espionage game ever. Let's just say that.
I had a lot of fun with Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, though. That was pretty good. The story wasn't as great. The gameplay wasn't as great. I didn't love the characters as much, but it was still fun.
Isn't it weird how much we all like how much art means to us? Music, movies, video games. You know, it's just crazy how much we care about this stuff because it's frivolous and useless to any practical degree. Yet, like, I mean, I'm with you guys. I love this stuff. It means a lot to me.
Like for me, it's getting lost in that story, and that's why I love Final Fantasy so much because it's got that replay. I could replay it again. Final Fantasy X. I know it off by heart.
Like reading a book.
Start it again.
Reading a book, but you can like interact with it and shit. Like you ever read those books where it's like
you have say in it.
You ever read those books where it's like if you want to go down the hill, go to page 42. If you want to go down the path, go to page 71. You know what I mean? It's just a more engaging thing like that.
Yeah, I'd say even though I've never used it and I'm not necessarily interested to a large degree, but I would say that like VR video games are probably the most like engaging form of like media delivery or of artistic delivery that anyone can experience because it is a book, it is a song, it is a story, it's a painting, it's hundreds of those things all delivered at once. You know, there's a soundtrack, there's visuals, there's a narrative. It's a book.
Yeah, but that's definitely too immersive, I would say, for me. It's almost like
Well, just
you
a
have
video
the
game,
clear
then. You know?
barrier between you when you're holding a controller. You know it's imagination. You know, it's like, yeah, there's a bit, yeah, it's on a line that I don't really want to cross.
Video games really are like the most like jam-packed delivery of an experience. You know, a song can do so much, but then a song plus a visual, well, we call that a movie with a soundtrack. You know, and a song and a book are kind of on the same level, right? So there's
Sorry to interrupt,
like
though. Like, this is why I love drum and bass, because for me, I close my eyes and I sort of imagine what each sound looks like and what color it is, what shape it makes, how it expands and you know what I mean, contracts, and that's what drum and bass does for me. I'm just imagining what the sounds look like.
When you say drum and bass, I don't know what you're talking about, but you made me think of.
Yeah, of course you don't, because
Tool.
you're from America. You've never heard of this genre of music, huh?
That's not fair.
I mean, it's fair. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but I posted a song from Tool that I really think that if you haven't listened to it, you probably should.
Hey, is that Hank?
All right.
Sorry, say that again. You roboted a bit.
I posted Numa from Tool. I posted a song from Tool, Numa, and it's like focused in on the drummer because the drummer in that song is just like on a different level. Like there's levels to the shit in music, right?
Yo, did you hear that? Did you hear that Hank Hill rap song?
Which one?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know there was more than one.
Yeah, there's more than one. Something about.
Wait. Is it a rap song by Hank, the guy that's in here right now, or a different Hank?
No. Someone else.
I was gonna say, if you were also a rapper, that would blow me away. But it's good to hear your voice, Hank.
Yeah, what's your name, bro?
It's Platypus.
Hey, what's up, bro? Good to hear you.
Yeah, man, good to hear you.
Yeah, what was it you said though? Sorry, Hank. Said something. You shouldn't do it. I didn't hear.
We were talking about drum and bass, right?
Right.
And I'm a bass player, right? So the bass player and the drummer are like the foundation of the music, and then the bass player marries the drums to the guitar or the piano, right?
Right. You're probably already confused because drum and bass, the drums and the bass in drum and bass are probably more likely to be synthetic, you know, or pre-recorded. Yeah, they're just samples.
Oh, okay.
It's a good genre. I'm a big fan as well, but I only know a few songs. I'd actually really appreciate it if you DM me some of your favorite artists or bands or whatever.
Hey, in this channel right here, there's a party text chat. It's just full of my songs. Have a look.
Oh, no way.
Really?
Have a look, man. No one wants to speak in there, but that's got all of my some of my favorite songs in there. So yeah, have a look.
Okay. Like Calibrate, Up in Smoke, and am I in the right place? Drum Origins.
That's it. Those are the songs. Those are the ones.
Wow. There's so many in here. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I keep adding to it, man. I keep adding to it.
Cool.
Until Gio says, "Fuck off!" You're junking up my channel. Get away.
Well, that's exactly what I was asking for. So thank you for delivering.
Not a problem, man. But yeah, they take me away, man. That is the closest I ever get to meditation.
Right on.
There's a drum.
You know what's been really helping me?
Too bad in Emoto's experiment. Fundy.
No, you go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say, too bad in that Emoto experiment. You know, the drum and bass music was turning those crystals all lopsided and ugly.
Oh,
and
shut up. They didn't test drum and bass, man. Drum and bass is too underground, man. Just like Hank, he was like, what's drum and bass? Like, I don't even know what that is. Like this Japanese fucking scientist knew what drum and bass was. Like, come on, man. Even though there's
drum and bass,
Chinese or Japanese drum and bass artist, he's a great artist.
When did drum and bass kind of come about? Was that in the 90s?
I'd say late 80s, 90s. Before me, like I would have thought, I thought it was kind of a new music, but it was even still before me. So I would probably say, even maybe mid 80s, maybe. But it came from reggae, yeah. Like you have, it came from reggae. It went to jungle. It was called jungle, right? You've all heard the song "Jungle is Massive," yeah, in the Ali G film, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Love
early drum and bass. That's early drum and bass, right? And then it's just varied and, you know, subgenre, like dubstep. Where do you think that came from?
Right on. Yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say to you about, you know, you saying it's the closest. When you said it's the closest you get to meditation, I was just gonna say that because, you know, being in a place of meditation where you just totally in your mind in like a positive way, in a sense, or your
Right,
thoughts
that's
are
right. Because I'm trying to think of what shape does that sound look like? What color is it? You know, and then because it's drum and bass, there's so many different sounds going on. So you've got to try and think of all these different sounds, what shape they're making, and how harmonious they are with each other. Yeah.
You better call Dr. Emoto to find out what shape they
Thinking about
make.
all of my troubles in my world. Yeah. Yeah, so it stops me from concentrating on my bullshit, right? So I get taken away from the physical, thinking about material, anything like that. It's just trying to picture, what does this sound look like, you know?
Well, it's very
let me tell you about
obvious.
this dream I had.
It's very obvious. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Fundy. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that it's really obvious to me that this really isn't just some sort of you know, small pleasure. Either like this stuff really does the trick for you. Like I can tell in the sound of your voice that this stuff.
Oh yeah,
I told you,
it's
sound
spiritual. It is spiritual, man. The way it does. It really does. It takes me away from this realm.
It's obvious. I believe you. I can hear it in your voice that this stuff really does the trick for you, and I'm happy for you about that, man. That's awesome. You know that you can.
I told you,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
I told you, sound's one of the most powerful things. You know, it's all about sound. You could take a building down with sound, right? Didn't Tesla supposedly invent something where he vibrated and you could take a building down or something?
Yeah,
they did that
allegedly.
to the Twin Towers.
Well, maybe.
No, he made like the whole city vibrate.
When people say directed energy weapons, the energy they're thinking of is lasers, but it's really sound.
Yeah, and what was the first thing God said? Let there be light. You know, I mean, even in religious text, sound's the most powerful thing.
Right.
Yep.
He had
said it.
The speech preceded the light.
Resonance.
Was spoken to existence. And that's why I brought up with the Hebrew language and cymatics. When you sing it, it almost appears in like with the cymatic vibration. Now that blows
Go
my
into
mind.
that further a little bit. If people in here don't know about that, I would like to hear about that. I've done some research into that.
About what?
I think we all like to hear your voice, Hank. So why don't you elaborate?
Oh, come on. All right, I'll do it real fast. So the cymatics, right? It's when they get like the speaker and they have like the thing over it, right? And they play different frequencies, and different frequencies, you put the sand on top of that thing on top of the speaker, and it's like perfectly flat and level, like
I love that, and they form all the different shapes.
Yeah, it has all the different shapes and everything over it. So when you do Hebrew letters,
well, see, the thing, I'm not sure if it's just linked just to Hebrew, because in the video that I've seen, I don't think they're actually singing Hebrew, but while she's singing it, shapes do appear on the sound. Like she's obviously singing out of tone.
Right, there's
You guys
certain
ever?
frequencies.
It's not any certain language. It's just mathematics in itself. But what did you call Jamaican before the J existed? A
Yeah,
yarmulke
no,
or a American?
yeah, you
I'm
bring up a
asking
good
for
point
real.
there. It's just literally the vibration, isn't it? It's not. It doesn't matter about the language. It's just what is the vibration.
Yeah.
I want to tell you guys about one of the coolest things about sound I've ever learned, which relates to human singing. So there's this thing, and I don't mean to insult anyone, but I don't think any of you have ever heard of this, and it's incredible. So it's called polyphonic singing.
I've heard of
And
that.
okay,
We've
cool.
all heard of that.
Oh yeah, y'all are. Everyone's heard of it.
I'm an expert.
I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it. Tell me.
Yeah, neither has Jeremy. Liar. Anyway, yeah, he's a good one, guys. So polyphonic singing is a technique where if you position the tongue in your mouth correctly, that you can actually sing two different tones at once. And the first tone comes from your voice box, your vocal strings, whatever, right? Like the way we normally make sounds. But then
This is like PhD level beatboxers, right?
well, someone like that would probably implement it, but polyphonic singing, basically, you're going to resonate your vocal cords to make it sound like normal speech, but then if you match up like the openness of your jaw, the placement of your tongue correctly, to actually resonate the chamber of your mouth, which will be a much higher pitch. And I've actually learned how to do this, not to the degree of like professionals, but I can make a low pitch. I'm not going to try. It isn't going to come through over the my headphones, whatever. But I can make a low pitched hum with my throat, but have like a screechingly high pitch, like with my mouth, and you can hear them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would be able to hear it. Don't talk about your microphone. I would totally be able to hear it because when Sonny's playing, I can tell when his guitar is out of tune. Be like, "Hey, dude, check that B string. It's a little flat." And he's like, "It sure was." So go ahead and try it. I want to hear it.
There's beatboxers that do it.
I don't practice it very often, and every time I try to do it, it's usually like on my way driving home from work, whatever. I'm alone, and I can make weird sounds like for like 10 minutes at a time. But instead of me trying to do it, which probably won't work for most people, I got a video to show you. I got a video to post in live chat 1, which I recommend all of you watch it because it's just incredible.
You know what's even more incredible is the fact that everyone's jaw is different, everyone's face is different, so everyone produces a different sound. So everyone's got a unique tone in a sense.
Yeah,
you guys know that musicians were the first scientists, right? Manipulating frequencies, getting different sounds.
Voice verification required.
If you use sound for a language, like how they showed with the drum and putting the sand on there, then basically sound is the Rosetta Stone of that language.
Anyways, I posted in Livestream text 1, and hopefully your speakers can pick up both the low and the high pitch sound that she makes, but it's crazy stuff.
You guys know when you're humming and you put your back teeth together and it makes them vibrate? You guys know what I'm talking about?
My lips start getting tingly sometimes when I hum, but never my back teeth.
Yeah, dude, I do this thing where like I can hum. I've been doing it since I was a little kid. And I'm not gonna do it on the mic, obviously, but I hum and it makes my back teeth like buzz, like they're like vibrating off of each other.
You're reaching
the
resonant frequency of the tooth. You shouldn't do that, dude. You need
what?
to,
dude. Wait, because my
Is your tongue touching the teeth at the same time?
Let me think here. Hold on. No, it's not.
Maybe you need to do that so that it protects them teeth when you do that.
I don't know. I just like the way it makes my teeth feel, and like
vibrating the
I've never
entire
heard
room.
anything bad about it.
You know, when a bus drives by your home and how windows will rattle, and you're like, why is that window rattling?
Yeah, meeting the resonant frequency, isn't it? Like that's how opera singer can make a glass shatter because
that's what you're
they
doing to your teeth.
They reach the same resonance of the glass, and that's how they can break it.
Now, if you keep doing that to your teeth, I'm not sure your gums might feel nice temporarily.
Well, enamel's probably a little bit stronger than glass, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
Man, teeth are crazy. I mean, you guys ever thinking about like, oh, like I'm mostly water and flesh and tissue and muscle and joints, wood tendons, right?
Yeah.
And then there's teeth, and but it's like, you know, you made all of your body parts, and it's just crazy to imagine that you made your teeth. Like, how the hell did I do that? Right? How did my body make teeth? They're such a weird substance.
You fucked them
It
up.
wasn't. It was your parents, by the way.
You fucked up your teeth. That's all you did, right?
Well, I mean,
have you not ever done that and think like do my teeth look more like my mum's or my dad's?
I've never compared, but I bet I could.
Check.
It's crazy to think.
Good check.
They're just a weird body part.
Mic check.
Check.
Good check. Mic check. Good check.
Teeth are a weird body part.
No,
I couldn't.
Sound.
Yeah, what did you mean by that?
If the language of Hebrew is linked to cymatics itself, like each letter goes for a sound on the drum, then the sound is the Rosetta Stone to that language and every other language that stems from that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you play that sound and you play that, it'll make that letter. Now that's the Rosetta Stone. That sound
I get
is that
you.
letter,
I get you
that
now.
frequency.
So like, if that's the original language,
the Rosetta Stone of sound, baby boy.
I get you. So if that's the original language and every other language sort of derives from that, then you're going to get in every other language you're going to get a bit of that. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Hey guys, do you know about?
It won't sound the
Go
same.
ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, who says that language is that advanced anyway? What if it's just some primitive language?
I just said
well,
if.
It is now.
Well, the key is, hold on. The key is the cymatic of the design. The design is the sound, no matter what language, no matter who you are, right? So if you put the C frequency on, and then the drum shows a C with the sand, it doesn't matter who's doing it. It doesn't matter what language you use, right? It's going to show the C for that frequency, right? I mean,
dude, those guys weren't that advanced, dude. I'm talking about the Egyptians that you're talking about their language.
What?
They showed pictures of them having riding horses and buggies, bro. If they're that advanced, why did they build like
Phoenicians?
What are you talking about? Advanced to put sand on a piece of skin? What do you mean?
Like,
There's something very important for us all to learn.
Has anyone heard of the Phoenicians? Never mind.
One more time.
It's a lot of lag.
Well, anyways, I'll just say something real quick to all of you. So one thing that will make your life better, make your children's life better, which is something we could probably all accomplish within maybe a week. It wouldn't be that hard. As long as you can find a proper source to learn it from, it is learning the entire International Phonetic Alphabet, which is where every sound a human mouth can produce has been given its own symbol or letter. So there's no doubling up, like in English, how A can be a, a, There's like 4 different versions of the sound that the letter A makes, right? They did away with that in the International Phonetic Alphabet, and they gave every individual sound the human mouth can make its own letter to its own specific sound. And learning that system gives a lot of insight, I think.
How many letters in that alphabet then? That must
it's not going to be any insight because
So
There
including
isn't anything special about those languages. It's not going to
that's
like
not a language.
help you levitate a car or anything.
Yeah, it's not a
Anyway,
language. I don't think he was claiming it'll give you superpowers.
What up,
anyways,
Flat D?
I get what you're
No,
saying though
yeah,
about the phonetic.
it wasn't about
There's
being
this
a superhero with your sound and being able to like be a superhero. No, that's not what it was. It was just the fact that we were talking about it was spoke into existence. That is that sort of thing we're talking about.
Yeah, but
So
you ever
there's
see
this
that movie? I think it was
international
called
phonetic.
Push.
Jesus
You ever
Christ.
see that movie? You ever see that movie Push, where the guys could like scream really loud and like fuck people up?
No.
Heard about
Well, if those languages did that, then
No,
I'd
it's
be
Skyrim.
impressed.
Skyrim, they can do that.
Yeah, it's
Yo,
Skyrim,
Push
yeah.
was a dope ass movie. You guys gotta check that out.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to answer the question that someone asked me. There are around 140 some different individual sounds the human mouth can make, but that also includes the clicks.
What about
Voices.
tone and inflection? Does the international alphabet or whatever take into account that?
Yeah, so you know, there's different symbols for that, but they don't have their own letters. You know.
Yo, can anyone see the moon right now?
That's dope. That's super dope.
Hey,
Can anyone see the moon right now?
No, not me.
Yeah,
What's
yeah, dude. I can see the moon. What's
I
going
look
on?
at it.
Do you want to do some calculations?
It's still there, right?
Someone's right.
It's orange.
You want to calculate
Yeah, it's
where
not
it's
the
at?
same. It's not the same.
I saw it.
Not my childhood moon.
Color. Interesting.
Hey,
bigger.
hey guys,
White light, you're lagging, dude.
I mean, yo, can you guys see the moon? Am I
Laggy
tripping
ass
or what?
motherfuckers in here right now.
Is it the same color it was last night? I mean, I know I got one eyeball, but
I saw it.
It's
I
super
saw it
big and
about
it's
3
orange.
hours ago, and it looked nice and full. But I haven't looked at it again. Maybe that was
It's orange
more than 3 hours ago.
and double full.
I'll go
color?
take a look at it,
Size
Jeremy.
and orange.
Give me 50 seconds, and I'll go
Yeah,
outside
30.
right now.
You got
The
30,
atmosphere
Fundy.
is making it
You know,
that.
The atmosphere is making it double in size. We're being
We were looking at.
238,000 miles
No.
away.
Look orange.
That's
Look
orange.
orange.
All right, I'm walking out into the middle of the
Hold on,
street
somebody's
to take a look
roboting.
at
Hold
the
on,
moon.
guys, hold on. Somebody's roboting. Let's sort that out because it's a nightmare.
White light.
Let's figure out who's
It's
roboting.
not.
Hold on.
I'm fine.
I listen
white
to
light,
the
you're
two
lagging, dude.
tones, so it's not me that's
No,
roboting.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
All right,
No,
I'm
I'm
looking at the
not.
moon. I'm looking at the moon, Jeremy. I went outside to the street. I'm looking at it now, and it's full, and it looks exactly the same color as it was yesterday.
Dude.
It's orange
Are
for
you
me.
fucking serious, Fundy?
I mean, listen, dude. I just walked outside of my house to do this for you. I'm in the middle of the
Did you
street
look
looking
at
at
the
it.
moon
Yeah,
last night? Did you look at
Yeah,
the moon last night?
yeah. I had like a 10-minute conversation about the moon last night. Yeah, I looked at it.
And you think this looks the same color? No
Yeah,
way,
it's more
bro.
full. It's
You
more
better
full
get.
looking.
No, the color, man. The color.
Can't
You
see
better
the
get your
the
fucking
different
eyes.
brightness,
You gotta get your fucking
the
eyes
different
checked,
color
Fundy.
hue.
It's totally
It's
possible that
orange.
they're different colors to both of you. It's totally possible.
Here's
Why?
another thing about the light.
Why would
The
it be different
atmosphere.
colors? Hold on. Why would it be different colors to both of us?
The atmosphere above you, unless you're in the same city,
Yeah.
the atmosphere above you will bend the light in a certain way that it'll become that color. And the atmosphere above him will bend it in a certain way that it'll, become the color that he sees. Am I making
think
sense?
so?
Am I lagging? Yeah,
You're
bro.
not lagging. I don't think that makes sense, though. But,
Oh, you're not making sense though.
Like,
yeah, that's the
it's
problem.
Hey, just a quick little survey. Did anyone in here take a COVID vaccination?
Yo, we're not gonna talk about that.
Yeah, why? Yeah,
Why not?
it's a good point.
Dude, don't even say that. We don't want to. We don't
Why
want to.
not?
We don't want to shut anyone down on what things
Jeremy,
you can or can't talk about. But
Yeah, who was it that
you're
brought up that
fucking
point
doing
about
that
the
right,
moon?
Jeremy. You're fucking telling me what I can and can't talk about right now. Who the fuck are
I
you,
know.
dude?
Yeah,
I don't
because
want to. We
we
don't
don't
want to
want
do
this
that.
fucking
But
No,
planet
no,
getting
dude.
taken down, you dickhead.
I can ask a fucking
listen,
question, dude. I got a family member who took a fucking injection, and I got a.
Bro, what's wrong with you, man? Why you got to try and put the server in trouble?
yeah, we just don't want to. It's not that we want to stop you from talking about it, because I don't. I'd love to be it for anyone to say anything they want, because I got a lot of things I could say about certain things. But anyways, it's Discord and YouTube. Like they're shutting shit down of anyone who talks about shit like that. So let's just try to be careful, guys. You know.
Can I get video perms? I can show you the moon from here.
What color is it? Does it look the same color as it did you last night?
I didn't really see it last night, but I mean it looks kind of whitish yellow. What's up with that?
I don't know. It looked white. It looked bright white to me last night. Right? It was bright white, and now it's like this dingy,
Light scattering. Yeah.
orangey, yellowish.
Bacon,
Hey,
if I use bending, then my bad.
I'll tell you what that is, Jeremy. That's the sulfur coming out of the power plant down the road from you.
Hey, Jeremy, have you ever noticed that, like, if you look up in the sky, right, and you see all the stars, they're they're like white colored, but then sometimes stars closer to the horizon, they're gonna be like, you know, that gold color you're talking about. What the hell?
I'm not gonna lie. I can't see any fucking stars right now. I see no stars. All I can see is the moon.
But when you do, it's probably that those stars somehow the sun is
Yo, Flat D, you're roboting. You're roboting, Flat D.
Luckily, they turn out the street lights here after like 1 o'clock.
I think I can usually see stars. I think I might have like some kind of cloud cover or something going on.
Is it safe if they turn the streetlights out? Because then how can you drive?
There's this thing they put on cars in the front. They're called headlights.
Oh yeah,
game changer.
Oh shit! Are you serious? Yeah. Damn, I never saw that.
Yeah, you got to get up on this new headlight thing they came out with.
Was that a NASA convention? Was it?
I never found my headlights, bro.
If it wasn't for NASA, we wouldn't even have headlights. Get up with the time.
I try to use the moonlight.
But what? So what? You're saying that it looks yellow to you now?
It's orangey. It's more. It's kind of like orange yellowish. It's got like a tint of orange.
Slightly yellow.
Did you have a pic from earlier as well to compare?
No, yesterday it was, dude. It's not even close to what it looked like. Yesterday it was like blinging white, like bright white.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is for me, with a little bit of fog.
It was smaller.
It's a bit, you know, smudgy.
My cell phone only got two cameras on the back.
Like a rainbow.
My cell phone only got two cameras on the back. I'm a peasant, so I can't get a really good picture of it.
Hey, Demok, has anyone ever seen a rainbow from a side view?
From 120,000 feet.
Isn't that how you see it? Isn't that how everyone sees a rainbow?
No, they see
I've seen it.
I've
seen the 360.
Oh yeah, I've seen those too. I want to see it from a side on. We all see it front on. Where's the side on view from a rainbow?
There isn't one. No, there isn't one.
What are you talking about? There is one. There has to be one. You see a front on one. There's got to be a side one.
I don't think so.
Everyone sees a unique rainbow, depending on their perspective.
So, is it a personal rainbow?
It is.
Bro, how'd they measure the Dude, you be making wild claims about shit, and I don't think you really know.
Well, Google it.
How do they measure
to
the
the side of the rainbow?
How'd they measure the parallel light? How do you know the moon is this color because of light scattering?
Well, I just know these things based on grade 11 and 12 physics and stuff. So I mean, I kind of just know, and then if you want me to Google, like, that's another stage.
Oh, finally, we've got a physics guy here.
No, I'm not.
Where is the center of the universe, Piz? Where is it?
What? That's such an awesome, great question. Where is it?
Where is it? Yeah, come on, you're the physics guy. Come on.
Apparently, according to mainstream science, it's just
that is the Earth.
The Milky Way is orbiting it. So, you know.
So really? So there is.
Yeah.
So
that's
there's
the
a
answer.
center.
There is a center.
The Milky Way, our solar system. Our solar system is in the Milky Way galaxy, and the Milky Way galaxy is apparently, according to mainstream
pseudoscience. You said it.
Pseudoscience, yeah.
Yeah.
According to mainstream pseudoscience, it's orbiting the galactic center.
Okay, now you're sure about this because
no, hang on.
The rest of your so-called crew don't quite agree with you.
Right? Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Hey, I got a question.
But
the great attractor.
You asked me the question,
right?
If
let me just quickly
years
old.
Hang on.
Hold on.
Hang on.
Hold on.
He asked me the quick question after I said, I know these things basically, like, based off of my knowledge and understanding, everything I've, and then he asked me the question. I answered it in like a general terms, like that's my understanding.
Okay.
And that's it. And we didn't have to go into like Google it, like proof. Give me proof,
Oh no, I'm not asking for proof. I just want to know where it is because we're getting many conflicting answers at the moment.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's my understanding based off of like what I've heard, everything.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I'll file that, put it away.
Yeah.
Write that down.
Yep, it's been written down.
Put that next to Moyak 2027.
Galactic Center. Jot it down.
Oh, jot it down, mate. Jot it down, mate.
Jot it down, mate.
Listen, you had him running in circles with this center of the fucking universe thing. If something has a volume, I mean, if it's infinite, that's another story. Then I guess, there's no center if it's infinite. I don't know anyone who claims it to be infinite, though. I don't think mainstream science claims an infinite universe.
Yeah. But Jeremy, if something is expanding equally in every single direction, right? Expanding equally, and it started from a center point, the Big Bang. They can't locate the center. They have to actually say, well, no, they say the center. Well, actually, the top dog, like the Top Gun out there, says the center is everywhere.
Okay, listen. Here's what defeats one of their arguments. If something's expanding, it can't be infinite, right? Because if it was infinite, how could it expand more? It's already infinite. Secondly, for 2,
here's another
if it's not infinite,
Jeremy.
No, I'm on 2 still. Hold on. You can give us 3 in 1 second. For 2, if something's not infinite, which we just logically deduce that it's not infinite because it's expanding. So it's not infinite, so it has to have so any volume has to have a center, right? Anyways, go ahead. Hit us with number 3.
Okay, number 3. If we can look back with the James Webb Telescope to 14.5 billion years old, how does that say that there's infinite light years, supposedly? If we can only look back 14.8 billion light years, or not even light years, that would be 14.8 divided by a light year. So how can we see infinite light years then, or why do we conceptualize infinite light years?
We don't, and then we already just deduced that it can't be infinite because it's expanding. If something's infinite, how's it going to expand? It's already infinite. Is this like infinity? Is this like when you're a kid and you go infinity plus one?
Well, the good question is like, which means we can reverse it. If it's expanding in certain directions, we can reverse it and do the and see that it came back
Reverse it infinitely.
Hold on, but would you agree that?
Well, the thing about it expanding infinite, like, first of all, that means that there's just an area where a void of nothingness outside of this minuscule existence, regardless of our expansion. So, if we were expanding, obviously the matter in our universe isn't infinite; it's finite. So the more the expansion, the more space between everything. When is that happening?
Yo, that's another thing I was arguing with Kosho about earlier. If you have something expanding, it has to expand into something. Like that should be like a law. Like you can't have something expanding and it's not expanding in. They were trying to Kosho was trying to tell me earlier that it's not expanding in anything. I'm like, dude, that doesn't even make sense.
Well, yeah, doesn't make sense to me either. Doesn't make sense to anybody, really.
Dude,
Even
it breaks down there. It breaks down there, but then also, I think the concept of rotation debunks general relativity. Like due to the nature of rotation, there's a center to it, and well, how can there be a center? I mean, if there's a center, then everything's not relative.
There has to be a center because they know the universe is expanding. If something's expanding, it's not infinite. If something's not infinite, it has to have a center, a volume.
That's another good one. Yeah, just
how about
go ahead.
How about
law
when
of
we
entropy.
look in a telescope? How about when we look in a telescope but they say we can see, however many light years or they think there's this much space, and they say, okay, we can see so many light years, but then we can only look back 14.8 billion years old to the beginning of the universe. That doesn't make any sense. Then it would be 14.8 billion years divided by a light year, and that's as far as you can travel. You wouldn't be able to go fucking whatever. How many years equals a light year? I don't know.
Well, they'd have to be able to map
that's bullshit,
themselves
right?
in the whole of the universe, but we can only see a certain distance, apparently, How can they still even know that we're in a spot to notice where it began? If you know what I mean. How are we able to see whatever, the earliest galaxies or whatever? Are we lucky to be in this spot,
Well, they just assume that. Funny enough, they assume that. Well, the lights that we do see, they just happen, like, even regardless of how far they are, they have enough luminosity and enough magnitude to reach Earth. And not only is it coming from the source because the source is dead, but there was just enough energy for it to make it to Earth sometime in the future. That's fucking crazy. Like to assume that you can see all that there ever was. How do you know that? I like that question.
Look, Jim Jam, you can imagine anything, right? I can look up at the sky, right, in the middle of the night, and I can see a couple of stars, and I can imagine, right, little aliens traveling from one star to another star. Right? You can imagine anything you want up there. That's all you got to do is just imagine.
Yo, we need to get
Just
Kosho in here because I should have
imagine.
thought. We need to get Kosho back in here because I'm gonna roast him on those points I just made. I didn't even think about that shit earlier. That's a wrap for that argument about there not being a center and shit.
Don't be too harsh on him.
Well,
no, he's gonna get it.
A lot of those questions are just kind of.
And they literally couldn't answer you, Jeremy, could they?
What's up?
You were a little muffled there. What?
Well, I remember you having this debate a few months ago with them, and they were just running. They couldn't answer it. It's like either there is space being created in between things, or the universe itself is extending into nothingness. You know, I remember you talking about this months ago.
Yeah. This is specifically about the center, though, and also I just want to point out, one of my coworkers goes out and goes, "Look at the moon," because it's a fucking crazy color. But yeah, this whole the center point, that's a whole nother problem with the space being created and shit. But these guys saying there's no center is fucking nuts.
Don't ask the difficult questions, Jeremy.
Well,
it's not even a question. It's a logical.
There might be no center when you think about it in a different way.
Dude.
Yeah.
I've thought about it in the way that it is, and you guys claim it's expanding. That means not infinite, right? Does that mean not infinite?
Listen,
if something's expanding, can it be infinite?
When I said the Milky Way was orbiting the center of the universe, that would be like all the mass is doing that. So like mass is kind of forming and coalescing and becoming black holes, and then everything's kind of swirling around the center of mass. But then the expansion of the universe could be happening like off in all directions. So there's no like actual center.
I understand you. Can something be? Hold on, Bantock. Can something be infinite? Can something be infinite and also expanding? So like infinity plus one.
Infinite and expanding.
It wouldn't be like
can you have an
one.
infinite?
It would be like times something, right? Because it's a whole thing that is stretching.
Oh, here we go. Bacon. Was that Bacon?
Yeah, that's me.
Bacon. What's up? Can the universe be infinite and
but
expanding?
it's two different. I think it's a malformed question. Why? Because the universe isn't infinite. The space it's expanding into is supposedly infinite.
So you could say it's expanding. It's infinite because it's expanding.
It is not infinite. That's definitely a violation of natural law. But,
sure. What they're trying to say is
but it can expand into an infinite area if such a thing existed, hypothetically.
So,
according to mainstream pseudo.
What is the Milky Way orbiting?
According to mainstream science, it's orbiting a giant black hole in the center of our universe.
Okay, then. So if the Milky Way is orbiting a giant black hole,
right? Yeah, right. Yeah.
Right. The black hole would have to be the center, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the center of mass. Yeah.
The Milky Way cannot be the center of the universe because it is orbiting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's orbiting.
Exactly.
The center of the universe. Or a black hole.
Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from?
What, you think the Milky Way isn't orbiting? You think the Milky Way and all these other...
Where are you getting this from?
Galaxies orbit.
I'm asking where you're getting this from.
This is mainstream science. This is like
no, I don't think
grade 11. Yeah, my grade 11 textbook says so. This is how it is.
There's a black hole in the center of the universe. Are you sure that's what's written there?
The Milky Way orbits the center. They say it's such a heavy, like, obviously it's gotta be like
I think there's a misunderstanding going on.
Piz is the top science guy in this room.
No, I'm not. Shut up. I actually said that it's based on grade 11 physics. Yeah.
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 Keep going though.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever the claim. I think maybe you misunderstood what I was saying because I don't think that was the claim.
All right, so what's the Milky Way orbiting then?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't think there's any claim about there being a center of the universe where there's a black hole. I don't think that's the case ever.
Okay, let's find out.
Right.
Like if you read it and you can find where you saw it, maybe I might change my mind, but I'm highly
That's like the
skeptical
consensus
that was actually said.
mainstream.
Yeah, I know
That's
you're saying that,
yeah.
but unless you point to any source that can back that up, I'm highly skeptical that that's actually the consensus because I never heard that before.
Who do you trust? Well, where's like Doofus and the other boys, like Jace and shit? Like, where are they to explain it and you can actually believe them? Or how about Google it?
No,
like
I would be very surprised if they said that. That there's a black hole in the center of the universe.
In other words, you don't want to back it unless you know it's written by the mainstream.
No. The claim that he said is that the mainstream says that. I'm not challenging that.
Yeah, you don't want to back it unless you know that the mainstream did say it, right?
No, this is not about me agreeing with that or not. It's just me challenging him to back that mainstream actually said it. Whether or not it's true, it's a complete different matter.
I don't want to Google anything for you.
You can't defend it yet because you don't know whether it's been proposed by the mainstream. But as
I'm not asking him to defend the claim that there's
I found it, Jeremy. I found it. I found the answer.
Go ahead.
Right, you want to hear the answer? Okay. Strict. Oh, actually, no. It's only the galaxy. I've only found the galaxy, not the universe. I take that back.
The Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy orbits
a supermassive black hole, according to Google.
Yeah, that ain't none.
Yeah, but that's not the center of the universe, right? You're talking about the black hole in the center of the Milky Way, right?
Dude, he asked me what the Milky Way orbits. Like
exactly right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you said there
would have to be the center of the solar system, would it? Like, how else would you what are you talking about?
Bacon, listen, I got a simple question. Simple question for Bacon. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Question for Bacon. Go ahead.
Galaxy, not solar system. My bad.
Can something be infinite and expanding?
Yeah, I see no logical problem with that.
Dude, Bacon,
That's
you didn't know
problem.
that?
Hello.
No, I don't see it. No, I see that.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Elijah?
Yeah.
We hear you.
Yo.
For example,
some of y'all didn't get smacked up when y'all was
like we have infinite odd numbers, right? We also have infinite integer numbers, and for each odd number, there is also an even number, and all of them are among the integer numbers, and all of those groups are infinite. So you can have you can double everything.
Can I ask you a question, Bacon?
Well, I'm trying to get to the end.
Hello. Hello.
Bacon, you can shut up, Bacon.
I think I was answering a question.
Hello. Was I not talking first before Bacon and everyone else started talking?
I was answering a question.
And I got to the end of the EDU.
Elijah, shut the fuck up. Let Bacon finish talking about numbers.
Just let him finish.
Come on, you're next, Elijah.
I was talking first.
I know.
You
finish straight after Bacon, Elijah. All right.
Morning, Bandy.
Hey, Rui. Go on, Bacon.
You can double every single number of a series of infinite numbers, and you're still gonna have like infinite numbers. Now, but you double them, like every single number you had before. Now you have two of them. This is sort of what the universe could be doing. You can have things getting further from each other, and it always being infinite. But so I don't see any logical contradiction with that.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hello, Elijah. Hello.
Elijah, go, bro.
What
the fuck's the matter with you?
Relax, everyone. Relax.
Until Elijah,
all
feel
right,
free to interrupt.
Bacon, I'm going to answer you a question.
Bacon real quick.
I'm going to ask you a question, Bacon.
I just say that.
Can I go? I think I asked. Fundy?
Are y'all going to start moderating or what?
Elijah,
we're letting you go. Fucking go.
Go ahead, bro.
I was talking when they were joking.
You weren't
one heard
heard
you.
speaking. No one heard nothing.
No
You're
one heard
robot.
No one
you.
heard
You've got
any.
bad connection.
No one heard you talking.
So then, am I roboting right now? Is that the problem?
Yeah,
Because
go.
I'm not
Let's
doing
go.
anything
Let's
but trying
attack.
to talk.
Go.
Elijah, calm down. Everyone, calm down. Hold on. Calm your farm. Don't everyone talk at once. Elijah, you were asked to speak, and there was silence for a good 3 or 4 or 5 seconds. There was nothing. So jump in. Say what you want to say.
Okay. Anyway.
No, fuck him. All right, Bacon. Nah, fuck you.
Hold on.
Fuck your ass. Here, Bacon.
Getting muted?
Hold on. Elijah, we can't hear you. Elijah, we can't hear you.
I think he's getting muted.
I'm gonna go into YouTube, and then I'm gonna go to Geo, because y'all are a bunch of dick suckers.
Eli, we can hear you.
I'm sure you can hear that.
Don't listen to yourself, not speak in the chat.
Hear you.
Fuck's sake, Elijah. Oh my day.
Retard.
Eli, we can hear you. Speak.
Question not who said that the galaxy revolves around a black hole.
Just say what you want to say, bro.
Was the question not? What wasn't it someone who wanted to know where or why we were saying that the Milky Way or the galaxy circles the black hole?
Contribute. Say what you want to say.
What does the Milky Way circle, orbit?
That was the question.
We can't hear you, Elijah. If you are talking, we cannot hear you.
I can hear him.
Yo,
I think he's just going silent.
I'm not going silent. Y'all are fucking with me. Because there's just no way at this point. Every time I start mentioning the action, I see me green right now, which means there must be a sound problem, or y'all are fucking with me. It has to be one of the other.
We're not.
You can hear me up until the point that I start talking about the article. Y'all can hear me until every time I start reading the article.
Go have a look on the 24. Go have a look on the fucking live stream and go and replay where we're like, Elijah, talk, and there's fucking silence.
Just go ahead. Yo, you got the mic. Go ahead, Elijah. Nobody interrupt him, please.
Is it happening again?
Yep.
I'm on Elijah.
Fuck. Nobody talk. Just let Elijah go. Go ahead, Elijah.
You, Elijah. Fuck you.
Hold on. 10 seconds of silence.
So what's happening with my audio that it's going in and out in the middle of me talking? Because that's what y'all are saying is happening.
Yeah, we don't know.
Elijah, make your point about the galaxy's rotation.
I did.
We didn't.
We can't hear you.
Yo, Jeremy, every time you say, hold on, I can't hear you, and y'all say, okay, go ahead, I go ahead. And then everybody starts talking, and y'all like, hold on, let Eli speak. But I am speaking. So either I'm getting muted, or y'all can't hear me because I need to come out and come back in. But y'all just keep saying I keep stop talking.
Elijah, do that. Go out and come back in, because we cannot hear you. Okay? I'm getting sick of saying it. Thank you.
Fuck, I could hear him all the time. He just wasn't fucking speaking.
How could you hear him
Bizarre.
if he's not speaking, Rui?
No. Every time he said something, I could hear what he said. I don't understand what everyone else is saying.
I think he was speaking with us.
So if he can,
Here we go.
so if he can hear what I said, why can't the rest of y'all?
Yo, just go ahead.
But what did you say? What did you say?
Okay, so other guy, can you repeat what I said? Like maybe not verbatim, but the gist of it.
Center of the universe.
Seriously, no. Stop this rubbish. All right, we've all told you that we can't hear you. Now we are giving you the opportunity to say it again. So say it, please. Go.
Okay, like I said, can you still?
You're okay over here. I'm not gonna bug you.
Fuck. You said, can you still, and then you cut out.
Yeah, now we can't hear you. If you're saying something right now, we're not hearing you.
This is what happened twice before at very crucial moments. That's why we were saying we can't hear him, because he seemed to start a sentence and get cut off after the first word twice previously, and now for a third time just now.
It sounds like his internet is trying to troll him, because every time he's trying to answer the question, he gets muted, but not when he's complaining about.
Yeah, it seems intentional, but I don't think anyone here is doing anything.
That's impossible. That's impossible.
Elijah, we can
Listen to the live stream, Elijah.
You only hear me bitching. Listen to what I'm saying. You hear when I'm bitching, and you say I can. Okay, but you say.
Hold on. Listen to me. Take it from now, right? Say what you need to say.
Okay.
This guy
WTAMU.edu. Why does everything in our galaxy orbit the supermassive black hole? Didn't the other guy want to know who was saying this? That edu. That's who's saying it.
No, that's not the question. The question was the black hole at the center of the universe, not at the center of the galaxy.
What do you? How would? Who claims to know the center of the universe?
Wait, is that what was said? No, I don't think that's what was said. It was what is the Milky Way orbiting?
Yeah, exactly. and his answer was a massive black hole at the center of the universe.
I just read you the citation for what he just said.
No, the citation doesn't say at the center of the universe. That's what I'm objecting to.
What are you telling me? But what is the Milky Way orbiting? Correct. Your contention was, I want to know who says that the Milky Way, the galaxy we live in, is orbiting a black hole. That's what he wanted to know.
No one says that.
No, that wasn't my question.
Bacon, I followed this conversation. I can settle this. Just listen, people, okay? I mean, it's really simple. I was under a miscomprehension as well, like a lot of us may be, because we were never taught a word, most of us, for the level above a galaxy being anything other than the center of the universe. But I'm reading here that it says the Great Attractor is a gravitational anomaly in intergalactic space, and the apparent central gravitation point of the Laniakea supercluster. So sure, there is a black hole that is at the center of the Milky Way, and also there's a black hole at the center of the Laniakea supercluster, but that isn't claimed, as far as I know, to be the center of the universe. It's just saying that the Milky Way galaxy and other galaxies are all orbiting around a black hole in the center of them. But just because they have a center, there might be other clusters of galaxies that have their own center that they orbit around.
Yeah, I don't think it's anyone from those fields of, as you guys say, mainstream science, claim that there is a center for the universe. That's why I was skeptical when Nepo said that there was a black hole at the center of the universe, because I don't think anyone from mainstream science says that there's a center for the universe. That's why I was challenging that claim specifically.
But why wouldn't there be a center of the universe? Hypothetically
because of
speaking.
how we
Forget whether they're saying...
Not why wouldn't there be,
because of
but
how
why
we
wouldn't they
understand
tell
the
us that
expansion.
there is?
Because of how we understand the expansion to work.
Because we could...
No, wait a minute. If you have an explosion or an amount of energy starting at a point and then radiating outward, that point is still the center of that energy radiating.
Yeah, but that's not
what
how
do you
the universe
mean?
is supposed to be like. That's like a misunderstanding of what the Big Bang is supposed to be like. It's not energy.
Hang on, Bacon was talking.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's not
Big
energy.
Bang isn't supposed to be.
It's matter. Still.
Yeah, Big Bang isn't supposed to be matter coming out of a specific point inside of the universe. That is not what Big Bang is describing.
Okay, but it was matter that started at, instead of energy, it was matter that started at a single point, and then whatever jumped off, it splitting into individual pieces and expanding into the area of nothingness that we call space. There was no energy to impede any of that expansion. Therefore, there definitely is a center.
No. It wasn't expanding into. It wasn't expanding into an empty space. That's like
I'm sorry.
the universe.
What is the space in between the matter? in the heliocentric model? What is the space in between the matter?
I'm not sure if I get
Perhaps
your
the
question.
space that was available for the matter to expand into. Perhaps it couldn't be no space.
That's not okay. But
That's
when
why
we
it's called space.
yeah, but when we're talking about the universe expanding, it's not inside of space. Like in according to we understand the
Space
expansion of the
is
universe.
already
Let me
here.
finish.
We live in
Let me finish.
space.
Let me
That
just try
is
to finish the sentence.
expanding.
Let
Aisha,
me
you're being
try
an
to.
awful conversator. You're making this really
Yeah.
rough for all of us here.
Yeah, the universe
Ben,
is the space itself. Like universe doesn't exist inside of any space. Universe is the space. So when
No, that's not true.
universe is that is our understanding of the universe. That's what the Big Bang is trying
Well,
to
you
describe.
can't have
Even though it's not
something.
true.
You can't have something exist
Elijah,
nowhere
why
and
are
then
you
within
ruining
itself.
this conversation tonight? Can you please contain yourself?
It's called a rebuttal.
No, it's called a rude interruption. Nonsensical. Just hold on, okay?
Yeah,
No, it's
I've been
called
trying to get in and ask
a
Bacon
rebuttal.
one single question.
Go on.
Go ahead.
Can I go? Okay, Bacon. Here's my question. If we can look back at the beginning of the universe, which is 14.8 billion years, how can there be any more light years past that?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see anything past that. It doesn't mean there can't exist anything past that. Light
You're
just
talking about the
wouldn't reach
visible
you from.
universe.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. So the universe sets this boundary, right? So it's how far things can be, the light can still reach, but it doesn't prevent things from existing beyond. It just prevents light from those things to ever reaching us because there's just not time enough for life to reach us.
So does that mean
Let
that?
me ask this.
Does that mean that
Okay.
we
Let
can
me
only
rebut that.
hold on? Are
Wait,
you
no,
saying that
hold
we
on.
can
He's
only see
talking to me.
14
That's not
billion
fair.
years back?
Picking minute.
Fuck's sake.
Oops. Where did he go?
How can you have
Okay.
light coming from something if that something is only 14 billion years old? How can you have light further coming from, how could it be that things are out there, but the light hasn't had time to come back from them?
Google the observable universe.
No,
Got your
not
wiki page.
observable. We're talking about Big Bang. Big Bang isn't observable.
Understood, right? But
Big Bang
the
is
space
entire.
beyond that limit is expanding
Okay.
faster than the speed of light. That's what it means.
But Big Bang
Okay,
is
so where
the
we're at,
phase
watch,
of
hold
the
on. So
entire
where we're
universe,
at,
not the
to
age
the
of the
to the
observable
beginning of the
universe.
Big Bang, from where we're at, then from where we're at, we can do a 180, right? And then peer as far as we can, and then we'll see as far as we can, and then we can add those two together, and we can maybe get the extent of the universe, right? But if it's only say 30 billion years of light that can go one way, and then when we turn around we look the opposite way, and then we can say, okay, well, maybe the universe is this big. How can you still get light years then?
Light years is a distance, not a time, right?
Well, that's
Yeah,
how we calculate time.
how
That's
he's
how we
using it.
calculate distance, right?
No. When you have the space
Listen,
itself
if you have a
expanding,
14 billion year old universe, right? You can't have light moving around in it for 30 billion years.
no, the distance, the
But then
size of the observable universe
I have
is
a
a
tumor
distance.
that
That's
is
how you
5 years old.
measure. That's how you measure light. You say a light
Listen,
year.
I have a
It's
tumor
how
that's
It's
fast
55 years
light can
distance,
old,
though, not a
travel to you.
time.
even though I'm only
I've
40.
posted observable universe. Read it or not, I don't care. Whatever.
So is the official story that
Well,
we
if
can
you
only
can't
see
explain
14
it,
billion years in the past, and is that supposed to be the point of creation? But or are you just linking those two, and it's just as far as we can see apparently, and now you're saying that was where the beginning was, but
Yeah,
it might not actually be.
he's conflating the two. You're right. Right. Because the Big Bang is the point is that's the point of time, matter beginning altogether, not matter in the observable universe. It's the theory that it's the entire universe and it is now expanding. Right. But see, the James Webb Telescope just threw a fucking monkey wrench in their plans because they saw that the galaxies are too small and smooth, which is very much backwards from what they predicted it would be in an expanding universe. Literally backwards, the opposite. They should have been bigger and rougher and less uniform. But instead, they're showing that they are actually getting smaller due to angular size and perception the way they are supposed to. When a normal object goes further from you, it should get smaller. But in an expanding universe, right, there's a particular point, there's a precipice in that point where the light from the object begins to get bigger. So the object itself would begin to magnify. That's what they were expecting to see. See, they didn't see that at all. And so the expansion part of the Big Bang is being thrown out. Now they're starting to look at Pierre-Marie Robitaille's work with a little bit more, less, ridicule, because he says that the microwave background radiation is actually cosmic radiation coming into the Earth's oceans and then re-reflecting as lower energy microwaves and then acting with a hydrogen atom in the atmosphere and then causing a monopole reading, and that's exactly the monopole that they're getting. You can even see in the anisotropy maps the freaking some of the continents in the anisotropy maps, in the spaces and this, where there's just not as much light coming from these little spots and their little signals. It's almost ridiculous. So I mean, it's back to the drawing board actually for cosmology right now. They just, not everybody's realized it yet.
Okay, listen, let me ask this. You don't know if the universe is infinite or finite, right? Nobody knows that for certain. Is that a fair statement?
Right. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, man.
Is that fair, Bacon?
Yep.
That's fair.
Okay, so you can't say that if it's finite, a finite volume will definitely have a center, right? Bacon.
Not sure. Like, at least not in the way.
A volume. You have a volume of something. Does it have a center?
Well, would you consider that it has a center even if that center is not in the universe?
Bro, if you have a volume, if you have a finite volume of something, will that have a center?
In a way we understand like spatial dimensions, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So no one can say.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So no one can say for certain if the universe has a center or not, right?
Kind of. It depends on what you mean by that. So let me try to explain it.
What do I mean? Which word didn't you understand?
Yeah.
No,
so
everything he said made sense. It's very simple and clear.
Yeah, I know it's simple and clear, but
well, he asked you a yes or no, and he said, "Let me explain," instead of giving him a yes or a no.
Let's hear him. What do you got, Bacon?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
so. If I tell you that this center would not be in the universe, so there's nowhere in the universe you can go and say, well, here's the center. This could very well be the case in the way I understand universe.
That would be
understand
the center would be outside of the universe.
Yeah, something like that.
Only possible if it's infinite.
Bacon.
Can I explain that?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so, like, in the 2D universe, in the 2D world, you have circles, right? Circles have a one-dimensional surface. The surface of a circle is just a line, while the circle itself is 2D, right? If you get a three-dimensional circle, that's a sphere. A sphere is three-dimensional, but the surface is 2D. So if you keep doing that, you can go to an
three-dimensional reality.
If you try to create a four-dimensional sphere, its surface will be three-dimensional, right? But the sphere itself is 4D. Right?
How do you create a four-dimensional sphere?
There's no 4 dimensions or 5
Yeah.
dimensions. These are all mathematical bullshit.
Yeah, let me.
Hold on.
That's a separate question.
I want to see a four-dimensional sphere.
Yeah, I won't be able to do that. But
the abstract, so now we're really jumping
That's
in the
beside the
deep end.
point.
Well, no, it's not beside the point because we're talking about the center of something, right?
3D space, Bacon. 3D space.
Exactly.
Volume.
So,
Volume. 3D space.
You can either show me a 4D thing, a 4D sphere or a 4D square, right? Or we can just totally disregard the 4D and get back to
No, because
reality.
we live
3D.
in a three-dimensional universe, right? So I
Three-dimensional, exactly.
can't hand you. So I can't hand you four-dimensional objects because we live in a three-dimensional universe.
Well, also
however,
because
that doesn't prevent the
Hold on,
3D
hold on, real quick.
space.
I can't
Okay,
hand
go
you a
on.
leprechaun. That doesn't mean
Real quick, we live in 3D space. We know that 3D spaces have volumes. If it's finite, it has a volume, a 3D volume. We know that 3D volumes have centers, right?
Right.
Right.
Do we know that or no?
Right. We do know this. That's what we do
Hold
know.
on, Graham. Graham, hold on 1 second. Bacon, do we know that 3D volumes have centers?
Yeah, yeah. Like I'm struggling to answer that because, like, can I ask you back the same question but slightly different? So let's say we have a sphere, right? The surface of a sphere is 2D. There are only two dimensions on the surface of a sphere, right?
Though we do,
and it's
right. You're saying that
I don't believe that's true, but
we can be smack dab on the left corner of the 11th fucking dimension.
Can I get to the end of? Let me finish answering my. Let me finish asking my question.
You can from 2D, from a 3D shape, you can calculating it as 2D, you can get the center, right? But we've already experienced 3D objects, and we don't experience 2D objects, but we have never experienced a 4D object, so we can't really work with that, can we?
And you can't have a 2D. You can't have a 2D sphere either.
Right.
You can't even prove.
I mean, I could get into an argument.
Can I try to get to the end of anything that I'm?
Yes, go ahead, guys. Let's let
you can't have the 2D surface.
Right. There's no use invoking them as
a circle is 2D.
You can't prove
guys, what are we doing
you
here?
can't say that a three-dimensional.
Okay, look. I debunked the universe.
Guys, just temporary mute. I'm gonna just temporarily mute people so we can't hear anything. No, we can hear. I can hear everyone talking at once.
Yeah, just
Bacon, finish it up. Somebody else will let someone else go next. I'll pick somebody next. Okay, go, Bacon.
Right. So the surface of a sphere has a finite area. So a sphere is definitely finite, and therefore its surface is also finite. So it has a finite area. But can you point me to the center of that area? Like the center of the surface of a sphere would be like inside of the sphere, would not be at the surface of the sphere, right?
Yes.
Hold on, guys. Guys, hold on. This is not analogous. We're talking about the volume. And the volume, right? The 3D volume of the sphere or the universe is, if it's finite, it's definitely going to have a center. Now, who wants to go next?
It's completely
Can I go
analogous.
next, Jeremy, please?
I'm doing the exact same reasoning, but with one less dimension.
That
doesn't
why?
change.
Why would you use one less dimension? We live in 3D
because it's simpler
reality.
to understand.
No, yeah,
There's 3D
because it's simpler to understand. It's
I don't need
to
it simpler.
understand.
I can handle 3D. I don't need it simpler than 3D. And if you bring it to the 2D, it's not even analogous anymore.
Of course not.
Anyway, go ahead. I'll back off.
All right, and let me add to what Jeremy's saying real quick.
Joel would like to say something.
Can I answer, or can I ask a question? I think I've asked.
Just because you can map the surface of a sphere with 2 dimensions doesn't mean it's a 2-dimensional object. So there's his mistake right there. It's still a 3-dimensional object. We haven't traveled from one dimension into the next. Plus, there is no such thing as a 4-dimensional object, and until you can prove there is, you can't invoke that as an explanation.
I'm not arguing that there is. But the thing is, the way the thing is the way
when he asked you a particular
Elijah,
question,
you're hot micing, Elijah.
He asked you a particular question, and instead of just answering the question, you tried to invoke extra dimensional properties to the
because
universe.
it's
but you don't know that those dimensions
Grim.
even. That's my point. So you're
I'm
invoking
trying to clarify. I'm trying to clarify what the explanation is, right? If you don't agree with it, if you think it's not possible, then you can argue against that explanation. I'm just trying to clarify that. So if my
can I go now?
logical contradictions, then you
Bob
can
Dole
point
would
that
still like
out.
to go, by the way.
Yeah.
I kind of was. I was just cutting the logical completions off at the knees
No,
because
Mr. Grim cut in.
without
That's not
proving that those
fair.
extra dimensions exist in the first place, then you can't invoke them as an explanation for what you're talking about because they don't. You
Of
don't.
course
exactly.
you can. Of course you can. We're explaining
You might as well
explaining a
tell us
possibility.
it.
Go
I'm
ahead,
just
Flat D.
explaining a
Let's let
possibility.
Flat D go,
Thanks,
and then Bob
Jeremy.
Dole wants to go. Bob Dole,
Okay,
you're
I'm
next.
having trouble. I'm having trouble understanding this. So we know that the universe is 13.7 billion years old, but when I googled the nearest galaxy from Earth, it said Andromeda, which is 2.5 million light years away. How is this possible? If our universe is only 13.7 billion years old, there should only be there should only be 13. Can I finish?
Okay.
There should only be 13.7 billion years, pretty much in every radius. So 13.7 this way, 13.7 that way.
Yeah, but
right?
2 million light years.
The answer is pretty simple. A billion is bigger than a million. That's all.
Yeah, dude. I mean, come on.
All right, Bob. Bob's next.
Dude, 2.5 million. Come
Yeah,
on.
that's
You know how much a
less
fucking
than a
billion
billion.
is? 1,000, dude.
Exactly.
1,000 millions is a billion.
I don't get your argument,
This
Flat
is
D.
2.5 million.
Yeah,
so it's
that's
light years.
less than 13 billion, bro. By a lot.
Yeah,
You get it now, right? Clicking.
So then there should, hold on. Then there should only be 13 billion light years and not infinite light years. It shouldn't be like, oh, well, this galaxy over here is 20 billion light years. How can that be when the universe is only 13.7?
No, guys. Grim,
Do the
hold
math.
on, man.
13 billion
Grim.
What?
Grim, stop talking.
Oh,
Right.
never mind.
All right, come on,
Please.
Bob.
Oh,
Jump in.
my turn? Okay.
Yes,
I was
go,
going to
Bob.
answer Jeremy's question. The answer is no. Not all 3D volumes have a center.
Which 3D volume wouldn't?
Well, most of them actually. Just think of like a soda bottle right now. Okay, that would be a 3D volume, right? You can't find a center point of a soda bottle. You'll never find a point in that soda bottle that's equidistant from all of the outer edges. Most 3D volumes don't have a center. It's actually something that's, as far as I know, exclusive to spheres and circles only.
Okay. Fair enough.
No,
Well,
pretty sure squares have
there's no other
centers
shapes
and
that have
rectangles.
equidistant from a center. Like that. That's how you know it's a center. Is it's equidistant from all the outer edges.
Yeah.
As far as I know, there aren't other shapes that have that property.
of a
So no,
sphere,
not all
yeah.
volumes that are 3D have a center. In fact, they can't.
But their
I don't think-
universe
wait.
expanded into it. Didn't their universe expand into a sphere?
What?
Is your universe a sphere shape or what?
Yeah, that's the whole point I was trying to bring. That a finite universe would be a surface of a 4-dimensional sphere.
Dude.
There's
Did your universe
logic.
expand into a sphere shape or what?
I don't know.
Well, it was established yesterday that everything started from the center and everything is expanding equally in every single direction. So if everything is expanding equally in every single direction, that would give the preface to it being of a spherical shape, because otherwise it couldn't be expanding equally in every single direction. Thus the question, where is the center?
That's a non sequitur.
Yeah, not in the
No,
universe.
it's not.
Bacon,
It's
I
not
understood what you said, Bacon.
Can I address that? Like, if you have any, we don't have to go to 2D. I can explain that with 3D. Like, imagine you have a 3-dimensional infinite universe. Now you can just double the coordinates of every single thing in the universe. Everything that is 1 meter from the thing next to it is now going to be at 2 meters away from it, and that's going to happen everywhere in that infinite space. So you can make infinite space twice as big you can make everything further from each other, and
But
that
wouldn't
wouldn't
the
imply you have a
observations have to
center for
match?
that space. Sorry?
Yeah, no, that just sounds like sophistry. That if
That
if
don't
it
make any
started from the
sense.
center, if it started from the center,
I
Bacon, and
didn't concede
everything
that.
is expanding equally in every single direction,
I didn't concede to
right?
that, Benson.
I don't
A, it
concede.
sounds sphere shaped. That sounds like a sphere shaped thing to me.
Well, that's a Big Bang
which would
model,
have a
right?
center.
No, I didn't concede. I don't think anyone's conceding that it started away from the center, because no one's conceding that there's a center.
We're in sphere inception right at the moment, right now.
Well, your crew need
Well,
to
I
get
mean,
your
I guess
story
it's a
straight.
necessary antecedent, isn't it, for all of the primordial mass to be bundled together in an intense pressure and everything, and then finally something happens and it goes boom, and everything starts to congeal and create atoms, and stars create new atoms, and then, right? But from that mass, that would be a central point, wouldn't it? I mean,
No, not necessarily. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Conceptually, if it's a starting point,
No, maybe intuitively, but no, conceptually, no. It's logically possible for you to have an infinite expanding universe that started at some point in time and not have a center, a spatial center. That is logically possible.
So what you saying, an uneven distribution, or
first part of the Big Bang, where all that matter was congealed together?
Yeah.
And
So if you
all
have
the matter universes in one place, that would be, and then it expands from there. That would mean there's a center.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because if you have an infinite universe with no center, and the same. Remember, let me finish.
The universe didn't start in the Big Bang as an infinite universe, my man.
It did.
We're talking
If
about
it's
which
universe,
Big Bang are you
if
talking
it's
about?
infinite now, it was always infinite,
right? There's two different Big Bangs.
If it's
Which one are you talking about? Neither one of them are infinite, by the way.
If the universe is infinite now, it was always infinite since the Big Bang. It didn't become infinite.
No, that's not what the Big Bang says.
So it wouldn't be expanding then, would it?
Well, write a new paper. We'll take a look at it, but that doesn't
It
make a lot
wouldn't
of
be
sense.
expanding then, would it?
Either.
I think the only reason
It sounds like Big Bang's trying to incorporate data from steady state universe involving, trying to.
If I get a hand grenade, he's saying it first, and I think he's saying it because if you Google it, the accepted answer is there is no center. That's why he's saying it. The problem is we just don't agree with that logic because it makes no damn sense.
Exactly.
There's no way to adjudicate that.
Exactly. If I get a hand grenade,
can I answer that?
No, I just
Just
real quick.
Wait,
And then, no,
let me hear about the hand grenade.
Real quick, right? If I get a hand grenade, Bacon, and I throw it in the ocean, right, and it goes kaboom, right? What shape is it going to make underneath the surface? What the shape it makes, it'll make a sphere shape. And as that comes to the surface, you'll also get a 2D shape being a circle, equal in every possible direction. So this Big Bang explosions notion that is being thrown out there, that everything is expanding equally in every single direction, gives the picture of a spherical shape.
Yeah, but in the example of your grenade, you already have space. It's already inside something. That is not the case for the universe. It is not analogous. We're talking about.
It was in space, Bacon.
Yeah, the grenade was exactly. So, but the Big Bang wasn't. Big Bang is the space itself. It's not analogous at all.
Hey, can I
The Big Bang was in space. The Big Bang was in space, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. No,
Where
it
was
wasn't.
it?
Big Bang.
Where was it? Was it nowhere? It can't be in nothing. It has to be somewhere. It has to be in space. So it was either in space or it wasn't in space.
Can I be heard?
Big Bang is just the first moments of the universe, but the universe is the space. You can have space somewhere. Space is what allows things to be somewhere.
It was a tiny.
That's kind of what you
one second.
believe in mathematical constructs that don't have any actual basis in reality. You end up accepting things like that.
Hey guys, I have
there, but not in space.
Space didn't exist until it banged. That's basically what we're going to say.
But then where was
that would imply you have a before. That would imply you have a before the Big Bang, which is also not necessarily true.
So
I just
there's
want
a
to.
primordial matter
I've
that has
been
no coordinate.
listening for a while. There's just one thing I want to contribute after listening to all you guys talk, and it sounds like a lot of you already got this. But the idea of the Big Bang is that there wasn't even a place or a time for it to occur within or when. There was no where or when before the Big Bang.
Right.
It
So
didn't
there could be
expand.
no Big Bang because
I'm
it'd still
just
be stuck
saying
there
that
with no time.
it's such a weird event. It's a thing that happened. It's a non-thing that happened at a place which is nowhere at a time that never happened at any moment in time.
Yeah,
And
that's
it was
code
the
talk
beginning
for
of
bullshit.
time, space, and reality. It's the weirdest thing ever. I mean, I don't even know how people buy it, but
It's like they're telling you in your face that it's bullshit, but with all these different mechanisms of bullshit that you start believing in the bullshit. When they're literally
I'm
telling
not
you
even arguing it's true.
bullshit.
I wouldn't even argue this is true. I just think there's no
No
logical contradiction with that. At least not the way I understand the explanation. Which one do you
Yeah,
have?
there's a logical contradiction, but I just want to get in just real quick, right? Quick. So the logical contradiction is that a Big Bang happened, but yet space is flat, right? So if you want to understand how that happens, because usually when a grenade goes bang, like he said, it makes a sphere in all directions equally, but not with the Big Bang. If you look up the inflationary period, this is a theory, by the way, or more like a hypothesis that's never been proven right. So the inflationary period says that it expanded so fast, faster than the speed of light. Nothing did, right? Space expanded faster than the speed of light, and that's why the universe is flat.
No, I don't think that's why the universe is flat. I think the claim that it's flat isn't related to an inflationary period. I think
All right,
it's
real
related.
quick. Well, it's flat because math said so. That's the only reason.
No,
why.
we have
All
some options of geometry. There's closed geometry, open geometry, and flat geometry.
Yeah. So we got this space expanding, right? So there's space, it's expanding, and that has to occur somewhere, right? There has to be a place. Like, what's it expanding into? Outer space?
Yeah,
I've never heard of
what
something
intuitively.
expanding. What's up?
Yeah, it's a very intuitive question, but the thing is, the universe is space, so that
I
question
understand
actually,
that.
yeah. So it might
Yeah,
make intuitive sense for
but in a
everything
sense, you're
else.
saying the universe is getting bigger. Well, what's it getting bigger into? What do you get what we're asking?
Right. Well,
It
there's
has
just
to
the
go.
universe.
There has to be something there for it to go into, or there's just nothing.
I don't know. I don't think there has to be anything beyond the universe.
I don't know, dude. I've never heard of anything expanding. Anytime I hear of something expanding, I can point and be like, "Ooh, look, it's expanding into that other area."
Exactly, because everything is in the universe. Every example you have is already in the universe. So when we're talking about the universe
So
itself,
if the universe is
it
getting
won't be very
bigger,
analogous.
what is the universe itself expanding into?
Yeah, there has to be an area. You're saying there's no area or volume there? Like what? I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm saying there might not be. Universe might be all the volume that exists, and it's
And
a
then
volume
past
that is
that
getting
point,
bigger.
and then past that point, there's no volume.
There is no passing that point, depending on the geometry of the universe.
Well, there has to be passing that point because pretty soon, if you're on the edge of space, you'll be in that point. You'll
No,
be in
there is
that
no
where that
edge of
area
space.
was.
So
Yeah,
there's no
of
edge
course
of
there
space.
is. The place where it's expanding, the edge.
I want to
It's
share with you
expanding,
guys.
right? Okay,
no,
that's another thing. If something's expanding, it has the surface area where it's expanding. Like there's going to be an area that's moving outwards.
I just want to share with you guys that when it comes to discussing the universe as a whole, I don't think the universe as an object, like if we want to call the universe like a singular object, it's very complex. It's the most complex object. But just my personal philosophy is that the universe as an object itself doesn't follow the same rules as any of the objects that are components within the universe. I think it obeys a whole different set of rules as a whole than any of its components do within it. It's sort of like how your dad can give you a bedtime, but he doesn't have to go to bed. He doesn't have a bedtime. He can give his son a bedtime. You got to go to bed at 11:30, whatever. but he can stay up all night if he wants to, because he doesn't have to follow the rules that he sets for things, underneath him.
Yeah, that's I also see it like that, but I think like maybe a better analogy would be like a video game simulation. The video game itself doesn't have to follow the rules of the game itself, because like the game exists within the console. So it doesn't mean you can apply the same laws of the video game to the console itself, right? Or maybe that's a worse analogy. I don't know.
Yeah, I think yeah, that was the worst analogy. I think mine
No,
was a little
actually,
better.
okay, so he might not have explained it very well, but I've actually thought about this quite a bit. It is a good analogy. You just might not have said it properly. So let's say it's a very simple video game. You have a guy on the screen, and the idea is jump to the platform, go through the door, you win. That's the rules of the video game. But the person programming that video game doesn't have to work within those rules. They can make the game do whatever they want. They aren't the only one that's restricted by the rules of that video game are the ones who are playing the video game, right? The game itself is restricted by what it's programmed to do. The person programming was never restricted by what it was programmed to do. They're the ones programming.
Like you could program into the game that people can't jump higher than 6 inches, or I can jump 3 feet or whatever.
So what are we saying right now? Someone's amending the universe.
Oh,
I thought they were just talking about. Go ahead, Bacon.
Oh yeah, I was just pointing out that the laws of physics might not apply to like the expansion of the universe. So how we experience things within the universe. Well, we're talking about the things that allows for the rules to exist. So it doesn't make sense for the rules to apply to the thing as well.
The problem with that, Bacon, is that in like all of the scenarios, all the other scenarios, the thing that is outside of the rules that it sets is the thing that's making those rules. In your scenario, there isn't a thing making the rules. You're saying it's just nothing, and somehow that nothing works outside the rules of the thing it didn't even make. It's outside the rules of a thing that it's not associated with because it's nothingness. So yours doesn't actually stand to reason the way the other ones do.
I think it still does
there
because
was no rules made. Yeah.
I think it still does because like every object we experience like is made of atoms, like it's matter. The universe is space, it's space and time itself. So if you have space and time itself expanding, it's not made of atoms. It's not atoms getting further away from each other. It's space and time itself stretching. So those aren't the same thing. So it's you can't expect them to behave the same way.
So we've got to make up new rules for our ideas to fit into them.
Well, you can make whatever rules you want, but if you're coming up with rules that have contradictions or makes no sense or are not logically possible, then you have a problem. But I don't think that's the case for the Big Bang. I don't think there's any logical contradiction within the explanation of the Big Bang and not having a center.
Everything coming from nothing. You don't think there's anything wrong with that?
I don't think that's the claim. Big Bang doesn't say the universe comes from nothing. Big Bang just says like
where
if you
the
go back
stuff
in
comes
time.
from. Where the stuff comes from is like abiogenesis. These guys don't want to go near where it came from or how it started or anything.
Well, it's not that we don't want to go. We don't want to answer things that we don't know the answer. Like we don't. We
won't even
really
speculate
don't know
on it.
Well,
but you won't. You never want to talk about it. You don't want to acknowledge it or anything.
I would speculate about abiogenesis because I think I know a little bit more about chemistry than I know about like theoretical physics. Well, I know so little about theoretical physics that I couldn't even speculate about where the universe comes from. Like I really have no clue on how to speculate about it. But there are people who certainly do.
Oh, most definitely.
Just not me.
Most definitely they do.
My man, everyone wanted to talk 5 minutes ago. Now you guys got nothing? Well, there's an open floor.
Go.
Go on, Elijah.
So we make up rules so our ideas can fit into them, like the
Jeremy.
bending and warping of space-time.
I wouldn't say we're making our ideas fit into that. I think those are. Yeah, we make up rules that we think best explain what we're seeing. So like when we saw the redshift of the galaxies and it seemed like everything was going away from us, Big Bang was an idea. It came out of that. And then people started to say, well, if this is actually the case, then we should see X, Y, and Z, like the microwave background radiation. So when they found that, they kind of confirmed the idea. So, oh, it really looks like that's the case because there's this radiation coming from every direction, which is what should happen that we were expecting.
So how when I look at something, Bacon, like a light twinkling, for argument's sake, how does that equate into time bending when I'm looking at a twinkle?
What do you mean?
Well, just that we're looking at things, aren't we? Okay, whether that's we're looking at lights in the sky, right, and then through that observation, we have determined, right, that time is bending and space is warping. How do you
It's a
come up
long,
with that observation?
yeah, there's a long way from observing the sky to getting to space-time bending, right? Like I'm not gonna be able to make that connection with like a simple sentence. We would have to go step by step, and we would have to go through things that we know we disagree with. Like we wouldn't get there without knowing Earth to be a sphere. So first we would have to agree with that. That's one of the starting points before we can get to space-time bending.
Yeah, well, the whole space-time bending to me alludes to interdimensional living, right? Like this fantasiful type of thing. We have our dimension here, and there's going to be another dimension over there. Okay, that's what it alludes to. You know, we're talking about Star Trek type of stuff here, and I don't even Star Trek did that interdimensional traveling. They may have, may not have. I don't know. It may have been another show. I can't remember. But you know, I don't even know how you even demonstrate the warping and bending of space time in any practical way. Even here on Earth, we have a couple of clocks on the bottom of a building and the top of a building, and apparently that's bending of space time.
You get a blue sheet. You need a blue sheet with some balls. Wait till you guys see the new shit Don Pettit came out with. Okay? Don Pettit, this guy's a fucking genius. They got screens and shit now for rolling these balls. It's all high tech. No more blue sheets.
High tech bending space time.
Yeah, bro.
Happy days.
I mean, bro, mass attracting mass. Space-time bend. Same thing. It's all good.
The center of the universe, eh?
I don't know, man. Yo, if you got an ever in it, I could see them saying there's no center if it's infinite. That's a stretch because you don't even know that. But if it is finite, I guess it would have to be a sphere too, as Bob pointed out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you if you understood what I was saying. Like, for it to have an absolute center, like you have to be talking about a sphere in 3D space.
Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't be equidistant.
Well, if you're talking about like a center being equidistant to the edges, then yeah, but I think there are other meanings for center. Like, if I have a cube,
the center of mass.
I think it's pretty safe to say where the center of a cube is, even though it won't be equidistant to the surface. But you can cut the cube in infinite ways that go through that point, and whenever you do that, both halves of the cube are going to have the same volume, so you're always going to be splitting the volume in twice.
Yeah, you're going to have equal compartments, so you've definitely cut it from the middle.
Yeah.
So see, Bob, we got the center of cubes now. What's up now?
Well, okay. I'm not going to say that like you're not allowed to use it that way, but it wouldn't technically be a center. Like you can call it that, and for our purposes, we can absolutely discuss it in that manner. I'm not saying that we're not allowed to do that. I'm just saying if you're talking about an actual center, it doesn't work like that. That's not how a center works. The center is actually the equidistant from the edges.
Yeah.
The
No
actual thing that makes it the shape, which doesn't happen in things other than a sphere or a circle.
And when
I think
when I
one
was
definition of. Oh, sorry, go.
when I was talking about it, I was working off of the Big Bang and everything, expanded equally into a sphere, and there'd be a center somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's why I kind of brought up. Sorry, I was just saying that's why I kind of brought up rotation, because if you've got a body that rotates, that sort of the weight of that body will determine the axis, and it will be the center.
Mm-hmm. I get exactly what you're saying with the soda pop bottle, Bob. Like technically speaking, like equal distance from where there is none, but you can find a balance point in there. Like you can find that central balance point within that soda bottle.
Yeah, I googled center of volume, and there's a definition specific for center of volume, and it says the point of a three-dimensional figure that would coincide with the center of mass of a homogeneous material body having the same boundaries. So what it says is basically what I said before.
Volumes have centers.
Center. Yeah,
volumes. In other words, volumes have centers. 3D volumes have centers. The universe is 3D. If it's finite, it has a center. What?
It says at least it can have. That's what I was answering to. Like Bob was saying that only certain objects have center. I'm saying like only circles and spheres. And from this definition, other objects also can have centers.
But not all. This definition. Not all. What's it say? All or just some? Or
I'm not sure if all of them will have centers.
Why don't you read it again?
Right. So the point of a three-dimensional figure that would coincide with the center of mass of a homogeneous material body having the same boundaries.
Huh.
So I guess in that sense, a finite universe would have its center point outside of itself.
No, what?
What was the last
Dude,
word
that's write that down, Bandsaw. Write that down.
It's
written. Write that down.
Oh, you definitely can. You definitely can have center of three-dimensional
Bacon
shapes outside of themselves.
Yeah, he's right about that. He explained it in detail with the example of the surface of a sphere about half an hour ago. Bacon, I thought you did a great job explaining it.
We're talking about volumes, though, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about volumes, not areas.
Yeah.
It's just plus one dimension. The math is the same. Everything works the same.
We're talking
right, but in a volume, hold on, in a volume, the center is inside of it, right?
Not always.
Not always.
So you can have a volume. You can have a volume, and the center of that volume is actually outside of the volume. That's what you're telling me?
Of course. That's not very complicated, actually.
Let's see
Just
it.
think of a...
No, I don't want to. Show me.
You see, Jeremy, this is what happens when you try to engage on their side, okay?
Let me ask a question real quick. Can you give us an example of that isn't conceptual?
Yeah, a bowl.
Okay.
A what?
The center of the volume of the bowl is outside.
So we're using the volume. So we're using the
volume.
No,
Jeremy, no. The question is, fine. Can you give me an example of what you're claiming? An example that isn't conceptual. What's wrong with that question, Jeremy?
It's good, but he gave us one. It's the bowl. We're on to the bowl now.
A bowl? What about a bowl?
Anything arc shaped.
That's what we're on right now. Yeah. So
what about the bowl?
We're about to find the center of it right now.
Yeah.
The center of the bowl is not. The center of the bowl is not on the outside.
I know shit. That's what we're about to. We're about to go down this road right now.
We're about to expose it, Elijah. Don't worry.
No. It is in the definition.
You guys were
just
saying bowl with a W. Bacon was saying ball, B-A-L-L.
So the center of a ball is on the outside.
Yeah, maybe I can explain it. Bacon tried to earlier, but let me explain
So you've got this object, right, that you want to find the area of, and you look outside of the object to find the area.
Volume,
center of volume.
Center of volume, not area. Volume.
Let me explain it. Okay. Imagine you have a basketball and you're thinking about the surface of the basketball, the orange surface of the basketball, and you say to yourself, where is the center of that surface? And you might point to the middle of the basketball where the air is. And so the center of that surface, I know, listen. So the center of that surface, the center of that orange surface is not on the surface. It's in the middle of that three-dimensional basketball. And all Bacon was saying is that that's analogous for what's happening in one dimension higher.
That's not outside, Matthew.
It is.
That's not
it is
outside.
It's
No,
outside of the
outside.
surface.
It's within. Listen, bro.
It's not in
Hold,
the.
no,
it's
no,
not
no,
on
no,
the
no,
surface.
no. Time out. Okay, so this is your example, right? I asked for an analogous example, right? Yes or no?
Yes, and that's exactly what
Okay,
Bacon
great.
and I have been
So
trying
that
to
being the case, that was a qualifying question. That being the case, then everyone knows that a ball contains air. It's a container, right? Or well, you could put other shit in it, but effectively, it's an enclosed area with a volume, right?
Right.
So within
we're talking
that
about
system,
volume.
so within that system, you can't consider anything inside that system without it.
Right.
That would not be analogous to anything.
The question was very simple, Matthew. Where is the center of the universe? It has volume. Okay, we're talking about 3D space. We are not
Hold on,
talking
man.
about the surface or anything like that. We're talking
Right,
about
yeah.
3D, and you guys keep on wanting taking it to 2D and 1D and 4D. Stick to 3D, right?
Hold on. We're trying to find the center of a volume. Okay, don't tell me about the area of anything. We need a volume. So give me what are we using the ball for the volume of the ball, or like what's the
hula hoop.
volume?
A hula hoop. The center of the volume of a hula hoop is outside of the hula hoop.
The center of the volume of a hula hoop.
Yeah, it's outside of the
hula hoop is a three-dimensional object. Its
It's a
center is
tube.
not on it.
It's a tube.
Right. It's three-dimensional.
Any arc. In fact, most arc-shaped objects have its center of volume outside of itself, like a telephone or a bowl, or like anything that is like curved. Like a curved stick is going to have the center of its volume outside of itself.
So basically, what you're saying is, if you've got a shape where you have to find a point in the middle of the object, even if it's not a part of the object.
Right. And the same
It's the definition that we read before.
But that wouldn't be the center of the volume if it's not in the volume.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
If you would,
It would in that definition that I just read.
Because the tube is not containing a system other than what's inside the tube.
Elijah, what would you say is the center of a hula hoop? Where would you say it is?
Well, if you're talking about the area that it circles, you can call that the center, I guess.
Yeah, that's all we're saying. That center, that circle, right there.
But you're not saying that because we're talking about the universe and we're like, where's the center? You're talking about there's the center, and as far as the universe is concerned and the rhetoric is concerned, there is no center. So why are you talking about a center at all? You should be explaining how there is no center.
Yeah.
Not trying to reason how it is a center, but we think of it this way.
We're saying
that's not what the rhetoric says.
I guess we're saying
you're saying you've got this hula hoop, the universe, but the center of it is here, not in the universe.
Yeah. The center of a hula hoop could either be the very dead center right in the middle of that circle, or it would be inside. It would be a central point that goes all the way around. So it would circumference 360 degrees. Right?
Not a point.
But it would not be on the outside of the hula hoop. It
wouldn't be in the volume of the hula hoop. That's the point.
There'd be a central point, right, inside. So if you were to run a thin wire right through the middle of it all the way around, right, there would be a central point that would have infinite central points all the way around it. But there would be a central point to it. Now, the universe ain't a hula hoop.
Yeah, but the question was, I was saying that you can have the center of volume outside of the object, and there are like infinite examples of that. The hula hoop is just one. Because that would be the same.
I just told no. You said you were asked and one of the words you just used was volume. No, the center of a hula hoop in the context of a fucking hula hoop is not a part of the volume of the hula hoop. That's obvious.
Yeah, so that was
So no,
my
you're not
example.
answering the question correctly.
Surely
But that was
the
that was
center
the question.
of the hula hoop would be like an equator, a line going through the center of it.
No, but we're not asking, like, the question was specific, the center of the volume. And I read the definition of center of volume. And the center of volume doesn't give you a circle, it gives you a point. And that point sits outside of the volume of the hula hoop. But you don't have to think of a hula hoop. You can think of something arc-shaped.
Well, who said a center is something other than a point?
Oh, I think that was Benzo's answer. That it would be a circle.
Yeah, that was my bad.
What?
No, I gave two answers, right? Being the very, very center of it, like a wheel, right? Or the volume of that hula hoop, right? The central point would be inside the hula hoop, all the way
That's no
around,
longer a point,
360
right?
degrees, right? Well,
That's a
there would
circle,
be,
right? Not a point.
yeah, there'd be infinite amount of points within that volume, right? But the universe isn't a hula hoop. So now we're
But
getting
Benzo,
into the weeds. But now we're getting into the weeds now because I bet if I type into Google, is the universe a hula hoop? It's going to come up with zero results.
yeah, no one's
Well,
arguing
they
that.
did posit that we live potentially in a wormhole or in a black hole.
I don't think that's related, but anyway, the point is, Bento, those infinite
So a
points you said, none
wormhole
of them are.
isn't illustrated as what would appear to be a hula hoop.
I don't think so. But I
Y'all
think
are
that's besides the
ridiculous.
question.
Y'all are beyond ridiculous. It's not besides the point. You're just ridiculously saying no to everything for no
Okay, let's
reason.
say the hula hoop.
Hey,
Let's say that.
I'm being honest, serious.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
just trying to
All
answer
right,
as honestly as I
so
can.
Google a wormhole image and post it to the chat and tell me it doesn't look like a hula hoop.
Doesn't tell me it doesn't look like a enlarged tube.
Go, Jeremy, and then I'm after you. I want to continue with the hula hoop. Go, Jeremy. Okay, then. I'm going to go. Seems you're not going to go, Jeremy.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Okay, go. Yeah, we can now.
Listen, you got this hula hoop universe we live in, okay? And it's finite. It's got a center, right? How could anyone make a claim if the universe has a center or not if you don't even know? You don't know what shape it is. You don't know if it's finite or infinite.
Because
How could
I
you
wasn't.
make a certain?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I
all.
wasn't.
I know
I
you
wasn't
weren't.
Speculative. It's all speculative philosophy for sure.
Hold on. I know you didn't, but there are people running around making these wild, baseless assertions about centers.
Right, because we have an
I do the same
explanation
thing.
for. Because we have an explanation for the geometry of the universe, and under those explanations there isn't a center. So I think they're
visible.
They're giving you, they're giving you the universe. They're giving you an answer.
The visible universe.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
I was about to say, don't we have that phrase of the known universe? So
no, the geometry is not about the visible universe. It's about the whole universe. Whether or not it's true.
How, if we don't know the whole universe? Just like we've said, the visible universe, we only know what we can see, right?
How do you know is a different question. The explanation is what the universe is, not just what the observable universe is. If that claim can be known or not, that's like a separate question. I'm trying just to clarify what the theory says.
Well, that's an assumption going on that the unseen universe is similar to the visible universe, and that's a leap of faith right there.
I wouldn't say that's a leap of faith because I never look up what's the justification for saying that. So there might be none, which would make you right, and that's a leap of faith, or there might be like it's not my.
Yeah, you might be right, but you can't be sure that you're right because it's a leap of faith. You might be right, but you can't be sure that you're right. Go ahead.
I can give you that.
Bacon. The universe is a hula hoop. I'll give it to you. All right.
No one's claiming it.
No, let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. I like the analogy, right? Because it's got infinite amount of central points. Okay, there that it's all rotated down as all right. So where is that central point in the hula hoop universe that we live in? There has to be a central point, Bacon.
I illustrated it in the chat at 35 past the hour if you want to see.
Really?
By the way, speaking of the visible universe, we do think we're at the center. The Earth is at the center of the visible universe.
The Earth or like the Milky Way?
Well,
of course it would be at the center of. Of course, it would be at the center of what we can observe. Like it's just stating the obvious.
It's sort of by definition. Yeah.
So, Bacon, is it safe to say? Is it safe to say that no one can make a claim for certain on if there is or isn't a center? Is that a safe claim? Safe to say?
Yeah, if they're talking about reality, yeah, sure.
Yeah, anyone that says there is a center or there is no center, you don't know, right? You just don't know.
Yeah. Like, just to clarify, I wasn't saying that there isn't. I'm just saying under the explanation that is being given, there isn't. But there isn't in that explanation, not in reality. Like, I wasn't talking about reality. I was trying to clarify what the explanation was.
Right. So anyone that's claiming that there's no center is a fool. Was that safe to say?
Well, if they only have as much knowledge as I have, then yes. But maybe they have more.
They have more what? Than you have?
Knowledge. Like, I can't claim that what's reasonable to me. If I don't know much about a subject, I can't say what is and isn't reasonable to say about that subject because I don't have enough knowledge of that.
I think we have to create a new term and call it the pseudo center.
Why?
So
how is that useful?
There is a center of the universe, then, Matthew, according to your picture.
There could be, but if it's not within the universe, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't be inside the universe.
So the universe is bigger than the universe.
When people say the universe has no center, I think they're typically meaning that the universe has no center within it.
So what's outside the universe?
You're gonna put a dot.
You'd have to have another dimension or something like that. That's
another dimension. So now we're going into a fourth dimension.
Oh, that question might not make sense because universe is space. So asking where is it outside of space kind of doesn't make sense. Like when was it outside of time? Or it might be a meaningless question.
So another dimension just got added to the argument?
Yeah. So the center of the universe is actually in the center of nothing.
It's possible.
How can it be possible? There is no such thing as nothing.
Well, and
similar
also
to the center of that hula hoop not being on the hula hoop.
There is no nothing.
So also that point doesn't.
You can't have something in nothing. It's impossible.
Because that point
to have
isn't a
something in
thing.
nothing.
Yeah, because
What's
the
in the
center
nothing?
point. Because
What's
the center.
in the nothing?
The center of a volume isn't a thing. It's just something you're thinking about. It is not something that actually exists. So
What
yeah,
is in the nothing, Bacon?
Nothing by definition.
Okay, then. So if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. You can't have something in nothing. Nothing doesn't exist.
Well, the center is not something.
Exactly.
It's just a theoretical concept. It's not something.
It's just something you're
exists.
thinking about. It isn't something that actually exists. It's not an actual thing.
Yeah, there's
Like,
not little
You can
crosshairs there.
have
It says this
everything
is
in
center.
nothing. Then is
You
basically
can't
what you're
put
saying.
something. You can't put something in
No,
nothing.
there's
Right.
no, Matthew. No. Whenever there's a
everything in
real reality to experience, there's a center of that. Like my bowl, the center of the Cheerio in the bowl is center mass when you're shooting. Like there's always a center. You can't be like a center is just a concept. That's dumb
It is
as
just
hell.
a concept. You're looking at your bowl
No, it's
and you're
not.
imagining
No,
a
it's
center.
not. No, it's not. Because you
You're
don't
going to
imagine
reify
it.
it to be
You can
something
see.
real?
No, it's not. Because math is the concept, a measurement is not, and you can
So what it
definitely
comes out to
measure to the
reference
center.
point.
Yeah, center is mathematical geometrical concept.
Like I was beginning to say, there's a difference between math, which is conceptual, and then you have measurement. So if I had an object and I knew its dimensions and I could measure, there could be a center,
Elijah,
like the center of a sphere.
what is a center?
Mathematical construct.
What? Okay. Whenever I ask that question, your answer should probably be something along the lines of the thing that's equidistant.
No, I'll
sides
tell
or
you
whatever,
what my
okay?
answer is. It's equal. It's equal the distance inward from in a perfect shape like a sphere would be the equal distance to the outside from the inside,
Okay, so what are you
or the equal
measuring?
distance to the inside from the outside.
What are you measuring to? Before you measure, what point are you measuring to?
To the center.
Okay, but can you point to it before you measure to it?
Yeah, if you're looking at it, like if I'm looking at a circle,
How do you know where it is if you haven't measured to it yet?
If I'm looking at it, I can pretty much tell. Like when I look at somebody's eyeballs, I know that the little black dot inside their eyeball is at the center of their eyeball. Because
If you know where the center is, why are you measuring it?
Because that's what it geometrically looks like. Now, I told
If you know where the center is, why are you measuring it? You already know where the center is. You don't know where the center is. You have an idea of where you think it is.
You're being ridiculous because
No, I'm not being ridiculous. You're not answering the question honestly.
I'm telling you why
even though
you're
it's
being
a very
ridiculous.
simple question.
I'm trying to tell you why you're being ridiculous. I was
not,
giving Matthew an example of the difference between math and measuring to the center of a real object. You're saying, why do you have to measure? You don't really have to measure. Everybody knows that when you look at an eyeball, the pupil is in the center.
Okay. So you don't know where the center is before you measure to the center, correct?
So you didn't just hear what I just said.
So you don't know where the center is until you measure to the center.
So a diamond is set in the center of a ring. So again, you're going to pretend that I didn't say what I just said.
So do you know where the center is before you measure to it, Elijah? It's a very simple question.
He's definitely going to pretend that I didn't say what I just said.
You don't want to answer it, I think.
I just gave you two examples
you're wrong.
Seeing something in the center that didn't have to be measured. What are you talking about?
No, you didn't. You did not give me an example. You said you pretty much know where it is, which is the same as
to anyone else that's listening, did I not just do exactly what I told them that I did?
Over talking everybody. I don't know. Is anybody moderating?
So let's try this again.
Well,
do you know where the center is
we'll stop over talking when the moderator says, well, actually, I heard both of
here.
Okay, so moderators, you heard my point. You heard his point. I said, no, you don't have to measure. You can pretty much see the fucking center of an object.
Pretty much is not the same as knowing. And he's saying,
guys,
answer the question.
Guys, don't worry about what the moderators heard. What we're hearing at the moment is you guys kind of talking over the top of each other. So try and take it one at a time. Please.
Okay, pretty much is not the same as knowing.
I did, and my question was to you guys. That is not. What do you mean?
We don't need to reaffirm what you said. The topic is going on.
I didn't ask you to reaffirm. It's when it becomes circular and somebody tells the other person, no, you didn't say what you just said. A third party does have to step in and go, that's not fair. He actually did just say that.
But you didn't.
Because if you're not going to do that, that's ridiculous.
Pretty much isn't the same as knowing. So try again.
Well, I agree. I have to say with Elijah, I do understand what he's saying. He did what he said. He gave you two examples.
No, he didn't.
What would you, okay, so where do you see him not giving you? How is that not two examples of where something that you know something is in the center? Are you looking for a specific measurement? Like, are you looking for a number? Okay. Like, where's the disconnect?
I can answer that. Okay. Saying I pretty much know where it is not the same as knowing where it is. Anyone that thinks that those two things are the same doesn't understand how language works. So can we try it again? Do you know where the center is, or do you pretty much know where the center is from guessing by looking at it?
If you see an entire object, you can literally see the center of it.
You can see the center of it without measuring it. That is your claim.
Why would I have to measure if I see it, bro? I see it.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Why would you measure to the center of something if you don't need to ever measure? You can just see where the center is and know where it is.
But you can also measure.
The answer is you can't, Elijah. You can't do that. You can't eyeball the center. That's why you have to measure to the center.
Didn't he just say the opposite of that in his last?
You have to measure to see the center.
He said, "Why would you say you have to measure when you can eyeball it?" No, you can. You don't have.
Yeah, I'm
you can
asking
see
why
it,
you would
bro.
claim that. I'm asking
So
why
are
you
you
would claim that,
Are you
Elijah.
like okay? So because I can literally see the center because I can see the whole area. Therefore, are you saying I can see everything but the center when I'm looking at something?
Okay,
And I'm looking
let's just do this
towards
really quickly. This will solve it. Okay. Do you have a
This is
camera?
dumb as hell.
Do you have a camera?
Of course I do.
Okay. Go ahead and just put it on stream real quick. Pick any object in the room that you're in and identify the center without measuring it, and then measure it and see if you got it right.
I'll do that. Why would I?
And I want
Like I
millimeter
said,
accuracy so we know it's the absolute center of the object.
Listen. He just said we have to measure it to know it's the center. That's what you're saying.
Yep.
No, you don't.
Okay, like I said, we can solve this really quickly. Turn on your camera, pick any object in your room. I want millimeter accuracy so we know it's the center for sure, at least to a reasonable detail.
You see this?
Without ever measuring it first, you got to turn on the camera first.
Do you see this? Do you see this? Okay. Now you see. Now you see the circle. You see that? The lens right inside there is set in the center of this circle here. That is the center. I didn't measure anything.
Okay, so, but now you need to measure to prove that that's the center. You haven't proven it's the center. You just said it is.
No, I don't. I'm looking at it.
You don't have.
It's
Okay, so
definitely the center.
you don't have to measure it to prove that that's the center of the object. You can just say it's the
For
center.
the millionth time, yes. For the millionth time, yes.
Anybody can claim that it's the center. We don't even need to argue about what a center is.
Oh,
anyone can just
look at the light above.
the center, and then
look at the light above. Look at the light above. Would anybody disagree?
It doesn't matter, Elijah.
Would anybody disagree that this light is in the center? Or would you have to measure it to say, yeah, it's in the center?
Reality is not determined by majority rules, Elijah. It doesn't matter what everyone agrees on. That's not how reality is determined. What you're saying is that someone can look at an object, decide where the center is, and we don't have to request any sort of verification from them. We can just accept what they say that that's the center of the object. Do you really think that that's a good standard to set?
You can look at the object and say that's the center.
You think that's a good standard?
You can look at an object and say that's the center.
Look at an object and just decide where the center is?
You can look at an object and say that's the center.
Do you think that that's a good standard to set for science?
There's a
look at an object and decide where the center is.
It's not science. It's not science. It's an observation.
Oh, I know
of
it's
something
not science. I know that for sure.
Wait,
exactly, because you can see the center of something.
Yeah, like an eyeball. An eyeball, you have no problem seeing what's the center of it, right?
Yeah, you can definitely see. You can definitely see the center. Hey, Elijah, good-looking fella. You can definitely see the center of an object. But if you want to determine the exact center, you would have to measure it.
You can't see the center of the object. You can see the area that you would detect is probably where the center is. You can't see the center until you measure it, and that's the whole point, is that it literally has to be conceptual. It isn't a spot that you can actually point to and touch.
So my
without
rebuttal.
measuring.
So I have a rebuttal. So wait. I just want to rebut that one time, and then you guys can take over because this is at a level of absurdity that's absurd.
Yeah.
It is.
Just because I haven't measured the shoe doesn't mean that I can't see the shoe. Just because I didn't measure to the center doesn't mean that my eye didn't cross the center.
Sure,
it's insane for you to say because I didn't measure it.
I never said that.
I didn't
not even
see
one time.
He literally just said if you didn't measure it, you can't say you saw the center. You can't see the center if you didn't measure it. That's what he's saying. He just said that. How y'all gonna let him say that he didn't just say that?
I didn't disagree with what Bandsaw said, other than he isn't seeing the center. He's seeing the area he thinks the center would be in. He hasn't verified that it's the center yet. He's seeing an area where he thinks the center would be, and then after he verifies, he will be able to say, I have verified where the center is. Otherwise, we could simply point to any object, say we see the center, and nobody's allowed to question us, which would be absurd.
Redford's trying to get in, and then I'll jump in after.
I was just, because, okay, so you're wanting a specific, like, a millimeter by millimeter direct measurement for the center. That's what you're going for, and you're saying you can't see it without a measurement?
All I'm saying, the only point I'm making is that he's wrong about saying that the center is not conceptual. It literally has to be conceptual because of what center stands for. You can't know what the center is before you measure. So you can't point to the center before you've measured, which means the thing you're pointing to isn't there until you've measured to it, the center, the concept of the center of the object.
Yeah, but you can see the center of an
You
object.
can see the area where the center will be located, but you could say that for literally anything, as in you could stare at the ground on the earth and say you can see the center because you're staring at where the center has to be somewhere on the earth.
No, that's fallacious.
No,
that's
it's
fallacious.
not.
No.
Well, yeah.
No, it's fallacious because like in my example, I was talking about seeing an entire object, especially if it's transparent, and then seeing the center. You're talking about seeing a portion of the entire Earth.
Elijah,
no one's seeing the entire Earth.
How can you see the entire object and know that you saw the center before you measured it?
Oh my God. What does that have to do with what you just said that I just responded to? No, that's a fallacious argument to say, well, I can look at the Earth because that's not the entire object, period.
Okay. All right. I will agree that we don't have the technology or the ability to see the entire Earth at once. So if you want to throw that away, that's fine. Okay. But you can go ahead and take just another large object. Let's say the front of a building. You stand on a street and you're looking at the Empire State Building. You could stand back and see the entire Empire State Building in your eyesight and then make the claim, according to you, I see the center. Okay? Now, I'm not disagreeing with that. Somewhere in your eyesight, there is the center somewhere. It has to be because you're seeing the whole front. Somewhere there is the center. That doesn't mean you've identified where the center is. It just means that you see the object, and the object has a center. You must be seeing it because it's an object that has a center. But that claim doesn't mean anything. That's a worthless statement to make.
So a building is symmetrical, right? So let's just take the 2D portion of it, just the one wall, right? Let's say the north wall. I'm looking at it. It's a symmetrical object. As a human being, I have spatial reasoning. Okay, so I could just look at a building, and then I'm looking at a building right now, and I can see the center before I counted anything. Now I can count from the top to the middle and from the bottom to the middle, the windows, and I'm pretty sure that I'm looking at the center. I didn't do that before, but I know what the center is before I counted it.
Sure? You're pretty sure. How would you be sure, Elijah?
By counting it.
By measuring it, right?
But that doesn't mean I didn't see the center. That's the problem.
That's a very simple question. By measuring it, right, Elijah?
But I still saw the center of the entire object.
Sure is if you measure it, correct, Elijah?
Of course, but I still saw it.
Thank you.
Doesn't mean I didn't see it. You don't have an argument. All you're saying is, well, you would have to measure it. Well, thank you very much for being very pedantic and annoying.
Yeah, don't make ridiculous claims like that the center isn't conceptual when it absolutely is. You just agreed.
Well, you didn't. No. I didn't agree to that.
You absolutely did.
No, I didn't.
I know you don't understand why. I get that.
The first thing I told this man, right? Because I was talking to Matthew, guys. Remember, my argument was that a measurement is not conceptual. What the fuck are you doing running around with my argument? Talking about you're right.
I'm not running around with your argument. I was just telling you were wrong.
Between math and measurement.
You just don't realize it. That's all.
So did I not just posit the position he's saying I didn't have to Matthew before this whole thing began? When I was talking about the difference between math and measurement, wasn't I saying that? You can measure to the center of something and that's the center. Wasn't that my argument? All I'm saying is you can also see it. You don't have to measure it. It's not conceptual in any way.
You can't know that that's the center until you measure it. That's the whole point.
A measurement is not. It's not conceptual, dog. I don't know what your problem is.
I never said a measurement was conceptual. The center is conceptual.
He said it.
The center is conceptual. I never said the measurement was.
Okay. Whatever.
All right.
That's okay.
We're going around in circles now.
Why are we talking about center so much?
It was my bad. I brought it up.
Bad times, my bad.
Everything has a center, right? Everything has to have a center, right?
Exactly.
It depends on how you define center.
So you're saying everything doesn't have a center?
I'm saying it would depend on how you define center.
Ah, come on, that's
The
a yes or no.
center is outside of everything. Remember that.
That's a yes or no. How do you complicate
If
that
the center is the equidistance from the things that make up the volume, so like if you take like a cube and say the inside of that cube is the volume, and you're trying to find the center, and the center is equidistant from all of the parts that make up the cube, then no, it doesn't have a center, because no matter where you put that thing that you call the center, it won't be equidistant from the sides and the corners. It can't.
Why not just find the center?
Like I said to like Jeremy, if you imagine a soda bottle, the volume of a soda bottle, you can't find a thing that's equidistant from all of the edges in a soda bottle. That's not how it works. But if you define it according to specifically only volumes, where the equal amount of volume is on either side of the thing that you are calling the center, if you define it that way, then sure, you could find the center.
So something could have multiple centers.
I can rebut that though. I can rebut that. So, when it comes to any sort of weird abstract shape, it can literally be whatever sort of weird, undulating, blobby, grotesque shape you want. There's always going to be that a fulcrum point where if you could somehow pierce that point with like a spike, it would evenly have weight distributed on it where it could spin upon one point like a basketball upon a finger.
Yeah.
So
that's how you want to define it. Then that would work as well. Yes.
Yeah.
So
that's that
then the answer is yes. Everything has a center.
about there not being a center.
If you define it like that, yeah.
So that wouldn't be outside of the object, right?
No,
that'd be inside somewhere. That'd be in the center. The center of its rotational axis of even distribution. I guess you'd say of weight when it comes to spinning something on a stick, like a plate on a stick or whatever, or a basketball on a finger. But every object in the world can be spun upon a fingertip.
Yeah, I see. I think
if you had a
the
strong enough
issue
finger,
is
maybe.
is like deciphering between a point or cutting it in half.
Not.
All right, guys. Well, congratulations. We beat them into submission. They have all run.
I'm scratching my long beard right now that I don't have.
Oh shit!
I left for the past.
Every time I come in here, it's ridiculous as hell.
Maybe you're
not the room, not the room. Just the conversations that I say I'm gonna disengage and then continue. It's just crazy as fuck.
You're welcome, bro.
Conversations. You ever thought about turning the view inward?
Well, we progressed anyway. Because yesterday the center was everywhere, and today the center is in the middle of nothing.
Outside of the object.
Yeah.
Love it.
I know. You can't make it up.
What would things not having a center prove?
What a bunch of blather.
Blather. You're exactly right.
Just
It is blather.
Bunch of blathering.
That's right. But that's your crew, Damon, isn't it?
My crew.
Yeah, isn't that your crew?
I'm sorry, I had fallen asleep.
Is one man's blather another man's intellectual conversation?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's definitely Damon's crew.
Feel like that's a solid.
Maybe not.
You sound like you just woken up, Damon, or you're going to
So
sleep.
the universe.
I said I had fallen
By the way,
asleep.
thank you, Redford. Appreciate it. I was about to blow a gasket.
Yeah, no problem. Nice to hear you. I hope you're doing good.
Same to you.
What's
same
up,
to you.
everyone? So the universe may have a center, it may not have a center, and if it may have a center, the center may or may not be inside the universe. It may be outside the universe.
Yeah.
And now you
Or it's
can't
in nothing.
unless you can measure it. Okay.
Good
Yeah, wait,
theory.
hold on. Let me get this right.
I don't
Like,
even
the
know why
universe
we're talking
contains
about it.
the universe.
Baffled.
And not talking about it to stop the conversation, but in the sense that when I googled it, it legit says there is no center of the universe. So
Exactly.
but we know that makes no sense. So they have to sit here and argue. I don't even know, because if you were to just take your claim on face value, you know it's ridiculous. You know it is.
Well, it's funny
Just
because
like everything
the
else.
universe contains everything but the center of itself.
You can't find the center of something you don't have the boundaries for.
So if there
It
is a
contains
center,
everything but the center of itself.
if there's a center of the universe, that means that
I
there's
think
an
that you'll have to.
absolute coordinate system that you can apply anything's location and movement to, and they want to avoid that idea at all costs, because I mean that destroys relativity if there is a center of the universe.
Currently, we feel that the boundaries of the universe are expanding, so there's no center. Because
equally.
Well, we don't know if it's equally. We think so.
You did say you
No,
feel.
yeah, we do.
You said you feel?
I feel. No.
You said you feel like that.
I'm an unfeeling robot.
No, I mean I'm down for feelings. I was just clarifying if that's what you were saying, because you said that you were feeling like the universe was expanding.
Well, I think I said that because there are some outlying theories, and nothing's sort of been not everything's been disproven.
Yeah, I think you kind of meant more like not actual feeling, but like that's kind of the going narrative.
Yeah, it was just. Yeah, I'm just speaking colloquially, so not specifically.
Is that what you believe it's doing? Or
I believe the universe is expanding. It makes sense.
And it's expanding into nothing.
Yeah,
Doesn't make
could
sense.
you explain
No,
that?
it's not nothing.
Well, actually, I was kind of curious because I wanted to know if you believe that as well.
So it's expanding into something.
But it's, yes. What is it expanding into exactly?
You can't expand into nothing.
well, and so that's one question. What's it expanding into? And then I would also add, do you also believe that matter cannot be created nor destroyed? And how does that match in with the idea of the universe expanding? Because wouldn't matter have to be created in that scenario?
No.
That is not the scientific paradigm. So it's, I thought that as well, but if you Google it, they say that matter can be created and destroyed. It's only energy that can't be created or destroyed. I grew up hearing matter and energy can neither be created nor destroyed. But I lived my entire life believing that. But when I recently Googled it, it's no, matter can be reduced to pure energy through a process called annihilation, they say. So the current way of viewing it is that energy can't be created or destroyed, but matter can be both created and destroyed.
Yeah, you just have the opposite. So there's antimatter. When antimatter and matter.
Can we call the
say that matter
it disintegrates.
Yeah, they annihilate and turn into photons.
Can we call the space that space is expanding into outer space? Was that a good name for it?
You nailed it.
I mean, you just say that which is outside the universe.
Yeah, outer space.
What, the center?
Yeah, and if it's expanding, wouldn't it have to have a center?
No, not necessarily.
How could something be expanding into something without coming from a center?
A theoretical center. I mean, but it could possibly be expanding like a balloon would, but like you have weak spots in the balloon material.
It's not. It's expanded into damn near a 2D plane. It's because it's a flat universe, fam, and it expanded equally. Like,
flat doesn't mean 2D.
Read Google. No, it's not 2D flat, but it's definitely flat like a disc as depicted in Google Images, because that's how they want us and our children to see it, as a disc,
flat like
because
a
it
disc.
expanded so fast. That's what it looks like, dog.
No, it
There
doesn't.
is
It
something
looks like
profoundly correct about it, though.
like large strands in a bundle.
Okay.
That's
All
what
right.
it
I'm gonna
is.
go ahead and share my screen, because this it's like walking through quicksand talking to these people. Just
That's like
I'm saying
the matter.
like
the
sharing it. No, try it out.
The visible matter, the measurable matter in the universe is not round. It's not round or flat. It's not any of that. So it's.
Well, they do say it's flat. Actually,
It's concentrated. Well, flat means something else. They're talking about something else.
Yeah, they mean three-dimensionally flat, which just means they're saying it's like evenly.
It's a curve in on itself in any sense. It's flat
They're just
that
saying
way.
they're just saying it's unwarped and evenly consistent in all directions is how they're using the word flat. But there is something really deeply profound about the whole expansion and nothing thing, and because there's only one way to reconcile this paradox, and that's what I think. It's just my opinion, but it's my favorite opinion as of now. That space doesn't have a shape or a volume. Things have a volume and a shape within space. Space is the principle that grants things the ability to have a space and a volume, but those things that it grants upon others isn't something that it subscribes to itself. Like I said before, a father can give his child a bedtime that they must follow, but he doesn't have to follow the rules he sets for the things beneath him.
See,
Space
I
itself
like.
doesn't have a shape or a volume. Things have a
I
space
like.
and volume within space.
This I like, Funny. Thank you for that. That was very intelligent. Thank you.
It's just like time.
Yeah, I mean, space is basically the accumulation of the known dimensions, but it's nothing.
Time doesn't have a beginning or an end. Things have beginnings and ends within time. Time doesn't have a beginning or an end, just like space doesn't have a shape or a size.
Didn't time begin when we decided to use it?
No,
time may have had a beginning.
There's no beginning to time. Time is what gives things beginnings and ends.
I thought nothing exists without the perception of humans.
Time can be thought of as just another dimension, basically, with space.
Time is
And it could have
something
had a
that-
beginning.
Okay, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, your mic is a
I
bit
was
low.
trying to
Your
finish
mic
my
is a bit
thought.
low, though.
Oh, is it? Oh, I don't know how.
There you go, that's better. It just got better.
Okay. Well, I was just because you're saying, okay, comparing space to time is really something. So, but time, well, what is time? Like, doesn't time just exist? Like, it just is, right? And that's just how and time is just how I linguistically describe that phenomenon to you. That's happening, but we all, like, it's just going on, right? But how is that the same as space? Have you, like, you're claiming that the universe expands. Have you witnessed this happening?
Yeah, if you compare 2 points in time, right? There's obviously that space is expanding.
Time is what things have beginnings and ends within, and space is what something has shape and size within.
Yeah, but I mean, we measure time as a comparison, right? There's no way to measure time without 2 points, right?
You're not measuring time, though. You're measuring events and durations. But you're not measuring time. Time is immeasurable, just like space is immeasurable.
Right. Duration is time. That's what I'm saying.
Time doesn't have a beginning or an end. Things have beginnings and ends within time.
And if you had no space, basically you would have nothing, and so therefore, how would you relate time? It wouldn't exist. That's why I'm saying time came
Well, I could sit in
with
my
the dimensions
room
of space.
and
Time came with our universe.
I don't have to go to another point anywhere. I can still age in my room by not going anywhere. So I don't get what this is like. 2 points.
Age.
You don't need 2 points.
You can't age without time.
I can because I'm in my room and I'm aging. I don't need 2 points though. I'm getting older though. By every second that I talk, I'm getting older.
The cellular decay would be the 2 points. So at any given time, if we measure what your cells are doing and whatever's doing at any given time, and then take another snapshot at some other time, then we can see that there's change. This change is a measurement, and we measure that in duration,
But
such
I'm
as
still at the
seconds,
same point.
minutes, hours, microseconds.
Right, but time just is you're using something to measure it, like something else.
This is what I'm saying.
Okay,
This
so
is what I'm saying. It's just
right,
another
and then
dimension
I'm
with
not
the universe.
because I don't get the whole space thing here, right? And then you're telling me the universe is
It's not a.
it feels like it's going to explode.
In the
That makes no sense.
well, if you define dimension, how does time fit in that definition?
It came with it. It's integral to it. Just like we have X, Y, and Z axis that describes our three-dimensional space. Time is another dimension. It's just measured differently than the spatial dimensions. It's measured by comparison.
Yeah, but you're trying to relate it to the spatial dimensions when it might not be relatable.
Yes.
No, it's integral. It came with it. It's with it. You can't take time away from the space, and you can't take space away from the time, because they're together.
Time doesn't have a dimension. You just said time is its own dimension.
Obviously, it does have a dimension because it's measurable.
But they can't be one in of itself with
It's
the other
measured
thing
differently
and
than
still
space.
have its own. No,
Let me put it
because
this way.
okay, wait. Can we define what a dimension is?
Yes, like an axis, right? We imagine it spatially in our minds.
No,
as
no. I
humans.
mean, is there a definition of the word? Not what you feel.
What, space? It's not what
No,
I feel.
is
It's
there
what the
is
fucking
there a
truth is. You know this.
definition?
Let me clarify.
Why is it hard to listen to what I'm saying versus what you're hearing?
Well, because you're not trying to listen.
Well, I didn't just what?
Because you're
When I'm
not
asking
trying
about
to
listening to me, how is that turned into because I'm not
If
trying
you
to
don't
listen?
ask your question right now, I'm going to ask it for you. Okay? If you don't ask your question right now, I'm going to ask it for you. So go ahead.
What's the definition of what's the definition of dimension?
Well, I was trying to explain it, but apparently that wasn't good enough because it was just what I feel.
You did fail. You did fail because he asked, "What is the definition of dimension?" And you went to try to define a spatial dimension. So if we want to entertain that there's spatial and temporal dimension, then you can't define dimension by choosing a side of which one of the two you want to put into words. You have to describe the root dimension without the secondary attachment of some sort of adjective to it.
This is a difficult thing to describe as a definition, right? Definitionally, it's difficult.
Definitionally,
right?
it's just fine. It describes what we just see in dimensions, like 3D dimensions.
Right.
Those objects. It's very easy.
How is it any different than what I said? For fuck's sake.
Because definitions describe things in reality. So you're saying time has a dimension, and I'm like, all I asked was, how does that fit into the definition?
You want to get stumped real quick? You want to get stumped?
And then you said,
I'll just lay it
What's
flat
the
out.
definition?
I'll lay it flat out right here with one question. What do time and space have in common?
They're both measurable.
Leave humans out of it. We're talking about essences, fundamentals, basics.
Without
They have nothing.
They are what they are,
absolutely in
even
common.
without humans.
Nothing. Time is a concept. It has absolutely nothing to do with space.
Time is not just a concept. It's relatable to
just
reality.
a concept in your mind. Yes,
It is not. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be measurable. If it was just a concept, we wouldn't be able to manipulate. It wouldn't be measurable. It wouldn't be there.
You can't manipulate it.
It would just be in our minds.
What do you mean seconds and hours are?
You can't manipulate time.
You
No
can't
space.
manipulate. Who said that you can manipulate time?
You
They're
can
both
manipulate.
or space. Or space.
Yeah, try again.
Well, gravity manipulates time, so objects.
Can you make me younger? I'm getting a
in
little
space
old,
have
bro. Can you
different
make me
relations
younger?
to time than other objects. That's what I'm saying by manipulation.
What an amazing begging the question fallacy there.
What's begging the question?
That makes absolutely no sense.
Because this is the thing that we're trying to get justification for. That's why it's begging the question. Because you're going to just assert it.
You don't need
just gonna-
justification to something that exists. Like if I were to say to you,
No, if it exists, the justification is its existence. I know the justification of something existing is its existence. I know that.
Yeah.
You don't have to sit here and give me a lecture on that. Let's
Well,
not
then
do
why are
that.
you
Let's
talking like
justify
that?
what
Why are
you're
you talking?
because what you're saying doesn't exist, and you're trying to justify it with words that you're redefining from what it's
doesn't
already
exist?
defined as, like dimension, for example.
Dimensions don't exist, huh?
You seem like these people do this where it's like they're 5 years old and then you
Dimensions
say
don't
something
exist?
specific and then they just switch up 2 words and say that and then they go giggle and run away.
I'm repeating it
Like,
back
and
to
then-
you because this is what I'm understanding you saying. I'm understanding you saying dimensions don't exist.
Damon,
Did I just say that?
Can
Did
you
I just say that?
define a
That's what it
dimension?
sounded like to me.
Define it.
Did I just say that to any?
Yes.
What, before you ask him any more questions or tell him to do anything,
Yes.
did I just say that dimensions don't exist?
Yes.
No.
So
That's
why the
what I
fuck
heard.
do we allow him to be here? Like that's a level of absurdity that shouldn't be accepted. That's a blatant lie. Everybody heard what I said, and it's obviously not what you said.
Well,
I said.
I wasn't lying. This is exactly what I understood you to say.
No, what did I say?
I don't know the exact words, but it sounded like you were saying that the dimensions are just sort of like not a thing that exists. I don't understand.
I'm
what you
sure
were
I
saying.
remember hearing him saying definitions define things in the real world.
Yeah, I think he said something similar to that.
I'm sure
yeah.
he was talking about the definition of dimension at the time. I'm not sure though.
Yes, I was.
Confused.
And I was talking about how things in reality have dimension. And then I said, you're begging the question because the thing that's in question, the ability to describe time and space as a dimension, that's the thing in question. All he did was beg it by saying,
so
well,
I
yes,
just heard
gravity bends it. Whoa. That's why you don't understand what I'm saying, because you're talking.
No, I just
So this is how the
the thing in
so this
question
is how the conversation
is the dimensions.
This is how the conversation. Why y'all let him do that?
I'm trying to repeat back to you.
Why y'all letting him do that? I didn't ask you to repeat it right now.
Oh well, I'm sorry.
Because you couldn't do it. That's why I'm doing it.
Hold on, Elijah. Hey, Elijah, hold on. Damon, you're next. We're gonna let Elijah finish, and then you go next. Okay.
The whole point of me saying it was a begging the question fallacy is because he's saying that the dimensions of space and time can be warped because of gravity. And I said, whoa, that's a big ass begging the question, because isn't it in question that you can actually space and time has dimensions? Because the point was, I was saying, how do you put time into the definition of dimensions? And then I said, okay, let's define what a dimension is. And then he said, well, it wasn't in that order, but at some point he then said, so what you're saying is dimensions don't exist. That's absurd.
I just heard it again. That you're saying, I don't think you're meaning to, but the words that are coming out of your mouth are describing something that doesn't exist. So you're questioning. You're saying that the things that are in question. You're
That
saying
doesn't
that the
exist.
things that are in question are are dimensions, basically, like space and time are in question. And I'm saying,
space
so
and
if they're in
time
question,
in
you're
the
saying they don't exist.
definition of space and time, as far as the definition, right, of dimensions go, don't fit, because dimensions.
Why? That's your claim.
Well, that's why you had to
Why?
define. That's why I asked you to define it, because you would have
I
the
was
answer.
attempting to, but everybody told me I was stupid.
No,
right?
you don't.
Even
You
get a
don't
sentence
attempt.
out.
You don't attempt to make up what dimension is. You
I'm
just
not
go
making
ahead
it up.
and.
I'm attempting to define it to you in my own words.
No, that's not what I'm. No, you don't. No, because dimension, right?
Well, then look it
That's
up in a
something
physics book.
It's something that's already defined, because it's something that we define based on our experiences. What are the dimensions of this table?
Well, I mean,
what are the dimensions of this chair?
Well, that's two different answers.
What are
Which
the
answer
dimensions?
would you like?
What are the? Yeah, but what is the dimensions of my heart? That is not an appropriate question.
Why not?
Just like, what are the dimensions of space-time? What are the dimensions of my feelings, not my heart?
The dimensions
Whatever.
of space-time are the three axes of space that are in coordinate space, and the relationship to those things, which is measurements of time.
I don't know if
know
it's
what
the
you
school
mean.
system or whatever. The CIA, they did a number.
Well, I mean,
I can't
like,
do it.
look, okay, so length, width, and height are things that we measure, right? Like if I have a box, right, I can measure the length, width, and height of it, right? I can also measure its volume. These are all measurements of space, right? If I were to measure time, right, I could compare the box on some particular time and compare it to another time and say the box had moved from this point in space to this point in space. And the reason why I know that is because
time, though.
when I
That's
looked at it
measuring the
here and
actual-
looked at it here, it's different.
That's
We
not
can see the
measuring time, though.
change, and that's the measurement, right?
Y'all just
That's
made me
measuring the
picture a
effect
fourth
that the real
dimension. Y'all are
world has
wild
had
for
on
that.
that box. It's not measuring time.
Well, no, you would have a device or something. You have some sort of standard that you're making to say that from this time, right, and this time, right, are different because there's been movement.
Didn't you
It's
say
not
you
really a
can
measurement of
manipulate
time,
time
though, is it?
before?
Yes, he did.
Did I what?
I heard him say that.
Did
I
say
do recall
what?
that. Yes, he did, because then I think that got lost too. And the many things of him say, well, even the points
That's
in
what they
space,
tried
I
to
can't
do, yeah.
even. Oh, my head. There's so many to go through.
What did I do?
So tell us about this time manipulation.
Well, that's manipulated by warpage of space, right? Like and time.
Sorry for laughing. I couldn't help
Time is interesting, right? Like because like even gravity is interesting because it's actually a relationship of time, right? It's the warpage of time. Now it warps space as well, but the significance that would be like so like objects passing through passing by other objects. That's a warpage of space. But then the reason
Objects passing through other objects is a warpage of space?
near other objects, right? Like so there. Well, what's the point? Nobody's going to listen anyway.
No,
No,
I'm
man.
fascinated. I'm
Tell
like,
us.
I have not quite heard this, so please.
Well, like
Yeah, this is
space-time
interesting.
is warped by mass, right? Like so, but there's two different effects going on. So the reason why, like say you on Earth, seem to have weight caused by gravity, or you can say it's caused by whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. The reason why, right, you seem to be pushed towards the center, right, like towards the ground, is actually an effect of the warpage of time. The space is around it is warped as well, but that's actually not the real effect.
Right, time is a force now.
Since time slows as you go further away from, or actually speeds up. I forget. It's one or the other. It changes as the further away you get from the center of the mass, and
the faster you're moving, the slower time.
That change actually, since you have height, right, that's away from the center, and the effect is that way. Your head is basically in a different time than your feet. So, a relationship with time from your head to your feet. And so that actually forces you down towards the center of the mass.
Are you saying like a ripple?
Wow, bro.
This is the
like
effect.
your feet feel your feet feel the attraction before your head. Is that? What
Yeah.
you're saying?
Well, no, not exactly, but sort of. The effects are felt through time. And this gives a physical effect of forcing you towards the center of mass.
So is the fifth dimension gravity time?
What? No. There's four dimensions that we know of specifically, and then there's other theories like string theory and all this other stuff that throw in all kinds of other dimensions. But
time just feels like
those aren't
fourth
proven; those are
dimension,
just
another
theoretical.
direction. Can I just say one thing? Time just feels like a fourth dimension, like another direction you can move in. What it feels like to me,
What
right?
is your definition of
Yeah,
warp?
exactly.
So hang
But
on.
how would you move in any of the three directions, like if you don't have time? So
right.
But it's not a thing of itself. It's just it's just that passing of a moment. It's not its own dimension.
It's unique from the other three dimensions that we know of: length, width, and height, or whatever the axes, X, Y, and Z. Right. These coordinate sort of dimensions. It's different than that.
Oh, different? How so? Like different?
Well, I mean,
in
it's
fantasy terms, or
I mean, if you use your brain, right, and think about it, that you can tell that it's different because you're not talking about just like a measurement that I can measure with a tape measure, right? This is a physical object that we can see in space, like it's a spatial object. Whereas
right.
time,
When I use my
we
brain,
can't
my brain
see
tells
it.
me that
We
time
can't
is a
even
concept.
measure it with anything other than
That's why I said you're
Hold
trying
on,
to
hold on. Let
read
me
the
rebut him.
sign
Let me
dimension.
rebut him. He said use
Because
your
you're
brain.
literally saying. Okay, go ahead.
He said use my brain, right? So I do use my brain, and when I excuse me, when I use my brain,
expand it out a little.
No, yeah. When I expand my brain and use my brain tells me time is a concept. So when you put time and you add it to space, I call that La La Land. I laugh at you.
Everything is a concept, dude. I don't know what the hell the significance of that is.
Dude, you took a concept called time, you added it with space, and you made it into a fabric. Not you.
You can measure it just like X,
obviously,
Y, Z
you can't do. Somebody gave that to
Dude,
you.
look at it like this.
So now you're saying time
Hold
doesn't
on.
exist. Why are you people just throw things away like they don't exist?
Time doesn't exist. You're making claims that I didn't hear anybody say
He
time.
just said that.
How?
I said that. I said that. Time does not exist. Let me be clear.
He made the
Time is a
significance.
man-made concept.
So it exists. So time exists.
No, it does not exist. It exists
Can I help you out real
in
quick?
your
Right.
brain.
It doesn't exist. That's what I just said.
But
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
But that's
And you're
Exactly.
yelling at me because I'm saying it doesn't exist.
Damon, do you remember what I said?
It exists in the sense of a convention created by men to understand the passing of a moment. It's not a real thing. Just like measurement, meter is not a real thing, but you can have a meter of a real thing.
Exactly.
Come on, Redford, go ahead.
And now
Redford,
things don't have
Redford's been
spatial
trying to get
dimension.
Yeah,
No,
Mind I explain it real quick?
That's basically what I was
You
saying.
can move in time. You can move in two directions, just like the x-axis two directions,
You
y-axis.
guys are confusing yourself.
No, bro, I'm not. I get it. You can measure it like it's a conceptual measurement. It's not an exact. There's no real approximation to make about how you measure it. You're just making up an imaginary measurement. Time moves in two directions, just like space. It's what's hard about it.
Just because we've we've conferred and sort of like came down upon a particular style of physical measurement doesn't mean we made it up, right? Like we just sort of like say, okay, well, we're going to use this as the standard. So if you yes, that's sort of arbitrary. We could have had any fucking standard. When we do, we have freaking hands and freaking elbows and freaking thumbs and millimeters and meters and feet and all kinds of different ways to fucking measure shit.
But you're making up a unit of measurement.
I can touch hands and I can touch legs and I can touch feet, but millimeters. Try and give me some millimeters, please.
Well, that's a standard that we've created. So there's
it's a
millimeter is
like
a particular space from each other is a millimeter, right? So that's a human concept, but it's a physical measurement that exists.
It exists if something real has that measurement.
Yes.
The measurement itself does not exist, right? A meter
does not
exist.
And it doesn't.
A meter
Depends on how you mean exist.
Exists, right?
It's arbitrary, but it's not that it doesn't exist. Are you saying a millimeter isn't a thing?
Give me a meter. You're going to say of what, right?
Reach out to the corner of your garage somewhere. I'm sure there's a stick that's 39 inches long.
Of what in the real world, right?
39.3
the normal
inches
answer, right?
Are we going crazy about basic units again?
Oh no!
Everyone take it easy.
I don't understand this thing where people get to say that things aren't real when you're actually using them.
Give me a meter.
I'm tired of these base unit arguments.
You can use Mickey Mouse. That doesn't make Mickey Mouse real, dude.
The meter is defined.
Hold on.
And while you're at it, I want to make a suit. Can somebody give me some fabric of space-time? I hear it's fashionable these days.
Fabric of space-time, is an analogy, and you're an idiot if you think it differently.
Oh, please stay out of this. We were having a good conversation without you. You're not needed.
Hey, I don't care.
You're not needed.
Well, then stop saying dumb stuff.
I wasn't talking to you. I don't care about your opinion.
So what is the...
They keep saying...
Hold on. I was just going to say, can someone restate kind of where we're at with it? And because I was away for a bit. And then also, could we try to do one at a time? Because it has been pretty hard to follow, the last couple of bit here with all the talking and stuff.
I'll give you my point of view, and then one of the other guys can give you their point of view. My point of view is where we're at is that we're able to talk about dimensions, right? Like length, width, height, time, but we're not allowed to actually say they exist.
What do you mean you're not allowed? I just said that I think that time doesn't exist. You can talk whatever you want.
We're supposed to be...
Show me where you find some
supposed to be telling Geo...
Go and bottle up some seconds for me.
So anyway, Geo.
Just passed.
The whole point is we're talking about
some more just passed.
Breadth, width as dimension. And then he added time and as a dimension as well. But when we talk about time as a dimension, that is defined differently. The entire word dimension is defined different from what we experience as a dimension with real objects.
It's still the same in the same definition of dimension. It's just measured differently than the spatial dimensions. It's just different.
That's what a dimension is. That's why it's because you redefine what dimensions are.
No, nobody did.
Well, Damon, I imagine you would agree with that.
You said it's measured. What do you do with dimensions? You measure them. So if you
measure
can't
it with time rather than with millimeters.
You could definitely measure time.
Well, it is a
units of measure of seconds, millimeters, right?
That doesn't make it a dimension.
Why not?
Because dimension is defined as something specifically not that.
Yeah, no, it's a measurable fucking...
It's a physical property of something.
Yeah.
Right, so what's a millimeter then? Give me a millimeter. What physical properties does a millimeter have?
I don't know what you mean.
Of course you don't, because it's a convention. It's not of the real world.
Physical properties of a millimeter are the distance between 2 points.
It's 5 minutes. What the heck?
The properties of a millimeter is a specific measurement between 2 points that's been defined by us humans as a standard.
There's no physical properties of it. It's a conceptual set of properties. We
let's
decided
not forget, we were
decided
talking
out
about
of nowhere,
time.
out of nothing, out of
the millimeter is a concept.
It is a thing that we invented ourselves, a
So
concept,
what?
which means it's not a thing that exists in our reality. It's just
Yes,
a
it is.
convention. No, it's not.
It sure is.
It
Were we
exists,
not
but not
talking
in our
about
reality.
time?
So what is the fucking ruler with the millimeter lines on it? What the fuck is that then?
It's an object with markings on it. That's what it is.
Right.
And the only reason it means anything
Great.
is if we interpret it as meaning something.
Yes.
Okay?
Just like
Which means
fucking
the things that
everything
we're
on the
using are
fucking universe.
concepts. Therefore, they are not things that have dimensions in and of themselves, because concepts can't have dimensions.
Well, no shit.
Hence why I asked you the dimensions of a millimeter.
But they're not
And you
just
went silent.
concepts, right? They're a relation to actual physical things, correct?
Right, but those
Having a
physical things
relation to a physical
aren't
thing is not the same as
concepts,
being a
right?
physical thing.
They really exist in the real world, right?
The very definition, right, of a measurement, like such as millimeters, right, describes something physical in the world, in the universe, correct?
Okay.
Well,
Let's maybe use an analogy.
measurement of something
Yellow
physical.
describes things
And
that are
then-
in the
Unit.
world.
That's a
Yellow is
unit.
not something that you can
It's a
hold
unit
or
of
touch.
length.
This guy is saying time.
Yellow is a particular wavelength
You would
of
have
light
to redefine
that we've
what the word
defined
dimension is.
as yellow.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. You guys are
I
talking.
can't hear
Which is a
nothing.
fallacy.
Yeah, you
I
guys
don't
are talking at the
know.
same time. I'm just gonna pick someone to go. Elijah, go ahead, man. Just let's
Say
try to
again?
go one at a time. Yeah, go ahead.
No. Because it's a concept. Like space.
So, in what way, Elijah? How would you
If
define?
I have a volume,
Can you hear me?
then you can measure the dimensions of that volume
Maybe you can't hear us.
and the space it takes up. Space itself is not really
Is he hot?
any.
Micah?
It's meaningless
Sounds
unless
like
you
his
have
mic is
something
weird.
to.
Yeah, I think you
You
can.
know what I mean?
Are you? I don't know if he's talking to us or someone else.
I don't know.
He's not on deafen. Elijah, can you hear us? Yeah, something's going on with us.
And we can validate that. As
think he can
dimension
hear
is
us.
defined. we can
Don't
say that it's
fight
true.
time being the
Unless you're going
dimension.
to redefine it when you introduce other dimensions.
Elijah, can you hear us?
Not unless you're going to define it and reify it into existence and believe it.
This whole
Elijah,
whole
can
thing
you
of-
hear anyone talking?
You just got to
probably
mute
Can
got
you
that.
It sounds
believe
like
a
he's having a
reified thing
conversation with
without-
someone else,
Coming
guys.
in and out before, so I don't
This
think
whole
he
thing
was a reification fallacy? Like
Maybe not.
say I imagine something that's not real.
Can somebody just like mute him for a minute and then like text him or something?
We can. Yeah.
So to try and like use an analogy, Mickey
Yeah.
Mouse
Right.
is something that exists.
Right.
Okay, Mickey Mouse exists, but Mickey Mouse is not real. Mickey Mouse is not in our reality. Okay, Mickey Mouse can have dimensions. You could draw a Mickey Mouse on a piece of paper and say, "Oh, here's the dimensions of this Mickey Mouse I made."
Yeah.
But Mickey Mouse is a concept. Okay, it's a
Sure.
character that was imagined up. It's not a thing that exists in our reality. It's not real.
It
It is
is.
pretend. Mickey Mouse is a concept, not an actual thing. You cannot actually have Mickey Mouse in reality. It's only in
not?
your mind.
No, Mickey Mouse happens to be one of those concepts that we can actually create, such as in cartoons or stuffed animals.
You can imagine. You can't actually
Yeah,
have
but
Mickey
the-
Mouse in physical reality. You can only have an imagination
The,
of what
the
Mickey
thing
Mouse
is, though,
is.
about Mickey
Sure.
Mouse brought into
But
reality,
we can
what
give
you're
him
saying
dimensions, correct?
is that, well, hold on, though.
You can give a
No.
concept dimensions, sure.
It can be the same Mickey Mouse, but depending on what size screen you watch the cartoon on, there is no actual one set defined height or width of Mickey Mouse because
Sure, but we
he's
could
going to be
measure the
portrayed
Mickey
in different
Mouse.
ways on different screens.
Okay,
So
We could
Mickey
measure the
Mouse is
Mickey
a
Mouse.
concept.
We
Damone,
could measure
like,
the Mickey Mouse with a
but you
concept
can't.
called
It feels
Okay,
like
millimeters.
this is
you
just where he
cannot
wanted
measure
this
Mickey Mouse. And
conversation to
here's
go.
why. Even if you drew quote unquote Mickey Mouse on a piece of paper with a pencil, all you have is markings on the paper with pencil. All you're measuring is the markings on
Yes.
the paper. It's not Mickey Mouse. It's you decided
It
to
is Mickey
interpret it
Mouse.
as Mickey Mouse. It's not actually
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse. It can't be because Mickey Mouse isn't real. It's
Well,
just
it's a
markings
draw.
on paper
It's a
that you
drawing, right,
decided
of Mickey
was that.
Mouse. It's a drawing of the specific Mickey Mouse. It's a drawing of my concept of Mickey Mouse, and so therefore that Mickey Mouse.
Damon, sorry, bro, you just started. You were talking over him the whole time. You might have thought he was done, but I don't think he was. Bob, go ahead, man. Try to say your whole thing so we can hear it.
If you draw Mickey Mouse on a piece of paper, you draw the thing that you think looks like Mickey Mouse. You have not made Mickey Mouse in reality. What you've done is marked on paper. You can have dimensions to those markings. The markings can have dimensions. But you cannot have actual Mickey Mouse in reality. You can't measure Mickey Mouse because Mickey Mouse isn't real. What you could measure is the drawing that you ascribed Mickey Mouse to.
I don't care if y'all are flat or globe. This is a fucking ridiculous ass conversation.
It's extremely important for you to have an agreement on how this stuff works so you can actually have a useful, fruitful conversation. Otherwise, you'll just be talking past each other the whole time. That's why these things need to be established beforehand. Things that exist in reality, those are the things that we accept for verification. Things that don't exist, concepts or ideas or imaginings, are not things we accept for verification. So we throw those out when we're talking about truth or reality or actual science.
Someone's about to say that Mickey Mouse is real. Someone say it.
The meter is defined. It is defined. It is a distance. If you want to say the distance doesn't exist, then fine.
Mickey Mouse is defined.
Specifically defined. You can blow it up as big as you want. It's not changing. The meter is defined. This is a base unit. There are 7 of them.
Globers, is Mickey Mouse real or not? Globers, is Mickey Mouse real or not?
Can we stop over talking
this is where you start talking.
And one at a time, please?
This is where you start talking about. Normally, you guys talk about the kilogram, which is another defined unit, but today it's going to be the meter.
All right, I'm not sure how the conversation got to that, although I hear you. There are definitely measurements of distance. I thought perhaps one of the things that was just being discussed was the difference between time and space and how those dimensionality, that's what I was trying to say, how the dimensionality differs between the time vector and the space vector. I think that was somewhat the original part of all this, right?
Yeah, and they were talking about the
yes, it was
space-time and how the universe is expanding into nothingness, and and then Damon couldn't really define.
And somehow we started talking about Mickey Mouse.
Yes.
So, SE, you don't think time exists? You don't think time exists outside of humans, SE? Meaning, if no humans were here, would time be existing or not? Because you said it's only a human-made concept, right?
Yeah, that's my belief. Yeah, time is a human-made concept based on the movement of the Earth, based on the movement of the sun, actually. They want to make us believe it's the Earth, but based on the movement of the sun, yes.
Right, you should tell that to my dog. My dog knows exactly when it's 6:00 p.m. and it's time to get fed.
How would you possibly know if your dog knows that unless you talk to him, you lunatic?
Because my dog barks every day between 5:55 and 6:05. There's like a 10-minute window.
How do you associate that with him knowing that it's 6 p.m. or even what 6 p.m. is?
Well, he has a very good concept of time.
Is this real?
Animals in nature are very connected to time. Insects, all kinds of different animals.
They are not connected to 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. or any of the other p.m.s. It's a convention made by man.
You can definitely measure time.
You cannot ask an animal what p.m. it is.
My dog barks between 5:55 and 6:05 every day.
All right, you guys, I guess I'm just going to do temporary mutes until we can talk one at a time because it's just so hard to follow. So can we just one person so we can hear what's being said? All right. So what was animals and insects knowing time? Is that?
Yeah, my dog knows time pretty damn well.
Yeah,
Bob, I don't think he meant. I don't think he meant like the word 6 p.m. But the animals and insects seem to be connected to the cycles of the Earth and the Sun and the Moon cycle, sometimes down to the second in terms of their process.
And what did SE say? Behavior? What did he say time was?
Is it routine behavior that he knows, or is it time that he knows?
I don't know. It seems to be time. No matter what we're doing, he barks between 5:55 and 6:05 every day.
I think
maybe you feed him at that time every day, and he knows to bark at that time every day because you feed him. It's not the time though; it's just that his, it's
a bowel movement cycle. Come on, you can
call it what you want. He barks in a 10-minute window.
Oh boy.
He barks in a 10-minute window every day.
So Mickey Mouse is real. We got to the bottom of it.
I'm telling you.
Kids, get your mouse
I'm telling you, this dog
with
barks.
you all along.
Just it's one bark too between 5:55 and 6:05 every damn day. Don't say that
Your
animals
dog
don't know
called
time.
Goofy as well.
Did the dog tell you that this is what he does? Hey, Nasa
Well,
Joe?
you can hear him bark. I mean, you want to come here and hear him bark
Did
every
the
day?
dog tell you he's going to bark every night at 6 p.m.?
Well, he does.
No.
Did you give him a
All you
wristwatch?
did was identify a
What is
pattern
this?
in your dog. It has nothing to do with your dog knowing something about 6 p.m.
Yeah, he knows exactly what time
You
it is. Tell me
identified
that
a
he doesn't
pattern.
know it's 6 p.m.?
You did.
Yeah. So
You
what
don't
is
think
so the topic on the table is whether animals, insects, and in nature know time, experience time, sense time. What about the idea of it also that like they're connected to the magnetic field? Because like they know when it's time to sleep. Obviously, even the sun cycle and the sun moving away. But
Yeah, I can take it from there. So just the concept of something having a pattern of behavior that correlates to the cycle of the sun doesn't mean they understand time, because I could go stronger than this, but just as a gentle introduction, the certain seeds are going to sprout out of the ground at a certain time of year. Do you want to? We can go even further than that with like processes throughout the day, and like, does the ocean know, that it's time to evaporate, or is that just something that correlates to time itself without an understanding being necessary in its behavior, right? Or one step before that, it's like, oh well, this seed sprouts when it's springtime, right? But is it really keeping track of all the days throughout the year? And it's just waiting. It's like, oh, I want to go. I want to sprout, but I can't yet. I gotta wait till springtime because I know what that is, and that's when it's best for me to sprout. No, it's just a mechanical sort of process of a living being. So the dog barking at 6. Now, I do think I agree with you. I think like dogs do understand time, sort of like we do. But the point you made wasn't strong enough to support the point that we both agree on there.
Yeah, and aren't there also kind of like subtleties of time experience? Meaning there's like the passage of time, being aware of the passage of time, like, oh, that was a week ago, a month ago. There's that kind of passage. And then there's like the in the moment, like the daily cycle. So like, so like let's say a dog, for example, they of course are in touch with the daily cycle because the sun and sleep cycle and all of that. So, a lot of dogs like in the morning, they wake up with all kinds of energy and stuff. So they're obviously connected to that and they must experience that to some degree. But then there's the question, do they experience the passage of time beyond that the way we do, in terms of having memory and all that? Of course, dogs do seem to have memory of certain things, but it's interesting to think about how they experience that. So I was just thinking about like the subtleties of that and to what level they may or may not experience that. And then that could go for other animals. And
the idea of an animal having a schedule is not the same as it understanding that schedule. So kind of like think about us as human beings. Like we get the urge to pee, we get the urge to eat, we get the urge to have sex. We have all these urges, right? And we got to try and maintain them. Animals don't necessarily have the same level of intelligence for maintaining them. But the idea that their bodies have them do certain things or have them desire to do certain things at certain times, that is not indicative automatically of an understanding of the schedule their body is on.
I find it a bit strange because the man lives by time, and if the dog is owned by the man and the man is the master of the dog, no wonder why you think the dog is ruled by time, because you're ruled by time and you rule your dog.
Yeah, but my cat meows at 7:30 every day, within around a 15-minute time period, and she's not looking at the clock. I'll tell you that absolutely for sure. My cat never looks at a clock, but she knows when it's dinner time. Absolutely, she knows when it's dinner time. She knows what time of day it is somehow without needing her clock.
Well, okay. But it might not be the cat that knows. It might just be the biological functions in the cat that understand.
Thank you. Someone
it's been a certain amount of time since last time I had food, so now is the time to do this thing. Like, it's not necessarily an understanding by the cat. It could just be the biological function of their body, like we have. It's been this long since we peed. There's this much liquid in your bladder. Go pee now.
Time.
Can I say something now, please?
Time is a man-made concept regarding patterns in the environment. That's all.
I agree with your point, by the way.
That all
Good
space
thing
moves.
Animals no
I
time.
want to say something when I'm not. Get off.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, I think like animals and stuff, they can learn habits, right? When they get on a schedule like us. But when you're talking about animals in nature, like definitely they react to like the sun, the patterns of the sun and how it moves. I mean, I see it all the time, especially with the changing of seasons, right? That's the geese know, they know. They don't know it's September, but they feel it, right? They know there's something there. So yeah, time is a concept? Sure. Like I mean, it is something that I think it happens, right? So how do you want to define that exactly? Which is always
You know what the thing is? This is the hardest thing for even flat earthers to let go, because everything we do is based on time, right? Even me, I'm going to set my alarm clock to wake up tomorrow morning at a certain time. I get that, right? But think about it. Time is really man-made, based on the movement of the sun, the revolution of the moon, right? 1 month.
No, not anymore.
Yeah, yeah. Think about it.
Month isn't defined. It was defined as a month, but no more.
Yeah. I'm saying how the concept became about.
But these are all man-made things too, like we explain, right? Time, and then you throw memory, but it's something that's occurring. But when I say, oh, the time, right? It's just it's a structure within how we
It's how we interpret our reality, just like language.
On that.
Yes, and that's how I linguistically explain to you when I'm explaining what this concept, quote unquote, of time is. This phenomenon that's just occurring, right? That's
I'll
how
tell you.
I say it to you.
I'll tell you what isn't man-made though. Day and night is not man-made.
Agreed. But what does that have to do with time?
Well, I don't fucking know. Maybe everything.
Don't get upset, bro. It's only time.
You understand that most of the time when we talk about time, we talk about the passage of time. We say time, we really mean the passage of it. We don't mean what is time in and of itself. We mean it's
I agree. Yeah, good
You
point.
could use a conceptual unit of measurement to find out how long it's been since you've been born. You don't just got to think about the sun.
Not conceptual; it's defined.
Well, it's the same as anything else, like a millimeter or 5 minutes, or it's all conceptual.
Defined. It's not conceptual; it's defined. There's a difference.
No, units, standardized units are all conventions. They're all standardized. They're all Any time you use a standardized unit that is absolutely just some sort of conventional standardized unit. I mean, that's all it is. It isn't legit. You know,
it's not legit.
I guess if you want me to continue, I'll say it a second time. There's an infinite spectrum of distance to the left and to the right, and there is no such thing as a universal actual line anywhere along the infinite spectrum that is an inch.
Which is why we define it.
All standardized units are arbitrary perimeters that we place a beginning and an end, a left side and right side to, or this amount to this amount. Like okay. Time and weight are infinite spectrums, and we can slice, or we can pretend to take a portion of an infinite spectrum that extends infinitely in all directions, and we can add our little imaginary conventions and give it a nickname, but we're not bringing it into an existence. We're just drawing lines. We're drawing imaginary lines in the sand and giving a nickname to the space between those lines we've drawn in our minds.
Right, it's all about what we agree upon now. Just like the qubit went out of fashion, right? And you saying that the qubit exists in real life? You can still measure with it, but it doesn't exist in real life, does it?
You can measure time.
The things that you measure it with
defined.
exist in real life, right? Isn't that right?
By defining something, you can pull it out of concept and into reality simply by defining it, which is absurd.
No, you have a base unit. There's 7 base units. You have to define them in order to go on.
That are conceptual.
Define
By
time.
defining
Go
them,
ahead.
you do not pull them from
Define
concepts
define
into
is defined
reality.
as the second.
That's how it works.
Go ahead, Shield. Define time for us. We're all ears.
Oh, and I'm not going to define time for you. I'll define how we measure it.
Progression
You
to
just
this.
said time is defined. You
Time
just said it.
It's right. The length of time. Again, the passage of time. When I say time, I mean the passage of time.
Oh, you mean
So
like
you
a
cannot
second or an
define
hour
time.
or a
Got it.
minute
Yes,
or a
Okay.
day?
I'm
or
defining
Can we get
the
past this?
passage of time. Do you understand the difference?
Moment.
Yeah, I
You know,
understand that
time
you did not
passed because you
define
can't
time.
get past this.
I define. I
You
don't care.
measure
I'm
that.
not
You want to
defining
measure how much
time.
time we're wasting
You
on
and
this?
get Gregory in here, and you guys talk about what time is conceptually all you want. All I care about is the passage of this thing we call time.
Understood. You have no idea. Got it.
No,
Oh,
nobody.
you mean the
Very
convention
few
we
people.
use to
I mean,
measure that,
if you
right?
want, like I said, get Gregory in here and get as esoteric as you want, and I'll drop out.
Well, I
Well, no, it's just the convention
fancy
of what we
myself
use to
an
measure that.
ontologist. I fancy myself as an ontologist because of just my own free time dedicated to that sort of study. And from my perspective, I say standards and conventions are the epitome of the most artificial thing that is a part of our life. Standards and conventions are the most artificial man-made thing that exists.
I'll call what you want. In the meantime, we've defined the second as the base unit of time.
And it is the height of pretending and imagining and conventions and standardizing.
Well, okay, so what?
So
I mean, it's not real?
Well, they're based on things that are real, but this is where just hands are shooken, agreements are made, standards are created, conventions are agreed upon. You know,
base units, exactly. Thank you. We agree. So
base units are all pretend. They're just
they're not
agreements we've
pretend.
made with
No,
each
they're
other.
not pretend. They are real. They are defined. It's a
they're
specific length of time.
No, they're agreed upon.
Well, I don't care. It's still a specific length of time.
It's an agreement of a convention of imagination.
How come? Can anybody translate for this guy? Because I mean, it seems that we're saying the same thing, but then he says it's fake, and it's not. It's
No,
a real
you're not
length
saying
of
the
time.
same thing.
A second is defined, a very precisely defined length of time.
Yeah, but you could change that length of measurement.
Well,
and just
we're not though.
it would just be a different conceptual unit of measurement.
So
kind of like Celsius and Fahrenheit. You can imagine that.
Okay, so actually the temperature is defined. Also, it's a base unit.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's it's still a conceptual unit of measurement.
Okay, so
I don't know. I'm like I wish we could move on from that. Sorry.
Well, there are 7 base units. Temperature is another one.
Time would be connected.
You broke up there, Gio.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Technical difficulties, I suppose.
Normally in this room we argue about the kilogram. We don't argue too much about the meter or the second. When are we going to start arguing about the candela or something? Yeah.
Did you know that the light year is a precise number of meters?
Who cares? You guys don't know what time is.
Yes, we do know what
and
time
you're saying that you're saying that time is a convention of movement.
We do know the passage of time. We do know what the passage of time is. We have defined the second.
Well, wait a
It's
minute.
like saying I don't know what a unicorn is, but I know the passage of a unicorn.
Okay, fine. If you want to say it that way, that's fine.
If you only know the two-way speed of light, do you have to wait 2 years to find out the one a light year?
I'm not.
No, we can extrapolate.
I'm not interested in this one-way speed of light bullshit of yours. Sorry.
Wait, of mine?
Yeah.
Oh, it's mine, is it?
Well, whatever. It's still yours as in y'all or whatever. I'm just tired of the it's a dumb argument. We know the two-way speed light.
That's fine.
You take two-way speed. You take the two-way speed light. You divide by 2. You have the speed of light. That's good enough.
But you need it to travel 2 years to find out what a light year is, yeah?
Oh, you don't need to.
No.
Do you need to go? If you say you're going 60 miles per hour, do you have to
It has
go
to go
for
a
an hour?
year and then it has to come back, right?
Again, if you're saying you're going 60 miles per hour, do you have to travel for an hour to see how long you're going?
No,
Or
he
can
made
you
a good
take an
point.
instantaneous time?
Made a good point for direct, experience.
You can use time on a clock, distance traveled, whatever. Yeah, that's a convention that we made. We made a clock. We made a tick. We count the seconds. It's movement. But time does not exist. Get that through your heads, man.
You just measured it though. You just said we can measure it, then it doesn't exist. Gotcha.
Well, what's your definition of time?
Yes.
What's your
I'm not-
definition of time in that? Well, hold on. Let me just ask, what is your definition of time, Essie, in that?
I just told you, it's a man-made convention based on movement of the sun. The sun goes up, the sun goes down. 24 hours.
Yeah, but it's not
That's it.
exactly 24 hours every day.
Well, yeah, roughly.
Well, how is that a man-made convention when it's a thing that exists outside of man? Like it's happening outside of us, independent of us.
Well, the movement exists. The sun exists. The movement definitely exists. But time, we attributed time to that movement.
Right. The meaning that's attributed to the movement is man-made, whereas the movement happens no matter what. So, like, consider like a football. Like, you throw a football, like the movement happens either way, but the meaning you attribute to it, like it was a pass in this and this play that they did, all of that part is man-made. Even though the football moved, that's not. You see what I'm saying? Like, what you're identifying in the movement that's taking place, whether we exist or not, the movement of the sun, what you're attributing to that movement, that part, it would be things that were decided by man, is what he's saying, right, Essie?
Yes, exactly, Bob. Yes, exactly.
The funny thing is, though, is that there is such thing as change without spatial movement. So,
That's
for example,
a tough one, bro. That's a tough one.
Yeah, for example, yeah, it is a tough one, and I think it does kind of destroy your point that time is as related to movement as you say, because something can be like, I don't have an example, but I can give you a hypothetical, like an imaginary example. There's this object and it's yellow, and then it turns red. It changed, but nothing moved.
Well, I can argue that the atoms and this and that, I won't go there though, because I'm not saying that. I'm saying that that's what time is. I'm saying that's what the concept that we all agreed to of what time is. I'm not saying that I agree with that. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying
fair.
the concept that we think is time was invented because we noticed the movement of the sun.
Right, we wanted a constant rate to be able to measure things with.
And the
Yeah,
sun
like we
just
wanted
so
to say, okay,
happens
I'll
to
meet
be
you, instead of saying I'll meet you at high noon, right? We made a time to that. We attributed 12 o'clock to high noon.
Well, I think that's why I was asking what your definition of time is, because, right, I mean, there's the definition of time, like what we call it, 12:05 p.m., a.m. There's all of that. But there's also just the actual phenomenon within this realm of the sun moving and things decaying and progressing in some way. Change, yeah.
Yes,
it just seems that's a very real thing.
Agreed. Like the aging process, like when we age, right? We attribute that to time because we say I'm 1 year old, but that's really you're one revolution of the sun old, two revolution. You understand what I'm saying? It's not. It's the aging process. It's not really a time that's doing that.
Well, like if I was a human, and like let's just say I was a human and I just didn't speak English, I didn't speak any language, which I know is kind of strange to think of, but meaning that just you're not thinking about time, so there's no like ideas or concepts or thoughts going on. You're just a human, almost like an NPC or something. You're like, I'm kidding, but that kind of thing. You're just an empty-brained kind of mammal or whatever. If that was the case, you would be experiencing what I would define as time. Like you definitely would be experiencing this thing that is the aging, the sun moving. You eat food, and a time amount later, you send it out of your body as waste. You urinate, everything that's happening through. So I would define time in a sense that they would be experiencing time, even with no ideas or concepts or clocks on the wall. They would be experiencing their body going through various things like aging and puberty and all that kind of stuff humans go through. So I would, in a sense, to put that in the category of the word time. But then I also know what you mean. There is kind of a man-made concept of it, especially the 12-hour cycle and the 1995, 2005, all these years and shit. Yeah, there's all kinds of man-made convention around that, and the calendars, of course, as well, because the nature is the calendar. The sky is the clock. It is the calendar. It is the clock. You don't have to really make one, but yeah, in terms of that, humans have made all kinds of conventions around that as well. So I don't know if that kind of parses it out a little bit or in the ideas. To me, it's like different streams of how to define time.
No, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that you're thinking of this wrong, but just think of it like this, Joe. Everything that you try to explain time, you used another thing to describe it. You never actually describe time itself. You attribute to the movement, to aging, to this, to that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I would ultimately
Sorry.
I would call it. I would just say it's ether flux. It's flux in the ether, movement within the actual medium.
Yeah, I think these words might be a little bit limiting and a bit of a trap. And I'm not saying I necessarily have a better replacement, because they definitely serve a purpose that we can all use practically for conversations for the most part. But then here we are trying to tackle the deepest metaphysical, philosophical topics. Like, yeah, and it's really cool that we all gather and.
Oh yeah, this is awesome, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I spent like about 7 or 8 years now, like trying really hard. Actually, this is like one of my favorite topics that I spend a lot of time pondering on. And I think I only know English, and I think there might be
thinking. Oh, sorry.
I think there might be words, and I don't think so. Maybe. But I think there might be other words in different languages that are like more appropriate to use when talking about it. But I don't know them because I don't speak English. But the best I've come up with is that is like when it comes to like there is something higher than both these things, because at the end of the day, I think that all things have something in common, and I have given a name to that thing, but that's not important for this. But then after you got this one thing that everything has in common, that's rooted in, then the first two expressions of that are change and location. And and I can elaborate on that by saying that there's such a brother sister, equal sort of Gemini twin relation with each other, where neither one can exist without the other. They're different, but they can't go, and they're like Siamese twins. They're conjoined at the hip, right? They can't go anywhere or do anything without bringing the other one along with them. And so it's like, I don't consider time movement like a lot of people want to call time movement, because how can you call it time movement if you need somewhere to move to? Location, space is right there, conjoined to the hip, right? So it's not like that. That's just something I've heard recently, here in these discussions, which is great. That's the ones we're talking about. But I'm firmly against the position that time is synonymous with movement. But I think that the word change is more general, because there's different types of change that don't involve spatial movement, right? Like I said before, something can change from orange to blue. That didn't require movement, even though there's a sort of transcendental nature of, like, if there was orange and then it disappeared, it left. It was here and now it's somewhere else. It's there. But now this isn't about this isn't about spatial movement, even though there is a change. And the only words I have to use, because I speak English, is saying here and there. But this is where actuality versus potential comes into place. In other words, where space and counter space come into play and their relationship, because there is a sort of level of change that something can do where it's like manifestation and demanifestation. And that doesn't necessarily have to involve space in that operation, even though it does as a secondary level, not as a primary function. It's weird, guys. There's certain things that like are coupled together in reality, and you'll never have one without the other. It doesn't mean they're the same thing. It just means that they walk side by side and will never be seen in our reality separate from each other. Like matter and energy, they're not the same thing, but you'll never see one without the other present.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I hear you on all that. Yeah, well said. And I was gonna say as well, like with that, the word flux, like one of the definitions of flux is continuous change, passage, or movement. Also, it has to do with like flowing or like flow or flowing. So I was just gonna say, when I said ether flux, saying the time ultimately to me, that part of it to me would be that it's the actual ether itself going through its continuous change and passage and movement process, which we perhaps define as time, but it is just that continuous change that's always occurring within the medium.
Yeah, that's cool. I'd like to respond to fundamental what you said there, bro. First of all, what you said about time not being movement, right? You may or may not be right, because like I said, I don't believe in time. It's a concept. But just know this, it is based on movement. Even until today, it's based on the movement of cesium and so on and so forth. So absolutely based on movement.
I'd say the standardized units that of time, as we say, like a standardized unit of time, we'd say like a second or a year or a day or whatever. I think that is based on the movement of something that has a consistent performance, because that's how we can like attach this like metaphysical concept to something sensible and visual and realistic, you know. But when we divide the movement of the sun into units, we're referencing something that we don't have a clear, we don't have a clear perception of. Like we're not seeing time itself. What we're really doing is, we're dividing our perception of a movement of something into units, and we're somehow approaching time, but we're not addressing it directly. There's a middleman, right? Whenever we're trying to measure time, talk about time, whatever, we always have to pass it through a middleman to get there, because time itself is kind of indescribable. There's always got to be some sort of bridge.
What do you mean by middleman? I've always just experienced it as direct. Like there's Alfred White Northhead, or Whitehead, Alfred North Whitehead. He was a philosopher and very well known in many ways. But he talked about had this term concrescence, which is very interesting. And there's a lot of different kind of metaphysical concepts that he's discussed as well that relate in with it. Yeah, and that concrescence is like in one way it can be seen as like the peak moment that we experience, like we're experiencing right now and right now and right now, whatever the time is, the position of the sun right now, the ages of our bodies, the experience, the cycles that we're in, everything is this peak moment. And then there's, of course, the past and the future, which for humans is stored as memory. Of course, the future, perhaps not memory that is experienced yet. And then memories in the past already have been experienced. So there's also that kind of directionality. But yeah, it just made me think of that concrescence, like the peak now moment. And we experience this now moment, but it's always the now. So then that brings the idea, like, are we actually just in infinity and we're just experiencing the nowness, and then there's some other medium that's passing within that?
Well, here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. There's I don't know how many people are gonna be able to, like, I'm not gonna be able to say this like eloquently, right? But the universe Only limited. I'm not saying in totality. I'm not saying in beyond or infinity or whatever. All I'm saying is that the universe as we experience it, and like we can only see the visible light out of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. There's more to it than what we can experience. However, I just want to give a term for the portion that we do experience. And the portion that we do experience is always a hermaphrodite. It's always gray. It's never black. It's never white. Our experience, the things that we're going to be involved in with our personal senses and experiences, is always a mixture. We're in the 50 shades of gray, and black and white are somewhere outside of that experience, and everything I see is pointing towards them. It's the concept of the land beyond the horizon, right? Somewhere over the rainbow, the land beyond the horizon. I can start walking towards the horizon, but I'll never go past it because it moves away as I approach it. And I'll always be in the gray zone, and I'll never get behind it or past it. I'll never reach total blackness or whiteness, left or right, to its final destination. I'm always just going to be stuck in the middle. And so in that same way, time isn't something for us to try to describe with words directly. It's sort of like you'll never see. God is the invisible man. You can't, and he's also the intangible man. God is the invisible, intangible man. You can't touch him or see him. But if you put clothing on top, or you wrap him in bandages, well, you can kind of get a sense of what he's like. You'll never see him directly, but the truth always has to be packaged in some sort of envelope in order to be delivered to you. That's the way the mail works. You can't just send a piece of paper with writing on it. You have to fold it up, put it in an envelope, put a stamp on it, and then it can be delivered to someone. It's the same rules as Christmas. No one ever gives a Christmas present to someone else without wrapping it up first. And then they give this wrapping to the person receiving it. For some reason, it just feels right, and we all know it does. You got to wrap up the present. See, the present is a portion of the truth. None of us are able, even if we know it. Like someone in here, and it's definitely not me, but someone in here might know all truth. Well, as long as you're human and you're communicating to me through English verbally or picture, whatever, even if you do know the absolute truth, the only method of delivery of the truth is to deliver it through the packaging of a verbal package or a visual package. Meaning all truth has to be wrapped within something and then given to someone. And then it's up to them to have the ability and the will to unwrap the present you've given them. And sometimes the way the truth is delivered and packaged.
So time is a present? Time is a truth present?
Yeah. Well,
no. Bro, don't get me wrong what I'm going to say now, right?
Okay.
But
okay.
You've been talking now for I don't know how long.
I have. No doubt, yeah.
Okay, all right. No worries. And I'll let you go on for as long as you want. You did not describe time yet. Not once. Just saying. I hear you. This happens all the time. Whenever we get into this conversation,
I can't.
I hear dogs, cats, whistles, donkeys, but I never hear what time is.
Yeah, I can't. I can't, and I don't think anyone can.
Time is the direction that all space moves in.
Yeah, so
that's a direction and space. That's not an explanation of time.
Listen to me, guys.
Space moves in a direction not relevant to the XYZ axis. Time is different from the XYZ axis. You can measure it
So
differently.
that's
It's
time
not
is
as
different.
spatial.
You see the indirectness. You see the.
Yeah, but it's not an explanation, bro. It's not an
Yeah,
explanation. It's just
I'm telling you, no one can just tell you what it is. We can use our words to point you in the right direction, but we can't take your hand and walk you to it and show you it directly. Like, oh, here it is.
why not? Why not? Why can't you? Or even explain it. I'm not telling you to introduce me to time. Just explain to me what time is.
Because the truth is unutterable.
You see,
You can
a bunch of incoherent words. Not the truth.
What? Oh, come
what
on.
is
No.
time, bro? If you don't know, say I don't know. That's it. Don't go on jabbering for half an hour.
That was stated 5 times previously. Okay? But you need to listen to what I'm about to say. And I'll just say one sentence, okay? Ask me if you don't understand. Here's my one sentence. The highest truths are unutterable.
You see what I mean? That's time. The highest truths are what?
Unutterable.
Unutterable. All right. All right. If that's what you think time is, that's your response. I'll respect
Can
it.
I try?
Go ahead. That's not my definition of time. That's some advice I want.
Well, if there's a charge differential, of electromagnetic energy that will cause a movement between those two polarized fields, and will create a flux within the field. You'll get the unfolding of what we refer to as the passage of time. Is how I think it all has to do with the magnetic pulsations, the magnetic, essentially vortex nature of consciousness and of this realm where the sun is moving in the way that it is to kind of create this realm for us to experience consciousness in.
So that's time. All those things that you said, Gio, are time.
You'd say it's.
Come on, bro.
It's the movement. It's the magnetic movement. The entire sky, the sun and the moon, in my viewpoint, the sun and the moon and the entire sky field is all moving, and the magnetic charge that's creating that entire movement, the entire field. And then the Earth is affected by that movement because of the sun and the moon cycle. So the weather patterns and the winds and pressure mediation, everything that occurs with that layer. And then there's an electromagnetic charge between the sky and the ground. Then we have what we call gravity and weight and density and all of that. And then within the medium, there seems to be synced with the sun and moon moving what we would refer as, in my viewpoint, meaning of the unfolding of events and the process of what really comes down to kind of it's like the entropy of consciousness, essentially, like the actual movement and unfoldment of it. But as a human and like an animal or an insect like that, yeah, there's that unfolding of that entire field going that process.
Would you guys say that only life on Earth is subject to time?
I would say that we are subject to time. I mean that's just like kind of a little bit undeniable. Like, yeah, we're subject to time.
But in a way, what I'm trying to ask is there things outside of Earth that aren't, you know?
Time is I just wrote this, and I'll just say this. This is my definition through time. Time is a framework in which all things exist within and are interpreted through. Without time, all events would have happened at once, and there can be no distinction between events. It is a succession and a progression of everything, essentially.
You did a great job there, but I already put it in a little bit more simple terms.
Awesome.
That time doesn't have a beginning or an end. Time is what gives things beginnings and ends.
Dude, Sign, that was awesome, bro. Like, do you have that written down? Like, if you don't mind, like posting it or something, that was epic, dude. I like that a lot.
Can we?
Yeah, I mean,
can we
took me a second
agree
to write it out, but
that I was thinking about this because of the discussion that was happening earlier about about, well, anyway, can we agree that the two ways to like, how do I want to put this?
Things moving.
The way that something is shown, right? You can either describe it with words, like for example, like a rock. Okay, someone wants to know what a rock is. You say rock, and they say, "What is rock?" Okay, and you have two choices, right? You can either pick up a rock and show them rock, or you can describe to them rock in words, right? Those are your choices for conveying to someone what rock is. Is that correct?
There's one more option. You can show a video of a rock.
Okay, well, but then you're not actually showing them rock. You're showing them a representation of what a rock could be.
But that's exactly what you're doing with your words as well.
The only difference between that and words is the medium, but it's still the same thing that you're accomplishing as words. It's just a different medium. That's all. Like I said, explain to them what a rock is, but you could have written it down too. It's just a different medium, so it doesn't change what I said.
There's visual presentations, and then there's audio presentations, and then there's visual presentations.
I'll restate what I said.
And then there's the real deal. There's the immediate real deal, and then there's audio,
what I said to
and
clear
then
this
there's
up, and
visual
it'll take
as
care of this. Okay.
substitutes.
The two options you have are explain to them what the thing is, or demonstrate through using their senses what the thing is. Those are the two options you have. Correct?
No.
Okay, how do you convey to someone what a thing is without using words and without using their senses? Please explain.
So that's not the dichotomy you're explaining.
That's what I just said.
No. Literally, you put it a whole different way. And I don't have a critique with what you said just now. I have a critique with what you originally said. You can go on.
I already said, forget what I originally said. I'm going to restate it, and then I just restated it. So what is the problem with what I just restated? Those are the two options you have. Either show them by their senses what the thing is, or describe to them what the thing is. Is there a third option that doesn't involve senses, doesn't involve description?
The thing is, though, to tell someone, it literally, it wasn't a yes or no question. Okay, calm down.
Why are you still hanging up on the thing I said a little while ago when I said, forget that, I'll restate it?
I'm not. No. When you restated it and then you said yes or no, you didn't ask a yes or no question, dude.
Yes, I did. Is there a third option? Yes or no?
Now you're asking me a whole new question. God
That's
damn,
literally what
dude.
I asked. Is there a third option?
That's literally a new question.
That's the question I want answered. So whatever question you thought I asked, forget that one, please. I don't care about it. I never cared about it. Please answer the question that I actually care about, which is there a third option?
Sure. The third option is direct mind connection telepathy.
Okay, so humans aren't capable of that. Is there anything humans are capable that doesn't involve the two things I just described? I'm talking about things that are actually possible.
Yeah, but there's no difference in the things you described. You said one is delivered verbally and one is delivered through their senses. But they have to be delivered, your verbal words, through their fucking hearing senses.
So do you not have a third way then, other than the one that you made up that isn't possible?
And that'll all require time, by the way. That all that time would be, because the moment I speak,
that's
like,
not my
time
point.
is passing.
That wasn't my point, though, Gio. I was actually bringing it around to something else. But if we can't agree on that fundamental thing, then I don't need to continue. That's fine. If we don't agree,
well, let me put it better. Let me put it better.
Convey something to someone, then it doesn't matter.
Let me put it better for you, because you really failed at explaining your point. But I think I know what you're trying to get at. So, someone can learn through a direct experience, or you can warn them and explain an experience that they might have in the future, that they don't have to actually go through the ordeal of experiencing themselves, that you can communicate visually, verbally, or through movie, through explanation. There's all sorts of ways to explain what a person might go through and learn the lesson through someone's advice versus them going through it themselves. Yeah, those are the two options.
What you just said has nothing to do with what my point was. And I don't like I couldn't even actually get to what my point was because I couldn't get you to even agree on something as simple as those are the two ways we can convey the information about a thing to somebody. I think that's absurd.
No, you made a big mistake in the way you put it because you said
I don't think I did.
You said you can communicate to someone something, or you can communicate to them through their senses. But
that's communicating,
that's what you said.
Wait.
I'm just.
No, I didn't. You just used the word communicate twice, and I did not do that.
There is another option. You can place that person in a scenario where you know they're gonna learn the thing that you would either verbally teach them or
No, that is the second option.
That would be using their senses. That would be showing them the thing.
That's the second option.
Right, but you're not showing them. They still have their own agency.
That's not the point. The point isn't like you actually giving them that information. The point is that would be the two ways for them to know about a thing is through description or through experience. That would be the only two ways. Now he seems to think that there's some other way. There isn't. I already know that. I was asking the question thinking it was a softball, easy answer we could get through quickly. Apparently, he's going to somehow weigh it down with something that is literally not possible. So there's no point in even trying to continue.
I agree with you. You just failed the first time of speaking your point clearly. I helped you out, and then you put it in.
You didn't help anything. You went off onto a different subject that had nothing to do with my point.
No, I did. I said that you can give advice to teach a lesson, or they can learn the lesson from direct experience. You're welcome. Again, let's go on.
That has nothing to do with my point and didn't help make my point
that
at
is
all.
your point. How do you not understand
really
that is
not.
your point?
How could you possibly think that you would know better what my point was? I haven't even made it yet. I still have not even said what my point was. And you think that you know what it is.
You said it plenty of times. I've heard your point.
No, that wasn't my point, though.
You're welcome.
I just told you, that was a softball question I thought I would get a quick answer to. Easy, simple, and I would move on. And you didn't give me a simple, quick answer. I still have not even stated what my point was. And you think you know what it was. So I would like right now, please, since you think you know what my point was, explain very clearly and in detail what my point is in this conversation.
Well, I'll tell you the point that you've made so far, or that you tried to make so far verbally. There might be something you're building up to.
I haven't tried to make it yet. So I know that you can't do that because I haven't tried to make it yet.
Come on. I'm just saying you failed at communicating your opening statement. I helped you out, and I will repeat that again if you want.
You didn't help me out.
I mean, do you want to give me a chance or not?
A chance for what? To explain what my point was? Yes, absolutely. Please do that. Because this is going to be absurd, and I want to hear how you fumble through explaining the point that I haven't even said yet.
No, I'm explaining the point that you made so far. Well, you tried to.
I haven't made a point yet. I asked a question, and you couldn't give me a simple answer to a simple question. I have not made a point.
Yeah, you have. You tried at least. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you. Want to hear? So, there are people who are living their life and they make a mistake and they suffer the consequences of the mistake they made. And now they've learned a lesson from going through the ordeal of a lifetime experience in some sort of small manner of doing something wrong and learning how they could have done it better or avoided that mistake. They learned it from direct experience of suffering the actual physical, real life experience consequences of making a mistake and learning how they messed up through a direct manner. And then that person who made a mistake and had to clean up their mess can go on as a wise man after that and meet some other, younger person or more ignorant person and say, hey, let me tell you a story about a lesson I once learned. You don't have to go through it yourself because I can describe to you verbally or show you a video or communicate somehow the lesson I learned that I had to go through myself. But instead of you having to learn the same lesson that I learned the hard way, you can learn it the easy way just by opening your ears and listening to me give you and deliver the wisdom that I learned through my physical experience that you can just learn through my words instead of you having to go through the same ordeal that I went through to learn it the hard way. I can just tell you a lesson that you don't have to actually learn the hard way. You can learn it the easy way just by listening to me talk.
Is there a reason you just said that many words to simply make the statement that human beings are capable of education?
Well, do you want to tell me that I didn't summarize your point?
I did. That is what I was trying to say. I knew you weren't going to
Oh,
summarize
so
the
I
point.
guess
That
I
had nothing to do
fucking
with my
nailed it.
point.
I guess I did
No.
understand what you're saying. So point proven.
You
Go on,
didn't.
make your next point.
You didn't
You
say
you
anything that
just
had
gave
anything
me
to do with my
credit.
point. I'm wondering,
You
why did you say
just
so
gave me
many
credit.
words to just make
Hey,
the statement,
instead of arguing,
humans are
why don't
capable of education? I would like to know why you spent that much time and that much energy to just say humans are capable of education. Why did you do that? Is it because you seem to have this desire
There's a
to
much
hear
deep.
yourself just say a lot of
There was a
words?
much deeper point. There's a much
There
deeper point that I
literally wasn't,
communicated than
buddy.
just what you
I
said.
promise you there wasn't a deeper point there. That's
There was a
all
much
you
deeper point
said.
that people are able to be educated. Yeah, there's a much
That is the
deeper
only
point
point you
communicated.
just made.
No, I was talking about
It
the
is
difference of. No, I was talking about the acquisition of wisdom can be achieved
education.
through. No, acquisition of wisdom, not
Yes, education. That's
education.
called education.
No,
Yes.
no, acquisition. Okay, that's
It's
your word of the
education.
day.
Educating somebody. Yes.
No. That's your word of the day. Acquisition. There,
Yes,
the
acquisition of
process.
knowledge, wisdom. Yes, that's called education. Yes, like I said. Continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's two. Yeah.
Great.
There's
Human
two.
beings
There's
are
two
capable of
different ways.
education.
There's two. Yeah. I wasn't saying that people are able to be educated or
That's what you
learn or
described.
whatever, like you were trying to summarize. I was saying there's two different ways, which makes it more detailed than how you want to say I only said one thing. No, there was actually a deeper lesson. I was saying that there's a dichotomy of two different ways people can acquire wisdom through direct experience or through passed along wisdom through some sort of indirect form, as in communication of that same lesson.
Yeah.
So,
You described that people could be educated
why are you so
instead of
fucking
actually
triggered,
doing.
dude?
Yeah.
Why are you so
That's
fucking
exactly.
triggered, man? Dude, Fundy is so easy to talk to. Why the fuck are you so triggered, man? It's pissing me off. Shut
I
the
don't know.
fuck up.
Are you asking me?
Yes, stop being so fucking triggered, you fucking Nancy. Jesus.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm just wondering why he spent so much time to make the simple statement that humans can be educated instead of doing the thing
It's
themselves.
because Fundy is he's a fucking genius at philosophy. Maybe fucking listen.
No, he's
noob.
not.
Yes,
That's
he
clear.
is. Actually,
No.
he fucking is. Just listen
He
to the
might
dude.
be a narcissist, but not a genius at philosophy. No, not that I can see here. Maybe in a
It's a
different
little bit
forum.
two
He's
against one
displayed
right
that to
here,
me.
man. You might want to bow out when it's 2 against 1. You know, just word
I'm
of
not
advice.
concerned about the numbers.
Well, you
I
don't want
know
to
what I just
embarrass
heard.
yourself any
You just
further.
said a
You
whole
know,
lot of words
you
to
don't want to
make one
embarrass
simple
yourself any
statement.
further, man.
Human
We can
beings
all be
don't have to
friends.
experience a thing; they can learn about it instead. That
Starting
seems like
right
a
now, we can all be
really,
friends.
really
You know?
ridiculous point to make with all those words.
I'm willing to be your friend.
What
Just
was
like
the
go on with the
lesson,
conversation.
though? What's the lesson? Yeah, can we go? I want to hear what the lesson was. Well, because when I came in, you were saying that there's a lesson that you learned.
I think you forgot.
Fundy?
Wait, are you talking to me or are you talking to? I didn't say anything about a lesson. So if he's talking to me, I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh,
Is that?
dude, whoa, chill. I was just no, dude. I was talking to the other guy. I thought
Okay,
maybe
yeah,
I
that's
misheard.
what
When
I
I
thought.
came
But
in, he was
Fundy
like,
said he thought I forgot. You weren't talking to me, were you? You were talking to Fundy. Fundy, why aren't you responding to him?
Whoa, dude.
Okay, what was the original point of all that? Well, because Fundy, yeah, you were talking about, which I agreed with, like the idea of going through some experience and like learning something yourself through the experience. That's one way to be aware of something, the result, the action reaction of what you may have done or thought or whatever it may be. And there's another way, which would be like imparted knowledge or wisdom or sort of a certain piece of information of, let's say, something that would be categorized as a lesson, as some kind of like lesson. And just by hearing it and somehow integrating it and being aware of it, you can perhaps, it's almost a shortcut, or could, in that sense. However, I don't think you could only do it that way. I feel like the experience is always required as well. Perhaps there is some interplay there between, experiencing something directly and then also being able to pick up on something that you haven't experienced yet, but then kind of, basically get that down the like instantly. And already have that,
I think I might have a scenario here that you guys can break down whether it's possible to break your dichotomy apart here, because maybe you could have a premonition in a dream, and would you actually call that your senses, because surely your senses tell you about the real world, and your dreams aren't really the real world. But if you had a dream and it came true the next day, I don't know. Maybe there you go. There's the third option.
A lot of people claim that that's happened to them. So that's definitely something I keep on the table.
But was there a specific that you were talking? You just saying, was there a specific one?
It wasn't me who had a topic in mind or something I was building towards. I just felt like the other guy was trying to say something that no one understood. So I tried to offer my services of trying to, reword the point he was trying to make. It wasn't welcome, and it was one big mistake, perhaps, that I shouldn't involve myself in. I wanted to hear, the only reason I tried to communicate the same point through my delivery that I felt like wasn't coming across to the rest of you, it was because I wanted to see where it was going, and I wanted to help him succeed and get to his later, more profound point. And but then it got wrapped up in my services not being welcome. I wasn't trying to get anywhere. I was just trying to explain what I thought he was trying to explain that wasn't jiving too well, or being absorbed or digested. At this point, it just seems like, we can talk about whatever, or dude can, if he remembers, finish his point. I didn't mean
because we disagree on ideas doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean one guy's right or the other guy. It's the discussion.
Yeah, I'm probably wrong. I'm trying my best, but I'm probably wrong. What the fuck do I know?
Look, I think time doesn't exist, right? I could be wrong. There could be such a thing as time.
That's it. How could you be wrong about things we don't know?
Well, let me ask you this, Essie.
We're bound to be wrong.
Let's do this, Essie.
Hey,
say
Gio, you may want to restart your internet or something. You're warping in and out pretty bad. For me, anyway.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, bud.
I really wanted to hear what he had to say, but also while he's gone, like SC, time is clearly a variable. So how is it not a variable? I don't understand.
How do you figure it's a variable, bro?
Well,
in what way? Name me one thing where time is a variable.
Well, name me one moment of your existence where you haven't used time as part of your existence. So
it's always there.
Like right now, I'll explain where time is. Like even in language, right? To the ability to express an idea that requires time, right? There's a start and an end point. Every time you talk, there's a progression of a succession of chronological events that happen that make up all distinct moments of time. It's like to deny it and just say time is a concept. Derp, it's just low IQ. Of course, we can say anything that can happen.
That we use
I want to know what
the passing of a moment. This is
I'm
what it
used
is,
to this kind of reaction. Trust me, I'm used to it. No sweat.
Can you explain yourself? Because you seem to be the only the odd one out. So
I'm gonna have to agree with SE here that if you take the person out of the equation, then time doesn't matter.
Well, that's why I said it. Well, I was going to say if everything alive was dead, where is time?
Okay. All right, but is that his argument?
Time is only relative to the person, to the observer. Now, a dog doesn't recognise time. A cat doesn't recognise time. Snails don't recognise time. It's only us.
Wait, what makes you think that?
No. What about? I was going to say, what about animals that hibernate? What about animals that have gestation
That's instinctual. Periods? That's instinctual. They're going by seasons. By it's instinctual to them when to hibernate.
What are seasons?
Do you think seasons are markers of time?
Yeah.
Seriously?
So
to humans,
why wouldn't they be?
What about
to humans?
To animals?
Maybe.
There's two very popular.
There's animals that certain bird species will migrate depending on the seasons.
It's instinctual. They don't look at their clock and say, "Oh, it's time to migrate." It's an instinct.
Well, the world is there. We base clocks off of the world, off of reality, off of the sun,
No,
moon,
no,
stars.
no.
So,
No, if that were true, if that were true, why are clocks adjusted every year?
That's because the human nature is us. We're programmed. We're all programmed. That's why it's different.
Because
what sense does that make to the
that we
conversation?
created as a convention is constant compared to the motion of the heavenly bodies. That's why the years aren't the same.
Okay, I'll say this: the preciseness of time is conceptual. Yeah, that's man-made. Fine, but the fucking convention of time, its variability in reality is still fucking real. I don't know.
No, you take the person out of the equation, and time doesn't matter.
It doesn't. And if you think about it, I mean, who wakes up exhausted and has to, look at time and go about their day and go on everyone else's schedule that's put upon them? It's
gotta.
scheduled.
Well, there's a circadian rhythm to your body. I mean, everything is there's a fucking okay. I need a list of you people, so I just don't.
Think about it this way. Stuff happens, right?
We're gonna round up all the people.
Yeah, I need to round up all these people and just not.
Which people?
Like if you think time is not a factor or a variable, I just need to round you guys up and just avoid.
Riggs.
I don't think anyone's
my
saying
biggest issue.
not.
My biggest issue with the
not.
claim that time isn't a thing or time isn't real is like the strongest argument that we've heard so far needs to take the human out of the equation, which is just bizarre because we're all humans.
No, it's only humans that recognise time. To animals, the passing of time, the hibernation cycle, is instinctual. It is built into their being. They know when. They don't have to look at a clock to say, "Oh, I need to hibernate in 20 minutes." Do they?
My circadian rhythm is fucking instinctual.
Your what?
Yeah.
Yes. If there's any rhythms that are in your body, they are instinctual.
Or maybe through the passing of time of the fucking electromagnetic celestial activity, you don't think it has some influence? I mean, come on, this is like very narrow-minded.
It's not about a clock. It's about what he's saying. It's about the rhythm of your body. Like that's our time. It's not about following a schedule.
All right, I got an idea.
That rhythm can slip. It can fall behind. It can push ahead a bit. Now, does that mean your clock is fast or slow?
I gotta ask: are you guys all coming from Bev server or something? What is this?
I'm not on Bev server. No.
No.
This is some actual fucking. I can't believe this is happening right now.
Well, believe it, buddy, because it's happening.
Hold on. So let's say you're right. Okay, time isn't real, and it doesn't matter. So now what?
No, it doesn't change anything, does it? You still look at your clock and go by your make-believe actual time.
Yes.
That doesn't really matter a fuck because every 4 years they give you an extra day and they take an hour away. Oh no, they don't. They give you an extra hour. Oh no, they give you an extra hour and then they take it away every year. No, they don't. They just give you an extra hour.
You're talking about the man-made shit. I'm talking about the actual convention of like precession of time. Where you can put numbers to it if you want, but reality doesn't need the numbers to have time. Just saying.
No, so now you're talking of cycles, not time.
Does anyone understand what I'm saying other than myself? What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I hear you. You're trying to describe time without using the word time, which is a tricky thing to do. But I mean, he said it himself. Nothing changes, so I don't even know what there is to talk about.
Nothing changes. Whether you've got a clock or not, nothing changes. I mean, I don't wear a watch. I don't care what the time is most of the time.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I just thought no, time does exist because if you're trying to monitor somebody's heart rate, we use time to do that, right?
Yeah.
Beats per minute.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
if you're
and
gonna
the time
if
that
you're gonna let me finish just my
yeah,
hey, let me just finish my sentence, yeah? Thank you. If you're going to accurately measure someone's heart rate, you need to know what a minute is, or you need to have some conception of time to, compare to the beating of the heart.
and that time is a construct. That time that is used to time the beating of the heart is a construct.
You're a construct.
I don't care. You can have your opinion, but that time that you're using to time the beating of the heart is a construct.
I'm just messing around, dude. All right, that's cool. That's cool. That's an interesting thing. I've never heard of that.
But do you not think that time is measured that time that is measuring that heartbeat is a construct?
The measurement of time.
Hang on, let him answer the question, Highlander, please.
No, I don't think it's a construct. I think it's an accurate quantification of the thing that we call time.
Why is an hour added, taken away, whatever? Why is a day added, taken away, whatever, to make that time catch up with itself?
I don't even know what you're. I don't know.
Hold on.
That was a long time ago when people were like, monitoring the moon and the sun for crops. That should have been taken away a long time ago.
This is all about calendars and celestial cycles, man. Like, it's just whatever they decided to use at the time. That's all that is.
Sorry, Essie, I jumped in on your comment there.
No worries, you're doing good.
At the blank.
I've been through this so many times. It's almost nauseating.
I would say
not one of you have
time.
defined time yet. Not one of you have defined what time is yet. I'm still waiting.
I made time to listen to this conversation.
The progression
what's
of
up, bro?
reality from static to fucking modular.
What the hell does that mean? From static to fucking modular. That's a coherent sentence?
No, I don't. I didn't see any coherence in that sentence.
Like, things happen, and ostensibly things happen whether or not the human is there, but the only way you would know that a thing happened is for the human to be there to identify that it took place. Otherwise, you don't have the thing to show time took place.
You don't have the thing to show.
Right. How do you show that time took place? It's by markings. It's by keeping a history or keeping a record or showing that the time took place. That's how you demonstrate that time happened. Without the human to be there to say, "Hey, time took place," you don't have the time happening. You just have your assumption.
So you're agreeing with me then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So time is conceptual, and so you agree with me and SE then? Oh, it looks like Riggs.
Yeah,
I'm trying to the weight of opinion against you is growing.
They can grab onto it. It's like things happen. Okay, that's we understand that things just happen, but the only way we know that they happen is for one of us to be present to stay or to see it, to experience it happening. Otherwise, we don't actually know that it happened. Which means all these things that are describing is saying, oh, well, time happens, and look, all these things, times do take place. Well, the only way you know that is by someone actually identifying that those things happened. Which means the human is required for the time.
You couldn't identify if progression took place by yourself. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm myself. I'm a person, so I would be able to identify it because I'm myself. What?
Have you ever burnt a quesadilla?
I don't know that
Have you ever dipped your head below water for an extended period of
time? Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Look, you can definitely identify progression without other people acknowledging it. Thank you for playing.
I didn't say you couldn't.
Okay. Well,
he didn't say like.
I said you need a person to be present. I'm a person. I don't know if you are confused about that. I'm a human being. So if I'm present, that's a person being present.
The fact that you said without any human to.
Without a person there, yes. Without a person there to identify it, you don't have it identified.
Hold on. We know that we can. look at the rings on a tree and determine the age of that tree using the rings. Yeah. So whether a human's there watching the tree grow year in year out doesn't matter. That
Right.
tree's still going to grow, and that rings
Yeah.
are still going to appear. Yeah.
Right. Now, if
But
there's
the
no
only
human
way
to
you
chop it
show
down and count the rings,
the
how do
only
you
way
know
you
how old it
show
is?
that happened is by cutting the tree and showing the rings. Who's doing the
And
cutting and the showing? It's a human.
and those rings don't mark time; they mark seasons.
They mark growth
They
in the
mark,
tree.
Hold on.
they
Let me.
mark growth spurts in the tree.
Right.
So hold on. By your logic, then colors don't exist either, right?
Oh, how the fuck did you get
Oh
to
my
that?
goodness.
That is
Well,
really stupid.
Yeah, it's
well,
not a color; it's a gradient.
let me just explain it to you. You say if a person needs to be there, like most animals are colorblind, right? So a person turns on their stove and leaves the house. Does the stove flame have a color to it? Well, I guess by your logic, since there's no human there, no, because there's no one to perceive the color.
That's not
So
what
you
I
don't
said.
believe
Really
you don't believe
ridiculous.
No,
in
listen.
colors either. It seems.
That is a
When I
ridiculous
said this, I
analogy.
did not say if the person isn't there, it doesn't happen. I didn't say that. What I said was if the person isn't there, you don't have them to identify that it happened. So the time thing, the thing you guys are discussing, time, where all of these descriptions you gave of how we keep time, all of them required the human to exist and identify that the time happened. I'm not saying it doesn't happen if they're not there. What I'm saying is the fact that you always need the human there to identify that it took place means that the human is required, and it's a human thing, not a thing that happens without them.
Time always happens irrespective of whether a human's there or not. You need
Stuff
a human.
happens. Stuff
You need a
happens.
human to identify the measurement of the time. That's what you need the human for. Whether the human's there or
Time is
not,
the
time
measurement.
is going to go forward. Yeah, irrespective of whether the human's there or not, time will still go forward. Yeah, but you need
Time
the
So
is
human
the
to
measurement.
measure the time.
Highlander, is that time conceptual or is that time a reality?
How we measure and count time is a concept that we've created.
Yep,
But
thank
time
you.
itself,
So you agree with me and SE then?
we could meet an alien race who count time different to us, but time itself still moves forward at the same speed for everyone.
Concept doesn't
It's
move at the
not
same
time.
concept for everyone. What are you talking about?
It's not time that's
No,
moving, though.
I didn't
No,
say.
man.
Thing is, time
What you're
doesn't do
talking about is
anything.
rate of
Time's
It's
not
just
induction, bro.
changing anything. Time doesn't correct or change or do work or anything.
all
Time
you're
doesn't do shit.
all you're doing is identifying events that take place, and
Action
you're
or
inserting the
reaction.
time part.
Exactly.
You're saying this
Exactly.
thing happened here, this thing happened here, they were at different times.
Chronological order
Time is
is what
literally
we
the measurement of the events taking place on a line.
It's
The
an
time
idea of
isn't, you can't
measurement.
measure the time itself. You can only use time to measure the distance between two events taking place. That's it.
That is measuring
Bob, let
time.
me ask you this.
Provide the area
That
of
is time.
concept.
Yeah,
Time is a concept of space, and space is a concept of time. You need time to
And
move around
where's
in
this coming
space, and you
from?
need space to move around in time.
They're
Okay.
both conceptual.
Exactly.
Nice one, Demo.
But
Well,
time
nice one,
is
Demo.
the measurement. You don't measure time. Time is the measurement. You use it to measure the distance between the things that took place.
You don't
Time
measure
is the
time.
measurement.
Hang on a minute. You don't measure time. So what does a clock or a watch do?
It keeps the history for you. It shows you that something has changed.
Does it
All
not
you see
measure?
is
Does it not
hands going.
measure the movement of that concept though?
No, it doesn't measure anything. All it does is move around in a circle. That's not a measurement. You have to interpret that movement as a thing that's important to you.
Mm-hmm.
Or you have to give
Yeah, I'd
two
agree with that.
events. Yeah, you have to give two events.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So time you don't measure time. Time is the measurement of the events taking place in an order.
We're all alive and we're living. And then in this living process, we want to do weird shit. And then we have concepts to describe the other concepts. And there we go. Here we are.
So
Hey guys,
time is the interval between two events. Is that
guys,
what happened?
I'm very confused. What is the argument here?
No, I don't think there is an argument.
Talking about whether or not time they were discussing whether or not time is real, right? That's the whole idea here. Is time real or is it just a concept?
I think
Okay,
time is
so when
real.
you describe time, is that on a clock or is that biological
That's
or
yeah,
is
time.
what's the argument?
Okay, did I not? The whole discussion is about whether or not time is real or a concept. That's what we're discussing.
Okay.
Yeah, either or. Yeah.
So is it going by like the stars and the sun and the moon, or
That would be part of the discussion. That would be part of determining whether or not it is real or whether or not it is a concept. We would bring those things up as evidence for or against the case to try and determine whether or not it's real or a concept.
And the things that you have mentioned so far.
If you think about the old days, then you think about the crops and the farmers and Egyptians
cycles.
or whatever. There was time. They went by the stars, the moons, the sun, or whatever. Now we go by clock.
Yes. Right.
We
They
go
kept
by
the
clock.
history.
So there is time because you have to water the plants at a certain time. You have to go to bed at a certain time to get up to water those crops. Whether Egyptian time or nowadays, time does exist.
No one is arguing that time is not a thing that exists in as
It's
far
not
as
something that exists. It's not something that exists. It's what we use to understand something from one event to another.
right. It's not part of our reality. It's a concept like Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse exists in our minds, so Mickey Mouse does exist, but Mickey Mouse is not real. Mickey Mouse is a concept.
Imagine denying the 4D spatio-temporal reality that we're all experiencing and saying it doesn't exist. Like, literally imagine arguing that, like,
time's a fourth dimension. You really believe that?
It's just, I think...
Imagine thinking that what that guy just said made any real sense
dimension.
whatsoever. Imagine making that argument.
Yeah. Imagine having to support that argument. That'd be a fucking nightmare.
I think that the way that we're scheduled and programmed with a time on a clock now, with everything we're doing, is superficial. But back in the old days, it was beneficial to have time without a clock and have time, with the stars, the sun, and everything. Time definitely exists, but it is superficial now, our time.
All right. So, how much time is in a kilo of sand?
1 hour.
Because that's how the Egyptians used to mark time. Either sand or water.
Yeah, I don't think Scarlett is grasping what the actual point of the conversation. No, I don't know that anyone is arguing that time isn't a thing that we use or that we use it that we use as a convention. No one's arguing that time isn't a thing that's useful or anything like that. All we're discussing is the nature of time and whether it is just a concept or a thing that actually exists in our reality.
In the medieval times, they used to make candles of a certain length and a certain width, diameter, to mark a certain amount of time. Now, that's not a clock. It's just a candle. It's just built to a certain dimension because it takes an amount of time for that candle to burn. Now, which time are you talking about? Which method of marking time are you saying is real? Because there are thousands of them.
Right. All it is the identification of separate events taking place. That's
absolutely.
It's a keeping of a history. That's what it is. Things happen, and people are identifying the things happening as time itself. But it's how do you describe it? Well, you just keep describing it in terms of things that happened. Well, those things happen whether or not you introduce the concept of time. Those things are happening. A heart beating, a heart beats. That is a true statement. A heart beats. You ascribing a meaning to it is where time gets introduced. So many beats is this long. That's time.
Again, nobody has defined what time is. Just using other words, progression, aging.
Yeah,
well, I can do that. It's keeping
the
history.
indefinite and
That's time.
continued progress of existence, events in the past, present, and future regarded as a whole. I think that's a great definition for it.
Say that again. I missed it. Somebody was.
The indefinite continued progress of existence and events in the past, present, and future regarded as a whole.
It seems kind of wordy.
Well, how do you define time?
Keeping history. Just keeping track. Identifying events that happen. Like that's all time is. You're just keeping a record. That's it. You look at a clock. How do you know what time it is on the clock? How do you know that the time is taking place? You identify where the clock was, where it is now. Like that's how the clock works. Is it moves. So all it is you're keeping a record. That's time.
Oh.
So how do you define the thing that unfolds when you put your head underwater and your breathing is limited and the seconds pass? What do you refer to that as? If it's just all man-made stuff, like you really can't breathe, and the passage of that is going to lead to either your death or survival.
Are you asking me or someone else?
Oh, just whatever. Briggs mentioned that earlier, like putting your head underwater. I think it's kind of an interesting one because it's like, does time exist? Does time exist? Put your head underwater, hold your breath, and then see what happens as that thing happens.
He was actually making an argument. He was arguing against an argument that I didn't make, and we explained that to him. That the thing that he was arguing against isn't actually what I said.
But what you're saying is, when you stick your head in the water, you're really not fighting for time, you're fighting for air. So really the time doesn't matter to you. The amount of air in your brain that you need to go, that's really what you're looking for.
Yeah, I know, but it's exactly, but it's the time that's limiting because your body requires oxygen in time to even live. So it's the time that's causing. It's the requirement of the oxygen is because of the time.
But what are you identifying, Jew? You're identifying when you went underwater. That's a thing that took place. You're identifying the pain that you feel in your body as it tells you to get oxygen. These aren't things that you're identifying outside of the events. Those are literally just things that are happening.
But the time is directly causing.
Have you ever burnt a quesadilla? I mean, like,
yeah, heat causes things to burn. Time doesn't.
So what? They just happen all at once? Everything's happening all at once, or
no? Things happen.
Okay,
and the way you know time has happened, the way you know time is taking place, is by keeping a record of things that happen.
Do you guys agree with progression, or are we just totally misunderstanding what we define as time?
What in your life would ever give you the concept or idea that things should happen all at once? Why would you even say such a thing?
Exactly. So you guys agree with progression. This is not like some 2D picture we're experiencing, right?
No, but why would you even come up with such an idea
because what I'm saying is that what we understand as time is progression of reality. Okay. Now there are markers, there are ways to humanize this and science it by giving, like, let's say I give, every seven times the sun goes down, that's a day for me. We can use all different kinds of markers. We can label it and organize it any different kind of way. Right.
But that's proven through history. Your statement there is proven through history with
use a clock, if you want to use a watch, if you want to use the fact that bees come out at a certain time, a certain cycle or whatever, like you can use whatever cycle you want to define time. But
notice
progression
what you
is
just
time.
did, though, Riggs. What you just did was identify a bunch of different things that take place. They happen. Bees come out.
Okay.
Sun moves. The clock ticks. Those are all just things that take place. And
That's
then you
great.
ascribe time to them.
Okay, but are you insinuating possibly that we don't all experience the same reality? That we
No.
all just have our own time?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay,
I'm saying
then
that
there's
things
a
happen.
cadence here. There's
That's what I'm
clearly a
saying.
cadence. And there's a rate of induction where, if you're having a really good day, time goes fast. If you're having a shit day, it goes slow.
But it doesn't. It doesn't
But
really,
it
does
doesn't.
it?
Exactly. Because there are
Right.
markers, and we can keep track, and we can
That's right.
humanize it by giving it markers and putting it on a clock or just fucking lines on a wall or whatever. Okay, there's ways to keep track, but time is a
we have to.
progression.
Not we can, Riggs. We literally have to if we want to
So
be
then
able to
we're
identify
not
time. That's
arguing.
the only
Then we're
way
not arguing.
we
That's what I'm
identify
saying.
time.
Like, if time is progression, then why the fuck are you guys arguing about how we talk about it?
But it's not. It's the identification of progression. It's not the progression itself. It's not time that makes the cell get old. It's the identification of the cell getting old, and we call that identification time. But it's not time itself that's literally touching the
Well
cell
said.
and making it get
Aging
old.
process. Well said.
Absolutely. Nice one, Rob. Rob.
That's all it is, man. You're witnessing a movement and you're ascribing time to it.
But it can work
It's
both
not
ways.
time
I can know
making
that
the
in
cell
5
break
minutes
down.
my quesadilla is going to be melted and burnt. I don't need to wait for it to fucking happen to say it's going to happen at that time.
Okay,
That's
let's
accurate.
listen to
If
this
you watch a
scenario now.
bicycle
An animal
wheel
dies.
It can work both
An
ways. It's
animal
just a
dies in the
convention,
forest,
guys.
right?
What we're trying to say is that
It is just a
progression
convention.
exists. If you agree with that, then we're not arguing, and this is a stupid conversation.
Well, but the actual conversation was about whether or not time is real, and it's not. If you watch a bicycle tire spin, it's not time that's making it spin. It's spinning, and us keeping track of its spins, we identify as time.
Look, the convention is an effort, and it is a real convention. It is a concept.
Yes, it is a concept. Yeah, if you agree that
Okay,
time is a
then
concept, then we don't need to discuss it any further. We've identified, everyone that agrees with that has
Time
now
was
agreed
always a
that time
concept. We
is
all knew
a
this.
concept.
Everyone agreed with that.
Well, it seemed like some people didn't. That's the indication that I got was that
my
some
watch
people didn't
doesn't
agree with
fucking
that.
make reality tick. Okay,
Well,
everyone here
hang on a
knows
minute.
that.
At the beginning, when I joined this conversation, you said me and SE were the oddballs in the room, and now you're agreeing with us? How did you get there?
And he just made a statement that actually contradicts what he was just agreeing to. Time
No,
does
man.
not make everything tick. That's what we're arguing. It doesn't make things do anything. It is us keeping track of things doing
Convention
things.
doesn't make things tick. You guys are okay. You're totally confusing the progression of reality. Okay, time is what we use to keep track of the progression of reality. It is a convention, but it is real. Time is real.
No, it's not real. No.
No.
It's not
not
The
real.
convention is fucking real. How can it not be?
anything. That's the thing you're
The same
asking
way.
about, guys.
The same way Mickey Mouse isn't real, Riggs. Mickey Mouse exists in our minds. Mickey Mouse does exist, but Mickey Mouse is not real. Do you understand the difference there?
Do anything. Not really. It's not real in your mind.
Same.
How can we say the word time?
Okay,
Does
this
it
is
do work?
officially
Does it do a force? Does it cause anything? Does it
officially
cause
dumb. Can we
anything? Is
start
the
a
real question.
different conversation?
Yeah, I was gonna say, but Mickey Mouse doesn't cause your hair to turn gray.
Absolutely.
Yeah, neither does time, Geo. Your biology causes
Yes, it
your hair to
does.
turn gray. No, it doesn't.
No, it's the time.
You cannot demonstrate
it's the
time
biology in the
affecting
time.
anything.
It's the biology in the time that
You
causes
cannot demonstrate that, Geo. You cannot demonstrate time touching or affecting literally anything. All you can do is identify events happening and say that is the passage of time.
Yeah.
You cannot
measuring
show
stick
time
doesn't make
anywhere.
things happen. We get it, guys.
I didn't
Good
look
one.
at a clock,
Good one. It's a dumb
if I
argument.
didn't
Let's
look at a
fucking get
clock
past
for the
it.
rest of my
I
life,
get it.
my hair would still go
prank.
grey.
Is this a prank? I think it's a prank.
Zanuck, if you want to come in here and discuss this, I said rate of induction because the way I explained it was if you're having a really good day, shit goes fast. If you're having a shit day, things go slow. Okay? It's how you process it, but it doesn't mean that we don't all operate and exist in the same time. Okay? Have a good day. Have a good time or whatever the fuck.
No, I just started laughing when people are using the Ken Wheeler terms. Rate of induction, dielectric
Dude, that's
plane.
not a Ken Wheeler term, bro. That term goes way before Ken Wheeler. It's funny that you're fixated on him, that you actually think he invented that term. That's so
He's a fanboy.
He's repopularized it with an inconsistent and unvalidated.
Well, if you're fixated on a YouTuber, I got you. But to just
I'm
relate that
fixated
entire
on
term
dice
on
and people that
YouTuber
use
is not-
rate of induction. Everything explained by rate of. Come on, Gio, you know what I'm saying. They always explain
Repeat any of the 3,000-year-old people you
induction,
repeat.
dielectric plane, and other
That
things
shit's
that are
been
from
going
Ken
on
Wheeler's
for
book.
3,000 years.
All right, what does rate of induction mean? Thought so.
You shouldn't repeat stuff if you don't know what it means.
It's just what it sounds like. Rate of induction.
Well, so when Dyslow brings it up, he uses it in electrical terms, and inductance has a specific meaning, and inductance can be measured, and its units of measure is the millihenry or the henry, and it has meaning. Over our time constants and things, inductance over resistance. Rate of induction, what he starts talking or referring to these dielectric planes and rate of induction and all these things. That's just right out of Ken Wheeler's vocabulary in his book, and they're using it in the same incorrect context. That's all I'm saying. It's rolling off people's tongues easier because people like Dyslow have been bringing it, making it popular. The popularism of these terms.
Well, you're using Einstein and Newton's terms for the last how many years, and Aristotle, Aristocrates, whatever. Eratosthenes.
Aristosthenes and Aristotle, philosopher, and Aristarchus. They all are certain people that had certain they contributed certain things to the physics or in the math world.
I mean, in my viewpoint, if you guys want to go off on that other topic, that's cool. Just with the time thing, I was going to say my viewpoint is that if there were no humans on Earth right now, no humans here, it was just nature, time would be happening. It would be completely occurring just as we experience it. The sun would be moving, animals decay and go through processes, plants, regeneration, the water cycle. I would define that as time, and that would be happening even with no humans here to even utter the words time. That function would still be occurring.
Yep,
and I don't think anyone is disagreeing with that, Gio. No one is disagreeing that events would continue to take place without a human present.
Yeah, there'd just be no human there to say it's time.
It exists on its own.
But no, not time. The events take place whether we're there to see them or not. It's not time that's taking place, though. It's the events that are taking place. Everything you just described was an event that takes place. You just made a list of events that happen.
Yeah,
and then you said that's time. You put it all into one group and said that group is time.
Yeah, but do these events not? Do these events not take place over time?
Yes, that's the whole point. Is that we identify that the things took place and they took place at different points, and that is our keeping of time. We call that time.
Yeah, but if we're not here to call it time, do these events still not take place over time?
They take place, and there's no one there to call it time. They just take place.
So you don't agree with the definition of time that's sort of the mainstream, as it were, agreed upon definition of the word time? You don't agree with that? Is that what it is?
I don't know. Is the mainstream definition of time different events taking place?
No, the progress of
it causes things to happen.
The progress of existence. That's the definition.
Well, I mean,
if the mainstream thing has to do with time actually causing things to take place, then no, I don't agree with it. I don't think time causes anything. I think time is the keeping of records.
Time is just a marker.
Right.
If time didn't move forward, things wouldn't decay.
but it doesn't cause the moving.
It doesn't cause the decay, does it, Highlander?
In terms of an independent variable, time is an independent variable. It can cause things to happen in that particular experience, if that is the independent variable.
Time doesn't cause anything.
Absolutely. There's not one scientist, not one physicist, not anyone that does not agree with me that time can be an independent variable.
I don't think reality is governed by majority rules, so that doesn't.
Well,
that
Bob,
doesn't mean anything. You claiming that lots of people think it.
Well,
I hear
make
you.
the example. If I don't allow time to pass,
hold on, Zanik. Hold on for a second, Zanik. Let me just say one thing, Bob. I mean, you're saying the passing of events. That is the definition of time. I mean, I'll read the first one that comes up here. This is just from dictionary.com. The system of those sequential relations that any event has to any other, as past, present, or future, indefinite and continuous duration, regarded as that in which events succeed one another.
Yes.
So if there was no humans on Earth, there would be that system of relations that events has, meaning
yes.
An ant farm would create an ant farm, and then it would decay and not be an ant farm anymore. So that is the definition of time.
Yes, and notice what is not in that definition, Gio. Not one time in that definition is anything associated time that has to do with causing anything. Not one single time. There is nothing in there that says time causes this.
Non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
It's not a non sequitur. You're saying it causes something. I'm saying it can't.
You're just interrupting. Let me just speak for a second.
Hold on. Okay.
I was just saying, if it's we don't have to be debating, but if it is a debate, that's a non sequitur. The cause of the thing is different than the definition. The original thing is, does it exist outside of humanity, or is it only a human convention? That was the original one. Whether it causes something is a whole other topic, because the word time can be used as a noun, as an adjective, as a verb. So there's all kinds of multiple,
right. Yeah. But without the causality, then it can't be identified without the human there.
There's no humans on the Earth, right? So there's no one to call any event seconds, hours, days, months, or years, right? No, there's no one interpreting the world as seconds, days, months, or years, right?
Right, but the definition of time, and the one that I said, is that sequential relation of the events. So if a flower is born, as it were, it sprouts and grows into a flower, then at some point it decays and goes back into the earth. That's a sequential relation of events. And there's no human, it's not even related to a human convention. It's a thing that occurred, and that is in this definition of time.
Gio, I might be able to explain it differently.
Hang on, Bob. Hang on.
Yeah.
But, Gio, would that not also be described as a cycle, a life cycle?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. And does time have any bearing on a life cycle?
Yeah. Absolutely, seems to. Yeah.
So you think that time controls the cycle of life?
Ultimately, yes.
How can a conceptual thing control a life cycle?
Because I don't think it is conceptual. I think it's an actual foundational function and feature of this entire realm that's very real. And that is
well said. Is not the time the marker of that life cycle? The life cycle would happen without the time. The time is just a marker of that life cycle.
Yeah, but
that's using time as, hold on, just real quick. That's using time as a verb, because the verb, like to time something or timing, is to like measure and record it, and the rate of that. So yeah, that's using it as a verb.
Okay, so in your example, how would you use time? As a verb, as an adjective, as a noun, as what?
Here's an example for you.
All three. Oh, what you mean? The idea of just no humans being around and then something occurring, like time passing? Yeah, I guess technically it would be less of the verb one, because if there's no human there to measure it. However, I think like if we get into the idea of like actually in the creator, it's all measured in the mind of the creator, even if there's no human there. So like if there's no humans around and there's nature occurring, or there's even other types of entities, like not even humans or something like that, then there is still that passage linked with the sun and the system, the way it's all moving. But in that case, there wouldn't be anyone there to record it, but there still would be the sequence of events. And then like using it as an adjective is, essentially around kind of showing the passage of time, something happening at a particular moment. So in that sense, if the seed blossoms or the flower grows, so it can be used as an adjective in that sense.
Here's an example for you, right? If you think about everything that happens on Earth as a movie, right? And if you hit pause, right, then time doesn't go forward. Therefore, the next event won't happen until you unpause time.
You think that's true?
Well, we actually don't have a way to pause time, but
No,
if we did,
no, we don't.
that's what would happen.
That's what would that's your idea of what would happen. But you can't prove that one way or the other, and I'd say the events would happen whether the time is stopped or
No,
not.
because if something moves, some event incorporates motion. Time is one half of motion. It's change of distance over time. So that implies that time is an integral part of anything. So any experiment, you can identify time as
time for your mathematical equations.
I'm still talking. Thank you.
Yeah, but you don't stop
I'm still
talking, Zanik.
That's your
fucking problem.
I'm still talking. So yes, time is an integral part.
Keep it within 30 seconds at the most.
Yeah, time is an integral part of motion, and time can be identified as an independent variable in any experiment. And all you have to do is meter it out. You don't got to change it, warp it, bend it. You just have to meter it, allow for it. So you want to allow 1 second? What happens? Nothing. A minute?
So you have to measure
I saw something happen. There's
you
your
have to
proof.
measure it. Look, Zanik, Geo said 30 seconds, please.
That was like 28 seconds.
So you have to measure.
Last word was 30
to measure
seconds.
the
Thank
time,
you for being a
Zanik.
rude bastard. Thank you for being a
So
rude bastard.
you need a clock to measure that time.
No.
Hey guys, please don't beat me up. But I'm really confused on the argument still.
Time can be a cause in an experiment. It can be the independent variable.
Janik is bringing in a new one. Janik's bringing in a thing about an experiment and cause. It was on
Can I
something
try
different.
one more
But
time?
no. Just like one person explain to me what is the argument here.
They don't think time exists without human intervention or human.
Okay.
No,
that was the original one that SE had brought up.
Right.
Whether time is, I think SE. I don't want to speak for him, but SE, if you want to summarize it. But that was kind of what we were on, and then Janik's bringing up a different one.
Yeah, my claim was that time is a concept.
Okay. Right. And then what was the argument?
There was no argument. I'm telling them explain to me what time is, and so far nobody has explained what time is.
You've already said.
Guys, I'm trying to figure out the argument, like, so I can side with somebody or disagree or agree.
I guess that is the argument. Is it a concept?
Yeah, it was
or is it real?
whether time is only like a human convention or whether it exists outside of the human as an independent, occurrence or phenomenon or etc. Whether it occurs outside, isn't that right? I see, like whether it occurs outside.
Yeah. If time is a concept, a man-made thing, or it's an actual thing. What is your opinion?
So my opinion is, like I mentioned before clocks or anything, time, in my opinion, has always been measured because, you have to know when to water the plants or, go to bed or, all these things. It has not always been on like a clock, but time is definitely in existence.
Gio,
just like I just posted, I was cooking dinner, and I had to get out at a certain time.
No disrespect. You just said a whole bunch of things related to time, and I agree with you because I've had this conversation dozens of times.
So if you plant some broccoli, what time do you need to dig it up, or what time do you need to water it?
You don't need time. You put in a seed, right? You put in a seed which you have no idea what it is, how it works. You put in a seed in the ground,
check if the
you
animal
water it, and it grows. That's it. There's nothing to do with time.
Really? So what time do you check it?
Scarlett,
is it animal eating it?
You don't have to check it. It'll grow without you.
Are the bugs eating it?
Wait, I have a quick question.
Is it time making the broccoli grow?
Hey, dude, I'm in the middle of saying something. Please.
I was trying to get something out before you, so please wait in the queue.
Well, you just
Scarlett,
spoke over me,
is
man.
it time
dude,
making the broccoli grow?
Fucking rude, bro.
Scarlett?
Yes.
Is it time making the broccoli grow?
I mean, it depends. Like, what time do you think the broccoli should be watered? What time do you should check
The broccoli doesn't care what time it's watered.
I think that's a bit of an unfair question because
I mean,
it takes
yes,
mulch.
you're right in a sense.
Hold on.
You're right in a sense. If it was in the rainforest somewhere, yes.
Highlander, I asked
Highlander,
her
hold
a
on.
direct question.
To be
Let
fair,
her answer.
all right, and then Platypus is next. And then
moderated, I think, a bit here.
Okay, ask.
Yeah, if
I
you want to
asked
answer EP's question, and then
is it time making the broccoli grow, and does the broccoli care what time it's watered?
You're right in a sense.
Which
But
sense am I right in, and which sense am I wrong in?
You're right in a sense if a human wasn't depending on it. But if a human was depending on it, then yes, time would exist because we would want to make sure we had a food source and it was taken care of.
Okay then, so does the time exist for the broccoli or for the human?
Both.
How can the broccoli tell the time?
The broccoli tells the time by its own state, like
Its own growth cycle, its own life cycle.
you can almost see, like maybe like reaction to the environment.
But I think that was a bit of an unfair.
Yeah.
I think that was a bit. I think that was a bit of an unfair question because it takes multiple variables for the broccoli to grow. Yeah, time is not just the only thing that would make the broccoli grow.
No, so you're saying it's time that makes the broccoli grow as well?
No, I think
if I put seeds for a plant in the earth, right, and then take them out when the sun comes up the next day, and wonder why I haven't got flowers, is it because I haven't left them in there long enough?
Or if you don't water them.
To be honest, I've never been able to keep a plant alive in my life.
I'll go on. I will go on a limb here. Let me go on a limb.
It does make it grow. Yes.
Okay, I go on a limb and say that I don't think the broccoli has. I don't think the broccoli has any sort of cognitive conception of time. Okay, just on a limb on that one.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up.
Yeah, I think it's just natural. But if it was a human that was depending on that broccoli to survive to eat, then yes, that human would have a sense of time about, growing it and making sure.
Organic matter is environmental factors that contribute to their growth.
But the answer to that question would be yes. Time does make it grow.
With environmental factors determine its growth.
Yes, correct.
I would like to try one more time with you, Gio, to try and clarify what I'm saying and see if I can get you to understand like the viewpoint I'm coming from here. Okay, so I'll use another analogy with Mickey Mouse. If I drew a picture of Mickey Mouse on a piece of paper and set it on the ground, okay, and all the humans left Earth, every single one of them left Earth, okay, the paper would still be there on the ground. It would still have the pencil markings on it. There would be no one there to identify it as Mickey Mouse, okay? So in the same way as you described, time is the sequence of events according to the definition. There's no one there to identify the sequence if there's no humans there. It's just things that take place. The only way you know they're in a sequence is a human said, here is the sequence in which they took place.
No, broccoli knows. It knows when the time goes by. It knows. It knows when it needs to be fed. It knows when it grows. It can feel it. It
you
senses
cannot
it.
demonstrate any of those things, Andy. You
Yes,
cannot
because we
demonstrate
know
that broccoli knows something.
Well, I'm not saying like knowing like it has a brain. I'm saying that it is
You're not
affected
using it
by
like the way
time.
the word is defined.
It is affected by time. If you don't let time go by, it doesn't grow. So time is a cause.
That's the whole discussion we're having is whether or not it's affected by time. So you reiterating that point does not make the argument.
What is
Gio,
your
did you hear what I said, Gio? Or I don't even know if you said it or not.
I could have.
Well, yeah, Bob. No, I heard what you said. I'm trying to think about
bad analogy because the Mickey Mouse face doesn't matter.
Janet, could you just let Gio like say his own thoughts in response to what I directed specifically towards him?
Yeah, he was asking me, Janik. You keep but I know you want to jump in. I would say I hear what you're saying. So the thing is that if there was no one there, and then let's say take your idea, the piece of paper that you drew Mickey Mouse on, and then every human died or whatever. That paper would eventually, it would get rained on, and the sun would, alter it. And it would obviously, because if it's made of paper, eventually it's going to break apart and go into the ocean. And so that's a sequence of events that would happen. Like that paper would, assuming that the world still goes on. I mean, there's like a whole nother way that I could even think about this as well, just like through consciousness. Like if we're all the creator living our own creation, we're experiencing time because we incarnated in a body. So from that perspective, like time is a thing that humans experience in that sense, and like everything, but that's also assuming that humans are closer to the creator than another creature, and that we're the only ones that experience that. What if they experience that as well? But anyway, so I could start to see from that idea, like we incarnate, we're experiencing this time thing, and that gets into like, is this all even real? Are you guys even real? Are we all just talking to ourselves? Like that gets into all kinds of other trippy ideas, just in terms of like what we're experiencing. And if we're not here, then we're not experiencing time at all. But then I would still say that the creator, that all the time is in the mind of the creator, all past and future, it's all there. So from that perspective, it is time and is creating it all the time. And then we humans are experiencing seemingly some kind of part of the larger system, because we're born into a system where there's already animals and insects, and seemingly time already existed outside of us that brought all that to occur, and will continue after we die as our children live on and so on.
Gio, I've got one question for that. Does the creator wear a watch?
Well, it would have to create the entire experience of time and the entire time field and everything within it. And then it would have to do that outside of time. It wouldn't have created time yet before it created time. So it would have to have an infinite time, and then it would have to create time within that infinity and put it into separate sequences of events, and then somehow put individual units of consciousness, like perhaps our souls, ourselves, to then experience some part of it.
So does he wear a watch?
No, I would say it is the watch.
The creator is the watch.
If you want to make the argument,
I don't know how it got there, but no, I'm not fully saying that. But yeah, I mean,
Gio, if you want to make the argument,
it's creating the time. It's creating the time, the ether, the medium, the quartz crystal that makes the watch, the battery. I mean, in that case, if you're talking about an unactual watch, it's creating all of that. So it's all within it.
So the elements of a watch are created by the creator, and the creator puts the idea of time into that watch.
No, I would say that the creator created a realm in which the time is already unfolding, and then the watch is just a quartz crystal that is able to, it's connected to the electromagnetic pulsing of the time in the, like, quartz is a resonance crystal. It has certain resonance to it. So it's resonating with the field, and that's connected to the sun, moon, and stars. So the watch is just indicating what's already there, the actual time itself. It's just an indicator.
The watch is just marking the passing of time.
Pretty much, yeah. But it's also like, if it's caused by a pulsing to the crystal, then in that sense, it's actually, you could almost say it's being caused by the time, because the passage of time in the magnetic field is causing that pulsing to make that quartz crystal go bing, bing, to click, and then be transferred into something that you would look at.
Who in this group actually hates the concept of time?
No, you've never got enough of it.
I don't think anyone here said that they hate the concept of time. Gio, if you want to make the argument that a creator can keep track of time without humans, I wasn't arguing against that idea at all. Whenever I was saying humans, I was really what I would say is personhood like without personhood, you don't have the keeping of the records, you don't have the identification of sequence. I'm not saying that a creator of our world would somehow be limited and incapable of keeping time if humans didn't exist. Like, I'm not making that claim at all. Okay, so I don't know if you thought that I was making that claim, but I wasn't. I wasn't saying that humans have some sort of special power related to time and that only they could keep time or anything like that. Okay, but the analogy of the Mickey Mouse picture on the paper, the Mickey Mouse picture is supposed to be analogous to what you said the definition of time was, which is the sequential happening of events. Okay, so if all the humans left Earth after that picture was made and it was just sitting there on the ground, there's no one there to identify it as a picture of Mickey Mouse, even though the paper's still there, the picture's still there, the markings are still on the paper, and it's still on Earth. It still exists. Okay, it's there. There's no one to identify it as Mickey Mouse. And in the same way, even though the events would continue happening on Earth without humans present, they would still happen exactly how they do now. There would be no one there to identify a sequence. It would just be things happening. The only way you have a sequence is by an intelligent personhood showing there is a sequence.
But the time, unlike your drawing, the time is actually causing these things to happen, because without it, they wouldn't happen. Hold on. Can I please finish a sentence without you interrupting me?
Or instead of him. I don't know
Is it
why
possible? Is it possible?
I'm talking specifically to Gio, though.
No, you were talking to the group, and I'm responding back to you, and you let me talk for a sentence, and then you interrupted me. So just be quiet for a second. Is it that hard? Really? Come on. So, yes, unlike your drawing.
Good question.
Oh, my God.
Would you just shut now? Okay, I'm going to be rude now. I was talking directly to Gio, and you haven't let him answer.
Shut up for a second.
Is it that
we were done with
hard,
Gio. We were all talking. Let me finish my sentence. So, unlike the drawing, the time still exists and still causes things to happen. The drawing doesn't. Just mute me then, so you can make it more obnoxious for everybody else as well. That's really smart, dude. You have a serious mental problem. I have to tell you. You must get yourself looked at by a trained professional.
All right, he muted himself. Thank the gods for a moment. All right, so, okay, Bob. So I hear what you're saying, but that is only one definition of time. Like, because there's a noun, adjective, verb. Like, I mean, for example, the verb usage of time is to measure or record it. So in that case, you could make. I would say could agree with the idea that, like, to use it as a verb, like that you timed something. Like, well, I mean, the creator could do that as well, of course. I mean, that could be existing outside of humans. But I mean, to record it, I guess if we're going to use the definition of record, like, write it down or something. Of course, if there's no human to record it, then I could see what, in terms of that, because I mean, using it as a noun, essentially, that sequence of events. And then, adjective is like relating to or showing the passage of time, and so on. And then, like, as a verb, it's to measure and record it, So yeah, I mean, I can see that there's definitely correlations between some of those. The way we define them is that that's a thing a human does. So if there's not a human there to do it, then that makes sense. Of course, we wouldn't really use it in that sense. It would sort of be like non-applicable. It's sort of like being like, oh, I picked an apple out of the air and it wasn't a tree, or I don't know, something like that. It's sort of like you're not really doing anything because it's not actually there. So if there's no human to record it, then yeah, that usage of the word time, I can see what you're saying there. But I mean, in terms of other definitions of it, I would say, and this kind of gets back to like,
that's the one you picked. You picked that definition, not me. I was just responding to the definition. You said, well, the definition of time is this, and then I was just responding to that. That's all.
I guess I just feel like it's both. Like, I see what you're saying and defining it the way you are, and I could agree that in that context, there wouldn't be like the concept of time. Like when we walk around, I'm like, hey man, what time is it? Then that is a certain concept that humans have. And I totally understand that. But then it just gets into the deeper questions of creation and whether, like, I mean, if it's all like a virtual reality of consciousness, then the time is just happening because my consciousness is creating it. It's linking those events together. And I'm just experiencing it almost like in a video game, where it's just like, it's like a automatically replicating world that just unfolds. And there, in that sense, like in that philosophy, it's like there isn't an actual outside of this. There's just this system. And then there's the idea from like, in like the mind of a creator type system, where it's almost like that game, The Sims, where it's like The creator is zoomed out. It can see the whole thing. It is the whole thing. It's manifesting it all with its energy. It's separating parts of itself in order to have experiences, like as a human or as a dog or a cat or whatever. And in that sense, it's like,
that's actually,
it can
there's
fast
two things
forward,
there.
rewind time. It can. Yeah.
There's two good things there, or two things I want to say. So one, I just want to ask a question. We don't have to. We can just do this real quick. I think. Do you agree that the concept of sequence requires some sort of personhood or something to identify? Like, if there's no one there to notice a sequence, then how is the sequence like pointed out? Like, someone has to be there to point out the sequence of events, even if the events are going to happen either way. They are going to take place, but the only way there's a sequence is for someone to say, "Hey, look, there's a sequence." It's just,
well, but I guess I would just start to. I hear you on that. I guess I would just say that at higher levels of consciousness beyond human, that's all happening. Like the creator.
Okay. Yeah,
and I'm not even saying like the.
I would agree.
I'm not even saying like the center of the creator, but even just the part of it that is like, because I think it's all in layers. But I mean, there's a part that like this entire realm is encompassed within, and so that at that level, like, for example, like, when I die or when we all die, our bodies, and this is just going with that. I mean, because we can get into ideas of like portals and going to different dimensions before you die, or all kinds of different ideas. But I'm just saying the idea that we're just going to die. After we die, does my body actually get buried in the ground? And like, is that all happening? And I would say, yes, it's just happening from higher levels of consciousness. Like my soul or my body won't be experiencing that. But after I die, I feel like I'm going to be able to see my body. I can zoom in, zoom out, see it from all sides, hang out on the earth, go back to the heavens, etc. Like that. And that's all happening. So I do think my body will actually physically decay. And in that idea, the Mickey Mouse picture, drawing it'll end up getting, like I said, rained on, and it'll blow away. And that is all happening, but it's just happening on another level of consciousness that we might not be immediately attuned to as humans. So it's like,
as I said before,
to me,
I'm
humans
not
are
denying,
humans are a subset of all of that. So it would have all of that within it above that.
As I said before, I'm not denying that a creator would be able to keep time without the human's presence. I think that is something that could take place. I think it is something that has taken place. I think that the creator kept time before he created humans. So my argument actually isn't about humans specifically, but rather personhood, or consciousness. Not specifically humans, but a creator could keep time in the way that humans keep time, or in a different way, separate from the way humans keep time. But I do think that personhood is required for the keeping of time. But I want to address your example of a video game. That's a really good way to think about it. I think, like, if you take like Sims or something, someone programs a video game, and let's say it's like The Sims, and the video game is programmed to go through seasons. Okay, spring, summer, winter, or spring, summer, fall, winter. Right? Okay, so they make this video game, and then they just leave it alone. They shove it on the computer and stick it in a room, and no one ever sees it again. Okay, and the computer just keeps playing this over and over and over again. It's going through what it was coded to do, right? So it was coded to do the thing that looks like spring, thing that looks like summer, thing that looks like winter, things that looks like fall. The computer doesn't identify those things as seasons that humans use to grow stuff. None of that. All of that is human stuff. All the computer's doing is executing code and putting pixels on the screen to make things happen. It doesn't know that those things are seasons in a world and that they have meaning the way that we ascribe them meaning. It's just running code.
Right. So if you guys get back to the basics with everything you're saying, you just got to look at nature.
I don't think anyone's denying that the concept of time does indeed refer to something. It does. It's just not a thing that causes.
Just look at nature. Look at how things evolve or die naturally.
It cycles, life cycle. It's nothing to do with time. It's cyclical.
That's how we have learned so much with
time
us
does
being where
cause
we
some
are
fun.
now, because we analyze nature.
Yeah,
we analyze fossils. We analyze oceans. We analyze everything.
Nature
By
works
nature,
in cycles.
Time does cause a distinct differentiation between
yes,
events
it
in the
definitely does.
past,
But
present, and future tense.
yeah,
So like
yes,
all like whenever you're like describing time or explaining time, they all conditional statements pertaining to it happen in either the past, present, or future. So there is a distinct. It causes distinct events, like quite literally.
That's
Here's
what the argument's
a
about.
question
But
for
we
you.
disagree.
Here's a question for you guys. Do you think there's going to be one point in time where we're all sat in heaven laughing about the shite we talk?
Oh, definitely.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
hope
think
so.
we're there now. Yeah. We're just on another layer of it. Because my sense is that, and for myself, is that I don't necessarily feel like I came here from somewhere else. I feel like I just took a part of myself to come here. So I think like in that spirit realm, as it were, like there is no time. It's just the now time, and then all our memories are in, and everything is there. So yeah, I think we'll be able to just be in infinite love and bliss and peace and harmony, and then like recreate even these live streams or certain experiences we had, like one of us could show another one like what happened in their life, like, dude, check this out, man, like check out this like thing that happened to me, and you can create it with this whole like it's like a 3D energy
but
field.
do you
conscious
believe that?
machine.
Do you believe that already happens? Because I do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep, it's
definitely.
all happening. And we could like and your ancestors, like being able to see everyone you know and have known.
Seems like it's moved on to a different topic.
Wow. All right. What if we are the playback? Whoa.
What if we are the playback? Oh boy.
Whoa.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it
Like a weird
cycles.
version of
It cycles, like he said. Everything is in cycles, and we're here in our own cycle right now.
it's a weird version of the simulation theory. It's not a simulation. It's just we're the replay.
Right. Right.
Yeah, or like it's like when when you put like a DVD in the DVD player, it's like you take it out, you put it in, you watch the movie. So because in the sense that like if the creator created time, for a creator to create time, it would have to do that. Like before time was created, it would have to be in some kind of infinity time. And then if it created time out of that, it would then have to create the sequence of time. And it would and if it's already coming from a timeless realm, then that would all have already has occurred and has always occurred. It's eternal. And then we as humans
it's still occurring though. It's still occurring.
Geo.
Yeah,
Geo.
it's all occurring at once, but we choose to put ourselves into like a body and experience almost like a DVD play of that whole life.
That's because we're programmed as a society. We're programmed this way.
I'm hoping
what you're talking about is in existence still.
I'm hoping that if this is the playback, it's not on DVD. It's on old school VHS, and I can record over it.
We can't be the replay. I don't hear John Madden.
With what? You've got equipment to do that?
Hey, what was the I can go to a thrift store to sort that out.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
If it is a replay, I hope we can replay it again, because there's some things in my life that I really enjoy doing, and I want to go back and do again.
No, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
We're playing it all back for somebody else right now.
I wish I was still in the 90s.
Okay, I don't have my weed with me, but I wish I did. What was the flat Earth argument about time being the cause or not on the Globey side?
I don't think this was divided between flat and globe. I think this is...
No, I'm not talking about right now, but the reason this is such in contention is because there are a couple flat Earth arguments where this has been brought up many times on Oakley's, I think, where they say time is not the cause. I'm just trying to remember what that was about.
No, I don't know. I don't watch Oakley.
Space time.
Where's Jeremy?
Okay, that was something that Zanuck. Yeah, that was something that Zanuck brought up. That has
Yeah.
to do with time being used as an independent variable.
Okay. I think it cannot. Okay.
In an
Tell me if I'm
experiment.
right or not, but I don't think it can strictly. You can't just make the blanket term. It can be used as the independent variable. Like I think in some respects it can, but you have to really flesh out the Katsura was saying that here, let me read it real quick. He made good sense. He said we can measure the distance with the ruler. Distance is an independent variable. Distance causes a lot of phenomena. Like that, there's a lot of ways you can apply this stuff where it's not really the time that you're trying to measure. It's just the time that is the sequence that you're writing down. Like it's not what's actually happening.
Right. It's not the actual mechanism.
Yeah. So like you can totally misapply these concepts and you can't just make the blanket statement of, oh yeah, it is the cause. Well, like, I mean, sometimes it might be the cause, but like, what's your hypothesis? I mean, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
It's like when you transfer kinetic energy into the, the particle, the atom or whatever, and the atomic clocks have decayed differently. Therefore, time must have adjusted. It must be a dilation in time instead of, well, what about the transference of the kinetic energy into the system? I mean, don't you see that mechanism can be the actual reason, and you're just claiming it's time that did it? That's
Right. So yeah,
weird
he's kind
thing.
of getting into it a bit. Yeah, because that's the globe earthers generally use it for their space time and for a couple different experiments like that they use it for. So in general, like it's usually the globe side that's claiming that it can, and then usually people on a more flatter side saying that it can't be used as an independent variable. But I don't know how many people have really gone with that. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Kiwi and Nathan did, I believe, like you said.
I mean, Reckons made a bit of I get my teeth around it. An analogy. Without a ruler, space wouldn't exist. Now, do you find that to be true?
He was being sarcastic.
Aha. Okay. Sorry, I'll take that back. Was he being sarcastic or not?
Yeah,
yes, he was.
Better take that back, man.
Well, isn't this all just a different version of if a tree falls in the wood and no one is there to hear it? Does it make a sound?
Yeah. Does sound exist if there's nobody there to hear it?
Pretty much, yeah. Bob,
if you break it down,
like, kind of summarizes it.
If you break it down,
Bob was saying a human has to be there, but that was kind of Bob's whole thing: is that a human has to be there to identify it and call it time and record it and say, "Hey, this is time." So that is like if a tree falls in the woods.
It is a similar, it's a similar discussion. Absolutely. I think I actually might have even thought about that earlier, that it's kind of a similar situation that you're talking about there, discussing maybe, or idea anyway.
See, I was so upset because like I thought you guys were actually fucking trolling me, but I'm remembering that this originated. I think all this madness and hysteria over the time thing came from this whole like time is cause. And now I understand why you guys were so like even though we were speaking in different nouns, verbs, like everything was fucked up, but the pushback was from that reason. I think that's why it came out like that. I'm still mad.
Don't be mad.
I was fucking born mad. Come on now.
Who you mad at,
Rick? This settled now. Time is a real thing.
Your madness will dissipate over time.
Yeah, but I mean, have we all agreed now that time is a real thing? Is it agreed, guys? Time is real, right? Cool.
No, time's not real. It's conceptual.
So if humans stopped existing, all time would come to a standstill, or what?
No, dude. See, look, you guys got it twisted already. Like you're already on. You've already got the tracks fucking missed. Like the train is already off the fucking rails. Look, they're saying. Look, I don't know how long you've been. Time. When they say time, they're talking about the ruler. The ruler is not the cause. The ruler measures the progression. So when you're saying time, you're talking about progression. They're talking about the ruler.
I'm not
So
talking
everything
about
goes off the
cause
fucking
and
rails.
effect.
Yeah,
That's not what I'm
ancients
talking
cause
about.
things to be wrong.
That's a totally different argument. I just want to confirm if we all agree that time is a real thing that exists independent of mankind. If
Hold on, do
mankind
you mean the
disappears,
progression or the ruler?
the
If
progression.
time came to a
Thank you. Yeah,
standstill,
we all agree on the progression. That's the thing. Like, they'll never stop you and say, but progression? No, they'll just argue about this time shit forever.
And when you say real, do you mean tangible, physical? It's real. You can touch it. You can smell it. You can feel it. Is it that real?
Real,
Maybe not.
it's real
Measure it.
the way space is real. The space between you and I is real.
the comment that they said
But
time doesn't stand still. I really wish time would stand still. You
We
know,
all
Really?
yeah, it would save me a lot of money on Botox and
Have you ever had a
memories.
really bad day? Does it feel like it stands still?
Isn't space just
Yes,
a
of
description
course.
of not a lack of a
Then
thing?
you probably don't want that, do you?
No.
The thing is, for something to be real, you don't have to feel it, touch it, or be able to manipulate it for it to be real. You don't even have to see it either for it to be real.
It's all in your head, right?
No, it's your
You don't
life.
have to see it, touch it for it to be real.
No, it's in your head.
We can't see stars during the day, but they're still there. They're still real, you know.
I mean, there's
But we can see stars. Though. We can
hold
see
on,
that.
You can feel
hold on.
stars.
There's certain types of gases that you can't
Nate,
see,
you're just a
you can't
conspiracy
feel,
theorist.
you can't taste it, you can't touch it, but it will certainly have devastating effects on your body if you breathe it in.
Well, then you can touch it.
No, I understand what he's saying.
If you breathe it in
Yeah,
and it affects you, then you've
but what
touched it.
about stars during the day? You can't feel, taste, touch, or see them. Are
You
they
can
not
see
real?
stars.
Yeah.
You can see stars.
During the daytime, can you see stars? Really, lady?
So how?
Show me a star during the day.
I think
Show
you are
me.
all really
Oh,
confused,
that's
man.
pretty silly.
Because
That's like
the-
saying
You can
my
see
couch is
stars
not
in
in
the
my
day.
living room because when I
You
turn
know,
the
we
light
do
off,
see
I
stars.
can't see it.
Nate, you know when we do see stars in the day for sure is during a solar eclipse.
You can
Or you get
definitely see
punched in the
stars in the
head.
day.
Show me a star during the daytime. I'll wait.
Solar
Come
eclipse.
over here. Let me punch you in the head.
Have you ever seen a solar eclipse where the stars
Yes.
come out? That's during the day.
And I've actually got a time lapse of a star trail that was taken at dusk. So it's that transition
dusk,
between day and night. So
I mean noon, 12 p.m. Show me in the middle of the day. Show me a star.
so now you're
Dusk.
changing your parameters of your question.
You don't need
Yeah, but
to.
dusk isn't the day. Like it's about to become night. Like,
What
If
about
you
daytime
have
in
identified
Alaska
that something
during
exists
the time of
and
year?
you want to convince someone that it goes
The sun
like
doesn't
out
come
of
up.
existence when you can't see it, that would be the onus would be on you to prove that that's a thing that takes place. There's no
I
reason to
literally
say
have
it stops
seen
existing
stars
when
in
it
the
stops.
the point
daytime.
I'm trying to make is that reality isn't limited to things we can touch, taste, and feel and interact with our senses. They are things that our senses can comprehend that are real, you know?
It's limited
So
to things
space
that
and
can
time
be
are
verified.
those things.
Space and time are concepts.
For us, they are concepts because that's how we conceptualize the progression of
Right,
things.
okay, thank you. They're concepts, yeah. You agree.
Hang on. That's
Thank
how
you.
we, for human beings, yes, that's how we conceptualize the distance between you and I. But that distance is real. But
so
in
we
order
are,
for you and I,
we are only
yo,
talking
please
about the
stop at
human
talking.
point of
Please stop
view.
at the talking. Like, let me just get my point out, all right? So between you and I, there is real, actual physical distance. But in order for you and I to be on the same page and understand that distance, we conceptualize it. We put units to it, right? We say there's miles or kilometers between us. That's a concept that humans agree on so that we remain on the same page. But the space between us is real and physical. If we die, the concept goes away, but that physical space still remains.
It's okay. I think you're just confusing quantity with quality, man. No one is denying there's an actual physical location and distances, you know. But this is the qualitative aspect of the reality, right? But when we begin to describe it in numerical terms, man, this
That's
is no
where it
longer.
becomes.
This is
Yeah.
Then it becomes
I agree.
quantitative,
The
man.
concept.
I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah, we have to
but there's
conceptualize.
but
Yeah,
there
we
you kind
have
of
to
make
quantify.
you insert a kind of fracture when you say or when you identify the quantity as the quality, you know.
I'm not though. I'm making a clear distinction between the qualitative aspects and the quantitative aspects. I am agreeing with you guys that we conceptualize the passage of things and call it time, and we add qualitative aspects to it, right? We measure this passage using hours, minutes, seconds, whatever. That is qualitative. That is conceptual. That is something
Dude, that's
man-made.
quantitative,
But
man.
if humans die and this quantitative aspect goes away, you know, clocks disappear, there's no more calendars, hours, days, years, that will die with us, but the passage of things will still go on. Animals will still grow and die. Things will still get old.
Which is
There will still be
cyclical.
cause and relationships out there, you know?
Which is cycles. You're talking about cycles. You're talking about life cycles. Now, life cycles don't happen according to a clock or a watch or a candle that is designed to burn over a certain length of time. These things that you're talking about are nature's cycles. They're not timed.
With you. It's nature cycles, but in order for us to understand them, we conceptualize them and give them quantitative aspects. We give it time. That's
Well,
how we
that's
measure
human
the
doing
Lord
that.
and understand. Yes, but what I'm trying to say is there is a clear distinction between it. Even if humans died and the qualitative aspects died with us, time, measurements, clocks, there would still be these cycles in nature happen. And those cycles in nature, from a human perspective, we just call it time. Not all animals call it time. They might have a different understanding or name for it, but it's the same thing that we see. You know, we just call it something different.
True.
Yeah, I mean, even animals understand that seasons come and go. You know, they hibernate, they prepare for winter. Humans do it as well. It's just we call it time.
Nature.
That's
Nature.
instinct.
And
That's
if all
instinctual.
clocks and calendars went away, even as a human,
I think
we would still survive.
I think you guys are confusing reaction to a thing with understanding a thing.
That's another good point.
Cows will run away. Cows will run away from a tornado. That doesn't mean they understand what the tornado is. Other than
but you don't need to understand what a tornado is to react to it. And your reaction doesn't happen
reacting
instantaneously.
to a situation is not the same as understanding the situation.
Yeah, but listen, if you react to something, it takes time to react to it. You don't react to something instantaneously. If there's a tornado on your horizon,
that's not the point. The point is the animal doing a thing in response.
It's going to take time for you to react to that tornado, you know?
No, it doesn't take time for you to react to a tornado.
Yes, it does. You react to it.
Where are you from?
You see it. You react to it. You run away from it. You get in your car and drive away from it.
It's instant. You are in survival mode. Have you ever been in a tornado?
You can't react instantaneously. It's not possible.
There's nothing you do instantaneously.
It has to take time for you to react. It's a small amount of time
for you to react to
a tornado. It's a small amount of time.
It takes time for you to react to anything. Humans cannot respond instantaneously.
Are you crazy? That's crazy.
You agree with me.
That's
Think
crazy.
about it.
What?
No. Humans react just like an animal. If you're in danger, you
but
react.
it takes time to react. Our reactions are fast.
Some amount of time.
You know, it takes a short amount of time to react to something.
And what amount of time?
Maybe a second, maybe a nanosecond, maybe a millisecond.
No. If you're in danger, you don't wait and analyze a situation.
Wait, hold on.
You react.
If you're in danger, you react.
That a human being can react in 0.0 unit of time, that it takes literally no time whatsoever for a human to do a thing. Whatever the reaction is, they're doing a thing in reaction. You're saying that a human being could somehow do a thing and it not take any time at all.
That's impossible. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate a human ever being able to do a thing and it doesn't take time?
Yeah.
Yes. I
No, you
was
can't.
in Iraq.
But please
I've been
go
in the
ahead and
army.
try.
It takes 0 seconds to react.
What?
That's not a demonstration. That's you telling me a story about something you can do. Can you demonstrate a human being reacting and it not taking time?
Yes. Have you ever been in a fight in your life?
Could you phrase your
Yes,
question?
I've been in
Phrase your
fights
question
before.
in a different way?
Every single action that I've taken and that the person I've been in a fight with has taken time to execute, to get their body to move, to get their eyes to move, to get all of that takes time. So where's the part where no time passes, where nothing happens
So
as far as time?
you're speaking of things in action. Like
I'm talking about reacting, which is literally what the discussion was about, and you've now made a claim that reaction can happen with no time.
Delayed there. If someone punches you in the face, there's no delayed time there.
I understand what you're saying, Scarlett. What I'm saying is, can you demonstrate that? Because I don't believe you.
The only way you can instantly react to something that's happening at that point in time is if you can preempt that action happening. But if you can't preempt that action happening, then yeah, your brain needs time to process what is happening.
There has to be a signal.
No,
like,
but
if you
every
take the
fight
example,
I've ever been in, my brain didn't process anything.
To use your example of getting hit in the face, Scarlett, if you get hit in the face, a signal has to go from where you were hit to the part of your brain that detects pain and registers that you're in pain now. A signal has to be sent. That signal has to travel, which means time has to happen for you to understand you felt pain just now.
Or I'm just running off adrenaline and my brain's not functioning like you're saying.
It doesn't change it. It doesn't
Yes,
change
it
any of that. Adrenaline has to be sent to the parts of your body, and that takes time.
How much time are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. It takes some time, and you said no time. So anything other than zero means that you're wrong. Can you just admit that it takes some amount of time?
Hold on. Let me ask her this. Right, we're out on patrol, and someone shoots at us. Right, they've pulled the trigger. Right, but that bullet's coming towards us faster than the sound is. Yeah. Then we hear the sound of that gunshot. Does your brain not have to process what that sound is before you react to that sound?
Well, of course, yes.
Right. So you cannot instantly react to that person shooting that gun at you until your brain has processed that that is a gunshot you've heard.
Yes, and it's pretty like it's like instant.
It's not.
It's not instant. The only way you can instantly react to that gunshot is if you know that person is there and you can preempt when he is going to pull that trigger. Yeah. If you don't know that person is there and you don't know when they're going to pull that trigger, then your brain needs time to process what's happened. That takes time.
How much time?
Like he said, it could be a very, very small amount of time. Yeah. But
the point
it still
it's not
takes
zero.
time.
That's the only point. That's the only point, and this is really a side point, just because you made that claim. Basically, you claim that it doesn't take time, and it has to. So it doesn't matter how much time. The point is, your claim of zero time is absolutely wrong. It takes at least some amount of time.
Okay, you're right.
But now back to the main point, which is, if cows run from a tornado, that does not automatically imply that they understand what a tornado is.
I'll say a few things. I'm reading a few things here on the internet, of course, just to sort of maybe advance the conversation here. looked up something like the philosophy of time, right? And just to spout off a few things that this article says here, right? It says, there is generally an agreement among philosophers that time is continuous. And this may be obvious to some, right? That it is continuous, meaning that, right, we don't experience it as stopping or starting or like doing random things and going all about. Another quality of time that philosophers tend to agree on is that time has an intrinsic direction, right? That it moves obviously in one direction, past to present, to future. And they're also saying here that it is, it's more or less an agreement that time itself is an objective sort of thing, right? That we're all sort of like in this moment together. This moment, the present moment, right? We're all sort of objectively experiencing and having this experience together, and that in and of itself is subject. Maybe, obviously conceptually it's a different time in China than it is over here, right? We all know that, but I'm just saying, like, sort of the objective metric that, like, this is all right. I don't know.
Can you read that second point again, please?
I was just, the second one was that it's generally agreed that they're saying here that philosophers will agree that it has an intrinsic direction, right? We all agree that events progress from past to present to future.
Right. So how can time be put back? How can we go back an hour in time, reset the clocks an hour in time? How can we have a leap year where we add a whole day to the year?
Well, that
on the
would
measurement
be
of time.
The whole leap year thing would be, again, a construction of our sort of like man's framework of time and how we've sort of implemented it and how we've like defined it, or how it has to be compensated for some weird thing or whatever that happens every 4. It's just, I agree with you. I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense, but I don't think it.
Hang on,
no one's
hang on.
making the claim that
can I
you
just
can go
stop,
back
stop.
in time just because there's an order of time or how time is addressed in different tenses, right? The 3 different tenses of time. This is what creates distinction between events. If there was no time that had elapsed, then all events would happen at once. We wouldn't be able to decipher any meaning between any sentences because all sentences and all words would happen at once. It would sound like white noise.
No, that's not
like time is the
time-dependent,
essence of
though.
everything, and that there has to be something that has to progress in order for there to be any meaning at all. So like there's necessary preconditions for even understanding anything that happens inside of the framework of time. So like this whole notion that, oh, well, time is just a concept. Like it's like the easiest thing to just sit here and ad infinitum, just repeat this like silly phrase.
Right,
Like it's like
okay.
a buzz
So
phrase.
are
Well,
you
yeah,
saying
like there's many things that have been
are you going to just carry on?
right? Like again, like fractals were sort of just
Am I muted
concepts,
here,
right,
or
before
what?
the computer. But it actually, once we ran those equations through the computer, we were actually able to get a model, a sort of like actual visual representation, sort of concrete visualization of what the Mandelbrot set actually is. So this whole notion of, oh, well, it's just a concept, dismiss it, is totally just garbage.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it's just a
you're what
concept,
you're
you can
saying
dismiss
is that the way we use time is completely different to the way the philosophers describe time.
I
what
didn't really.
philosophers agree on doesn't mean anything in reality. You
Absolutely.
choosing to believe them doesn't mean anything in reality. It has nothing to do with
Absolutely.
truth or verifiability. That's just what some people think about some things. That doesn't actually
Absolutely.
prove anything at all.
Which is the point I was trying to make. Thank you, Bob.
Have you guys, have you ever experienced like a loved one or a friend who's has time blindness?
I don't think so.
Never?
Not that if what you mean is like where they are incapable of determining sequence of events, like they don't know the difference between like they sat there from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Yeah.
or yeah, I don't think that I've ever experienced that with another human.
It is the craziest thing. But it's kind of liberating because I wish I was time blind sometimes, but I know someone personally who suffers from this condition and they have no sense of time.
Sounds miserable to me.
Well, for them, I guess I don't know if it's miserable for them, but they don't have a sense of time.
Yeah, they might be used to it, I guess. So it might not be miserable to them. It just, to me, as someone who can experience and like can keep track of that, like if I were to go right now from what I can do to not being able to do that, to me that sounds like I don't like the idea of like going into a coma and waking up 3 years later and having missed 3 years of my life laying in a bed. Like to me, it's like, boy,
Right,
that
but
sounds
that's
awful.
because you're out of it. This person
Right.
is literally in their own world. Like they're
Yeah.
alive and they're just experiencing their own things on their own time.
Yeah,
And
so
they're
maybe it's not miserable for them. Yeah.
right. But if you have a loved one like that, it's difficult because everyone else is on a clock and they're not. And, you know, it's a weird experience for me to, but for them, I guess if I could live that way, it would be great, but I have a life and stuff, but they literally have no sense of time at all. And I live with this person.
So what do we have right now? We have the measure of time, we have the perception of time, and then there is the progression of reality.
Duration.
So there's these three different things so far. Is there a fourth one?
Accordance.
Time doesn't exist.
Oh, we got a time doesn't exister in the house.
Okay, we got to roll this shit back. We got to go back 2 hours.
All right.
You don't measure time.
Roll
You
it
measure
all.
motion.
Here we go.
It's fucking on.
You don't perceive
I thought
time.
we
you
were
perceive
getting ready
motion.
for bed, but apparently we're gonna be here all night.
Dude, every time someone new comes in, it's fucking over.
I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning my time and got straight into a conversation about time.
What if your life was already replayed out for you beforehand and were a playback of a replay from the playback? Yeah, think about that.
It's like a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot, yeah?
Well, just like a VCR camcorder that already has your everything recorded onto it, onto that one tape, you know what I mean? But then they rewound it and played it back for you. And then they have the ability to go back and rewind it or not or whatever. Or if you get the ability to do so. You see what I'm saying? It's just an idea, not really something that, yeah. It's like one of those Twilight Zone, something you could put a show about it or something. Like if your time was already played out for you and you didn't know it and then you realized it while you were doing stuff.
Okay.
Weird. Like a deja vu type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that actually brings in the idea of
You pitching a
deja vu,
Netflix
which
special?
because one of the things with deja vu is it's often this
Maybe not.
experience that people have, as many of us have, I'm sure, had it, where it feels like this thing already happened. You know, that some event already happened. So that's interesting. It's like in that freeze
like
frame
a
moment.
reaccounting of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that might be the fourth one. Like deja vu might be like another kind of time or experience.
Glitch in the matrix.
Well, that would indicate that it's all already happened, like on a string of events. It's already happened, and your consciousness is just choosing, in a sense, to experience time in this order to have whatever, this human experience, for example, in that sense. Whereas,
well, that's assuming that your consciousness is separate from God, the Godhead, which probably has everything included in it.
Well, let's not.
Then when you have the deja vu, it's like you feel like, oh, I've already experienced this. It's like it's already you're like your experience of it all of a sudden like warps a little bit to where like, oh, you've already been here.
Let's not forget the idea or the notion that we all sort of experience time differently in our dreams. There's this sort of like a dream time, right, where your perception in the dream, like it's like different, right? It could just be quick, like one moment, the whole dream feels like it's a long. It could be years, could be weeks, could be days. You can experience a dream. Right? Obviously, you were just asleep for the night, right? So
memories. That's why
What?
that's why I was thinking about it, like a memory. Within like if you blink your eye, you can think of everything you did like from young till now within that blink or within a second or two. So like that whole like whatever time was for like your memory of that lifespan, you could remember it right now at this point, and it seems like it never happened. It was just a replayed memory to you that you could have blinked and remembered that never really needed to happen. It was like an uploaded memory. I'm telling you, it's weird shit that I think about, but you never know.
So we have 5 different types of time so far, and everyone is using the same word to represent at least 5 things that we've discussed so far. So that's going to cause some confusion.
Yeah, that's why you got
Yeah.
different. I mean, you got separated in different.
That's why we've been here 2 hours.
Yeah, we've unpacked it now. We've at the beginning it was like a suitcase where all your clothes are just flying out, whereas now like we picked it up, we figured some things out. I
just felt like I was in the Wizard of Oz and the house was just like flying around in the tornado.
And then percentage comes in, he's like no dude, time.
Yo, I don't know what.
exist.
Yeah, you guys are on one. Time does not exist. It's a concept, a convention created by man to measure moments, to measure movement. Okay, it's the movement of us and everything else compared to the movement of the sun. That's our units of
we've
time.
already been over this, man. Like we're with you, but we already moved past that. Like we've already decided that there's a measure of time, so like a ruler, okay?
It's in the earth.
Which clearly coincides with progression of real events. So the measure wouldn't be useful without the reality. So it's clearly a thing. So we're not saying it's a cause.
You play into the heliocentric's hands. The heliocentric's hands when you guys say time. Say moments, you know?
Yeah, but I want to hear.
We went over that too, bro. We went over that too.
I want to, but even though we went over, I still want to hear percentages thoughts on it. At least I do.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They do the same thing with energy. Energy is like the quantification, this man-made quantification of the capacity of material matter to do something, right? It doesn't exist without that matter. But they'll say that, you know, that energy was what started the Big Bang and stuff like that. And in a way, they're basically saying God without admitting it. But basically, energy is, in terms of physics, in terms of like, you know, classical physics and thermodynamics and all that jazz, it's just the quantification of this inherent property of matter, this capacity of matter to do work or what have you, right? And it's this man-made system of joules and kilojoules and whatever. It's a man-made system with conceptual units. It's not real, right? What's real is the matter, the material that's actually
100%.
doing something. And the same thing with time. What's real is the movement of the sun. If it wasn't the sun that we based our clock off of, it would have been something else, like a marine chronometer or a water clock, Chinese water clock or whatever. Like, the point is, the movement is real. Us comparing our movement to the sun's movement or any other movement to the sun's movement is real. That's what gives us our units of time, which is a conception, a convention. It's not actually real. The moments, a moment just means movement again, right? Momentum. That's real, but the time itself is just a man-made system. We play into their hands when we use their terminology. We use physical terminology for it, and it plays into this idea that time-space is like a physical thing, can bend and stuff like that.
Right.
Okay. Well put. That was absolutely bang on.
Okay.
And time is used to measure space, and space is used to measure
You're not
time.
helping, bro. Not helping, bro. God
No,
damn
I
it.
am. That's exactly
Not
right.
you talking about DP.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said DeMarc. I'm sorry.
No, 'cause look, percentage. What I was trying to nail down is that everyone's using the word time, but we're using like 5 or 6 different definitions of what we fucking mean by the word. So yeah, you can totally misappropriate the word and attribute it to things that really don't make fucking sense and say it makes sense. And that's what the ballers are doing. That's all.
But percentages summation was absolutely bang on. That's all I'm saying. From my point of view, what he said was bang on.
If the ballers are using time incorrectly, then yeah, of course it's not going to make sense. It's going to be fallacious all the way through. I get that. But if we're talking about progression, then that's not fallacious. That's just literally the basis of what time comes from, like the basis of the measurement itself. But if you're talking about the measurement, that's something else entirely. That's basically the reflection of the progression. So it's like there's all these different meanings of time, and you're all just throwing one of the 6 definitions in separately using the same word, and everyone's taking something different out of it.
Yeah, I would just have one meaning, which is that it's a man-made system for measuring motion.
You can't have one meaning because the conventions exist. So you have to fucking facilitate the bullshit. Like you can't have progression without the ruler, which is what we use to keep track of the cycles and however you want to space out the ruler. Like there's no way you can't separate the two.
Yeah, I'm not saying get rid of the ruler. I'm just saying just know that you're measuring not time but motion. Like that's what an arc minute is, an arc second. It's based off of this circular path of the sun.
I mean that may work in that argument, but in some arguments, time is literally just sitting there and waiting, and there's no movement. Like putting a cake in the oven.
That's when they say time froze, right? There's no time when that happens.
Dude, I don't know. I'm fucking done.
There's no temperature to time either. You can't freeze time.
So, if every human on Earth just died right now, would time still exist?
If everything stopped?
No, just if all humans died. We all just died.
Okay, if all humans died, time would not stop. Time would go on because there's still motion of other things. Then again, there would be no one to actually measure it.
Well, I'm basically asking if every human just died instantly, would time still exist?
You're really choppy again, Gio. I don't know if it's for everybody else.
He said if every human just died, would time still exist? Like this motion, which is time. Time is just movement, right? Would exist, but there'd be no one to quantify it. There'd be no, like, this concept is for people to measure it, right? That's why it exists. People keep time, and if there's no person to keep it, then the concept wouldn't exist, because for a concept to exist you need a mind, right? I mean, for animals it would, but for humans, in terms of like seconds, minutes, hours, that man-made system wouldn't exist. Aside from like artifacts of like, old clocks and watches that are still working.
100% percentage agreement.
Yeah, I agree as well, of course. Yeah, we were saying that earlier. And of course, if there's no human there to do a human thing, then that human thing doesn't exist.
I'm sure there'd be a parrot still somewhere saying, "What time is it? What time is it?"
That wouldn't be an artifact, that'd be a parrot-fact.
But I think percentage, what these guys are saying is that time is only convention. Although I don't want to speak for SC or anyone, but that the time is only that.
It is, yeah. Same with space. Same with energy.
But if we define time as a passage of events, then even if we're all dead and there's no one here to experience, under that definition, time it does exist outside of just a human convention, right? Would you say that?
Yeah, but then you're just using the word time for where motion should be. Like events are moments that it requires motion.
I got another word for us after time.
So you're saying qualitatively that time exists, but quantitatively you're not like actually measuring it. What did you say, Dimok?
Did we all learn something yet?
I mean, I guess my stance on it is that it's both. It is a human convention that humans like calling it, speaking like a human language and be like, oh, this is 4:00 p.m. and all that. That's all human convention. And yeah, the way that we order it, the way that we order it and talk about it, and that's all definitely. So all of that wouldn't exist without it. But I would also say that without humans, time is still an actual function of this realm. And even if every human died, time would still continue, because in that definition, it's just the unfolding of events, and the movement of the sun, the movement of the ether, the whole system is connected to like an actual, like, as much as the physical world is here and is real, if we're not here, then time is also as real and still existing.
Yeah, but then it's just a redundant term for motion.
No, because I think time and motion are different things. I mean, motion is involved in time, but
like, what if I told you they're the same thing? Like, you can't extricate one from the other. They are 100% mutually inclusive.
Well, what about when you think of like, oh, this time back with when my like a memory. So you're using time to go back, and you're like the concept of time and the experience of it. And in that sense, you're just going back and be like, I remembered something. Like, there's no motion involved in that, but it's still under the definition of time. It's like a different, like you say, oh, in that time, like in 1995 or what, this date or whatever it is, that happened. So in that sense, you're kind of like using time and experiencing the rememory of it, even though you're within, or there's no movement in that in particular.
Well, you're using the word time in that, in that context as moment, as like movement, that experience where things moved, right? And even though you're not moving yourself, everything around you is still moving. Your heart's beating, your mouth's moving as you're saying it. Time's passing in that regard. Motions are occurring, moments are passing in that regard while you're recollecting it. If it was absolutely like motionless, everything stopped, then it'd be timeless. Think about how time, like, let's say you had absolute nothingness, and then, God created the first particle, right? And this first particle, let's say it was moving. Even if it's moving there, time doesn't start. That's the only kind of exception to having motion without time, is if there's only one particle in nothingness, because as it's moving, you have no reference point. You can't tell that it's moving, right? As soon as there's another particle, or like another, molecule somewhere else, or a ball, or whatever it is, whatever object of matter it is, there has to be another one, and then you can see that there is motion. You won't know which one is moving from those two, or if both of them are moving, because it'll be relative motion, right? But at least you'll know that there is motion, and therefore you can start measuring that motion, i.e. time. When you have a third reference point, then you can see which one is moving. And similarly with space, if you have nothingness, there's no space, right? And then as soon as you create that first particle, that particle has spatial dimensions, length, width, height. That's when, like, that volume of that particle, or that first piece of matter, or what have you, that gives you the first three dimensions. It gives you space. This concept of space. Again, length, width, height doesn't actually exist. If you take that particle out, it's gone. It's just our way of measuring the volume, or the dimensions of this thing. And this thing will have, it'll have capability. It'll be able to, do things maybe. It'll maybe be able to do work. And that gives it this concept of energy that we can calculate. We can, mathematically assess what the energy, how much force it can impart. The force itself is real, like the pressure that it entails, right? If it's moving or something like that, and it impounds a pressure, that's real. But this quantification of energy that gives us this, this calculation of how much force it'll do or whatever, that it's a concept as well. These three things, and the energy one is the one that I came to like relatively recently. I thought about it these past few days, but it's actually a concept. Whenever you hear potential kinetic energy, it's conceptual. It doesn't really exist. What's real, and Bansaw's been right all along, what's real is pressure differentials, pressure over area, the calculation of force. Even though it's a calculation, that's real.
Is the non-physical, like, okay, do you think there's non-physical worlds?
A non-physical world.
Yeah, metaphysical.
No.
Oh, well, there goes that idea.
So all that is the physical world percentage in your mind?
Yeah, I think like even, when we pass and we go to hell or heaven, I think it'll be a physical representation, maybe one that we're not familiar with. But like I don't think, unless we become like God, who's the only like metaphysical existing entity, he kind of breaks the rules, That I don't think that we're gonna be like that.
Well, so if there's a heaven and a hell, then wouldn't it be a metaphysical world?
No, I think it would be physical.
So it's a different physical place?
Yeah, that's what I think.
And then when you're there, are you in a physical body, or are you like a non-physical being?
That one's tough. The scripture says we're gonna have physical bodies, right? Like even angels are physical, like light is physical. But I mean, I don't know, obviously. In terms of the scripture, it says you're gonna be resurrected in hell or heaven. Well, I don't know about hell, but in heaven at the age of 33, which is like your prime, the prime age, right? And it's, there's levels to heaven, in seven skies, above the seven skies, you have, these paradises, these gardens, and they're physical places, like rivers of honey and milk, and there's physical description of these places. and you're gonna be absolutely flawless. You're gonna have your body, but absolutely flawless, or whatever body you want, basically.
Do you feel like there'll ever be a capability for you to relive your life and experience it again? Or do you think that this is only a one-time shot and that the past will never be able to be experienced again?
I think in this world, it's just once. This is a temporary. This is a bridge to like, you know, your eternal life. It goes back to Pascal's wager, you know? Like, would you rather live your life here as if there's nothing after and, you know, kind of feed into your base desires and, you know, all that jazz? Or would you rather think about, you know, the afterlife and like, you know, exercise discipline and stuff like that, because you don't want to take the gambit of maybe spending an eternity in hell if it exists? It reminds me of this video of Muhammad Ali. He's on talk show and he's talking about how, like, life is like a grain of sand and the afterlife is like the beach or the desert.
Nice. That is beautiful. Wow. That's deep. Reminds me of this song that's like about like sand to glass, and it's kind of this it's just this beautiful song about kind of that transition, kind of like as you're referring to. It's a little bit different but similar in a way where it's like, you know, the sand is made into glass and then the glass is sort of dissolved back. Anyways, it's kind of, I'd have to think about the lyrics, but the way it's kind of hard to actually put into words, but it's basically that kind of concept of like being like fortified and hardened, you know, like from the raw kind of state of the sand and then being like turned into glass in a sense, and then
having a purpose.
Yeah. And like that, and that cycle of it just made me think of that. Yeah. So that, what you said is like, yeah, that the afterlife, or that this life is just like one grain of sand, whereas the afterlife is all of the grains. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It's just like eternity. Like, you're dead for for way longer than you're gonna be alive, right? So if there's a chance that in that death it's actually another life, just like how you had another life in the womb that you have no recollection of, right? If there's a chance, then, you know, I don't want to risk that. I don't want to risk eternal, you know, damnation because I want to do some shit in this life, you know. I did some shit, you know. I've made amends. I've, you know, sought forgiveness. I've turned the other cheek. Done a bunch of shit, but, you know, I'm trying to be, you know, straight. I want to stay on the straight path.
Yeah, that is an honorable pursuit. For sure.
If I wasn't, you know, if I was someone else, and like I didn't buy into the, you know, to the gambit, and I was willing to risk, you know, this wager, then I'd be living my best life, man. Oh, I'd be the biggest hoe in the world.
Yeah, what do you think that is like about, like in this concept to not to, like in this perspective, experience parts of self are sort of engaging in the sins, as it were, or like excess and things like that, and that it seems to be that like could it be said that everyone is on some process of like temperance and like integration of that? Do you think, would you agree or disagree with that?
You were cutting out a lot in the beginning. You were roboting. Could you repeat it again? Did you?
Yeah, my connection might be a little bit out.
If anyone understood what you're saying.
Maybe it's back now.
Nah, you're still roboting.
Hey, what happened to the Discord channel that FPD, like Flat Earth Debates and Ballbusters and shit's on? It's gone. Anybody know what happened to that? Betty Van Helsing's Discord server that they all use.
Banned.
Yeah, they said that they were going to ban you earlier. What'd you do?
No. I'm talking about the whole server's gone.
Yeah, it has. It's anybody who was in there. Have a look, see if it's on your Discord server list.
They said they were going to ban a bunch of the guys in this server.
It's not banned, dude. I'm telling you, the whole server. It doesn't matter if you.
We're
what I'm
talking around, man.
Yeah, I know.
Wiped out for misinformation. Discord's just arbitrarily knocking shit down, apparently. So.
You don't think Betty might have yanked it?
Yeah, somebody reported something. They were on a list for a while because they did all these servers at once. So.
Oakley moved to Gilded.
Moved to where?
Gilded. I've never used it, but someone.
Yeah. So he's not even on Discord anymore, no?
Yeah,
right.
He'll be using it for his shows.
Uh-huh. Not
yeah,
that I watch his shows.
Does anybody know? But it was active for Ballbusters today, and then it went down after that.
I don't think so. I think it's been down all day.
I didn't know Ballbusters got. What channel? Like, what Discord is Ballbusters on?
Same one.
Same one, yeah.
Okay, then yeah, they've been banned all day.
It must have been after that.
Just recorded it. Now.
Well,
damn it, Gio! You need to fix your shit, man.
Yeah. It was a pre-recorded show that they put on.
I like crap.
It couldn't have been pre-recorded because it was all about the debate last night with between Brian and Austin. So it couldn't have been pre-recorded.
Maybe it was like in the early hours. I don't know when it was banned, but
it was between 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock my time yesterday, which would be coming up about 18 hours ago, 18 hours ago.
Okay.
I guess that's around like 8 or 9 o'clock in San Francisco time. Which is where all the curves live.
If it was 16 hours ago, it would have been about let's see, that's 4 minus 3 is 2.
4 minus 3 is
1. About 11 o'clock. Dude, it almost sounds like it went down right after the show today, man. I mean, maybe I'm pushing it a couple hours, but it's what it kind of sounds like to me, man. I don't know. I could be wrong. I was wondering if like Betty got pissed because I mean she's been trying to let the with Quantum Racer and all that and Ballbusters, like I ain't heard him fighting or nothing, but she kind of has been pushing him to let the conversation progress naturally. She's been pushing where they had a little bit of back and forth, like where she's like, let him talk. Like she defended me when I went on his show a few weeks ago. So let him talk, let him finish his thing, and he did it, and he calmed down and all that. And then the same thing happened with last week on Ballbusters, but it got a little more like QE came back a little more like, why he's just going to say this, that. It wasn't talking about me. I think it was Flat Earth Data or something. But and she's like, so how are we going to know if we don't hear what he says? So they went back and forth a little bit, and then they fucking like they gave a whole presentation today bashing Austin like just off the fucking chain, just saying he's a fucking idiot. I mean, QE just throwing words, F-bombs, and just cursing and bashing Austin like the whole time. Never really addressed any of his points, but maybe one or two of them anyway, but not many. But he just unleashed, and I was like, damn, I ain't even never heard him do that against ballers. Like just totally lose his shit. And I'm thinking, I know she's Christian and everything, and she's been arguing about kind of defending the other side, other flat earthers, and let them say their ideas and shit. I bet she likes hearing different ideas, like we do on this channel. We might not agree with half the shit other people say, but we like to hear it. Ideas, right? And I was thinking she might have snatched it down. She might have yanked it after that show today, man. It's possible anyway, but maybe the timing's a little off.
Well, I got a notification from Discord at the same time as that happened that 2 other servers that I was in had been taken down due to medical misinformation. So I don't know if that's related to what's happened to flat Earth debates or science versus pseudoscience. But like I say, at the same time as Betty's server dropped, disappeared, whatever, I got a notification from Discord saying I was a member of 2 servers that have been taken down due to what they are saying is medical misinformation. So, like I say, don't know if it's related.
Yeah, it's probably related, man. I mean, it's a lot of the same groups of people. So I imagine there's a bunch of sock accounts that have been typing in those rooms for a long time and eventually got people to say shit that they weren't supposed to say, and they reported those things over time.
One of the servers that disappeared off of my list was only 2 weeks old.
That sucks.
It was like 15 days old, yeah. Crazy.
On the contrary, if you were going to get shut down, I'd want it to be on a fresh server where nothing really happened.
Yeah. That is the upside, I suppose. It's not too difficult when you're only 2 weeks in. It's not too difficult to start again and try and rebuild it. Yeah.
Dude, Karen B and Austin Witsit debated earlier on Modern Day Debates. I'm sure a couple of y'all probably seen it or maybe not, but dude, they utterly destroyed. I mean, dude, I ain't saying this out of bias. Like, I've seen a couple of them that were pretty close, a couple of them that maybe the Globers might have put up a better presentation, but just they utterly fucking destroyed the ballers, dude. Utterly.
Pretty nasty.
Who were they debating?
Amy and Snake. And it was a freaking joke, dude. They fucking humiliated the Globe tonight in a conservative fashion. You gotta watch it.
Yeah, you gotta admit we're getting the high ground. It's a good show. They just got nothing.
I'm looking at Gilded, and they've done a really good job at just like copying the shit out of Discord. So maybe I should give it another look. Because before it was just like a really crappy knockoff, and now it looks almost identical. So I may want to look at it again. But their app needed some work. It was really janky.
I've never even heard of it. Can you either DM me a link, or if Gio doesn't mind?
It's just, if you can spell it, gilded.gg.
Oh, Gilded. Right. Okay.
Gilded. Yeah.
.gg.
Good game.
Uh-huh. You can tell I'm a gamer, can't you?
Did anybody see the debate last night between Austin and Brian's Logic?
Yeah, it got progressively more hostile.
Yeah, but then it calmed back down though. If you watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see it. You want to send me a link,
Austin,
Brian?
I guess I could post it. Yeah, I'll post it. It was good. I mean, Austin. I mean, I don't think he was trying to like beat Brian, but I mean, he pretty much, if it was a debate, he won. But Brian had some decent points, and they, at the end, they found common ground. It was pretty cool, man. There's just so much Brian didn't know about it because he never gets a chance to hear anything about it over there. So, at the end, he finally, Austin kept us cool when Brian started interrupting, and Austin kept us cool where eventually, they, started having a decent back and forth. But it started getting hostile. Brian started interrupting a lot, and but stick in watching it because it does calm down, and you could tell like Brian never even heard half this shit. So it's like
he was
interested to hear
a lot in the middle, a lot. He was
That's the tactic he's used to, bro. I almost don't even blame it on him. If you don't want to hear something, what do? You interrupt it. That's what he's used to over there. But Austin stayed at it calmly and cool, calm, collective, and finally he interested Brian with. He obviously said one or two things that piqued Brian's interest, where Brian finally heard him out and heard he made sense. Whether you agree with it or not, at least hear it out. Fuck. I don't agree with shutting down any ideas, man. That's especially if the likes of Rumpus and Brenda and McToon agree with you. You might want to double check your stance if they all agree with your point. So it's at least worth hearing, But I'll post it in live text for him.
Yeah. What do they call those people that they help you deal with the public? Like they teach you how to act? Like a communicator or something like that.
PR?
Yeah, like a PR helper or something like that. I really think that I really think that Witsit needs one of those people. I'm not sure it would help, but he really needs that because he has everything he needs except the perception of the audience, and maybe he's like in his head too much. He needs to have like a ritual, like a breathing exercise. He needs to know what people can receive compared to what he can recall. Like there's just some really big PR things that he doesn't get yet.
I feel you.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's the pace I like, man. I like the pace. I can't stand when I'm talking to Globers or other people and they talk so slow to get their point out. Just spit it out. I like a good fast pace, but that's me personally.
Past people, what's the point, though, man?
Yeah. I don't. Like I said, that's just me personally.
Well, if he's not talking past you, then that doesn't mean, you're one out of 100 people, like if the message is getting lost on everyone else in the room, it's kind of not a message, is it?
You think everybody in the rooms don't understand what he's saying?
Actually, I'm pretty certain that's exactly the consensus, because every one of these places that he participates, they just say word salad. And I'm listening. I
everybody who doesn't agree with him. Yeah, everybody who doesn't agree with him. Say word salad. That's stupid though. Word salad is mumbo jumbo that doesn't isn't coherent.
Well, that's what I'm saying. To them, they're hearing blah blah blah. I know what he's saying because I've heard him speak, and I can catch up with him. But even like myself, who's familiar and in agreement, still think that the cadence is fucking off.
They say the same thing about Lemon Bird when he's over at like Jose's or other channels. If they don't agree with it, they just call it word salad. You know?
Yeah. But that's not just like a small group though. Like we're talking about the majority of people. They don't digest these topics very often, and you have to like look at like Neil deGrasse Tyson and all these other fucking communicators. They perform an act, they speak in a certain way. Like even Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's fucking slow and he'll use his hands and make his eyes all wide and shit. And I kind of feel like, I mean, that's not Austin's shtick, but he still needs to understand the tenets of being a communicator. That's what I think he's missing. Other than that, he's got it in the bag.
Yeah, well, listen to the debate tonight. I mean, it's fucking however you want to call it. He fucking kills them, dude.
Yeah, he fucking murdered him. But 90% of the room are like, "What the fuck is he saying?" And he's just making shit up.
I don't believe that, bro.
You don't believe
the Globers are gonna fucking naturally
a flat earther already then. But that's not the case.
No, I'm talking about the Globers are naturally gonna say that. If they don't agree with you, then they're naturally gonna fucking plead fucking stupid.
Okay. Well, I agree with that. I'd say that most Globers are probably going to default, right? But doesn't mean that there's not things to improve upon. That's all I'm saying. I'm always trying to sharpen my blade. So I look at it.
He's perfect. No, he's perfect. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Hey man, just stick it in your mouth, whatever.
Yeah, right. I'm just joking, bro. I can't argue with that, man. Always trying to sharpen your blades is a hell of a good way to put it, too, man. It's constructive criticism, and I don't see nothing wrong with that, man.
Because ultimately we're not making this content to present it to these fucking anti-flat earthers, these fucking memers and jokesters online. What we'd like to do is create a library of content that you can present to people who are outside of these circles. Like regular ass people, so they can be like, "Oh, well, that's fucking legit and interesting." But I can't show these things to anybody because it's such a shit show. You have two Brendas on one side of the table, and then you have Karen who's probably drunk on wine, and then you have Wits that's spitting shit out at like 3 times speed, and it's like, how is anyone gonna watch this shit?
There was like a debate.
All right, you can catch them up.
Be careful on the Karen's drunk on wine here.
Where can somebody link it?
They did. No, dude, they represented,
probably
bro.
drunk on wine, like legit.
They represented, man. She did good. He did fucking real good. And
I'm kind of new to this, so I don't know like who streamed this.
I'll post a link to that too. Y'all can watch it later.
Appreciate it.
And I'm not exactly in fucking good favor with Karen B either. She's done a lot of fucking shit I don't agree with, and she's banned me for being nice to her even. So I'm fucking done with that.
So
but even having said all that, when I see like flat earthers, I don't really care for much. I'm still gonna root for them in globe debates. You know what I'm saying? So I know exactly where you sit. Like I left before I got banned. I didn't agree with a few things, but man, I don't agree with everybody or anybody about everything. I don't know, man. I keep a wide open mind, man. So you convince me of something, and if you show me proof of something, it's good enough, or evidence. I want to say,
I
if
don't
it's good
mind if
enough,
we agree
I'll
or not.
consider it.
That's not what I'm saying. It's that I just get fucking banned for having an opinion. She's banned me multiple times for dumb shit.
So you actually had a Karen ban you?
She's the OG Karen.
Yeah,
Maybe
she's
that's
the
the-
OG Karen. The fucking memes write themselves with this one.
That is nuts. No, I think I think in every mature group conversation that everyone is entitled to an opinion. And if if you're respectful enough, you shouldn't get banned.
I may be coming in late, but I thought the debate side looked terrible for the Globe. The Globers, who are those characters they got on there to debate them?
They got
can't even-
demolished, bro. Demolished.
But those two, I don't even know if they were both. I don't know. It doesn't matter if they were transitioned or whatever, but it was just like they were terrible. They were terrible. I mean, there was no. I guess. I mean, she was on the last time I saw a debate too, and just not at all like experienced in the topic even. It's kind of sad for the Globe side.
We were talking also, Nooper said you just joined, right?
Yeah, I didn't know what I was back a little bit, I guess, on the feed.
So I asked about that debate. Whoever's seen that, I just posted it so anybody can watch it later. Where the Glovers got literally crushed. Like I'll even admit, if Flat Earthers had brought a better presentation, this wasn't the case. But we were also talking about the debate last night with Brian's Logic in Austin, which was kind of like a chat where it got a little bit tense there. But then it wound up calming down at the end, pretty decent, man. But if you call it a debate,
That's what's weird. I don't get. It really is this attack on the ether is like the main top. I mean, it doesn't matter who's talking about the ether. It's not even personal to Witsit so much as it is on the ether. They've been going after the ether since Ken Wheeler started talking about it and putting him up as the tattooed monkey boy dartboard.
All right. Check this out. I mean, that's really what he calls himself too. But anyway, he that's why I was asking because that Discord came down today, and I was wondering if it was after the Ballbusters today because Ballbusters QE went after fucking after Austin. I mean, he dropping F-bombs every other word. He just went crazy, and I was like, man, I've never even heard him attack Globers like that who have made personal hit pieces out.
It's because if the ether's real, then his whole name and career is over. Quantum tries to quantify the ether.
Yeah, but he could, it doesn't. He ain't got to, but he can't even consider different ideas. Different models.
That's career suicide. Because it depends on the double slit experiment being real and working the way it does, as well as the quantum eraser experiment. If that's not valid,
what about FED? Dude? How is he convinced everybody in FED panel and all them to think the same way? They're not invested in the fucking.
I'll tell you how, dude.
That's weird.
Quantum eraser is the personification of the Q movement. It's basically there's all these people who want to leave the government and leave authority, and then there's this thing that swoops back in and says, "Wait a second, trust the plan." And all it does is it scoops them right back into the fucking government. Says, "Trust the government. We got a plan. Disinformation is necessary." And guess what? His name is fucking Quantum Eraser, which is what we're trying to escape from. He's trying to rope them right back into the same fucking bullshit science they're feeding everybody.
That's what quantum is, and that's what the FED side of flat Earth is in a way. If you are supporting the quantum or materialism in general,
but bro, that's just it. Austin found the fucking links, man. He found the gaps, and we've all helped him a little bit with our own input. He hears what we all say, dude. And he does a good job of gathering fucking information and not only his own research, but other people. He listens. Believe me, dude. You don't think he's listening? Yeah. He's fucking listening, dude. He's got a machine head. And he the way he put it though, Austin does, and the way he worded this,
is pretty much the fact that quantum mechanics is bringing back the ether, calling it field, having to call it a field, because at some point science has to leave the realm of material, whether they want to go smaller and then a little bit smaller. They've eventually got to hit a fucking a wall of not being able to explain something, and they so being honest. Go ahead.
Yeah. They're Q-tards of their own sort. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So I don't think he necessarily was going against. The only reason he brought up the contention with the double slit and all that stuff is because they're just bashing his idea, which to me is crazy. Because when I went on and they bashed my ass, I was trying to kind of bridge the gap and just give the idea of it and bridge the gap, saying basically, what is it? Why are y'all so against the ether? I want to reason. Am I missing something? What am I missing? Because I was under the impression everything I've read and studied all these years was that they banned the ether because they got a no result in the Michelson-Morley and all that, and they had to keep the Earth moving. Period. And I was like, if I'm wrong, y'all tell me. What am I missing? And I never did find out.
For historical context alone, it should be part of the discussion. I mean, not only a part of it, but a big part of it, because of the relative, special relativity and how that, that's what saved the globe, and all of that is interesting. That's exactly what happened. It's almost like it makes me suspicious. There's controlled op going on here. We're like, okay, you guys can do the flat Earth thing, just do not go ether.
Yeah, but look,
almost it seems like that.
It feels like this, man. It feels like this. Like, look, the only reason we're bringing up we're trying to point out. He would have never led with you're reifying the photon or the electron, except for he has to point that out, and I want to point that out because look, that's what it boils down to. Electrons are freaking, particles are field theory or materialism, basically, and it's like and so you wind up defending yourself, and they literally made it into the debate where we have to start picking their shit apart because they apparently don't understand what they're supporting. Like you can't prove a photon. They say we can't prove ether. You can't prove an electron. It's crazy.
And if you think it's a photon and you think it's instantaneous at the same time, you've got a problem. There's direct contradiction there. So, and even QE admitted that to Austin. And Arwen admitted that when Austin was on the show. So if you think it's instantaneous and a particle or a photon or whatever, those two do not compute.
Then you got Neil in the chat just going off on everybody. And it's like, dude, what? And he's like, dude, I hear him on the show like saying, we need to do something. We ain't doing shit. And Nathan Oakley literally like,
you're roboting, bro.
Shit. We
got most of that, but yeah, you're roboting a little bit.
Hopefully, I'm a little better.
You're good at the end there.
So I hear Neil saying that he, pretty much, wants to do something, man. We need to shout to the rooftops, and Nathan's like, "Fuck it, man. We're doing our little part or whatever." And then I hear Neil, talking about his son, wisecracking him and doesn't believe anything he says and shit. And I'm thinking, man, he's sitting here bashing this fucking young man who's went around the fucking country.
I know.
And this grown man tells you to shut the F up while you try and just put in a small little comment during the show. You get told to shut the hell up, and you're gonna defend them guys and bash a young man who's just putting forth an idea going against the mainstream.
He's a criminal. He's totally fraudulent and knows it. They treated him like he knows he's got a product that is totally faulty, and he's trying to push it on people. That's what they made it sound like.
I'm like, Neil, I bet Neil don't even talk to his own son like nowhere near like that. But Austin, another young man, goes outside of your script just a little bit, and you go fucking ape shit, dude. If they could hear themselves, I mean, I wish I could give an outside opinion without being so straightforward, but that'd be the only way I'd be able to tell them. But
can we pull back for a second and just recognize that, if we just analyze this character called QE, I mean, this guy is a little off. Let's just be honest. This dude's fucking off. Like, yeah, he makes a lot of good points. He's useful in a lot of ways, but like, if you met this guy out in public, you'd probably like walking away from him. Okay, and this guy Nathan, like he's clearly he would fucking sell anything if you paid him for it. So like these guys are both sketchy. They both seem like one of them seems like a con artist. The other one seems like a fucking test subject in the military. And it's like, yeah, they're useful to do what? Like separate the whole community and rope us back into the same old science. Like it seems
Wait
just a
a
little
minute,
too.
Rig.
It
I've
seems a
been
little
a
too
test
fucking
subject in the
orchestrated to me. I'm
military.
sorry. What did you saying? I thought I was talking.
Interesting of your use of the word character there, Riggs. Characters.
What
In
did she
a
say?
play, maybe?
What was she saying?
A couple weeks ago, I would have defended them, man.
Just making a joke, Riggs. I was saying
I couldn't hear you.
a subject. I said I'd been a test subject in the military.
Oh, well, maybe you're,
Joking.
one of them.
No, I got out.
Well, I don't think he got out. I think he's still serving the plan.
No, not me.
I also want to let's make notice real quick that Nathan Oakley fucking made his debut on fucking Vice News, so I don't take that lightly.
Dude, when I went on Ball Busters, man, Brenda stuck up for me, and so I got to finish my point and everything, because they're talking about the Mickelson-Morley isn't science, but the double slit is, and so they said it ain't science. I was like, I could turn it into science, What's the and I'm the one who told Austin that. Like I said, I know he picks up on shit, because they asked me what's the independent variable, or what's the dependent variable, the cause or the effect, the natural effect. I'm like, diffraction, Well, the same thing it is in the double slit. We're dealing with light, lasers. It's diffraction. What's the cause? The which path, basically. If you go down the first arm, do you get the diffraction pattern? I mean, you could set it up the same way. If you make it science, you can. I don't believe that it's science if in my opinion, either way, 100% natural science, because you're going in with pre-assumptions. But still, I could put up a good case for the Mickelson-Morley, but I made a point, and QE had to agree with me that the photoelectric effect is supposedly what proved photons being particles, and that's not science. There's no, that was and then QE agreed and said, yeah, that's not natural science, but it doesn't. There's other ways to prove things, So I brought that up in Nathan's. I don't even know if everybody heard me. I was muted half the time, but. And I fall right into it, so I started getting heated and shit.
Well, just the way he was taking Witsit, like his sarcastic quotes, things that he said like in jest, and then using it as a direct quote, and totally taking him out of context. Yeah.
Yeah, that was dirty.
Line up a proton and a particle and all that stuff too. And he laughed, and then whoever, and then I started arguing with him. And then a little bit later, that's when I had a debate about the electricity. And like the next day I called Nathan whatever. And then the next day I called QE a fucking retard. And then I was arguing with him about protons and all the other stuff.
Yeah.
Particles.
Me too, man. And 2 weeks ago, I would have defended these guys, man. If somebody wouldn't talk shit, I wouldn't have went overboard, but I would have defended them and say, look, this is their style. This is their. But I'm never going to fucking defend them again, man. That's horseshit, dude. I've never even heard him. Ballers that have personally attacked QE, I've never heard him go against them so freaking hard, dude. I mean, just reamed Austin with just one straw man after another. That's what I was saying in comments, and Nathan's like, he was in comments during the show, like, what straw man? Like, I'm literally having to draw it out for him, and it just one straw man after another. It was insane, and just dropping F-bombs. So I thought Betty might have got upset and pulled the channel, because she had been trying to defend. She defended for me to be able to finish talking against QE, and it wound up settling down. And then last week on Ballbusters, her and QE kind of got into it, because Data, FE Data, was trying to make a point, and she's like, let him talk, and he's like, he's just gonna say this. She's like, so, they went back and forth a little bit, and she wound up dropping early, but I was thinking she might have just pulled the channel, man, because the timing is about right.
I feel bad for Betty, because she's really sweet. I've talked to her a little bit, and I've never had a problem with Betty, and I feel bad that she felt kind of like on the hook for the that community. But now it's not on her shoulders anymore, and she's probably going to feel a lot better for it.
Yeah, she's sweet.
Well, Brian, if she did, then what would explain weren't there 2 other servers that were down too? Like it was all 3?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just heard about that, and we're not sure because the other 2 were due to medical misuse or some shit. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's just a theory that I'm putting out there.
It
My
was
friend in
medical
California, he
misinformation,
knows
according
people that
to
work at Discord. Sorry.
That's right. I was just saying it was medical misinformation, according to Discord.
Yeah. What they do at Discord is they take like a. Okay. I don't know. Am I talking or who's talking?
Well, Gio was saying something, but I think he was chopping in and out.
He's roboting a bit. Go ahead, Griggs.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my friend in LA, he said that he knows people that work at Discord, and they give him a heads up when they're doing another wave of server wipes. So what they do is they just kind of have a queue. They line up a big queue of offenders, and they get all their evidence together in like folders and shit, and then they press the button and they wipe everything at once. So they do this like once or twice a month. So whenever they're deleting servers, it kind of happens all at once. It doesn't mean that everybody got reported at the same time. It just means that, they were in the queue. But because these servers were all kind of like related to each other, I think it's a lot of the same people doing the reporting.
See, I don't think there's any reporting necessary because one of the servers that I had deleted from my server list, there was only like 6 people on there. It was only 2 weeks old. There was only like half a dozen people on there. So I think Discord have because obviously they log the URLs of anything that is stored within a Discord server.
Yeah.
And I think they have an algorithm, a program, a bot, whatever that stores these URLs of sensitive information. Whatever you want to call it, medical misinformation is what Discord are calling it. I think this algorithm stores these URLs, and it just goes through the server list that it's got, and it sees which of the servers have this URL stored on it, and then off you go. Because if some of the information that was stored in the server, one of the servers that fell off of my server list, was posted in that Flat Earth, the server that I'm part of now. But it was posted in the live chat, so they have to make the distinction of what is posted as as to what is stored within the server. And I think that is the distinction. If you have it stored within the server, then you're breaking the guidelines. But if it's posted in the chat, then they can't really do anything about that.
They can do anything they want, and that's kind of how they run it. They arbitrarily decide, and they arbitrarily like send out warnings. Even like you don't always even get notified if your shit gets wiped. Like sometimes you get an email, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get a message in Discord. Just depends on like who's manning the ship. But how they work it is, so if let's say that you spam like 100 messages right now, you're going to trigger the AI in their database, and it's going to trigger like there's some weird activity on the server, and it's going to run through a system of checks. And if those, let's say you spam like 100 vaccine links or something, okay, it's going to be like, oh fuck, well you just got flagged because you spammed too fast, and then Discord will tell you, hey, you're sending messages too fast. You've triggered their AI. They're checking the shit. It's flagged. Right? And that's one way. Or another way is in the Discord settings of the server, you have different types of server setups, and you have different types of like security scanning. And the highest form of scanning allows them to absolutely check everything that's posted. So you definitely get flagged whenever there's not if like one or two. It's not like one or two messages, right? Like it's generally if there's like a influx or like a regularity of things being posted.
Yeah, or if those URLs are stored within the server, if those URLs are on a hot list of URLs.
Yeah, I hope it was Betty, man. I hope it was Betty who snatched it over there by fucking behavior, because that was unacceptable.
No, it wasn't. Betty wouldn't have done it. She wouldn't have done it.
Why would Betty nuke her own server? It's kind of counterproductive for her, isn't it? She had a good thing going there. You know, Nathan had a good thing going there. All he had to do was
but like I said, the
a couple of
tension had been
hours
growing, dude. She left the show early last week, man, because of QE, man. And then the week before that, she kind of got onto him. Like I watched it progress a little bit, man. And I'm just
she still wouldn't have done it. It was just about time. It was just the right time. Like honestly, this is all perfect timing. The server was hoarding a bunch of like negative entities, and everyone needed to be free of that, and let the truth be free, you know?
Yeah, but they're pretty strict about their guidelines. So why I don't see how they could have I don't see how they could have. And she runs the Discord. I mean, she monitors the shit. She doesn't hardly do any shows, bro. That's all she does is monitor Discord. So I don't see how
I'll tell you how. Let me tell you. Okay, first of all, you create a SOC account, then another SOC account, and these are VPNs. And what you do is you message on that server for fucking months. So you've legitimized the account. And then you go back into the history and you edit posts that you made on your SOC account. And you start posting shit in the past. And you report that. You report your own SOC account on that server, and it shows a history of activity which goes against the guidelines. It's not hard. It's actually really, really easy. And that's why whenever I see these like no-name people with their fucking anime pictures and all they do is talk bullshit all day and delete their own messages, it's because they're playing a game. I don't allow that kind of shit on my server. If I see those people, I fucking delete them instantly. If I don't know who they are, they're gone. Because those people, all they're doing is they're legitimizing their account so that they can create post history and fucking modify it and get shit taken down. It's just a scam. And it's probably people off of Gempana server, honestly.
Troll Team 6.
There you go.
Old school trolling.
Well, I would hope Discord would have some way to sift through that and not let that be the reason.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, they would have to.
Well,
see
that's
a
your
pattern.
job. If you own the server and you have the mods, it's your job to modify it, to moderate it, right?
Yeah, but you're talking about somebody going back in the past of something that's already been moderated and change chat. I mean, A, it's chat, and B, it's been edited. You know, if that's a good trick. I mean, you obviously have some inside information, but I mean, that's a dirty, rotten fucking trick. It seems like
it's as old as time. And guess what? All you need is one fucking fuzzy, or one fat furry that works at Discord to look at that and go, well, they're out, and they just press the button. It's not hard. They really don't care about flat Earth servers, I promise.
Yeah, I mean the thing about your theory, Brian, if Betty did that, is that I mean that would be a huge thing because I mean it had like what 3,000-4,000 members or maybe more. I don't know what the number was, but
Yeah, it's unlikely, man. But I mean, like I said, the timing's pretty coincidental, I guess.
you were saying because it seemed to happen right after the show.
Yeah, like I said, man, I seen the tension building. She left the show early last week, man, and she kept her cool and everything, but I could tell she wasn't happy, man, because she's just making a point to him, and she had made it the week before. Like, let him finish. How are we gonna know if we don't hear what he has to say? And he bit the bullet, and then the same shit the next week, which was last week, where Data was trying to make a point. I don't think he was trying to fight for certain about anything. He was just making his points, his ideas, and he's shutting it down. And she's, she got boisterous. Go back and listen if anybody doesn't accept my description. But and then they kind of went back and forth a little bit. It wasn't super hostile, but you could tell she was getting aggravated because he kept shutting it down, and then she unmuted him, and then he remuted him, and it's like, and she's like, just let him talk, and she wound up leaving the show early, and I think she likes Austin, as far as that. I think, she likes hearing ideas, wanted to hear my idea, wanted to hear Data's ideas, whether she agreed with them or not, she wanted to hear it. She didn't like the way he was shutting shit down, so I just was kind of hoping that maybe, because the way they behaved today, I mean, he literally attacked Austin like I ain't never seen him attack nobody ever. Just F-bomb, F-bomb, F-bomb. And I know she's Christian, real spiritual, real religious, and he just was every other word cursing. I mean, just off the chain, dude. Like, I've never heard him even, like I said, against people who've made direct hit pieces out on him, which Austin hasn't came directly against him. He's always been pretty conservative about what he says about QE, But anyway, to end it, I'm going to say this. But, their behavior was insane. Like, he, for 2 hours, attacked Austin and never attacked not even one of his fucking points. Maybe one or two, but just literally just made a straw man burn it down. Made a straw man burn it down. It was insane.
Listen, do you have your own show?
No, not a live show, no.
You don't have your own live stream?
No.
Have you ever thought about maybe doing that and kind of getting it started on your own and not depending on these people?
No, I don't hardly ever go to that channel, man. I'd like to like propping up and promoting. Like, I'll come here when it's dead and get a big room before I leave and everything, and I'll go. And I've been in this shit a long time, man. I got all kinds of ideas, so good for discussion. And so I'll promote Geo's channel. I did it on Modern Day Debates, and there's other people. We're trying to grow the like-minded people with open minds and all that, and good discussion. And so I don't really want a show, man. I'm like, right now I want to promote like Austin and Flatzoid. He's got a new show out, and
so you're promoting them.
Yeah, I like to promote my people, man. I don't really. I'm not interested in having
but they
show.
just so that one little thing shut you down and you feel upset about it.
It was unacceptable, man. I wouldn't call it a little thing. I mean, I went to try to bridge the gap, and told him I'm not 100% sold on either. Like, as far as the like gas going down, like Bob says, like, there's parts of that shit I could never be on board with, but I like the idea. It does explain a lot, but I like discussing it. I'm kind of on the fence with it, and I went to try to bridge the gap, and he reamed my ass and made it look like I'm like getting emotional over the ether. Like, I'm like, wow, dude, I see what he's doing. I already, knew what he was doing.
Well, that's that's content for them because
right. I understood that, and I made up with Nathan immediately after the show. Like, I understood his predicament, and I would stick up for him. Like, I still ain't really bashing Nathan so bad. I don't like the style and everything, but what QE did, man, that should
never be about the content, bro.
That was crazy though what QE did.
Well, yeah, when you throw someone under the bus like that, it's because the other party is trying to create content, and the public loves negative. So it sounds like that's what happened.
Or they just have problems.
But look at it this way: like, if you're going to create drama and conflict, okay, that's only going to be received in a very particular community. So they're not advertising to new people. That's not going to be attractive to any new people. They're only creating conflict for this community. And if that's the case,
fucking ugly.
So then why would they do it?
Exactly. This is why I brought up those other points. I don't trust these people. They had a very suspicious entrance. and background. I don't trust them. They seem to have an agenda to push people back into mainstream science while looking like clowns and being very rude about it and dividing our own community. So why would I trust them?
No, you should never trust anyone that, especially if the person that's on the podcast or whatever, that they know and they're throwing them under the bus.
Yeah, I don't like the way they treat our people. I don't like the way they treat other people. Their demeanor sucks, and they have a lack of morals. So I'm just, not interested.
Yeah, you never want
Like I accuse it with Rumpus,
spearheading a movement.
Sorry about that, but to me it made sense the way he with like Brenda or Rumpus just trolls and treating them like that. Like, look, they're gonna just repeat the same shit. Their tactics are messed up. But yeah, when it came to our own, but still, he holds a stance that he's gonna hold anybody. You come in, baller or whatever, like, so he's got a narrative.
That's an excuse, though, man.
But still, I'm kind of used to it with him, but I don't agree with it. But the way QE did that, he's supposed to be like a Bible literalist and so Christian, and dude, if you ain't heard it, if anybody ain't heard it, go watch it. It was today's Ballbuster. I mean, he just went literal ape shit on Winston Shulman.
Flat Earth.
But isn't that kind of what he always does, though? I mean, I know you're saying he doesn't do that with Baller. I mean, pretty much most of what I've heard of QE do when he's going off doing that thing he does, it's kind of his shtick. Like, he strings together all these insults and in all kinds of different ways and just unleashes. And, the way he does it, I mean, all of his numpty clips are like that. When he debates people in general, like Glober's. I mean, I feel like back in the day, he used to do it every day, all the time, just unleashing. Yeah, but actually, I would say even worse back in the day. I saw a little bit of his thing with Austin. I just skimmed through a little, but I mean, it seemed similar. But I mean, dude, he's gone off. That's why Globe Earthers don't go there.
Yeah, but if you watch the whole thing, if you count the F-bombs, I guarantee you, the F-bombs in this one show outpace every other show combined. I'd make a bet. I bet $1 that he dropped more F-bombs than every other show combined.
Yeah. Okay, well, there may be something to that. No, I do hear you. Okay, so you're more of like you're more aware of their content and perhaps. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Flat Earth test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
So it sounds like you're really upset.
That's not upset.
Yeah, just kind of shocked still, man.
Yeah, well, listen.
I'm a little bit bitter about the shit.
I'm kind of upset about it too because it seems like you were thrown under the bus. I'm a songwriter. Do you mind if I send you a message?
Not in the least.
Brian, this girl's trying to get into your pants, man.
Yeah,
no,
right.
I'm not trying to get into his pants. It's a song related to this situation because I've seen myself in similar situations, but I have a song in mind that I wrote for this situation.
I'm all ears,
Want to
man.
sing it?
But I'm bitter. The most thing I'm bitter about is I would have defended both of them, even the way they behave and all that. Even though even after the show, I talked to even QE after Nathan's show, and Nathan's like, no worries, and it's like, dude, it's your show, that's your style, whatever. I'll be the guppy for a fucking day. That didn't bother me so much. I swear to God, I can show you the conversations after. But now they put me in a position where I've got to choose. Like I don't think Austin really did that, man. I was kind of maybe a little more on FED's side as far as the relative density. I like the explanation. If you watch any of my videos, you'll see that's but I'm open-minded, so I'll consider the other argument. But I like hearing about it. I like talking about it, and I think that it was Quantum Eraser and FED that's put it where you got to be one or the other, and that's what pisses me off. That's really what I'm bitter about the most. Is now I feel like I got to choose or something, and I didn't want to have to choose between them, man.
Whoa.
And
Yeah.
Your idols will disappoint you, bro. I'm sorry you fell for their supposed leadership.
Yeah, maybe idol maybe ain't a great word.
I just turned off because it was off full. Like their styles, if you want to call them styles, it's deterrent to people that, I won't say it.
They were normalizing drinking like bug spray. So like over time, you're like, man, I was really loving that gasoline at the gas station. I just kept sniffing it, It's like, wait a second, like this shit's killing me. I can't be sniffing gas
What are you
station,
talking
gasoline
about,
anymore.
dude? What are you talking about, man?
I'm just saying, like, they got you thinking that being stupid was normal. Okay, their demeanor sucked. They're not good people. And they never should have been raised up in that position in the first place. You shouldn't have been giving them
Yeah,
that
well,
power.
that style against the likes of, like I said, Rumpus, Brenda, Jim Penn, and all them, man, it's like you cheer for it because they treat you the same damn way. If the shoe was on the other foot, Brenda or Rumpus, they'd shut you up and overspeak you and repeat the same shit. And
yeah, but he did it to his own people. He did it to his own people. Like, tyrannical dictator. Fuck that dude.
Anyway, I didn't want them to go at each other so harsh, man. It just kind of fucked everything up, man. It ain't that they're my idols or nothing, man. That's not, maybe not the best word for it, but yeah, they were two of my people, man. And I would have did anything. I would have did anything to keep the peace, even take some of the attention off of it and throw myself in there to maybe get a little attention off of the.
But they didn't want it. They didn't want it, so.
Bro, you're like the child in a divorce.
Oh. It's not your fault.
I learned it from watching you, Dad. I really like the way Austin handled himself, though, because he even did a rebuttal before the debate. Like, he's been busy as shit doing the debate last night, then having to do the rebuttal today. Like, even Brian was in the debate, and Brian, at the end, them two, they found common ground, and Brian was like, yeah, I'll look into some of this. It's an all right idea. It was a good, happy ending, man. And all of a sudden, just bam, out of nowhere, it's like, just caught me off guard, man. But Austin, and pointing out all the strawmen and all that, he just defended himself. He didn't go overboard. He didn't call no names. I like the way he handled himself, man. He kept his composure. And to at least I'll prop him up, man. Nothing else. He did real good. If you could point out somebody changing. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think you're the only one feeling that. I mean, I think even a lot of people on his panel are kind of in between, Because a lot of those guys are friends with Whitsitt and stuff, some of them. So I think it's probably a lot of people feeling stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's like I've heard Austin change his stance, change information based on what he found out and heard, man. And that's a good trait. Like, we've all been wrong. Like, I'm getting where I'm tired of people who are never wrong. You're never wrong, and you never change your stance about anything. Then you're not open to other ideas, and you don't see much of that around here. It's a pretty humble group, and like discussing and throwing around ideas, man, and adding to it. That's some of our best conversations have came from just just throwing out ideas and adding to it, and then the next person adding to it, and so yeah, I'll definitely promote this channel, man. Every chance I get, I'll promote it, and I hope everybody else does that, man. Because like-minded people, I feel like we're right in the middle of all the bullshit, but I don't know. Hopefully, it's contagious, and other people will see, man, that it's all about the discussion, man. You got to respect people's opinions, their ideas, and if everybody agrees about everything, then it ain't worth a shit. That's been proven now that if everybody agrees, and one person is the leader, even Geo, like he'll be like, sorry, he'll back off, let you talk. he ain't gonna cut you off like that, man. That's what we need to promote is healthy conversation and ideas and shit, man.
I remember when I first met him on, well, I had seen him in the groups, but I first saw him in Discord on 24/7. And this was probably like 3 years ago when he first came on. And I remember he was like really, really big into the Bible. And I was like, fuck. I was just like kind of throwing him into the bag of all these other, because they had a really big like group over there, like a growing group. And it seems like he's really pulled away from it. Like he's much more aligned with God than like scripture. So, I mean, I really respect watching his opinion change over time. He's not just pushing the same shit all the time, which is, regardless of what his position is. I just know that it's usually really hard to go from those religious views to something else, because I don't see many people like change like that. And even in Flat Earth, he's definitely like learned new things, and he's always trying to like perfect his craft and whatever.
Yeah, that's another good point, man. You kind of tell the person, whether they're open-minded or not, just by talking to them for 10 minutes, Or around here, it's like the people who come in and like as know-it-alls, man, whatever side, it seems like they get called out around here, man. And you could tell open-minded people, man, willing to listen. How else we gonna learn if we ain't willing to listen, man? And I think, yeah, as far as picking one religion, man, I was raised Christian and everything, and I don't knock anybody who isn't. And I've on the internet, when I first really started talking to other people from different places and all that, and it's hard to knock their religions and everything. And I'm certain of a creator and all that, but I still have my values and everything, but I think it's individual, man. Religion is more of an individual thing, man. It's spiritual, and it's not part of any kind of debate. What's the point in debating religion? Yeah, and as far as big church organizations and shit, yeah, man, I think that's that doesn't. I'm not with that anymore, man. As far as big religious movements, I don't think that's even what the Bible teaches. Is for big churches and things like that. So I don't. You'll seldomly hear me talk about religion, man, unless somebody asks me about it.
I guess like what was really impressive to me is that like most people, especially around that time 3 or 4 years ago on 24/7, we had a really big religious problem. It was basically they had their own area, and it was like it was like a war, like a holy war at all times. Just people fighting about Muslims and everything. Like it was hell, right? And usually people who are in this movement, they are very convicted and defensive about their beliefs, especially religious, whether or not they lead with it, right? But they're extremely defensive. They don't usually change their position or progress their position very much at all. Like they'll talk about stuff endlessly, but they don't really like move their fucking goalpost.
Right.
And I've seen Austin actually move his goalpost without much intervention. Like he does it on his own, which I respect that, because that means he's actually like, willing to accept new info,
Right. Once you hear it from so many other stances and you see what's really happening, if you're truly open-minded, then you will realize that you were indoctrinated with beliefs that were pushed on you. Like if you even believe in the Bible, man, you can interpret that so many different ways, man. And to knock other religions to get in that fight at all is crazy. But if you're truly open-minded, you'll see that it's another form of indoctrination, man. And it's undefendable. It's just, it's like a robot stance. You're almost defending somebody else's views, and that's not open-minded, man. And anybody truly open-minded will recognize that, and make it more personal, man. In my opinion, yeah, and he's done that.
I think as a community, we need to get all of our big brains together and really destroy the shit out of carbon, like any kind of dating methods. Because I think there's a lot of good arguments out there, but I think that we could do better, like as a whole, like as a group, like really just collect all the resources. Because I've done my research, which is a little bit different than what other people have done, and I've pretty much discovered it's a hoax. But I really wish we just had like a full library of all the assumptions and all the bullshit around it. Because I'm tired of watching people come in here and say like, "Oh, the fucking universe is 13.7 billion years old," or "There's a 3,000-year-old fucking tree." I'm like, bro, you don't know shit. Like, there's like literally you can like everything in your vicinity. If you test it, it's gonna be like completely different times. In reality, the way that things digest and decompose and fucking radiate, like there's no way to know how old anything is, period. And they're excluding this whole period of like what's it called, like the last 100 years or so, when we've had an excess of carbon deposits because of the what's it called, industrial revolution. So yeah, we can't test anything within the last 100 years or so, but we can test things billions of fucking years ago. Like, okay, dude, like you're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, that's like, goddamn ridiculous, man.
Like, look, like here's an example. Like, if I made a salad or if I ate a salad, right? Do you think that the decomposition of that salad would be a little bit different if it wilted on its own compared to be inside my gut? Probably. Okay. And also, you're assuming the conditions, you're assuming everything. Like, if you left a beetle parked outside instead of under a carport, it's going to be bleached. Okay. It's going to decompose a little bit different. So you can't fucking discern how old anything is because you don't know what it's been through. All right,
dude. Did you see that Electric Universe thing where they found the petrified corpse? They found some petrified corpses and everything, and they found one guy had a coin in his pocket, and it was like just puddled. I mean, it melted, and I guess I don't know how long it took to dry up, but it literally was a deformed coin from being melted and shit. That tripped me out. Like that's instantaneous shit, man. That gets my mind veering off into other thoughts.
When you melt that coin, does it change the condition of how it's read? Does it change the assumptions? Does it change the method of extracting or like there's so many fucking variables. And when they test these things, they come back with different ages all the time. And part of the testing procedure is filling out a form of where you found it, what day you found it, like what was in the surrounding area. Like they're trying to like get you to construct.
That's how they do it, bro. They look at where it was found because they can't date living shit or they look at where it was found and what part of the fossil record they call it. But look, the point is, like, they found fish like with another fish inside of it petrified. And there was supposedly a guy a long time ago who had the secret of petrifying shit, but it could be like high current, obviously mixed with a couple other variables, but like plasma event
petrifies within a year, like 6 months, dude. I've seen stuff
instantaneous though, man.
It's like a dude. I've seen a hammer that's like literally melted inside of a rock, and it's like it was only been there like a year. Like, you don't know how old this stuff is.
Think about the Medusa symbolism. Medusa with all the snakes represent like the arms of plasma discharge. That's what the snakes represent. And if you looked at her, whatever you turn to stone, it's like, that's like a plasma event. It leans toward like a plasma event, and Medusa's hair, represents the plasma streams or plasma arcs. And if you get face to face with her or struck by it, then you get turned to stone instantly, man.
That's interesting. Yeah, I would love to know the exact conditions. I imagine it's some sort of chemistry, some kind of chemistry. But let's take the lesson from the creator, though. Okay, so if we can't like actually date things, then it's probably something we weren't meant to deal with anyway, right? We should be not focusing on the past so much. We should be focusing on the current, like the present and the future we want to create. And they've got us all tied up in the past and this fake science that everyone's kind of forgetting the path in front of them. They're not creating families. They're not creating children. They're not like living very healthy lives, and they're all just kind of like stewing in this false reality.
Before we veer, I mean, I wanted to say one other thing. Like, I don't know if I still have it saved, but it was where they blundered, like on talking about the ice layers and stuff, where they had I think it was a post World War II plane, like I think it was like somewhere around Vietnam, they around that era, and they sent a plane, like a jet over, and it broke down, and it was over in Greenland. And they went back to get it. You know, they were, whatever they were doing there, they were like, you know, let's go ahead and recover this plane. And it wound up being like I think it's something crazy, man, but it was like almost a couple 100 feet under the ice layers. And that showed right there that these ice layers aren't necessarily, don't represent one season. Like, they could represent one storm, literally, and because they went back like 10 years later, and there's like a few hundred layers, and so if they were looking at this shit, they would say that it's like a few hundred years when literally it's only like a decade, you know, and it just shows another example of how they're dating and how they're assuming just by layers.
Have you heard about radio halos?
No way for them to predict that.
Have you heard about radio halos?
Not a lot.
So there's this guy who there's a certain type of decay that happens. So like there's this radio halo that decays in a certain way, and they slice open rock, and they can look at the halos in this rock, and they can discern that it's kind of like if you froze a bubble in water without the bubble dissipating. It means that if you froze the bubble in water, it would mean that the water froze instantaneously, right? So he found these radio halos in rock, and what he's finding out is that these different types of decay are apparently evidently happening instantly instead of happening over thousands of years, which changes the whole archaeological structure of time and how they date things. And then he tried to like create coal, right? He tried to like induce a condition of coal into wood, and he basically just like heated up wood over the course of like a week or two and made coal. So all these arguments of like taking thousands or hundreds of thousands of years to make coal is bullshit. It doesn't have to be pressure. It could just be heat over a short period of time. And
yeah, very little pressure.
Right. But that means that the rocks were formed instantly, which means that he's looking at all these layers that they're using to date things over time, and he's realizing that these layers are literally one event that happened all at once. So one whole mountain could have happened within a day or a couple hours, and they're trying to say that all these different layers in the mountain are from time, like layers on a tree, when really it's different layers of the sorting of elements during one event.
Yeah, and they judge like they arbitrary. They say like the KT boundary. Okay, so it's there's a certain depth around different shorelines and all that match up. You know, that could be. I mean, they make some halified assumptions and then call it proof. Like, dude, that could be from one damn season of freaking drought or fucking flood. You know, there's so many options that they're calling it. You know, millions of years old. They use the fossils to point out the age of the rock around it. Then they use the age of the rock around it to point out the age of the fossils. It's like, it's circular reasoning, man. But you're talking about that guy from LSU. And like I heard,
I think his name's Robert Gentry.
Yeah, and he said the time that he was trying to get this information out, he didn't have internet, so he wrote like a letter.
He didn't have any refutation for the last 30 years. He's had this shit in the Science Journal magazine, and nobody fucking disputed it, and it just has been unchallenged. There's been a couple dumb arguments, obviously like globe arguments, like that literally just are non sequitur, but his actual points go unfucking refuted.
And it wasn't even much heat that he did it with. It's like just like 120 degrees and just a little bit of pressure, like nothing crazy, like probably about what you'd find, 50 foot underground or 50 foot down. Probably is probably exactly the conditions. And yeah,
I mean, they probably had a bunch of coal at 9/11 on the first day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's all part of waking up, man. It's all part of waking up, dude. And the internet and all this information available. But it's they're book burning on the internet. It's a figure of speech, but
yes, they are
molding it right in front of our face, man. So save as much old shit as you can, because they're literally burning the books by.
I may or may not have saved like everything I've ever seen online.
I mean, the good shit, the shit they're going to get rid of,
Yeah.
Because I'm finding it harder and harder to pull up the same information. I'm finding it harder and harder. Some of it seems very intentional. Some of it is obviously literally just changed. And a lot of it looks like some of it's even deleted, man. It's like burning books, in my opinion, man. It's horse shit.
Well,
so I'll save what I can.
If we roll all this bullshit back, right? Then literally the pyramids and all these different societies could have been happening, 200 years ago. Like literally, if it's still above ground and it's not covered in a mountain of soot and like different layers of catastrophe, then that shit probably just happened. And they're trying to tell us that happened like thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I don't believe that, man. I don't believe hardly nothing they tell me nowadays about history.
But imagine that, dude. Imagine walking around and seeing like a fucking like a pyramid temple and like just a bunch of slaves drinking beer and shit, and like this happened like 200 years ago. Like that actually could be the reality of shit.
Dude, I don't believe we ever were like cavemen. Period. I don't care how far you want to go back.
No. I don't. I mean, there may be a couple people that just wanted to do their own thing, but I think that civilized society has always been a preference.
Right. As long as you had food available, you had a few people making food for everybody. And
we're probably the dumbest.
Then you got a bunch of guys with time on their hands, right? So you got guys with time on their hands, even when we're kids, dude. Like I just remember like taking a rubber band and a coat and a clothespin and making a little rubber band gun out of a fucking stick, dude. It's just what we do with extra time. It's what men do. We just tinker and shit. So I don't believe that men look at the patents. Like you go back and look at just like I've said this before, the battery patents, like back in the early 1800s and shit. Like why do they need? There's even a graphene fucking patent in the 1800s. Like so, how would they? And you know what they say? They say that it was just like a patent just to patent it because it wouldn't have had no use back then. Yeah, right. Look at all the other patents for batteries. Like, why do they need all these batteries? And if they don't even have fucking tools and shit like that, they probably did, man.
Yeah, I mean, the more you learn, the more you find out that they had all this shit back then. The first car was an electric car. They had, these big blimps that they traveled around the earth with, like airships. They had,
the airships.
They had steam engines. They had
huge back in the
everything.
day, the airships, and they covered that shit up as well.
So all this like stuff that we think is modern it's just like rehashed shit. Like this idea of electricity going through wires. I think it was more normal to pass electricity wirelessly. I think that was the normal shit, but they had to come up with a way give somebody a bill and say, hey, we're going to charge you for this. Put a meter to it.
Yeah.
I think the wired version is more complicated than the fucking wireless version. I think the wired version came second.
That's what J.P. Morgan said when he pulled the plug on Tesla. Said if he can't fucking put a meter on it, then he don't want it. Like that's what Tesla was developing, man. Now I get all these damn wires, dude. Like, but then they had to stick with that. They got to stick with that. So they waited forever to even come out with Bluetooth. And I said this a long time ago. Like I was like, if you give me an engineer and some money and give me a fucking a chemist, and I'll make you a fucking I'll make you a cell phone. I mean, this is what I say nowadays. I'll make a cell phone that you never even have to plug in. Just find a frequency that doesn't hurt people and put it in the fucking battery where it vibrates the shit. And they probably already had the shit by the time I come up with it. But even before that, man, it's like all these wires. Like this is the consequences of the path that they went down with relativity and all that. Is now the telephones and everything, instead of the signals sent across the ocean wirelessly, now we're tethered to our walls and shit, dude. Because, that's where I think they stepped in, and that's where everything stalled. Nowadays, it's all artificial technology, and it ain't even going fucking nowhere. There ain't even holograms yet, dude. It's like, dude, we should all have personal drones. We should have been done had this shit. It's like, man, I don't know, man. I go on and on, man.
I'm going to go deep real quick. So have you ever heard the idea that our electrical grid is already just a bunch of Tesla coils? And what they've done is essentially they've lined up all these like middle height coils, because the real Tesla what was that tower he created? It was a lot higher. It was a very high tower. What they did was they created a bunch of shorter ones and they wired them all together, and that's our power grid. So what they're doing is they're stealing the power that's free from the air, and they're putting it through these conditioners, and they're spitting it out to everybody. So they're not even making the power. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's possible.
So they're just collecting all this static energy, and they're telling us that that they're making it. In reality, when they say that the grid can't support it, it's not because it can't support it. It's that they've wired it up so poorly that it's meant to fail. If you ever talk to what's his name, the Tesla 2.0 guy, the guy who said that the sun is not.
Are you talking about
Eric Dollard?
Yeah, Dollard. Yeah.
If you ever get into Eric Dollard, he'll tell you exactly how they fucking wired everything incorrectly, and he said it's absolutely like it's designed as if it's meant to fail, because it's designed in a way that it's always on its last leg. So you have to create a much larger system to just support something that it could have done in a very basic way. They made it way more complicated by needing way more shit, which is way more susceptible to failure because there's more connections and shit. So he said they did this intentionally, and he didn't really understand why. It's very inefficient, but it just makes sense that if there's unlimited power, then they have to they have to basically like neuter it a little bit, and they have to make it more vulnerable so that there's scarcity, and they have to make you feared that like, oh, I can't use my air conditioner because the power is all fucked up in California, and like they're literally creating fear in a control situation by neutering the power grid, which I imagine could have unlimited free energy anyway if they just built it right.
Dude, I would imagine a few dams, spread out could power everything. I don't know. I mean, there's so much power in that water, in that running water drop. I don't know, man. But I mean, I've listened to Dollard, man. He's got some ideas, and he knows more than any of us.
Dollar's insane, bro. He's insane. I was a fan of Dollard. Okay, this is kind of crazy actually. So I was into Tesla back in like 2009, and it was kind of before people were really. It wasn't like an internet thing, and at that time, I kept coming up with this Tesla 2.0 guy. I was like, oh, Eric Dollard, who's this guy? And it turns out that he had a bunch of videos on YouTube and in some other places. He had like dozens of videos. I downloaded them all. I don't know where they are. They're probably on an old hard drive, but it was all of him, like hours and hours and hours, like days of footage of him and his friends in labs doing Tesla's, like recreating Tesla's experiments. And it was fucking legit, bro. It was like,
oh man, you need to find that, man.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He's transferring like wireless power across the room and shit, and like he would make a light bulb come on from across the room, and like it would be a different color. It was like, what the fuck?
Same thing as Bluetooth. They're using lasers. They're just skipping over technology, man, and not really talking much about it. But they got where you could recharge shit from the ground. You got aircrafts that are recharged by lasers, man. But I mean that should tell you tons. They say, dude,
that should tell you
even their laws like energy can't be created or destroyed. If energy can't be created or destroyed, and it's all around us, then where is it? What's it? What is it? If it's all around us, and so they call these things we buy for when storms generators. They're not generating electricity, man. They're basically just conducting it. I mean, they're collecting it. They should call them collectors or something. They make it sound like they're making electricity, like it's not already there.
Right.
But the clues are there, even in their own laws, like energy can't be created or destroyed, which means it's everywhere.
Well, if they were collecting it, they'd still have to condition it, right? And that would be what the generators are for. So it looks like they're generators, but in reality, they're creating a steady stream, right? So they're pulling this shit in, and then they're feeding it out to everybody. And where the bill comes in is the meter, the individual meter.
But the thing is that the energy that they're generating, that electricity can kill you. There is other type of energy that it can be used and it's pretty safe. It doesn't damage you, doesn't damage your body or electrocutes you.
Okay.
Yeah, when Tesla, he was sitting under his coil and he wasn't being electrocuted. So there is that type of energy that is can be utilized and doesn't damage your body or anything. But then the electricity that we use today is damaging for the body.
Yeah, it's AC.
Alternating current. And another thing about direct current, it don't want to go through wires. Like my solar, I got to put my panels close to my inverter because if I don't, I'm going to start losing the shit out of some of the fucking juice by running along wires. So DC power, direct current, that's all batteries and they don't. It doesn't want to go through wires.
Right, because DC is it takes advantage of the energy that's literally in the room. But when you're using AC, what you're doing is you're using that wire as a conductor, and it's pulling the energy from around the wire. That's what people don't understand. The electricity doesn't come through the wire; it comes from around the wire. It's from the space around the wire. So DC, the reason it lights up the whole room, because the energy is coming from the air. It's not coming from the wire. And when they pass that through the wire, it's not going through the wire; it's going around the wire.
Right, and if somebody don't believe that, just take a freaking coil and make sure your feet ain't touching the ground or whatever. But you could hold it up with a stick and hold it next to the power line, and hold it perpendicular to the power line, and you're gonna pull all the juice out of that line just putting a coil right next to the any power wire. How do you think they make the detectors for wire detectors for finding underground shit? It's just basically a sensitive coil, and it picks up on the energy, So it can't be in the wire. It can't be in the wire, and it'd be able to jump. You could never induce current the way we do if it was in the wire. That's ridiculous.
Well, the whole idea of a wire is still resistance. Like there's so much more loss when you put shit through the wire. because the energy is always trying to free flow, and the wire is just kind of a limitation, to be honest. Now, I'm not saying I understand this shit completely, but I'm starting to pick up on how it works compared to how we're fucking up with it.
Dude, there's a discovery out there for somebody to make somebody in this group, and this is how we're going to get it by talking about it, man. I wish more people would jump in with ideas, but this is how, because there's probably something so obvious that everybody's missing, dude. You know, it always is, man.
Dollar tells you. No, Dollar has already figured this out. It's all backwards. The whole electrical system is wired backwards. The power is coming from the ground. That's the weird part. Like I said, you know, like electricity is around the wire, not in the wire, but also it's coming from the ground, not from the source. Because all you're doing is you're creating the attraction for it to go there. It's a weird, like, it's all backwards. It's literally inverted. The whole model's backwards. But we're conditioned to think that the power comes from the battery. No, what you're doing is you're creating a catalyst to attract the energy from another place.
Man, I hope somebody picks up. I got to drop. I mean, I don't got to drop. I can listen. I hope you keep talking. I hope somebody picks up where I'm leaving off, man, to keep it going. I love this kind of conversation, man. But so I'll be listening, man.
Well, I mean, if
I'll be able to respond.
Here's the thing: like, if we really want to, like, figure shit out, all we need to do is look at Dollar's old stuff and apply it to the ether model, because he is he's so indoctrinated that he's had to reverse engineer everything on his own, and he's totally dismissed the more obvious macro clues like flat Earth and stationary Earth, etc., aether and whatnot. So he's come up with his own ideas that try to, he tries to fit the square thing in the round hole with the mainstream model, but he's been able to find out some useful things that go against it on his own, but he's still working in the wrong paradigm. So if we take his research, and a lot of it's not very clear, unfortunately, because he kind of talks in circles, but if you take his research and literally apply it to a stationary etheric model, you will have figured it out, because he's already made functional pieces with it. And all we have to do is just apply it to our understanding instead of his.
I just wanted to react on you. Rix, is it? Right?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Walter Russell had an idea of the universe, and he said cold and heat is two sides of the same coin. And in this model that he depicted, he said, so to the cold side of the coin, there's an implosion, and from the heat side, there's an explosion. And that totally aligns with what you said, that the flow is from below to the top. Yeah.
Right. But we're taught that it's coming from the battery, it's coming from the ground. So it's just weird, because the whole model is this whole materialistic model where we're thinking these acids are coming together and creating this catalyst of energy where it's releasing electrons. No, what you're doing is you're attracting them. You're attracting the flow. And that's just the catalyst of attracting the flow. It's just the opposite of, what we've been conditioned to understand. Another thing that's electrical that I think is true is like creating rocks and crystals. I think that with electricity you can create matter. And maybe it's already been proven or whatever, but I think that's how that works. I think that, like, that rocks grow, like these mountains grow slowly and over time by different conditions, but it's an electrical process. You know, the same way that like trees grow, fucking rocks grow, mountains grow, and it's just a completely different way of thinking about it. Because, like, if you look at your car battery, oftentimes you get a lot of composites on the terminals, and those composites are literally you're through an electrical process, you're growing like dirt, you know. And I think that's kind of how that works. I think with the sun and different like weather conditions or whatnot, you grow these rocks and grow these things. But I would love to know more about how, like, you know, those rocks you crack open and they have, like, you know, amethyst crystals and all kinds of shit inside of it. I would love to know how that works. And if there was an artificial process to like make that stuff, that'd be really interesting. Yeah, well, this is what happens when I drink coffee, guys. So either you like it or you don't.
I was just thinking, like, yeah, like the idea of attracting the electricity from the actual medium rather than generating it within the battery. That is interesting.
Right,
It's
and
the
that's
idea
why.
that the electricity is already there, like it's already in the
Yeah,
field. You're just pulling
yeah.
it rather than this idea that you're like materialistically creating it with this combination of the chemicals.
But that's what the over unity system is. Like, you get these system of magnets and you get it going, and suddenly you can charge batteries from the air, and it just charges the whole battery. Put in, and as many batteries as you plug up in the series, it's going to charge up all the batteries. It's because it's pulling from the other system, not pulling from your device. And that's what the over unity idea is. It's that, like, let's say you have a battery, right? And you hooked it up to this over unity, you know, like spinning magnetic device or whatever. That battery is going to slowly pull from the unlimited supply of energy. So if you plug in a bunch of different batteries, like car batteries in series, into that system, you're going to think, oh, well, this whole thing's being charged by this little 9-volt battery. You're like, no, that 9-volt battery is pulling the flow from the unlimited area into those car batteries. So as long as those magnets are fucking spinning, you're going to be pulling that unlimited energy. All you're doing is you're setting the flow so it knows which direction to go. That's it. But in material science, you're thinking, oh shit, that 9-volt battery is powering the spinning magnet thing and charging the car batteries. No, dumbass. It's the other way. It's just creating the flow. So
More like directing the flow of what's already there.
yeah, you're just telling the ether where to apply itself. You're creating the yeah, you're just telling the flow where to go. That's it. And it's backwards. The flow comes from the ground. So that means everything's hooked up backwards. That's why it doesn't work. So you can power it from the battery, or you can hook it up backwards and power it from the ether. But you have to set it up right. Funny how that works. Material science demands that you buy a bigger battery. But if you hook it up backwards, you could just demand a bigger flow. And once you figure it out, it really is that simple. You know, when I've watched a bunch of these like over Unity videos and shit, and all these guys who have figured it out, it's not because like they really understand it. It's just that they realized that it was coming from somewhere else, and they come up with some kind of magnetic situation that allows for that flow to exist. And with all different varying results, because, you know, everyone has their own way of constructing it. But the design itself is pretty fucking simple. You can make, in its scales, you can make small ones, you can make big ones. Eric Dollard, he figured this out, and he was able to put this in his Toyota his old fucking 1981 Corolla or something. He's been living in well, I don't know if he does anymore because he's got some funding now, but he was living in the desert for like a decade off of the same fucking battery that it was charging. He had it self-charging, and he was just living out of the back of his fucking Corolla. And obviously he's not telling people how that shit works, but he had this over Unity device in his car that he was just living out in the desert with, because that's all he needed. He was just trying to escape from people trying to raid his labs. I'm telling you, if we just go back and look at his old work and we apply it to a stationary etheric model, it'll make a lot more sense, because the way that he's explained it is actually kind of confusing, because he's trying to fit it in a you know, a square peg in a round hole. And even he doesn't understand it completely, and he tries to reference all these people who try to make sense of it, but I think we're the ones who actually have the most direction with this. If we take his working models and just reverse engineer it a little bit with some common sense, I think that we could figure it out and make it useful. It's just unfortunate that he's just so stubborn, because I've seen him and his communications, and they never go well. He's kind of withdrawn, and he's very autistic, you know, like it's impossible for him to like really accept new ideas, because he thinks he's the hot shit, and he is. But, you know, if you've been wrong for 30 years, then maybe you fucking hit the wall, you know, like maybe it's time to look at some other ideas, dude. And by the way, Flat Earth Tests, Brian, there's a website that he has that some of the videos they're up there. You can actually watch them or download them. Some of the videos, but back in the day, back when I was torrenting shit like crazy, back in like 2008, 9, like there were dozens of videos, long form, not cut off. Like he had lectures, he had experiments in his labs, like tons and tons of shit of them just like plugging shit together to see what would happen. All based on like Tesla's writings and experiments, and there was just crazy results. He was making stuff work when they didn't think it'd work, and I don't remember all the stuff he did, but like I think he made like a wireless boat that had wireless power, and he did all kinds of stuff. He did wireless power through the shoreline. Like he connected a rod in the ground, and he calls it telluric waves. He was powering shit through the ground, like several miles away. And I think that was his first like real success with Tesla's ideas. And he calls all this stuff telluric waves. I don't know exactly how that transfers like into our understanding, but that was what do you call it? Let me look this up real quick. No, I did not want to go to Instagram. Stop loading. Stop. Okay. Eric Dollard videos. Oh yeah, transverse and longitudinal electric waves. That's what those were called. Yeah, ericdollard.com. Okay. Okay. Oh wow, he's doing work right now. He's actually doing the shit I'm telling you about. Telluric earth ground work at Tonopah, August 2022. He's literally doing what I'm talking about right now. That's funny. Okay, books, videos, classic energy videos. Here. Oh, he's selling this shit? Fuck no, man. He's selling this shit. Of course he is. Dude, I had all these videos. What the fuck? That's fucked up. I mean, good for him, I guess, but that sucks. I had all these videos. Here's some free ones.
Yo, who the fuck are you talking to, Rick?
There's been a bunch of people coming in and out of here. They talk when they can.
Who are you talking to, Rick?
We're talking to you. We're talking to you, Nate.
Talking to you, Nate. Do you know much about Eric Dollard, Nate?
No, I have no idea who that is. Who is he?
I couldn't talk, but I told him I was listening.
Who's Eric Dollard?
Eric Dollard is kind of an electrical genius. He started his career. He's like a Tesla 2.0 kind of guy. He started his career back in the day in the Navy. He was real young, and he always had this intuition about electricity. And they had him like wiring whole like Navy ships by himself. Like he would plan out and wire the whole fucking ship, and no one else knew how to do it. He was like one of the only guys who could figure it out and do it by himself. And he was praised because they had this huge need for ships and wiring them, and he was like one of the only guys who could figure it out because there was some huge like space constraints, and obviously working conditions and whatnot. But then after that, he was given like a lot of different fundings, and he had labs, and he was always really interested in like radio technology. And he was trying to learn more about this stuff and tried to recreate a lot of Tesla's experiments. But every time he got closer to understanding or creating like successful experiments, fucking dudes and like his funding would get pulled, or the project would get knocked down overnight, or people in people in black suits would come into his lab and just take everything, and he would be like homeless for a while. Like legit, his shit has been jacked like about 10 times. Like they never killed him, but they never let him complete his work. So his whole life, literally his whole life, he's been fighting to fucking complete his work. And now he's just barely senile. And he's still trying to fight for funding to do basic shit that he was doing, decades ago. He actually was so fed up, man. He was living out of his like 1981 Toyota Corolla in the desert for like a decade because he's like, fuck this, I'm tired of this bullshit.
Poor guy, man.
Yeah, no, he's definitely got a story. He's
Is he a
fucking
flat
bitter as
earther?
hell
Or
too.
is he a flat earther, Riggs?
No. He's kind of autistic in that way that he only really cares about electricity and he doesn't look into much else.
Okay.
But
So you
he
saying
did.
if he looked into flat Earth, he would end up a flat Earth, or?
I don't think. I mean, he's very, very old, and he doesn't like the dude has been too old and too stubborn. Like, get off my lawn for the past 25 years or so. I really don't think he would, in his age and condition, would accept new ideas like that.
Okay.
Like, he's very pissed off and stubborn. Like, he's been wronged so many times. Like, he's definitely not in the frame of mind of like, honestly, I'm not even sure he's even really fucking useful anymore because he's so stubborn and bitter and fucking old. Like, he's really decrepit. So,
damn.
I mean, maybe like 30 years ago we could have like had a discussion, but I think he's just too old now.
That's
He's like really fucking old.
Okay. That's a bit harsh, though, man. But I hear you. I hear you.
Like,
Dude, I have no idea how long I've been muted for. This is.
Oh, that's disappointing. I'm sorry, man.
No, it's sorry. Yeah, Dollar's got a Twitter account.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude, you should check it out.
Yeah, I'm fucking on it.
Seriously though, for like the last hour, people were like, "Who are you talking to, Riggs?" Like, you're like, "Oh, this is what happens when I drink coffee," and I'm like, "Yeah, man, it's all good."
I've just been talking to the ether, so
Yeah.
I'm following this motherfucker right now.
You heard of David Paulides?
No.
Oh man, it's a whole nother topic, but I think it has something to do with the ether. He investigates mysterious missing persons cases, where the gist of it is like people go missing, and then it looks like they fucking just fell out of the sky, like in a place that was already searched. Because they'll find them in a place that was already searched, but like they'll have a fucking broken jaw, like they fell on their head or something.
Hey, there's actually stories like this about planes, and they're usually around the Bermuda Triangle, where somebody will just like go off into a direction and then they show up at the destination, which is like hours later.
Yep. He also discusses like lost time and like the different colored orbs that people see, which is pretty cool.
I would love to know more about this guy because it falls right in line with the propaganda that they're putting out about like the mysteries around the Bermuda Triangle and just like false memory stuff that they've put out in the media. So I wonder if he's one of those guys.
I don't know. He's like a retired police detective and SWAT team member from the San Jose Police Department, and he's
not suspicious at all.
What's that?
Not suspicious at all. Ex-military too, right?
No, he's not ex-military. He's just like very into these missing person cases. He's probably I would consider him like conservative, I guess, in his political views, but yeah, it's interesting stuff. He's got a YouTube channel.
Sounds like y'all are describing two different people, man.
Send me the link, dude. That sounds cool.
Yeah, I got into him where I was kind of like looking for some Bigfoot stuff, but I wanted some like concrete evidence. And this guy, he doesn't speculate on what's going on. He just brings up the facts of these like super old police cases where it's like, how the fuck did these people disappear?
Right. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's like real mystery. Like, dude, we could make a whole Netflix show on that shit.
He actually has made 2 movies. They're both on Amazon.
Oh.
Yeah. Probably the most mainstream thing that I watch.
You sure we're talking about the same guy? Because his doesn't sound like Eric Dollars, man. Just saying.
No, I'm
this
not.
is
I'm talking
someone
about
else.
a different guy.
Yeah, he asked me about someone else. Sorry. What was his name again?
It's David Politis here. I'm putting the link in right now in the chat for his channel.
Doesn't people disappear very often, like in national parks and that kind of
Yeah,
stuff?
dude. Yeah. And he's
Bigfoot, man.
He's gotten a good following, so that he's got people writing him letters and emails all the time. And the amount of people that write in about fucking just weird shit happening to them, like some people will be in the forest and then it sounds like there's like a stampede coming at them from the forest, and then it's like nothing. There's just like wind or something. People who've had experiences with fucking orbs, fucking the dark smoke. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that, but I've actually had my own experience with the black smoke. I've seen the black smoke before. It's fucking weird.
That had the black smoke.
I don't know. Is there a TV show?
Where, you Lost.
I never watched that.
Oh, dude! Like, look up Black Smoke Lost. It's fucking in that show. Maybe it's in that story.
No. My personal experience, I was fucking like had sleep paralysis, and I could move my eyes, and there was this fucking black smoke on the ceiling.
Bro, I gotta cut in for 1 second. I want to hear everything because I ain't gonna be able to talk. But I've experienced every fucking thing you're talking about. Every single thing, dude.
You seen the black smoke, dude? It's fucking terrifying.
Swear to God. Yeah,
yeah, dude. It was
I never seen it during my paralysis, though. Thank God.
Well, yeah, I was completely paralyzed, and all I could do was open my eyes. I couldn't scream. No, honest to God, I wanted to scream for like my mom or my dad or something. You know, I'm a fucking grown ass man, and this shit freaked me out.
My wife to this day knows that if she sees me shaking my foot to wake me up, and she's obsessed over it a couple times, but I hardly ever get it. You know, once I conquered it and was able to wake myself up, I throw myself off the couch. It took a few months, dude, of being able to wiggle a toe for a fucking few days, wake up exhausted, dude. Then got where I could move my foot, and then I finally got, like, after a few months, I got where I could move my leg, and I slept off balance right on the edge of the couch, and it shit happened again. It happened every fucking night. It even happened at work when I took a nap. And I finally threw myself off the couch. It quit happening for a long, long time. But every now and then I'd get it. And if I wasn't on the edge of the couch, I was kind of helpless. But I told my wife about it a long time ago, and she woke me up out of it a couple times. But yeah, you know what's going on around you. You could tell somebody what's on TV, what's been said around you, but you just can't move. It's so fucking weird and helpless. But I learned to relax, and at first it felt like somebody was, you know, you get paranoid because you can't move, dude. You feel like somebody's fucking hovering over you or something, dude. It's a strange feeling, but you know, it's crazy, man. I can definitely relate with all that shit you're saying, man.
Yeah, dude. Fucking, there's definitely something out there that we don't understand. It's all connected.
I had a real paranormal experience once. Cannot explain it. Actually wild. I was laying down in bed with my girlfriend. We were just laying down, you know, after having fun. And it was probably like 3 a.m, 3:30 maybe. The whole room lit up, like glowing, like a golden glow. The whole room. And there was no light. It was just glowing. And I found out it was glowing with my eyes closed. I open my eyes and the room is glowing. I'm like, what the fuck? And she's like, do you see that? I'm like, yeah. Do you see that? And it lasted like 5 seconds and then just went away. And then the light, the glowing went away. There's no lights anywhere. We had just moved in. There was we didn't move anything in. It was only a bed in the room. There was no lights, no furniture, nothing. It was just carpet, walls, white carpet. But the whole room was like this golden glow with no lights. Just blew my mind.
Hey, did you have children after that?
No, but they do say there's a spark. When the semen hits the seed, right?
Well, not only that, not right then. Maybe I didn't ever think of that.
Dude,
but I can
dude,
see,
I
I've
literally
seen the
was
same thing the
thinking
night I
that at the
conceived my
time.
daughter, man. My first daughter, seen exactly what you're describing. I woke up and I seen God in a doorway. I couldn't see his face; it was so bright. But I woke up. I seen the brightness through my eyelids. I woke up and I mean, I opened my eyes, and because I was already kind of awake. Opened my eyes and seen it was so bright, dude, and I seen a figure in a doorway. I couldn't see his face or nothing, but I just seen like wavy white robes with I couldn't describe. It was so bright I couldn't make out a face or nothing, even much of a body except the shape. And
yeah, it was like
and then all of a sudden, dude, I'm looking at a wall and it's dark. It was crazy. But then I wound up finding out, that I conceded my daughter that night.
Yeah.
Or conceived. And that's the only time I was with her mama. I drove through Georgia and was with her that one night, and then came back and found out 9 months later. So looking back at it, that's why I asked you if you had kids after that.
Yeah, I know. Dude, I look back, I thought the same thing, but that's not what happened. So, I mean, unless she didn't tell me. But
that story that you just told about the bright being, when I was like 7 or 8 years old, I remember like I used to live in with my dad and my brother, and I remember waking up every morning to birds, when the birds they start singing in the morning.
Yeah.
So I remember every morning waking up to birds. And then this morning I started feeling like this bright light in my eyes. And I just opened my eyes and there was this figure at the door, and it was just pure light, and I couldn't tell any face or anything, but it was this light being or whatever, and it was at the door. And it was around that time the bird
Bro,
started
that's
singing.
crazy. Because at that time in my life, dude, I had a bird, a fucking sparrow, following me around, dude. This is the craziest shit, dude. If you want to hear it, I'll tell you. It's crazy.
The light being sounds like an angel.
Bro, it was completely like he said, I couldn't tell the face or anything, but it was like robes or something, but it was just light.
Yeah.
And I looked, he was like at the door, he was on the door, and I was looking towards the door, and then I just looked at it, and then I just closed my eyes slowly because it was super bright, and then I didn't see it anymore.
Dude, how about this, dude? So I had a freaking, I had a sparrow following me and everything, and right about the same time all this was happening, and I called my grandma because, I didn't know who else really to talk to, and she heard everything I said, and she just sounded so calm and cool about it. Like she told me, that's what she said. She said it's, it's spirit.
That's what she said.
And she's explaining the angels. I forgot exactly what she said, man. She didn't sound surprised. She didn't doubt it, and
Bro, the way you describe it, it sounds like what I saw. Like it pretty similar.
Oh, there's another detail to my story I forgot. Like when you're looking at the brights on a car light and you're just like, and it hurts.
Yeah, it didn't hurt.
Or like you get like a spotlight in your face and you're like, oh, you just squint and everything hurts real bad. So we were like getting ready to fall asleep. Our eyes were closed, and there was a brightness through my eyelid, like the brights on a car, or like a spotlight was
Brian, can you mute?
literally in my face. Except there's a difference, is that it was that bright, but it didn't hurt. There was no like adjustment or feeling of pain in my face or anything like that. It just was just instant bright, no pain, and when I opened my eyes, the room was glowing.
Yeah, I like that.
I gotta finish this. I got cut off. I've got to finish this, bro, because it's crazy. So
Go
this
for it.
sparrow, man, I'm seeing it, dude. It's just right there, always, dude. It's this little ass sparrow. I don't know. I can't say it's the same one, but either way, it's a sparrow, a little tiny one, and it's just wherever I went after this. And I had a buddy who was atheist and everything, and I was explaining. I was like, man, I told him, you know, he probably thought I was crazy, but I told him I feel like I seen God, dude. I seen him with my own two eyes. And that was, you know, that was the night that I conceived my daughter and all that. And so I didn't really realize it until I put two and two together months later. And then I told him this sparrow is following me, like it's like giving me a message or something, man. And he was atheist, and but he was interested in talking about it. But so I'm with this guy, and we go into the gate station. I told him that sparrow is following me around. It seemed like, and dude, we go to get something in like the cooler part of the store, like the open cooler where they have like Lunchables and shit. And there's a little sparrow, dude, right when I'm talking about it, and it's shivering. It wasn't dead, but I got on my finger, dude, and I got it out the door. And he's like, damn, he was tripping out, you know. And so then we were telling everybody about that story. We're on our way offshore fishing. We're about 20 miles out, dude, and me and that guy. We're telling everybody about this shit. I forgot exactly how long it was later, but I think it was like less than a week or something. We're telling everybody about this story. We get 20 miles offshore, and this sparrow, I swear to God, I can't tell you exactly how long it was. It might have been the next day, 2 days, a week, whatever. But as we're talking about the story, a fucking sparrow just lands right on the rail 20 miles offshore where we're on a charter boat. And while we're sitting down in between spots, dude, I couldn't fucking believe it. Like, I've been offshore so many times, dude. There ain't no sparrows out there. Where this bitch,
No
this
shit.
fucker was following me. The craziest shit in the world, dude.
It's hauling
The
ass.
sparrow.
You got a guardian spirit for a sparrow.
That's what my grandma told me, man. My guardian angel, you know, whatever that is. But, you know, it's hard to do. Dude, that was crazy, dude. That is not exaggerated one bit. In fact, I even left some shit out, dude. I just got right to the point. But it's fucking nuts, dude.
So,
Hey,
the conclusion of the story
just real
is
quick.
either you fathered your daughter, Ryan, or the angel did.
No, I fathered my daughter. I got custody and all that.
Hey guys, I'm not trying to distract from the convo you're in, but I just found this video for Riggs and Brian. We were talking about it, and anyone else is interested. So I just found this video of Eric Dollard saying what he thinks of flat Earth. He
Oh no.
It's like a little 2-minute clip. He basically says, you could watch it. He basically says it's the stupidest thing he's ever heard. He said people will believe anything these days. If it was on the news that cat turds were candy, people would eat them. That's what he says. And then he gives 3 reasons why he thinks flat Earth is absurd. They're all really weak. It sounds like he has no idea. Sounds like he has no idea what it is. Like he doesn't even seem to have.
Yeah, like I said, he's kind of a dick, and he's always been kind of a bitter dick. But you know, I always liked.
Dude, when I first heard about it, sorry, man, but when I first heard about it, I was like, dude, look at the sun and the moon. Like nobody ever really thought the Earth was flat, man. I mean, could they really have truly thought that? I mean, look at the sun and the moon. They're obviously balls, and so how could we not be? That was my reasoning when I first heard about it. But I'm open-minded, so I looked into it and found out all the straw man arguments about flat Earth. They set it up pretty well to make it seem like a joke when you first hear about it.
One of the things is he says, "How could you fly from the east to the west?"
That's exactly what I thought, bro. I was like, how could you get from fucking California to Japan if the Earth is flat? Like literally, I swear to God. That in fact, when I got an answer to that, that is when I actually considered it, because I was like, okay, so I see how we can get to Japan from the East Coast, but how can we get to Japan from the West Coast if the Earth is flat? That's crazy. That's literally my mindset.
You go to an airport, get in an airplane, fly there, and get off the airplane. That's how you get there.
Yeah, but then I seen a map and I was like, oh, duh, you know. So how you would do that, and it would instantly fucking rewire his brain. That's what happened to me, you know. I was like, well, maybe this ain't so stupid. You can fly from California to Japan on a flat Earth. But I swear to God, that was my main question, was how do you get to fucking Japan from California if the Earth is flat? And then when I seen it, I felt like, you know, I had a V8 for a day. I had to slap myself in the forehead like, duh.
Yeah, there are people that even today, you know, say the Earth is flat, stationary plane, etc., but they say that their first experience of it was, yeah, that reaction like you're talking about, Brian, like thinking it was stupidest thing they ever heard, or, you know, stuff like that. So it seems like Eric Dollar is just kind of in that, you know, it's like literally phase one, you know, like the absolute first steps to even hearing about it. And I guess that's his initial response, but it's not really the whole picture of if somebody actually gave him like a 2-hour presentation, or, you know, actually talked to him about it. And meaning that, yeah, that some people, it may seem like he, you know, yeah, like people, when they first have that reaction, you would think that they would never actually think that's the case. And then, you know, 6 months later, they think that's the case. So obviously that reaction is not really a full indication of where they will go if they actually look, you know,
right.
Or presented
That's
with
why
all
the sun. That's why the Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app is a good thing to show people before you even try and explain anything. Just show them that, because I know I can't be alone in my thoughts. Like I've heard other people say, you know, how do you get to Japan? In fact, I had a guy, and I didn't even respond because I'm like, God, if he's this new to it, do I really want to start something like this? But I just got a DM the other day on how can you get to Asia from California if the Earth is flat, and I was thinking, you know, that's exactly what I thought. So I didn't want to go down that road. I figured someone else could teach them. But just showing somebody that app, at least they get the concept and see that it's, you know, it's not as stupid as it sounds. Just by seeing that, it speaks a million words, you know. So I bet if Eric Dollar'd seen the model itself, or a version of the model, and how it works, and that it's not as stupid as people make it out to be, then he wouldn't have responded like that. Because it's a dumb question. I thought, I was like, duh, when I seen it. I was like, God, how could I not concept that? How could I not, you know, come up with that in my head? I couldn't.
The Dollar guy, he's trying to get funding for his electric developments. If he starts saying he's a flat earther, then the funding might get shorted too.
So you guys really believe he's a flat earther?
No, you believe that.
That question,
No, you believe he's a flat earther.
I don't know
right?
the guy. Like I was
Yeah,
today
no, but you do
9
believe
years
he's a
old
flat
when I
earther.
found out about
But
it.
even though if
I
you
don't
don't know
believe
him, you
anything
do
about
believe
him.
he's a flat earther.
You can't
right?
tell me what I believe, bro. Like stop it. You're just being silly. I don't know
No,
the
no,
guy.
no.
I'm
You do
asking.
believe he is a flat earther, don't you?
Whatever, man. The rest
Hey,
of
wait,
you, do you guys think he's a flat earther?
No, but look, am I
Okay.
alone? Did anybody else wonder? Like, because I can agree with Eric. Like, am I alone in this room? Did anybody else think like it'd be impossible to, when they first heard about it, think in their mind it was impossible to
Well,
go
yeah,
from
you
California
come up
to
with a
Asia?
bunch of like weak objections right off the bat. I mean, he's clearly never had any like critical thought about the topic with anyone who knows anything. Period.
Yeah, I know, but it was very specific. It's a specific memory. Like, this is the main problem I had in my own head. I didn't even discuss it with nobody, I don't think. Just a problem I had in my own mind. Like, am I alone in that? I might be, you know?
Well, obviously Eric Dollar thought it, so.
Yeah, and obviously the guy who DM'd me the other day is thinking it. Yeah, but I figured that, you know, I'm a pretty average person. I figured it might be more common, you know. But I never discussed it. It's just something I want to see in the map before I talked about it.
Yeah, I guess you would need to kind of see the AE map, you know, in a way, because maybe what he's thinking of And is this what you were thinking of? If you take the globe and you put it into a square map, like the Mercator square thing, is that what you were thinking? Like, was that the first thought you had? Is like a rectangle with the continents? Because then I can understand, like, if you're in California and you go west, you'd have to Pac-Man around to the other side or whatever. So
that's exactly what I was thinking. That's more or less exactly what I was thinking without having that specific map in my head. But I'm thinking, how could you circumnavigate, and thinking deeper into it, I'm like, yeah. So how, if you couldn't circumnavigate, so basically that it all tied into the same question that was answered instantly when I seen the map, before I ever even got to talk about it or question it. Kind of picturing a 2D world that's laid out flat. Yeah, you don't picture it as a circle that you could circumnavigate it as a circle, and that just keeping your compass east, you're going to do a big ass circle. And I don't think even globers don't argue that you're doing a circle, because even on a globe, you're going to have to keep correcting for north, So that's not once you see it, it's now knowledge. It's not nothing anybody really questions. It worked on either model.
Yeah, if you were thinking some kind of square map thing, I could see what you mean by that.
Did y'all hear the new? Go ahead.
No, I was just still thinking about that for a second.
I don't know if anybody heard about that. I don't know if anybody heard about the new argument. It's a good point. I know there's I've already thought of a response and everything, but it's still a good point to bring up. If you take it's a celestial navigation argument that Austin or Mitchell from Australia and Brian's Logic had brought up, that if you take 4 pi r squared and you figure 5,400 for the radius, nautical miles, then you get like 128 million square miles, nautical miles.
Brian, you realize that a circle
I do realize
sphere,
that, but let me tell them the rest of this first.
Okay.
And let them ponder it for a second. So so if you take and you're using celestial navigation and you take a circle of equal altitude, okay, they literally call it a circle, and so if you take and you say it's 5,000 miles, so for the circle is just pi r squared for the area.
No, it's not.
I mean, hold on, just hold on.
All right.
Hold on. What are you talking about? No, it's not.
A circle on a spherical surface does not.
No, I'm talking about a circle. Period, bro. A circle. A circle.
All right.
Okay. So the circle.
Hey, but he's thinking about both. Let him think about both sometimes. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I asked him to let me finish, and it confused me for a second. So anyway, like I said, there's going to be contention, obviously, but let me throw out the whole thing. And so the circle's is pi r squared, and so if you take pi, say 5,000, say if you just take an extreme angle, or you could go less, but either way, you're gonna damn near cover the whole globe with 2 circles. And if you're triangulating, so the argument is with 3 circles of equal altitude, you've covered more square miles than the actual globe itself. And I'm not going to disagree with Ruhip till I hear what he has to say, but I could argue if it's mapped out mathematically as a circle and called a circle, then you could argue that equation, should apply. But let's hear it, Ruhip.
Okay. I don't understand, first of all, why the 3 circles of equal altitude that you plot on a map overlap, right? You don't just they will necessarily overlap. So I don't know why you add them up and then go, oh, it's bigger than the total surface area of the globe. That makes zero sense.
Two of them won't overlap, Ruhip. If you have one direction and one the other, then they won't even overlap, not even a little bit. But I'm sure you got to.
They will always overlap, right? They intersect at one point, so they will always.
Yeah, they would touch. They would touch. Yeah. If I'm looking one direction and I'm looking the other, they wouldn't overlap. They would touch. Well, if you want to call that overlap, but it wouldn't change the square mileage if I shot a star east and then one directly opposite of that. Then it would not change the square footage. It'd be enough to cover the whole entire globe, just about.
Right. Anyway, the area of a circle on a spherical surface is not pi r squared. I'd have to Google what the actual formula is, but it's not pi r squared. One circle of, I don't want to say radius, but, radius, 5,400 nautical miles, will cover exactly half the globe.
What globe? What are you talking about?
Hang on.
Wait, it is called a circle of equal altitude, though.
Are you saying the Earth is a globe?
Here'd be my
Yes, I am.
argument. They literally do bring it down to a plane, and it literally is called a circle, and the formula for the circle literally is pi r squared. And I mean, I'll hear what else you have to say, or I bring up anything else.
Yeah, the area of a circle on the sphere surface is not pi r
What
squared. Let's
sphere?
Google what it is. The sphere that we navigate on.
Which one?
Where are we? Area of circle on sphere.
And we were having such a good conversation, and then this fucking dog shit globe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
I mean,
apparently.
yeah.
Are you
I
saying
didn't mean to.
the place we standing on is a sphere? You're saying that?
Yes, I am.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, apparently I'm sane.
I mean, that's the only
Wait,
way you could come to that conclusion, unless you just believe you live in a cartoon or something.
Yeah.
wait, if you were sane and it were a globe, then you wouldn't be here, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you wouldn't have this weird hobby of being, flat earthing all the time.
It is my hobby. Is that a problem?
Well, I thought you were sane,
I am.
right?
Still like the argument though.
You're a glober
You
that
know,
likes
you know,
hanging out with flat earthers?
you know that. Well, you know that statement. Definition of insanity: doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result.
No, that's the problem, Gio. I don't expect a different result.
No, I think you do. I think you come here every day expecting you're going to get some message received that you never get.
No, I
But
think
bro,
you're trying to divine my intentions and you're wrong.
why do you believe you live in a cartoon?
I don't believe I live in a cartoon.
Well, the globe is a cartoon.
Your mum's a cartoon.
Your daughter is a cartoon.
Your dad's a, I don't know, whatever, something.
Well, Ruif, if there was the old pigs can fly, if there was a community that said pigs can fly, would somebody be sane or insane to go into that pigs can fly community every day and try to convince those people that pigs
Gio, come on, champ. Do I have
Is
to
that
call you an
closer
idiot
on
for being
this-
a flat earther?
Is that closer on the side of sanity or insanity? I'm just saying, where is it on the
Okay,
spectrum?
I'm just going to come back and say flat earthers are all retarded and insane. Like, what's the point of asking that, Gio?
Well, that's even
The
more. Now
irony
you're
of
just
that statement.
now that's being sociopathic and insane.
Yeah, and again, like you're good at giving these backhanded attacks. You know what I mean? Like,
It's not an attack. It's just you
it
were
is.
saying
You're saying that I'm insane for being here, right? Or a sociopath for being here.
Well, not
No.
necessarily. I mean, it was kind of being
You
brought
are.
up. I'm not outright saying that, but it is
Insinuating
it is
strongly,
questionable.
shall we say?
No, you
Well,
are
no, you
insane
originally
because you
said that
believe
you
you
think
live
the
in a
Earth is a
spinning
globe.
globe. That's why you're insane.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
right.
originally said somebody said, "Why do you think you're on a globe?" And you said, "Because I'm sane." And then
Yes.
we were questioning. that.
Correct. sorry. Yes, I did start it. Sorry. All right. Anyway.
Shouldn't they call it like a circumference of equal
Full
altitude? 'Cause
responsibility.
Still a circle. It's
It
just not a. It's not a
you'd have-
disc.
yeah, you'd have to mean that it's not a circle of equal altitude unless it's a circle. But you'd have to say if it is on a sphere, then your radius is literally curving around.
Yeah, you
You're
probably
curving
shouldn't
your
call it a
radius,
radius, really. I mean, it's a bit of a bastardization of the term radius, but that's what we can call it, right? It's definitely a circle, just on a sphere.
So what is
Not
it?
a- it's
One
not a disc.
dimensional? Is it a one-dimensional circle? Because like the sphere is supposed to be 2D.
Two-dimensional. Circle is 2D.
The surface of a sphere is 3D, right?
No, all surfaces are 2D.
So a circle on a sphere
Yeah.
can
It's
be
also
measured
2D.
with pi r squared. If
No,
it's 2D,
it's
that's,
not. I just found the formula.
what are you talking about? That's how we measure circles. You say it's 2D. That's how we measure two-dimensional
Yeah,
circles.
but the area, a surface area, what units are you going to measure it in? Square something?
What are you talking about? Yeah, but once you add to that square, that's two-dimensional, pi r squared. Okay, like I
Yeah,
said,
but that's not the formula.
yeah, you see my video that 4 pi r squared is the same as
Yes.
as d is 1d squared, 1d pi squared. So in other words, I think that's the trick. Is
What do you mean the trick?
keep it two-dimensional. Why do they add an extra function instead of just saying pi d squared? Why do they say 4
2 pi d squared.
r squared? They're adding a function for no reason, and I think it's to try and maintain the illusion that the surface is two-dimensional. Or
Right.
they've added a whole entire function when it's just simply pi d squared is the same as 4
2
pi
pi
r
d
squared.
squared, right?
So you're adding a whole nother function, but when you add, when you say take pi r squared, okay, then I would give you that could be two-dimensional. But once you add another function, you've added another dimension, period, and the math is not the same.
I think the reason they express it in R rather than D is due to calculus. That's what I think.
Yeah, well, I think it's trying
I don't think people are
to maintain the
confused
illusion.
by 2 times the radius equals diameter.
Yeah, well, you're saying like basically to make it an ellipsoid. It's what it sounds like you're getting at. If you're talking
No,
calculus.
if you differentiate pi r squared, you get 2 pi r.
Yeah, but
And
my
if you
point
integrate,
is
that's why I think they're done.
we can. I'd say we can draw a circle on any shape, and we can draw. I mean, we could draw a square on any two-dimensional shape, and get the length, and length times width will give us the area. So we could draw a square on a circle. We could draw it on a diamond. We could draw a square on a triangle. Any two-dimensional shape, we can draw a square and get the area multiplying length times width. That's 2 dimensions. As soon as you try and draw a square on a sphere, then you can no longer get the area length times width. You've got to add a dimension to the map.
Oh, any surface, right? Any unit, right? The area is going to be something square miles, right? The fact that you've used the term square miles should be a hint that it's two-dimensional.
No, that's a trick. Okay, so square miles. No, pi represents the freaking basically the length. Pi and the radius or diameter represent the square. Once you bring in an extra function like 4 pi r, okay,
That's squared.
so pi r squared is for a two-dimensional flat circle. Once you add another function to that, you multiply r, you've got to add another dimension because pi r squared gave us the area of a circle. So
And 4 pi r squared is the surface area of a sphere.
right, so you've necessarily added a function because it's not two-dimensional, and the math does
No,
the
it is
two-dimensional math no
two-dimensional.
longer works. Here's
It
why I
is
think they did
two-dimensional.
it. No, it's not. Here's why I think they did it is because everything is mapped out and surveyed as two-dimensional Cartesian coordinates, and therefore to do their math and still claim it's two-dimensional, they have to claim the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional or their whole shit falls apart.
Well, I don't really know how hard to argue this because I don't see why it matters if people think it's three-dimensional. Like, it's not three-dimensional, it's an area, so it's two-dimensional. But I don't care if you say it's three-dimensional. Like, it doesn't change anything. You'd be wrong, but it doesn't really change anything.
Okay, so if I'm standing on a two-dimensional shape, circle, square,
No,
whatever.
no. When you say the word shape, you said shape. Are you on a sphere?
like the globe.
Or are you on
The
a
globe is
two-dimensional?
Okay, let me change that. Yeah, I'm with you. Let me change that. So if I'm standing on any two-dimensional surface, okay, and it's 2D, if I can look one way and then the other way, and pretty much cover the whole surface. Okay, if it's three-dimensional, I won't be able to see the whole surface. Okay, so in other words, a cube, I won't see the whole surface of a cube by looking length and width. And same thing with a circle. If the surface of, a sphere, if the surface of the sphere was two-dimensional, I would be able to use length and width and use the two dimensions to see the whole surface area, but you can't. So that's another way to tell if something's two-dimensional or three-dimensional, not just the math, but just what we see.
Are you trying to make Brian's logic's argument there with his circles of equal altitude?
Yeah, I was repeating, no, not with what I just said, but initially when I was talking about the extra area, it's a decent point.
It's terrible. Like, it's really terrible.
Well, it makes you have to curve your radius, bro. In celestial navigation, you literally have to curve your radius.
We've never denied that the distance to the GP is a curve. We've told you 1,000 times it is a curve.
No,
we don't really call it a
curve
radius.
The radius, though. You have to literally curve the radius.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we don't really call it a radius.
Yeah, you do. What else do they call
it? Colloquially, we might, but it's not really a radius, right? I mean, it's the radius of a circle on a sphere, if you want to call it that. But none of us have ever said it's a straight line radius.
Yeah, a two-dimensional circle on a sphere is different. Okay, it's different math because it's not two dimensions. Would you agree?
The area is.
Would you have to add a function to the mathematics by calling it the surface of a sphere? By calling that circle a circle on a sphere, then you have to add a dimension of mathematics.
It's a different formula if you want to get the area of it, but no one cares about the area. All we're trying to do is tell you this is the set of all points that are a certain distance from the GP that defines a circle at the end. It's not tricky.
Yeah, but you have to equivocate your measurement down to the center of the ball and make it a flat plane to make them all three line up. Basically, all three measurements, okay, you have to put them down in the center and basically make a flat plane out of that center. So if you're doing that in the first,
hang on.
What do you mean no?
Hang on, I'll show you the geometry.
Never line up on a ball. Nothing lines up on a ball.
All right, I've posted the geometry.
Nothing works on a ball.
There we go. That is the geometry. So we take the co-altitude down to the center to make a sector of a circle.
What I just said, man.
But then you said something about a flat plane at the center, and I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
A sphere? A dirt sphere with water on it?
Yeah, in his imagination, he makes it work, yeah.
Well, if you guys can show us how celestial navigation works on a flat Earth, we'd all love to see it.
Yeah, it's all two-dimensional, bro. It's all two-dimensional.
You're not navigating
And show
any
us.
stars. For one, you're not navigating any stars. Show us where you navigated anywhere in any celestial anything. You didn't even make any sense when you said that sentence. That made no sense at all. You're standing on the ground looking at stuff. How did you celestially navigate anywhere in the celestial sphere of anything in your imagination? You traveled somewhere? That's weird. Cool story, bro.
Oh, Demok, it's using the stars to travel on the Earth. I assume you knew that.
Yeah, and MC Toons had the challenge open for, I don't know, 6 months or something? 6, 7 months?
What challenge? What's the answer to it? You don't got the answer? Then how can I match your answer to get the money? So you get the answer, and then I'll match it, and you can get the money, and we'll both have the answer, but you can have the money. Okay?
Demok. Do you know what it is? What are we talking about? You talking about MC Toons thing? You love MC Toon.
Yeah,
I do.
MC Toon can't even answer his own thing. He doesn't even have the answer to his own challenge, but he wants somebody to do a challenge that doesn't have an answer. How does that work, buddy?
Yeah, if you bring up the answer, he's gonna.
basically-
I don't like that answer, even though I don't know the answer, but I don't like your answer, so you don't get the money.
No, the answer is in a hashed zip file, right? So you've
I
got
already
the
gave him
hash.
the
You
answer,
can't
man.
change the
I already
answer.
gave him the answer live.
Yeah, but
What
you
are
used a
talking
globe,
about?
right?
No, you say I used a globe, but I showed you the flat math that gave me the 39.59. It wasn't me using a globe. I didn't argue with him. I'm not gonna act like he owes me money or nothing like that because I couldn't make my own map to do this, and technically that's what you'd have to do. He knows it's a unwinnable situation, but really,
Oh yeah,
what I
it
did
is
is
unwinnable.
show the two-dimensional method of how to do it. So
Yeah. How did you draw your circles of equal altitude? On what map
I
did you do
drew
that?
the circles on any map.
On
I
what
used
map? What map? Sorry?
Google Earth.
Google Earth. There you
Map
go.
has no elevation.
But
McToon's
clearly
thing
you used a globe.
generally just it hinges upon you need the correct map of Earth.
Yes. We've had the correct map.
No,
of
it
Earth
hinges
for
upon this.
7,000 years.
He's using a fake map of Earth that he just blindly believes, and he's then asking for someone to show him how it's done on a stationary planar, or as he likes the term, flat Earth, as he's so into flat Earth, to do it on a flat Earth. But you need the correct map of Earth, the correct planar map of Earth to do what he wants you to do.
And here's I'm under the impression that Google Earth just takes two-dimensional flat measurements and wraps it around a ball. Okay,
No.
so I
No, it
just
doesn't.
come up with a formula to show you why we would see things at roughly 60 nautical miles per degree on a flat surface, and I even mapped it out and showed him the flat plane mathematics, and he said that I used R when I literally showed him the flat triangle, and the 1 degree 69 miles gives us a height to the stars of 39.59 on a flat surface.
Jesus. I don't know how many times I've said this, Brian.
Don't say small angle approximations, bro.
You've
'cause then I can come
unintentionally
back with-
used the small angle approximation.
Okay,
Anyway,
then I could.
doesn't it?
What is that? How does that change my point? That defends your ball, but how does it disprove my point?
Because if you go, let's say you go from, instead of going from 90 degrees to 89 degrees to get your height, if you go from 46 to 45, it's just going to be a different number.
Okay, look, that's the same as me saying for a flat Earth, we're going to use large angle approximation. So I could
There
just
is
go
no
to the
such
other end
thing
of
as
the
a large
spectrum.
angle approximation.
Yeah, of course there isn't because it doesn't suit you. But I'm just saying, if you're going to use a small angle approximation, then I could use a large angle approximation, exact other end of the spectrum. When you start talking about these absurd distances on a flat plane, I could be like, no, that's just a large angle approximation. That's all you're doing.
Brian, don't embarrass yourself, Brian.
Bro, how am I embarrassing myself? And here's my question.
There's no such thing as the big
What
angle
does small angle
approximation.
approximation do to discount the triangle, the height being 39.59? Does that in any way change the flat plane measurement height to Polaris?
Yeah, look, you've done the correct mathematics for the
question.
triangle.
I'll hear everything you have to say, but at least answer that question. Does that change the triangulation to the star?
It only works because you're going from 90 to 89. That's how you get the height, right? It's
right on a flat plane, right? I'm just saying.
Right. You're conflating the small angle approximation is a conflation between a tiny sector of a circle, like a 1 degree sector of a circle,
right. I know
and the
you're
equivalent
defending
right
the
angle
globe,
triangle. Okay.
I understand. I understand it doesn't add up on a globe, so you have to come up with some bullshit.
No, it doesn't. Oh shit.
No, I'm just joking, dude. I'm just joking. I'm just joking,
Okay,
man. Look,
good.
you did come up with a reason of why you don't get the exact measurements on the globe with a curved surface that you do with it flat. But because it makes sense with a small angle, it's going to be hard to distinguish. But like I said, it's going to be the same thing with a large angle on the other end of the spectrum. If you really stop and think about it, yeah, it's kind of the same principle. But as long as
There's no such thing as the large angle approximation.
I promise you I didn't go in that using R. I promise you that I literally triangulated. I literally did the math and triangulated 1 degree change over 69 miles, and I got a flat plane distance height to Polaris at 39.59. And that's when I used it to do the ratio of the refraction. So, and it all worked out. And that's why I did it.
How did
I
you
used
draw?
Google Earth.
Did you draw your circles of equal altitude on Google Earth or Google Maps or whatever?
Yeah, I never tried it on A to be honest.
Okay, that's
But
the point.
but here's the right, and that's why I'm not saying he owes me money, but at least give me this. So I come up with a function to within reason to make celestial navigation work on a flat plane. Without I'm just saying I'm giving a reason of why Google Earth and why the measurements in reality, why you think it's a ball, basically by showing look, refraction is making shit appear like a ball, so that you're mapping it as a ball when truly it's flat and it's the light changing angles and not the ground. So it basically would map out a hemisphere the same. Maybe not the whole ball, but who measures the whole ball at once? It's all done locally and put together as a ball, but it explains a hemisphere and why we would see Google Earth the way we do on a flat plane by changing the angle of light, not the angle of the ground. So,
yeah, you get enormous points, enormous respect, and enormous points for attempting it. Because I'm, as far as I know, you're the only person to even attempt it. So that's big respect. That's why I love you, Brian, because you had a crack at it.
All right, thank you. I'll accept that.
Look, the entire thing is based on this premise. We've been told the Earth is a globe. We're given certain angles to stars that map with the thing that McToon finds on the internet. So he goes on the internet, finds what the map of Earth is that's given to him by his government, WGS 84, et cetera, et cetera. He goes off those angles and says, hey, I think the Earth might be flat, so I'm going to create a channel called MC Toon talking about flat Earth all day. And I'm going to try to debate this and figure it out and do this whole thing and push the globe and the whole 9 yards. And then he's like, hey, flat Earthers, I'm going to make up this amount of money, $10,000 to offer to give you. If you can give me the correct flat map of Earth, the thing that has been hidden from us by the governments, blah, 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 and that we don't have the money to go out and make our own maps or the resources and stuff. And he knows that no one has that because we're all just civilians working and living in this society. And basically his at the end of the day, his whatever he calls it, challenge or whatever, would require that an individual human goes out, maps the entire Earth, gets the correct mapping within a large enough area that would involve an entire star angle reading. So you'd have to have hundreds of thousands of square miles mapped out yourself and synthesized, to have that map laid out, to then be able to give your angles to those stars and give the correct soil under your feet that matches up with that angle. However, that soil is not going to match the globe soil, what the globe says it is, because this guy MC Toon is so curious the Earth might be flat. It's not going to match that anyway. So even if he was given that, he would have to take his ass out and even and confirm that map that was given to him and the math and the map that was given to him of these angles is even correct. So the guy's not going to cough up $10,000 even if he was given the correct map of Earth, because it's not going to match his globe anyways. So if he's this curious about the Earth being a flat, which he obviously is because he spends most of his life creating a channel doing it, he should spend the $10,000 and go do it himself. And stop trolling other people and trying to send minions like Ruhif in here to taunt other people about it. It's just a weak troll.
We've only had this conversation 25 times, Gio.
Yeah, and I've laid it out about 50 times. That was a little different way I did it this time. I was trying to mix it up, trying to get a little different way of telling it. But yeah, that's the deal.
So is anyone?
I definitely like the churched up version, bro. That was well put, actually. I'm joking, but being dead serious at the same time. That is a good point, Ruhif. Like, how would we have proven it if I'd have showed him something different? How could he disprove it without going out and mapping it?
Right. If I told you to open Stellarium, right, from your location, and then went outside and measured the angle to the star or to any star, do you think it would match reality or match Stellarium? Would they match?
I think it would fairly close, but I don't think there'd be no way to prove it past about 500 miles. It'd be approximations at best. But here's the point. It'd be the same thing if the light's changing angle as if the globe's changing angles.
We can rely on Stellarium for accurate elevation angles, is my point.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think within reason, I would agree.
Okay, at least, well, here's Geo now, but at least on the land, maybe not in the ocean, but whatever. We could at least have it accurate on any place on land. I mean, I've measured stacks of stars now with my theodolite. It's accurate, like within
Yeah, but
10
to
or
be
15
honest,
bucks, I
man,
guess.
to be honest, it's when you start getting. I mean, they don't even use sextants from the best, most experienced old man said they don't use it below 30 degrees, and because it's pretty much pointless. And when you're talking about even 35, 40 degrees, you're just getting an approximation of where you're going anyway, if you think about it. And you're gonna have to redo it when you get close. So you're never going to be able to double check them miles. If I'm being perfectly honest, it's a long way, bro. You got to really think about this. It's a long way to verify. But yeah, as far as approximations and all that, I'll say stellarium is seems to be accurate. But do we really know that though, man? Over long, super long distances.
No, just angles. Just angles. All right. Anything above 10 or 15 degrees, I've had incredibly accurate measurements with my theodolite. Incredibly accurate.
Yeah, I'm good with with short distance, but
no, not distance.
Let's you
Angles.
try and
Angles.
use your theodolite to try and do the clouds, okay? Because it's
cloud,
not going
what
to
do you mean?
work, dude. Depending on the clarity of the day, the cloud deck is usually like right above the horizon, like the tree line, like anywhere from about 11 to 15 miles. You see clouds above the tree line, way off in the distance, and the triangulation that fails miserably, man. It doesn't compute.
By the way, Ruhiv, what you're doing is a fallacy of composition. It's also called the fallacy of division. It's essentially when you assume that just because one part of something is true, that you, and then just applying it to the entire thing.
Oh, I understand. It's not a formal logical proof, but I have, I don't consider myself special, right? But from my location, everything matches, and I can extrapolate from that to assume that everyone else who checks would have accurate elevation angles. Do you guys have elevation angles that don't match?
But that's a fallacy. That's an actual fallacy.
No, it's if I said it proved it, it would be a fallacy, but I didn't say that.
Yeah, Gio, we're not talking about is this a mathematical proof in the formal sense? We're talking about, would I bet my ass on it, right? So,
Yes,
for
I would.
example, could I take whatever map is presented? You're right. Am I going to go out with my measuring stick and go measure it? Probably not. But if you give me this flat Earth map, I will ask one thing that I would bet my ass on, right? Can I flight plan from it? Right? Can you give me this thing and it gives me correct distances and directions to the point that I would bet my ass on it by getting